Chapter 1. Serendipitous Rebirth. Before the heavens and the earth were formed, there existed only chaos within this primordial state. Apart from the myriad chaotic deities and the gestating treasures of chaos, there was naught else. The expanse of chaotic space was boundless, yet eternally desolate, suffused with a stifling aura. Amidst this chaos lay a treasure of chaotic grade, the 36-year chaotic azure lotus, from which emerged a chaotic deity named Pangu, who was endowed with immense fortune and regarded as the son of the Great Dao. Pangu cultivated in the chaos for countless eons. Sensing that he had reached the pinnacle of his abilities to advance further, he needed to shatter the chaos, to create the heavens and the earth, and to attain the ultimate eternity finally. Wielding the heavenly opening axe, Pangu revealed his true form amidst the chaos with a single, effortless swing of the axe. The chaos fractured, unleashing torrents of earth, water, fire, and wind. At that moment, the myriad chaotic deities came forth to obstruct him, for they were born of chaos and had comprehended the Tao within it now. With the chaos fracturing, they faced the dire question of survival. Yet, Pangus might surpass all imagination despite their numbers. They could only meet their demise at his hands. With no obstacles remaining, Pangu continued to cleave the chaos, delivering strike after strike until the 49th blow, at which point the chaotic essence began to delineate between purity and filth, with the pure ascending and the impure descending. Gradually, the heavens and the earth took shape. Suddenly, the entire chaos erupted violently, and waves of chaotic essence surged forth like water, dispersing in all directions after the 49th mark. The heavenly opening axe could no longer withstand the strain and erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, transforming into the Taiji diagram, the chaotic bell, and the Panga banner, three treasures enveloped in radiant light, descending into Pangu's grasp. Pangu held the chaotic bell in his left hand and the Panga banner in his right, standing upon the Taiji diagram, his form surrounded by an aura of profound light, exuding an extraordinary presence. At that moment, the ascending pure essence abruptly sank, while the impure essence began to rise the heavens, and the earth seemed unable to endure the oppressive chaos, threatening to revert to primordial chaos. Pangu, perceiving this, manifested his true form and cast the heavenly opening axe, transforming it into the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the chaotic bell. He then raised his hands high, his true form towering to the heavens. The Taiji diagram released a golden bridge to stabilize the earth, delineating yin and yang, while the Panga banner swept forth with a myriad of chaotic sword energies to cleave through the chaos. The chaotic bell resounded with the sounds of the Great Tao, stabilizing the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Gradually, the heavens and the earth expanded, with Pangu growing ever taller after several million years. The fabric of the heavens and the earth finally solidified and stabilized. However, Pangu, having exerted himself to his limits, succumbed to exhaustion and perished. In the fleeting moment before his death, a profound transformation overtook him. The breath he exhaled became wind, and clouds. His groans morphed into the rumble of thunder. His left eye transformed into the sun, while his right eye became the moon. His limbs and body became the earth and lofty mountains. His blood flowed as rivers. His veins turned into roads. His hair and beard became the stars in the sky. His skin and sweat became the grass and trees. His muscles became the land. His teeth and bones transformed into gleaming metals and precious stones. Even his sweat became rain, and dew. His spine became the unyielding mountain. Pangu's primordial spirit split into three, merging with the innate pure essence to become the three purities of later generations, while 12 drops of essence flew forth, merging with the impure essence concealed beneath the unyielding mountain, which subsequently transformed into the 12 ancestors of sorcery. At this juncture, a deluge of innate merits and the essence of the Xuan descended from the heavens, forming a golden pillar of light that spanned the cosmos and a column of Xuan energy following the descent of the merits. The three purities each received one portion, while the 12 ancestors collectively obtained 3 portions. One portion combined with 7 portions of Xuan essence transformed into the Xuan Linglong Pagoda, while 2 portions combined with 3 portions of Xianhuang essence became the Hongmeng Liangdian Shu. The final portion descended upon the myriad creatures of the wilderness. Thus, the primordial wilderness began to take shape, and all things were reborn, ushering in the era of the wilderness. As the heavens and the earth first unfurled, the world was filled with boundless chaotic spiritual energy, rendering it a vast expanse where living beings could scarcely survive. It was only when the majority of the chaotic spiritual energy transformed into innate spiritual energy that life would emerge. The wilderness continent was vast and boundless, stretching infinitely across countless billions of kilometers in all directions. With the Earth's expanse seemingly limitless, the oceans surrounding the land were incomparably broader, dotted with islands both great and small, formed from Pangu's flesh and blood, the corpses of chaotic deities or fragments of chaos. Countless towering mountains pierced the clouds, the heights of the primordial mountain ranges defying imagination. Even the lowest peaks soared thousands of zhang, while the highest, the unyielding divine mountain, formed from Pangu's spine, approached an astonishing height of nearly 1 billion zhang, marking the pinnacle of the heavens. As time flowed, 9 epochs, 1 hui 10,800 years, 1 yuan hui 12 hui, 129,600 years, 1 epoch, 3,000 yuan hui, 400 million years elapsed. Since the creation of the heavens, the chaotic spiritual energy within the wilderness had nearly all transformed into innate spiritual energy, awakening all things. Where am I? Wasn't I dead? Feng Luo awoke from his slumber. Abruptly realizing his peculiar state, he discovered that he no longer possessed a corporeal form, reduced instead to a wisp of ethereal gas. No, to a practitioner, he was but a primordial spirit. Feng Luo was a modern youth, a reclusive individual who spent nearly all his time online. Apart from eating and sleeping, however, fate took an unexpected turn one summer when his family, unable to bear his lethargy any longer, decisively thrust him out of the house. Under the pretense of needing to take a stroll for better health, reluctantly, he ventured outside into the sweltering summer heat. Recalling that he had never visited the seaside, seizing the opportunity, he decided to take a rare trip, only to tragically encounter one of the few tsunamis in his life. Upon awakening, he found himself in this present state. Faced with such a strange and terrifying circumstance, Feng Luo felt an overwhelming wave of fear at that moment. A piece of information surged into his consciousness, finally revealing his predicament to him. He had unexpectedly arrived in the primordial wilderness at the dawn of creation, an era steeped in myth and legend, a time when deities and demons coexisted. Having spent his past life immersed in the internet, Feng Luo had read many web novels, cultivating an infinite yearning for such a world, hoping to cultivate profound powers, to soar through the skies, to move mountains and drain seas with ease. He often fantasized that if he were to have a next life, he would tread the path of cultivation, wielding a sword through the heavens, traversing the realms. The Dao could be grasped at dawn, and death could follow at dusk along the path of cultivation. Yet, alongside these aspirations came an abyss of fun, not only the sorrow of parting from his past family, but also the realization that the wilderness was rife with peril, a world where the strong reigned supreme without sufficient strength. Even possessing a spiritual treasure could invite calamity, leading to a fate of ash when disaster struck. In a state of turmoil, Feng Luo languished in a daze for 3 days and nights before managing to stabilize his emotions. Fortunately, despite being a recluse, he had consumed a plethora of transmigration tales, which informed him that one should not succumb to panic in a foreign world. Instead, he needed to cautiously explore for dangers and swiftly acclimate to this new reality. In his current state as a primordial spirit, Feng Luo gradually calmed himself, pondering, "I have maintained this condition for quite some time without encountering danger, so this place should be safe with my safety assured. The next step is to become stronger in order to establish a foothold in this world." Thus, he began to survey his surroundings, realizing that this space was infinite yet devoid of substance, filled only with wisps of grayish-blue gas. Notably, around his primordial spirit, a cocoon-like formation enveloped him. He could distinctly sense these gases gradually merging with his primordial spirit, enhancing its strength were it not for the flat ground beneath him. He might have believed he was still within chaos. However, the information regarding the dawn of creation made it clear that he was indeed in the newly formed primordial wilderness. Understanding his situation, Feng Luo began to scrutinize his primordial spirit's consciousness for any accompanying cultivation techniques or innate treasures. To his dismay, aside from the information about the dawn of creation, there was nothing else. This revelation left him astounded. Without a technique, how can I cultivate and grow stronger? How can I manifest a corporeal form? Am I to wait for others to come and take me as a disciple? Is my fate to be left to the whims of others? No, damn it, heavens. You brought me here just to endure this existence? I refuse to accept it. My life and death must be in my own hands. As thoughts of his inability to cultivate and concerns for his safety surged within him, Feng Luo finally erupted in fury, seemingly seeking to vent the fears and frustrations that had accompanied his transmigration. At that moment, a thunderous boom resonated within his mind, nearly shattering his feeble primordial spirit concurrently. This jolt of sound restored Feng Luo's clarity. Then, a realization struck him. I am not a native being of the wilderness, nor am I a transformation of the chaotic deities. I am a being of later generations, a rarity beneath the heavens, unlike them who possess the legacy of Pangu. With this understanding, and drawing upon the information from the wilderness, Feng Luo gradually comprehended the concept of a rare entity. This term referred to those whose destinies bore no trace within this world, existing as anomalies beneath the heavens. Such beings were not subject to the restraints of the Dao, and thus lacked its favor, relying solely on their own efforts. Consequently, rare entities were inclined to defy the predetermined fates of the Dao, seizing opportunities to enhance themselves. Hence, they were viewed as threats to the Dao, which sought to eradicate them. Feng Luo understood that his current safety stemmed from the nascent state of the heavens and the earth, which allowed him to exist without the Dao's intervention. The movements and transformations of the heavens follow established laws, and the world must adhere to its own rules. This is the essence of the Dao. Therefore, the Dao encompasses the rules governing all things, the principles underlying existence, and every phenomenon operates according to certain regulations in the primordial chaos. The heavenly law embodies the very essence of the rules governing the cosmos, possessing only the instinctual awareness to uphold the sanctity of the primordial realm, devoid of any other emotions. As long as the cultivators align themselves with the heavenly law, refraining from actions that defy it or threaten the primordial realm, the heavenly law shall not turn against them. Upon reaching this pivotal understanding, Feng Luo could not help but feel a surge of vigilance to cleanse oneself of any anomalous aura before the heavenly law manifests. I trust that the heavenly law will not pose any challenges to me to eradicate this anomalous aura. One must engage in actions that benefit the primordial cosmos, thereby earning its recognition, and thus attain a state of carefree existence. Presently, there lies a significant opportunity for me to execute my plans with this thought. Feng Luo found himself filled with joy. Chapter 2. The Foundation of the Primordial Spirit. It is said that the great Pangu, in his endeavor to create the universe, vanquished the 3,000 chaotic demons. Subsequently, his corporeal form transformed into the heavens and the earth, marking the dawn of creation, wherein the primordial realm began to take shape. The interplay of yin and yang gave rise to boundless phenomena, with time measured in years, and the celestial bodies completing their cycles to signify a year. Throughout these extensive epochs, countless flesh and blood of chaotic deities birthed an array of ferocious beasts. These creatures, infused with the supreme will of the chaotic demons, were devoid of intelligence, driven solely by their primal instincts and ferocity, except for a select few fortunate enough to transcend the demonic will and awaken their intellect. The rest were consumed by a singular focus on slaughter and predation, rendering the primordial land a veritable paradise for these brutal beasts. The ferocious beasts of the primordial realm were born from the flesh of the 3,000 chaotic demons, exhibiting unparalleled savagery, unfettered by the pursuit of cultivation and solely reliant on their brute strength. They wrought untold havoc, particularly as their bloodline bore the remnants of the chaotic demons, intertwined with the primordial world's fate, seeking to annihilate it and revert to chaos at the inception of creation. These beasts emerged, empowered by the fortunes of the chaotic deities, proliferating across the primordial expanse and wreaking destruction. Nature would not permit the existence of such a beastly race despite their current dominance over the primordial realm. The manifestation of the heavenly law would herald their reckoning. This presented an opportunity for Feng Luo, not only to gain the cosmos acknowledgement, but also to seek a breakthrough amid the impending calamity. Yet, pondering these matters is premature. I must contemplate my cultivation instead as myriad plans swirled in his mind. Feng Luo's primordial spirit succumbed once more to slumber in his current state, devoid of a physical form and cultivation methods. He was unable to cultivate, however. Idleness was not an option in the annals of memory. The primordial spirit of a cultivator is of utmost significance, often determining the trajectory of one's path in cultivation. Did not Taoist patriarch Hong Jun proclaim that to attain sanctity, one must merge their primordial spirit with the heavenly law to realize their path? Hong Jun himself achieved harmony with the primordial spirit, underscoring its importance. Thus, Feng Luo pondered how he might enhance his own primordial spirit. While he found himself powerless concerning other matters, the ethereal gray gas within this space represented an extraordinary opportunity, one that could not be sought after overcome with excitement. Feng Luo yearned to absorb it swiftly, wishing he could consume it all at once. Yet the process remained gradual and unhurried. If only I had a cultivation method. Perhaps I could expedite the absorption process. This led him to recall the Dao De Jing from his previous life. It is said that the Dao De Jing was penned by Laozi, its profundity unparalleled, serving as the supreme scripture for Taoist cultivation. I wonder if it holds any value here. Moreover, the protagonists in novels often experience a meteoric rise in their cultivation merely by perusing the Dao De Jing, which strengthens their primordial spirit. I wonder if this holds true. Let me give it a try. After all, I have time to spare. If I truly glean some insight and my cultivation soars, that would be a windfall. Hee. Enchanted by this thought, Feng Luo could not help but break into a fit of silly laughter. Having made a decision, Feng Luo's primordial spirit began to recall the Tao Te Ching as he sat cross-legged in the Purple Palace, reciting the sacred text. The way that can be spoken of is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of myriad things. Therefore, always be without desire to observe its wonders. Always have desire to observe its manifestations. These two emerge together but have different names. They are both called mysterious. The mystery of mysteries is the gateway to all wonders. When the world knows beauty as beauty, this is ugliness. When it knows good as good, this is not good. Therefore, being and non-being give birth to one another. Difficult and easy complete each other. Long and short shape each other. High and low incline towards each other. Sound and voice harmonize. Front and back follow each other. Hence, the sage engages in non-action and teaches without words. All things arise without objection. They are born, yet do not possess. They act, yet do not rely. Their accomplishments are achieved, yet they do not dwell on them. It is precisely because they do not dwell that the heavens and earth are not unkind, treating all things as straw dogs. The sage is unkind, treating the common people as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth, is it not like a bellows, empty, yet unyielding, moving, yet ever producing? Too much talking leads to exhaustion. It is better to maintain the center. The valley spirit never dies. This is called the mysterious female. The gateway of the mysterious female is called the root of heaven and earth. That it is endlessly existent, used without exhaustion. Something exists that was born before heaven and earth. Silent and solitary, it stands unchanged, circulating without peril. It can be the mother of the world that I do not know its name. I call it the way that I force a name upon it, calling it great. The great is called departure. Departure is called distant. Distant is called return. Therefore, the way is great. Heaven is great. Earth is great. And humanity is also great. Within the domain, there is greatness, and humanity occupies one of those places. Humanity follows the earth follows heaven. Heaven follows the way, and the way follows nature. Heaviness is the root of lightness. Tranquility is the lord of agitation. Thus, the gentleman moves throughout the day without departing from lightness and heaviness. Even with the honor of a dignitary, he remains unperturbed. How could one, as the ruler of a multitude, take lightly the world? Lightness leads to a loss of roots. Agitation leads to a loss of authority. Good actions leave no trace. Good words bear no blemish. Good calculations do not require counting. Good closures do not use bolts yet cannot be opened. Good bindings do not use ropes yet cannot be unraveled. Therefore, the sage often saves people. Hence, no one is discarded. He often saves things. Thus nothing is abandoned. This is called embracing brightness. Thus, the good person is not a teacher of the unworthy. The unworthy is the resource for the good. Not valuing the teacher, nor loving the resource, though one may possess great wisdom. This is called the essence of the way. As each verse was recited, Feng Luo gradually sank into the understanding of the Great Way. His primordial spirit strengthened step by step, and his cultivation progressed gradually. However, as the heavenly way remained concealed, he was unaware of the current state of his cultivation. In the primordial chaos where time was unrecorded, a single retreat could have spanned countless years. Yet, within this retreat, Feng Luo found himself ensnared in an unprecedented crisis. The primordial spirit entered a dream, giving rise to inner demons, a trial that every cultivator must face. The inner demons are the most challenging to overcome as they stem from within oneself, testing one's resolve to pursue the way. Surmounting this trial could lead to a soaring elevation in cultivation. Failing could result in the complete destruction of one's path, or worse, utter obliteration. Suddenly, where is this place? Before him lay a harmonious world, dense forests standing tall, flowers blooming abundantly, towering mountains touching the clouds, streams crisscrossing, celestial birds soaring above, and myriad birds in the forest singing praises, a veritable paradise of avian songs and floral fragrances. Yet, without warning, the heavens and earth changed color, and a demonic aura filled the sky. It felt as though the world was coming to an end. The ground shook, and the once beautiful realm transformed into a wasteland of demons. The earth cracked open, and countless demonic beings crawled forth. Roaring, their cries echoing throughout the land, they took on various forms, some resembling wicked spirits, others fierce beasts, and some humanoid yet beastly. With their arrival, the world descended into a sea of slaughter, some slaughtering the living beings of the world, while others turned on their own kind. Witnessing this scene, Feng Luo was gripped by a chilling fear. Terror coursed through him. In his previous life, he had lived in a peaceful world, never having harmed even a creature. He had never encountered such a spectacle, and he did not faint only due to the questions lingering in his heart. At that moment, a demon with a human body and a ghostly face, resembling a Rakshasa, lunged at him, opening its bloody maw to devour him. Before he could regain his senses, he found that gaping mouth before him. This thought consumed him. It was over. No, I refuse to die. I wish to cultivate and attain immortality. How could I perish here? Unwilling to accept this fate, a sudden realization struck him. Yes, the path of cultivation, the inner demons, clarity returned to his mind, and with a resounding crash, the original world shattered. Suddenly, there was nothing before him. Realizing what had transpired, Feng Luo collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, gasping for breath. His heavy breathing betrayed the fear that lingered within him. Was this the inner demon? Indeed terrifying. Had he not regained his mental clarity at the crucial moment, he might have truly met his end. Reflecting on the danger, Feng Luo remained deeply unsettled. No wonder the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. A single misstep can lead to irreversible ruin. He steadied himself and focused on confronting the immediate crisis. Indeed, Feng Luo soon found himself ensnared in illusions, repeating this cycle so many times that he could hardly remember how many illusions he had experienced. Among them were tests of fame, fortune, desires, and slaughter, all perilous, yet serving as a form of tempering. In his past life, Feng Luo had not practiced cultivation, although reborn in an era of immortal cultivation. He lacked experience. These inner demons functioned as a lesson, filling the gaps in his understanding. As he endured the trials of the demonic tribulations, Feng Luo's comprehension deepened, and his resolve to pursue the way grew ever stronger. One could say he had truly become a practitioner of the way. Xiao Luo, come out for dinner. Why are you always so inactive, staying cooped up in your room? Your body will rust away. The voice of his mother, long unheard, reached his ears. In that moment, tears welled at the corners of Feng Luo's eyes, nearly spilling over. Although he had anticipated this moment, hearing that long-lost voice nearly caused him to lose his composure. What is it? Has something happened? His mother's anxious voice rang in his ears. It's nothing. Thank you, he replied, his voice slightly hoarse. You? Haha, you just can't let go, can you? You really wanted to come back and take a look, didn't you? Thank you for helping me fulfill this wish. As he spoke, Feng Luo's gaze hardened with determination. Had this scene occurred earlier, Feng Luo would have surely lost himself. However, after enduring so much, his heart had undergone a transformation. He was no longer the fearful individual who had just been reborn. The once formidable barrier that had troubled him could no longer confine him. Yet, the obsession lingered, a necessity to confront, which could also be seen as his heart's desire. It was not a lack of emotion, but rather a profound understanding. Since he could not return, he would begin anew. The past would remain a cherished memory, buried deep within his heart. In this life, he was born to cultivate the way, and thus he must wholeheartedly pursue it, striving to reach the utmost pinnacle. With his choice made, Feng Luo's primordial spirit suddenly became clear, radiating an aura of profound mystery. A sign of the completion of his resolve. With a complete heart towards the way, his cultivation advanced significantly, and Feng Luo truly embarked on the path of cultivation. When Feng Luo's primordial spirit awakened, he surveyed himself and was taken aback. His spirit had grown to 9,000.9, being the utmost number, had now reached this remarkable stage. However, he encountered a bottleneck. The grayish gas in the space had been exhausted, and the remaining path required him to take human form to progress further. Having understood the issue, Feng Luo contemplated how to leave this space. Otherwise, he would not know when he could find a vessel for his primordial spirit to transform. Yet, this space was so solid that even with his formidable primordial spirit, he could not break through the barrier. Thus, he could only stare helplessly and seek alternative methods. Chapter 3. Transformation. Born as a human unable to break free. Feng Luo sought other means to see if there were any passages. He began to wander through the space. Surprisingly, it was indeed vast. Feng Luo drifted for a long time without reaching an end. Unwilling to give up, he continued to search. As he wandered, he pondered that since this was the primordial chaos, such a vast space must be a treasure. Moreover, given the space's immense size and formidable strength, it had to be an extraordinarily powerful artifact. Could it be the Chaos Bell or the Taiji diagram, perhaps the Mountain River Society map or the heart of Pangu? He chuckled to himself. Ah, treasure. Who said I did not possess a companion treasure? This is it, and it can even serve as a residence. Although Feng Luo felt disheartened at not finding an exit, he quickly adjusted his mindset and began to envision a beautiful future. After all, being alone in this space for so long could become tiresome. Even as a homebody who rarely ventured out, one could still live alone. But good heavens, how many years had passed? If he were in seclusion, it would have been acceptable. But considering his primordial spirit's condition and the absence of any cultivation technique, he could only silently lament. What a ridiculous seclusion. It felt more like a sleep, on the verge of madness. Feng Luo had no choice but to employ the homebody's essential weapon, imagination. It must be said that Feng Luo was driven to the brink of insanity. Should this continue, he would soon truly collapse. Fortunately, heaven does not forsake the diligent. It seemed this space had developed a sense of compassion, allowing the child to emerge. Thus, this once silent space finally underwent a transformation. The top cracked open, resembling a blossoming flower. Auspicious omens swirling about, seven-colored radiance encircling, as if myriad ribbons cascaded down, the sound of the great way resonating, a splendid celestial scene that captivated Feng Luo. However, after a brief moment, Feng Luo regained his senses and seized this rare opportunity to fly towards the opening above. The bright sky, the refreshing wind rushing past his ears, entranced him utterly. The wind. He was finally about to emerge. The sound of rustling filled the air as Feng Luo looked down to see himself above a lake's surface. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Ha! I have finally emerged. I have escaped that wretched place. Ha! Freedom! Whoa! Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down his face. Poor child, waking up to find himself trapped for what felt like countless millennia. Now, he finally saw the light of day, and his emotions overflowed. I will no longer be a homebody. I want companionship. I want conversation. I want spiritual treasures. With a somewhat disoriented mind, Feng Luo uttered the expectations his parents held for him in his past life. One must admit, had his father and mother heard this, they would surely be overjoyed. How embarrassing. After all, he is a celestial being. How could he behave so irrationally? It must change. It must change. He should merely contemplate the spiritual treasures in his heart, not vocalize it. Such an outburst could tarnish his image as a deity among deities. Feng Luo hastily steadied his emotions, resolving to cease his frivolous thoughts. Yet, reflecting upon the past years, it was indeed a time he would rather forget. Over the years of relentless exploration within this space, he wandered alone, encountering not a single soul. Not even a whisper to break the silence, save for his own soliloquies. This solitude drove Feng Luo, a reclusive and enlightened being, to the brink of madness. While it is true that those who cultivate often retreat for countless years in meditation, his circumstances were markedly different. Ever since overcoming his inner demons, his primordial spirit remained awake, never succumbing to slumber. Thus, being unable to cultivate and devoid of companionship, even the most introverted of individuals would find such an oppressive silence unbearable. This boundless loneliness could indeed drive one to madness. Fortunately, he had always relished tranquil environments, not being one for boisterous company. He could easily enjoy his own solitude, and with the fortitude of a cultivator, he barely managed to endure. Sigh, those tormented days are finally behind him. The primordial world awaits, and he is coming. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts that cluttered his mind, his spirits lifted. However, the realization that he was still merely a primordial spirit, lacking a physical form, brought a wave of despondency. He longed to materialize quickly. What is this? Something possesses an immense allure for my primordial spirit. Had he not managed to rein it in just in time, he would have been drawn uncontrollably towards it. Suddenly, his primordial spirit quivered, as if yearning to soar towards a certain destination, but was restrained by Feng Luo. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Feng Luo followed the direction indicated by his spirit, eager to discover what spiritual artifact could evoke such longing. Approaching the source of the sensation, he found himself at the bottom of a lake, where, beneath the roots of a plant, lay a fist-sized object emanating a soft yellow glow. The closer he drew, the more his primordial spirit trembled, nearly slipping from his control. Feng Luo hastily steadied his mind, enveloping the spiritual object with his spirit's power and propelling it swiftly toward the surface, his heart racing with excitement. A treasure. This must be a remarkable artifact, for how else could it cause such a yearning in his primordial spirit? To his astonishment, his first venture out yielded such a bounty. With a splash, Feng Luo burst forth from the water and landed on the shore. Yet, before he could even examine the wondrous object, his primordial spirit autonomously dove into the mysterious treasure. He could only exclaim. Before being drawn into it himself, when he regained his senses, he discovered he had merged with the artifact and found himself unable to move. Is this real? I have just escaped that spatial prison, and now I am ensnared in an unknown predicament. In the past, I could at least move freely, but now this is utterly unfortunate. How could my fate be so dire after just a brief moment of freedom? However, Feng Luo's worries were unfounded. Soon, a wave of information flooded his consciousness, filling him with elation, almost compelling him to howl with joy. Turned out this information revealed the identity of the artifact. It was the Nine Heavens Breath Soil. The Nine Heavens Breath Soil, a legendary substance used by Nuwa to create humanity, born of chaos. This treasure contains the essence of the primordial chaos, the quintessence of the earth, possessing boundless transformative powers and earning the title of Mother of all things. Any spirit root, heavenly material, or even a wilted plant, when planted in this soil, could be resurrected, bursting forth with vibrant life. Using the soil to cultivate spiritual herbs would hasten their growth and enhance their quality, potentially elevating their grade. Despite its modest size, this fist-sized soil weighed as much as countless mountains in the primordial realm. Even more astonishingly, a mere grain could transform into a towering mountain, if scattered. It could fill the oceans, or even collapse space itself. The Nine Heavens Breath Soil is undoubtedly the most suitable medium for corporeal transformation. Nuwa molded Earth to create humanity, which meant Feng Luo could use it to take human form, ensuring he would be born into the human race and not some other entity, a fact that stirred his excitement, for in his past life, he was indeed human, a truth that could not be altered. Furthermore, the Nine Heavens Breath Soil is an extraordinary treasure. Refining his body with it would rival the legacies of the great ancestors in the primordial realm. He had anticipated a long and arduous search for a vessel to embody his primordial spirit. Yet this treasure had presented itself effortlessly, saving him a great deal of time. Thus, Feng Luo immersed himself in the Nine Heavens Breath Soil, striving for a swift fusion to assume his human form. As time passed incrementally, his integration accelerated, and after a decade, a pale yellow cocoon formed around the soil, emanating an overwhelming pressure that seemed to threaten the very fabric of space. With a soft pop, the cocoon ruptured, and a young man emerged, a visage ordinary yet radiating an air of serene tranquility that endeared him to onlookers. His long black hair cascaded down his shoulders, and his penetrating gaze seemed capable of perceiving all truths. Clad in a green robe, He exuded an aura of detachment, embodying the essence of an enlightened sage. This youth was none other than Feng Luo, who, after fully merging with the nine heavens breath soil, swiftly took on human form. Finally, he possessed his own body. What a delightful revelation! He marveled at the ease of his transformation. Wasn't it said that ascending to human form would invite heavenly tribulations? How had he traversed this process so effortlessly? Did his direct transformation using the breath soil exempt him from such trials? Unable to unravel this mystery, Feng Luo chose not to dwell on it further. After all, he was unharmed. He began to survey his surroundings, particularly the object that had entrapped him for so long. Upon turning, he was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. At the center of the lake, a blue lotus stood proudly, a 12th grade azure lotus rooted in the water, exuding an air of solitary elegance, wafting a delicate fragrance that cleared the mind and illuminated the spirit. Unable to contain his excitement, he swiftly flew towards the lake to retrieve the 12th grade lotus, eager to begin the process of refining it. Although his magical power was currently weak, his primordial spirit was immensely strong, allowing him to refine artifacts with relative ease. Before long, Feng Luo had unraveled a portion of the restrictions, gaining insights into the azure lotus. As he had surmised, it was indeed a precious treasure, filling him with even greater exhilaration. Ha ha ha. He laughed joyously, unable to contain the thrill surging within him. The matter of cultivation had long plagued him, and now, emerging from the confines of space and acquiring a physical body, he was liberated from this burden. With a heart unburdened, he could now cultivate and grow stronger, establishing himself in the primordial realm and contending with formidable beings. In this mythic age, where powerful entities abound and myriad races vie for glory. How splendid it shall be! I shall undoubtedly become a supreme being. In this life, I will shine brilliantly, gazing down upon the world as the strongest of them all. Feng Luo vowed silently. Chapter 4. The 12th grade transformative azure lotus. What kind of treasure could evoke such fervor in Feng Luo? Within the chaos lies a primordial treasure, the 36th grade chaotic azure lotus, imbued with the essence of 3,000 great laws and boundless transformative energy. This was acquired by the great Pangu, who, through it, attained enlightenment and ascended to a realm far beyond other gods and demons, advancing towards a higher plane. However, upon Pangu's opening of the heavens, the chaotic azure lotus could not withstand the might of the heavenly axe and shattered, dispersing into countless spiritual treasures. These treasures are divided into postnatal and prenatal categories. Most postnatal treasures are artificially crafted, such as the Fan Tian Yin of Guangqingzi, while some are born of heaven and earth, such as the Linglong Pagoda and the Hongming Liang Tian Qi, all deemed postnatal treasures of merit, their powers not inferior to those of prenatal treasures. Prenatal treasures are further classified based on the number of restrictions. The 1st to the 11th levels are prenatal artifacts. The 12th to the 23rd levels are low-grade prenatal treasures. The 24th to the 35th levels are mid-grade prenatal treasures. The 36th to the 47th levels are high-grade prenatal treasures. And the 48th level marks the peak of prenatal treasures, with the 49th level being the prenatal supreme treasure. The strength of a treasure is assessed by the number of restrictions it possesses, with prenatal treasures offering deeper insights into the heavenly principles compared to postnatal ones. The chaotic azure lotus, upon shattering, transformed a significant portion of the lotus platform into the primordial treasure known as the Qian Kuan Ding, which now suppresses the earth. The 5 leaves of the chaotic azure lotus metamorphosed into the primordial treasures known as the 5 element flags, the central Wuji apricot yellow flag, the eastern Qinglian treasure color flag, the southern Lihua flame light flag, the western plain color cloud realm flag, and the northern Xuan Yuan water control flag, which collectively govern the 5 directions of the cosmos. Each of these treasures possesses immeasurable merits and boundless powers. Other fragments from the lotus fragmented into various primordial spiritual treasures, including the renowned 24 sea calming pearls, the Hong Yuan golden dipper, the He-Tu, and Luo Shu. The mountains and rivers of the nation diagram, the extermination of immortals sword array, the earthly book of money, and the god-slaying spear, among others. It can be asserted that the chaotic azure lotus is the progenitor of all treasures in the primordial wilderness. However, within the chaos, the chaotic azure lotus gave birth to 4 lotus seeds, which later blossomed into the illustrious 4 lotus platforms: the 12-petal creation azure lotus, the 12-petal merit golden lotus, the 12-petal karma fire red lotus, and the 12-petal Xian water black lotus. Although all are of the 12th rank, the creation azure lotus, benefiting from the legacy of the chaotic azure lotus, harbors the essence of creation. rendering it more profound than the other three Lotus platforms. With the potential to evolve into a primordial treasure, according to Feng Luo, based on future knowledge, the merit Golden Lotus was acquired by Hong Jun, who later bestowed it upon Jin, transforming it into the treasure that suppresses fortune for the Western sect. The Karma Fire Red Lotus, born from the Sea of Blood, was obtained by the ancestor of the Underworld River. The Xian Water Black Lotus was seized by the demon ancestor Luo Ho, who refined it into the malevolent Black Lotus to suppress the fortunes of the demonic path. As for the creation Azure Lotus, it has vanished without a trace, with rumors suggesting it was divided among the three purities, manifesting as the famed Red Flower, White Lotus, and Azure Lotus Leaf, leading to the assertion that the three teachings originally stemmed from a single source. Yet now, this treasure belongs to me, and none shall take it away. Feng Luo mused. Having obtained the creation Azure Lotus, Feng Luo was eager to forge his own cultivation techniques. Previously, the mere idea of creating techniques had seemed laughable, for developing such methods is no trivial matter. One need only recall that after Taoist patriarch Hong Jun attained enlightenment, he preached throughout the cosmos, establishing systematic cultivation techniques. Prior to that, practitioners relied on their own explorations, with the best guidance stemming from Pangu's legacy and some rudimentary cultivation methods. As seen in the teachings of the three purities, which are but remnants of Pangu's practices. Of course, there exists another cultivation treasure in the primordial wilderness, the enlightening artifact, the creation Jade Butterfly, which is formed from the 36 petals of the chaotic Azure Lotus and records the 3,000 great avenues. It is evident that Hong Jun attained his path largely due to the remnants of the Jade Butterfly. Thus, it is clear that the remnants of the creation Jade Butterfly constitute a comprehensive compendium of cultivation techniques. Presently, the creation Azure Lotus holds its own as an exceptional primordial spiritual treasure. And according to the inherited memories, to evolve into a primordial treasure, it must endure a lengthy passage of time. However, Feng Luo contemplated a strategy. If he could acquire the other three Lotus platforms, or the Lotus seeds they produced, he could replenish the source and directly ascend to the status of a primordial treasure, which would undoubtedly enhance his power significantly. Feng Luo calculated the odds, realizing that aside from the creation Azure Lotus, only 5 primordial treasures existed in the entirety of the primordial wilderness. The Taiji diagram formed from the opening heaven axe, the Pangu flag, the chaotic bell, and the Qian Kuan Ding and the 5 directions flags, which emerged from the shattering of the chaotic Azure Lotus. The 5 directions flags, in particular, coalesce into a singular primordial treasure only when united. Otherwise, they remain 5 exceptional primordial spiritual treasures. Hence, it is evident how fortunate Feng Luo is to have acquired a primordial treasure. The creation Azure Lotus is pivotal for his path to enlightenment and must not be lost. He must secure the original sources of the other Lotus platforms. Resolute, Feng Luo recalled details regarding the 3 major Lotus platforms to prepare for the future. The merit Golden Lotus, held by Hong Jun, is certain to make an appearance during the impending calamity of ferocious beasts, making it feasible to exchange for a seed of the Golden Lotus. The Karma Fire Red Lotus, residing in the Sea of Blood, may still be in its infancy. A journey there could lead him to it, guided by the resonance between the Lotus platforms. The Xian Water Black Lotus, however, presents a greater challenge, as Luo Ho is not a benevolent entity, possibly being a remnant of the chaotic demon god, suggesting that confrontation may be inevitable. Pondering various scenarios, Feng Luo felt a deep sense of reflection. In the end, strength is the ultimate currency. Without sufficient power, who would heed his words? Only those who stand as equals can engage and trade with them. Thus, the immediate focus must be on crafting techniques, cultivating, and growing stronger. Currently, the primordial wilderness is likely dominated by ferocious beasts, whose proliferation has reached its zenith. Once their sovereign emerges to unify their kind, the fortune of the beast clan will peak, inevitably leading to a decline. At that time, the primordial wilderness will be stirred into action. Feng Luo is determined to align himself with the beings of the primordial wilderness, should his cultivation remain insufficient. He risks falling to ruin. It may be wiser to remain within the safety of his Taoist sanctuary. With the heavenly path yet to emerge, the primordial wilderness is under heavy suppression, and attaining the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal would be the utmost achievement. Thus, in the days to come, my cultivation goal shall be to reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, and I shall remain hidden until I attain the Golden Immortal status, for the current primordial wilderness likely lacks the presence of any Great Luo. with the highest being at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Once I attain the Golden Immortal rank and devise several life-preserving techniques, I will manage to survive even in the primordial wilderness. Consequently, I must prepare thoroughly. The first step is to create my own cultivation techniques. The second, to attain the Golden Immortal rank. This is the minimum standard. After achieving the Golden Immortal status, I should wander through the primordial wilderness in search of opportunities. For remaining within the sanctuary will not invite fortune. Though perilous, the primordial wilderness is a formidable ground for honing one's skills. Reading countless tomes and traversing great distances are equally vital in the path of cultivation. I must prepare early and strive to carve out a name for myself in the primordial wilderness, not forgetting the purpose of my journey. Moreover, it has been over 9 epochs and 36 billion years since the initial opening of the heavens. And the primordial land must be teeming with rare treasures that I should gather as many as possible for crafting tools and concocting elixirs, for when I have disciples in the future, they too will require these resources. Otherwise, once those primordial beings and mighty ones have swept through, I may find myself with nothing left that I do not harbor any extravagant hopes for primordial spiritual treasures or roots, as most have yet to surface. Perhaps fortune will favor me with 1 or 2 dada. Perhaps I should first enter seclusion to elevate my power before making further calculations. Navigating the primordial wilderness without substantial strength would be exceedingly difficult. Speaking of which, I still do not know what my sanctuary is like. I shall explore it to familiarize myself with the environment. A place capable of nurturing a treasure like the creation Azure Lotus must be a top-tier cave paradise. I hope it is not too distant from the central region of the primordial wilderness, as I intend to journey to Mount Buzhou upon my emergence, to behold this towering divine mountain. It is said that Mount Buzhou is abundant in spiritual treasures and roots. I wonder if this holds true. Mount Buzhou, formed from the spine of the great deity Pangu, stands tall and firm. Born in the primordial wilderness, I have surely benefited from Pangu's grace and should pay my respects as a gesture of gratitude for his blessings. With these thoughts, Feng Luo gazed outward, seemingly perceiving the majestic form of Mount Buzhou in the distance, though it remained unseen. Each being of the primordial wilderness can sense its direction, for Mount Buzhou not only supports the heavens and earth of the primordial wilderness, but also serves as a spiritual pillar for all beings, enabling their survival. With such reflections, Feng Luo gently stepped out of the valley. Chapter 5. A different land of Penglai within the primordial wilderness. The abundant primordial spiritual energy creates a paradise for cultivators, particularly the cave paradises, which are fervently sought after by practitioners. But a quality sanctuary not only influences one's cultivation progress, but also symbolizes profound fortune and favor from the heavenly path, making it crucial for future endeavors in establishing sections. If one were to consider the finest sanctuary, Mount Buzhou undoubtedly ranks first. Alas, the overwhelming pressure of Pangu renders it inaccessible to those with insufficient cultivation. Following closely are places like Unyielding Mountain, Kunlun, the Heavenly Court, and the Fire Cloud Cave, from which mighty beings emerge, each possessing astonishing prowess. To possess a cave paradise is indeed a cause for rejoicing. As I gaze into the distance, my eyes are met with an expansive horizon that stretches endlessly before me. Within this vastness lie towering mountains and serene lakes, flourishing with an array of exquisite flowers and rare herbs. Remarkable beasts dash through the landscape, while celestial birds flit and sing, creating a scene reminiscent of a paradise crafted by the heavens. The air is imbued with a subtle chaotic essence that is yet to transform into primordial spiritual energy, marking it as a premier sanctuary for cultivation. Feng Luo extends his consciousness, searching for the core of this place. Before long, he discovers a restriction deep beneath the earth, merging his spirit. He swiftly comprehends the information pertaining to this locale. Even though Feng Luo had previously encountered treasures such as the primal blue lotus, he cannot help but feel astonishment upon realizing that this is indeed the fabled Penglai Island, a realm of profound mystery. Even amidst the primal chaos, renowned as a haven for scattered cultivators, when discussing the most illustrious islands beyond the seas, one cannot overlook the trio of Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhou. These 3 islands are indeed wondrous lands. Since the dawn of creation, almost all mountain ranges have been formed from the body of Pangu, save for these 3 islands, which are said to have descended directly from the primordial chaos into the eastern sea. The classic of mountains and seas records, there are 3 immortal mountains upon the sea, Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fazhang, where one can find the elixir of immortality. Furthermore, The mirage phenomena that frequently appear in the waters surrounding Penglai have ignited a fervent pursuit for immortality and medicinal herbs among ancient emperors like Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu. Penglai Island spans a vast area of 200,000 miles, adorned with towering peaks that stretch towards the heavens like a colossal dragon. Countless forests and resilient pines thrive here, alongside various rare treasures of heaven and earth, rendering it an unparalleled paradise for celestial beings. Such a place naturally harbors extraordinary creatures. Although they may lack sentience, their innate qualities, having been born in the primordial chaos, are undeniable. Should they awaken their intelligence and cultivate under the influence of this rich primordial spiritual energy, their progress would be astonishingly swift. Before the era of deification, these three islands remained hidden from the world. It is said that even Hong Jun Daozu, upon attaining sagehood, could not discern their locations until he achieved harmony with the Dao. Regardless of the truth of this claim, Penglai Island is undoubtedly on par with Kunlun and other revered locations. The situation grows increasingly complex, and whether it is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. I can only hope not to provoke them. Even if their cultivation is unparalleled, I shall ensure they come to regret it. Feng Luo's heart jolts, his eyes glinting with the cold light. Having traversed through time and reborn, acquiring the primal blue lotus and finding himself in the extraordinary Penglai, he cannot help but sense the strangeness permeating every corner of this realm. While one might consider rebirth a stroke of fortune, being an anomaly gifted with treasures and residing in a premier sanctuary, anomalies are not favored by the heavens. How can one possess such grand luck? It is clear that a powerful entity is orchestrating these events. Feng Luo is no longer the naive soul he once was. He possesses a profound understanding of the cultivation path. There is no love without reason, and why should he be so fortunate? If he is indeed an anomaly, how can he justify it? Ultimately, without strength, all endeavors are futile. Once he achieves mastery in his cultivation and wields formidable power, everything will be revealed in due time. Casting aside the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Feng Luo recognizes the futility of overthinking. He resolves not to dwell on it, for he knows that he is safe for the moment. And that is sufficient. Such a commendable mindset. It is not in vain that I saved your life, considering you stood at the mercy of the chaotic forces. Whether saving you is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen, as the circumstances of the primordial chaos grow ever more intricate. In a space of unknown origin, perhaps within the primordial or the chaotic realm, a deep sigh echoes, imbued with authority. The future of the primordial chaos is rife with uncertainties. To attain transcendence, it is up to you all. With those words, the space falls silent once more, as if no sound ever existed, returning to the eternal solitude that characterizes it. Alas, Feng Luo is entirely unaware of this and lacks the capability to explore further. Meanwhile, in the depths of the chaotic universe, 9 epochs after Pangu's creation, the eternal stillness once again stirs that a radiant light illuminates the ancient void, nearly igniting the entire chaotic world, while darkness descends, merging light and shadow into existence. Thunder rumbles, heralding the arrival of deities who will shape the cosmos. The forces of fate turn, embedding the seeds of a new world into the chaos in that instant. Chaos quakes, no longer the lifeless state it once was. These events, however, are far removed from the primordial realm, making it impossible for those within to grasp the unfolding situation. For Feng Luo, the distance and mystery are overwhelming, returning his focus to the sanctuary. He notes that the chaotic essence has yet to dissipate, drawing from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This has evolved into a primordial formation, safeguarding the island, without the power of a sage. Breaching this barrier is nearly impossible. Throughout the eons, the island's chaotic spiritual energy has absorbed the ocean's essence, gradually coalescing into a colossal mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles, teeming with countless rare flowers and herbs. Ancient trees and twisting vines, majestic waterfalls cascade from the heights, forming vast lakes and meandering streams, within which the 12th grade primal blue lotus flourishes, accompanied by ethereal golden koi that swim freely, embodying joy and tranquility. The 3 immortal islands are shielded by a grand chaotic formation, operating in harmony with the 3 primordial forces, effectively isolating them from the primordial realm while maintaining a connection. This barrier obstructs any deductions made by beings below the sage level. Even sages must devote their full attention to uncovering traces, save for those who wield the power of the heavenly Dao to deduce. As Penglai remains situated within the primordial realm, Penglai, the foremost of the 3 islands, spans an area that feels like a world unto itself. It is more fitting to refer to it as a continent. Each island boasts its own protective formation, and those sanctuaries with innate protective arrays are akin to innate treasures. To say that Penglai Island is a premier sanctuary is to assert that it possesses the qualities of an innate treasure. What defines an innate treasure is its ability to self-repair. As long as it is not entirely destroyed, no matter the extent of the damage, placing it in a suitable environment for a time will restore its vitality. However, excessive damage may affect its quality. As the saying goes, treasures endure through time, forever to be passed down. Referring to innate spiritual treasures, the primordial treasure, the chaos blue lotus, is nurtured within the chaos, embodying a unique essence that allows it to resist the pressure of chaos. Its rarity is such that it is scattered throughout the primordial world, emerging only when the right conditions arise. That it is worth noting that no postnatal object can exist within the void of chaos. Not even sages, had it not been for Pangu's fall, whose essence transformed into the Hongmeng barrier, enveloping the entire primordial world and continuously converting chaotic essence into spiritual energy. The primordial realm would have long succumbed to chaos and become void. Having undergone the baptism of chaotic forces, Penglai Island still retains traces of chaotic spiritual energy, making it almost a habitable innate treasure, even if attacked, unless an overwhelming force breaches the grand formation. It will naturally restore itself, ensuring that it remains undisturbed by outsiders. Upon Penglai Island, the mountains stretch for thousands of miles, rich with spiritual energy, adorned with countless rare flowers and herbs, ancient trees, and twisting vines. As Feng Luo wanders into the heart of the island, he stands atop a towering peak, feeling the gentle breeze and gazing upon the breathtaking scenery below. His heart swells with contentment. This is my home in the primordial realm. How splendid! In such a serene and beautiful place, a sacred ground for cultivation. Feng Luo is thoroughly pleased. In his past life, he cherished tranquility and yearned for a connection with nature, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, an aspiration that shaped his identity as a recluse. But in the primordial realm, every cultivator possesses a unique Dao title. One cannot continue to use their original name as a new beginning. He should adopt a Dao title, lest future communications become inconvenient. After pondering for a moment, Feng Luo's eyes sparkle with realization. He has emerged into this world relatively early. Thus, his title should carry a sense of grandeur and forward momentum. Considering the principles of heaven and earth, which nurture us, it would be inappropriate to contradict them. Therefore, he shall use Xian as the first character. As one might say, he is the foremost individual in the primordial realm. Moreover, as a seeker of the Dao, one must strive unceasingly for supremacy. Thus, he shall adopt the title Xuan Yuan. Henceforth, he shall be known as Xuan Yuan Dao Zun, a new name signifying a fresh beginning. Chapter 6. Seclusion for cultivation. Understanding the essence of his sanctuary. Xuan Yuan feels a sense of relief and resolves to enter seclusion for cultivation, having delayed for far too long. From the insights gleaned from the 12th grade primal blue lotus, he learns that this primordial world has been unfolding for over 9 epochs, surpassing 36 billion years. The number 9 represents the extreme, 10 signifies a minor completion, and 12 denotes a grand completion. Thus, the heavenly Dao shall manifest in the 12th epoch, with the preceding time characterized by the struggle between the indigenous beings and the ferocious beasts of the primordial realm. Moreover, with 9 as the starting point, the suppressive forces of the world have weakened considerably, allowing beings to embark on their cultivation journey. Since Xuan Yuan's awakening and subsequent emergence from confinement, he has experienced over 100,000 years, only breaking free after the 12th grade primal blue lotus had fully matured and blossomed. Had that not occurred, Xuan Yuan would still be trapped within the Lotus realm. It seems he has fallen somewhat behind. Though this duration may seem but a fleeting moment to those on the path of cultivation, for Xuan Yuan at present, time is of the essence. Why, you ask? The issue of lifespan is not merely a trivial concern. Do not be misled into believing that attaining immortality through cultivation grants one eternal blessings and a lifespan equal to that of the heavens. Such notions are but fallacies, if that were the case. The primordial chaos would be teeming with immortals. Even in the vastness of the primordial realm, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth cannot sustain such extravagant consumption. Hence, the question of lifespan serves as a significant impediment on the path of cultivation. Below the celestial realm, one might not encounter such issues. However, with the abundant innate spiritual energy in the primordial world, Even a mere pig could achieve the status of an earth immortal within a century or a millennium. This era is far removed from those later times devoid of spiritual essence, where even herbs and elixirs over a millennium old have become nearly extinct. Therefore, attaining the rank of earth immortal is not particularly challenging. Yet, after one has ascended to immortality, do not be under the illusion that one's lifespan is boundless. There exists a formidable threshold that obstructs the path of all cultivators, determining whether one can advance to higher realms. Only by surpassing this threshold can one truly attain an endless lifespan, thereafter free from concerns regarding longevity. Failure to do so could result in reincarnation or, at worst, utter annihilation. This pivotal juncture is the golden, immortal realm. Following ascension, the subsequent realms include Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, True Immortal, Mystic Immortal, and Golden Immortal. All realms preceding the Golden Immortal have limits on lifespan, capped at 129,600 years that if one fails to reach the Golden Immortal realm within this time frame. A great calamity known as the Yuan catastrophe will descend upon them, unless one possesses a life-extending elixir or is aided by a powerful being. The Golden Immortal is reputed for its indestructible nature. Boasting limitless lifespan, it is a crucial milestone on the path of cultivation. In the primordial realm, none who achieve this level are ordinary. They possess extraordinary aptitude and boundless potential, deserving of utmost respect. Furthermore, in this age of divine restraint and cosmic pressure, all must rely on their own exploration and cultivation, which is far more arduous than the disciples of later generations who benefit from the guidance of mentors and elders. Now, having fallen behind by 100,000 years, despite the formidable strength of my primordial spirit, I must hasten to create a cultivation method and attain immortality, thereby liberating myself from the constraints of lifespan. Currently, Xuan Yuan has yet to become an immortal. Only upon achieving immortality will the Yuan catastrophe manifest, granting me another 12 myriad years. Otherwise, I would need to establish a cultivation method and engage in training. And time is truly insufficient. The formidable power of my primordial spirit has indeed conferred advantages, allowing me to exist for such an extended period without achieving immortality, which is quite remarkable. Reflecting on this, Xuan Yuan cannot help but feel fortunate. Returning to his previous retreat, he finds himself without magical power, unable to fabricate a palace or dwelling, and thus must make do with residing in a cave. Lacking magical powers and knowledge of artifact forging, Xuan Yuan feels quite helpless. Calming his mind, he immerses his spirit into the Dao rhythm of the primal blue lotus, comprehending its principles, and began a lengthy seclusion. The Dao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Dao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Therefore, he who is devoid of desire perceives its subtlety. He who is full of desire perceives its boundaries. These two emerge together but differ in name. Both are called profound, and the profundity of profundities is the gateway to all marvels. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder. The sage is indifferent, treating the common people as mere fodder. Is the space between heaven and earth not like a bellows? It is empty, yet does not collapse. It moves yet produces ever more speak much leads to exhaustion. It is better to remain centered. The highest good is like water. Water benefits all things without contention. It dwells in places that all disdain. Thus it is close to the Dao. In dwelling, be good to the land. In heart, be good to the abyss. In virtue, be good to benevolence. In speech, be good to faith. In governance, be good to order. In affairs, be good at ability. In action, be good at timing. Only by not contending can there be no blame. Xuan Yuan enters his seclusion. The valley he inhabits returns to its former tranquility. The once silent valley, with the passage of time, becomes lush with spiritual herbs and roots, radiating vibrant vitality in the blink of an eye. 30,000 years have elapsed since Xuan Yuan commenced his retreat. The small valley, too, has flourished with life, abundant in greenery. Prior to his seclusion, there were few aged spiritual herbs. Now, they flourish in verdant abundance, growing increasingly swiftly as the cosmic restraints diminish. These matured spiritual herbs would undoubtedly incite countless conflicts in future generations. Within the secluded cave, phrases of the Great Dao echo in his consciousness. Xuan Yuan listens intently, his primordial spirit perceptive, sinking into a state of enlightenment. This marks his first genuine foray into the Dao. Yielding profound insights. With the progress of his understanding, Xuan Yuan finally attains a comprehensive grasp of the realms of cultivation. Drawing the essence into his body, he refines his internal organs with innate spiritual energy. Cultivating the 5 energies within his chest, these 5 energies ascend towards the heavens, allowing him to become a heavenly immortal. By dispelling illusions and revealing the true self, he solidifies his immortal body. Comprehending the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, thus achieving the status of true immortal. In attaining freedom, the gateway to myriad wonders unveils itself. In the depths of profundity, he cultivates great supernatural powers. Reaching the realm of mystic immortal. After tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation, Xuan Yuan's efforts have finally borne fruit. After more than 100,000 years of silence, the valley finally stirred. A young man, clad in a long azure robe and possessing an unremarkable appearance, emerged from the depths of the valley. At approximately 20 years of age, he stood atop the mountain peak, surveying his surroundings with an unsettled gaze. Having been in seclusion for over 100 millennia, he was astonished by the vast changes in the spiritual realm. Now that he had emerged, it could be said that his endeavors had reached fruition. With a long sigh, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Penglai Island, shrouded in ethereal mist, thrived with vitality. Various rare and exotic beasts inhabited the island, and extraordinary flowers and plants bloomed in abundance. Truly a paradise beyond compare. Under a clear sky, with the waters gently rippling, a young man dressed in green, barefoot, and with flowing black hair, stood serenely upon the surface of the central celestial lake. His eyes were closed, yet this did not diminish his otherworldly aura. He emanated a subtle yet terrifying presence, almost imperceptible yet profoundly mysterious, as if he were merging with the cosmos, a scene befitting an enlightened immortal. This young man was, of course, Xuan Yuan Daozuan. With a single glance, he appeared to possess the grace of a celestial being, akin to a divine figure descended from the heavens. Yet he also bore the weight of countless years. His form seemed to meld into the very fabric of space, appearing both present and yet lost in an unknown realm. He felt as though he had become one with the universe, embodying the essence of creation itself. Having spent over 100,000 years in seclusion, Xuan Yuan finally comprehended his unique cultivation method from the primordial azure lotus. Today, emerging from his retreat, he found himself instinctively attuning to nature, and his state of mind subtly elevated. It seemed his efforts had yielded significant rewards. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Xianxian level, just a step away from becoming a Jingxian. The threshold to the Jingxian realm lay merely a moment of insight away, and when that time came, he would undoubtedly break through to become a formidable being. After surveying his own state, Xuan Yuan murmured to himself, indeed, after so many years of diligent practice, his cultivation had advanced at an astonishing pace, now standing at the peak of Xianxian, on the verge of entering the Jingxian realm. At that point, he would become a powerful entity within the primordial world. His own primordial spirit's Dao attainment had already surpassed the Jingxian level. What he lacked were merely techniques and divine power. Now that he had established his cultivation method and found himself in the spiritually rich environment of Penglai, his progress in cultivation would far exceed that of others. Xuan Yuan understood that breaking into the Jingxian realm could not be achieved solely through arduous training. It required a moment of insight. Upon reaching the Jingxian level, one begins to comprehend the laws of the universe, a far more challenging endeavor than previous realms. Thus, Xuan Yuan decided against further seclusion, opting instead to seek out opportunities. With his current strength, he could easily safeguard himself even against formidable Jingxian beings. Perhaps the moment of breakthrough awaited him outside. Confident in his own capabilities, Xuan Yuan had not only devised a cultivation method during his retreat but also techniques for offense, each possessing tremendous power, which bolstered his self-assurance. After countless years of insight and refinement, he had created his unique technique, named Wuliang Yintian Gong, based on the laws of creation and profound realizations, encompassing a multitude of practices, including weapon forging, alchemy, and array formations. It could be regarded as an encyclopedic compendium of techniques. Among these techniques, the Wuliang Yintian Ju served as his primary cultivation method, capable of reaching the Taiji Jingxian level. However, the techniques beyond Taiji were still beyond his current capabilities to deduce, requiring his strength to grow before he could develop them. Nevertheless, they represented an extraordinary potential. In the primordial world, only a few had attained the Taiji Jingxian level, and even fewer had reached Jingxian status. The reason for this was the scarcity of cultivation techniques, and those who could create such techniques would not easily share them with others. Despite the vast number of beings in the primordial realm, those who achieved significant cultivation were exceedingly rare. Even the fierce beasts of the primordial world, prior to attaining sentience, relied solely on instinct to absorb the spiritual essence of the universe in pursuit of great power. Lacking any formal cultivation techniques, only upon awakening their intellect could they access fragments of the cultivation memories of the chaotic demon gods, thus embarking on true cultivation. Moreover, Xuan Yuan had not merely created a method for cultivating the primordial spirit. He had also devised techniques for body refinement. It is worth noting that practitioners of the immortal path typically neglected physical cultivation, focusing instead on nurturing the spirit. Yet Xuan Yuan understood that a powerful physical form could significantly enhance one's combat prowess. For instance, the fierce beasts of the primordial world possessed formidable physical strength, often gaining the upper hand in battles against others of the same realm. The subsequent 12 ancestors of sorcery further exemplified this. Their physical might instilling fear even among the sages. The physical bodies of the 12 ancestors were comparable to the finest innate spiritual treasures, if not stronger. When united in formation, even the three pure ones dared not provoke them. Thus, Xuan Yuan would not overlook this aspect. He harbored a bold and audacious plan, not only to pursue the path of the primordial spirit but also to cultivate his physical form simultaneously. If successful, his achievements might rival those of the great Pangu. This was undoubtedly a reckless ambition, for among the myriad paths, none spoke of achieving enlightenment through the physical body. However, there were methods, as it was said that the great Pangu had indeed walked the path of physical enlightenment. And the 12 ancestors had inherited the innate talents to embark on this journey. It was evident that this approach was feasible, albeit immensely challenging, requiring self-exploration. Xuan Yuan modeled his physical cultivation after the innate spiritual treasures, emulating their evolutionary paths to guide his body through successive breakthroughs. The technique he created was named Zhao Hua Daoshan, founded upon the essence of creation, drawing in boundless spiritual energy to perpetually surpass his limits. This method was divided into 7 levels. The first level established a solid foundation by absorbing the essence of creation, forming a robust reservoir. The second level allowed the body to attain the strength of an innate treasure. The progression continued. The third level equated to a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure, the fourth to a mid-grade, the fifth to a superior grade, and the sixth to a top-grade innate treasure. The seventh level represented the pinnacle, the embodiment of the physical body achieving enlightenment. Of course, the latter 3 levels were merely theoretical. With Xuan Yuan's current strength, he could only deduce the first 4 levels of the technique, which was already astonishing. The practice of Zhao Hua Daoshan was exceedingly arduous, with few capable of even initiating the fundamentals. The essence of creation was not easily obtained. Xuan Yuan possessed the primordial azure lotus, allowing him to draw upon its essence, hence his ability to create this method. Furthermore, only those who cultivated the laws of creation could refine the essence needed for this practice, thereby almost entirely eliminating the possibility for others to pursue it. Additionally, this technique required the absorption of vast amounts of primordial energy. Over the course of more than 100,000 years, Xuan Yuan had absorbed the spiritual essence from the 7 layers of the island. Barely reaching the pinnacle of the second level, the sheer quantity of energy required was evident, as it represented a formidable amount, and breaking through to the final level within the primordial realm was nearly impossible. Only by absorbing boundless chaotic energy could one meet the conditions for such a breakthrough. Beyond this, Xuan Yuan had also devised several formidable techniques. Point 1 was the Qinglian Yanshiji, which, when unleashed, conjured a vast realm of azure lotuses, ensnaring enemies within its confines. The explosion of this world was utterly terrifying, making it a devastating move whether in single combat or against multiple foes. Another was a sword technique known as Dian Sword Jiu, which refined the sword body from the primordial spirit, transforming it into a treasure capable of unleashing unparalleled attacks. With a single swing, it could obliterate everything in its path, its power astonishing. These techniques formed the foundation of Xuan Yuan's standing within the primordial realm. After more than 100,000 years of creation, Xuan Yuan found himself mentally exhausted. Upon emerging into the world, he felt an involuntary relaxation and joy. With his cultivation complete, it was time to arrange his own spiritual dwelling. Otherwise, he would lack a place to reside. Resolute in his decision, Xuan Yuan stepped forward, reaching the shore in search of building materials. Naturally, he first deciphered and mastered the protective grand formation, which had previously resisted him due to his lack of power. However, now it posed no challenge. As his own spiritual abode, the protective formation would not resist him excessively, allowing him to control it effortlessly. It was a primordial water cloud grand formation, absorbing the infinite moisture of the ocean, almost eternally sustaining itself, an exceptionally powerful formation. Having thrived over the years, Penglai Island had developed the essence of a world, with various extraordinary minerals already formed and the spiritual woods flourishing vibrantly. There was no need for him to expend much effort in sourcing materials. After collecting some timber and selecting the necessary minerals, Xuan Yuan utilized the forging techniques he had acquired during his retreat to refine them. With a flick of his primordial spirit, the Dao fire ignited, continuously refining the materials until they gradually coalesced into a Dao Palace. After 49 days, a small Dao Palace took shape. He transported it to the ancestral vein of Penglai, tossing it into the air where it rapidly expanded. Settling atop the ancestral vein. In an instant, the spiritual energy surged, nearly becoming tangible. The palace brimmed with innate spiritual essence, undoubtedly a prime location for cultivation. The Dao Palace resembled a palace of later generations, featuring vast interior spaces, including rooms, secret chambers, and even gardens. However, Xuan Yuan did not see the need to adorn the palace extravagantly. Cultivators of the Dao do not place importance on such superficialities, as long as it satisfies their hearts. We, as cultivators seeking the Dao, shall name this place the Ming Dao Palace, he declared, hoping to pursue his path unhindered by external distractions, finding solace in this tranquil abode, satisfied with the surroundings. Xuan Yuan vanished into the palace. Chapter 8. Teaching at Penglai. The opportunity for breakthrough. The Dao that can be spoken is not the eternal Dao. The nameless Dao is the source of all clarity. It is vast and can lead to the beyond. The profound is yet more profound, the gateway to all wonders. The Dao gives rise to one, one gives rise to two, two gives rise to three, and three gives rise to all things. All things bear the yin while embracing the yang. Harmonizing through the interplay of energies, mountains and rivers possess their own spirits, flowing waters teem with vitality, and even the winds, clouds, thunder, and lightning are infused with essence. The cosmos is saturated with life force. Drawing energy into the body, each profound truth resounds on Penglai Island, where the beings of the island bask in the rhythm of the Dao, some even awakening their spiritual awareness and comprehending the profound principles of cultivation. Consequently, they listen with even greater focus. At the center of Penglai Island stands a majestic Dao Palace, before which lies a sacred ground. A seemingly ordinary young man in blue robes sits cross-legged on a mat, diligently imparting his teachings, with the resonant sounds of the Dao emanating from this very spot. This individual is none other than Xuan Yuan Daozun, who, upon establishing his own sanctuary, was inspired by the radiant beings of the island and felt compelled to share his insights. The inhabitants of the island, nearly all still in a state of ignorance, were not yet on the path of cultivation. Since they were born here, it was a matter of fate. Why not enlighten them? Perhaps it could aid them, yielding merit in the process. In the future, the sanctuary would also require caretakers, making this selection worthwhile. With this thought, Xuan Yuan began his teachings, now for the third time, each session lasting a millennium. Progressing from the mortal realm to the golden immortal stage, with commendable results as most managed to awaken their spiritual intelligence. Upon completing the third lecture, he declared that he would not lecture again. Bidding the gathered beings to disperse, the multitude of beings, bowing in reverence, implored Xuan Yuan to continue his teachings, yet his resolve was firm, leaving them with no recourse but to bow once more before retreating. After concluding the lecture, Xuan Yuan made his way back to the valley where he had previously secluded himself. Upon reaching a cliff, he beheld a solitary green bamboo rooted in the crevice of the stone, standing gracefully, defiant against the wind and rain. As Xuan Yuan approached, the bamboo swayed, seemingly greeting him. This little bamboo, possessing immense fortitude, stirred Xuan Yuan's thoughts. If it could transform, he would gladly take it under his wing and impart the teachings of his Dao. With a gentle smile, he mused aloud, and the bamboo's branches swayed even more vigorously, reflecting its excitement. This green bamboo was an ordinary spiritual root, not even qualifying as a congenital spiritual root, yet it thrived on this cliff. When Xuan Yuan first discovered it, the bamboo stood proud against the raging winds, evoking memories of a poem from a later era that depicted the resilience of bamboo, clinging to the green mountains without relent. Its roots firmly planted in the crag, the trials it faced only served to strengthen its resolve, undeterred by the winds from any direction. This resonated deeply with Xuan Yuan, leading to an immediate fondness for the bamboo. In his view, among spiritual flora, three stood out as most suited for cultivation: bamboo, plum, and pine, each embodying an indomitable spirit and an unwavering heart. Given that it grew here, it was a matter of fate, prompting Xuan Yuan to consider accepting it as a disciple, inspired by its presence. However, you must transform quickly, or I shall find solitude rather disquieting. Having someone to converse with would be a welcome change. With a sigh, Xuan Yuan realized he had been here for over 100,000 years, always alone, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing his visage before quickly dissipating. Sensing Xuan Yuan's inner turmoil, the bamboo brushed against his face, akin to a child seeking the affection of an elder, easing his troubled heart and softening his gaze toward the bamboo, just as he intended to speak further. Xuan Yuan suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, his expression stiffening before transforming into unbridled joy. In an instant, he vanished from the spot. Reappearing back in the Dao Palace. It was during this internal shift that Xuan Yuan's primordial spirit trembled. Brushing against the boundary of his realm, nearing the threshold of a breakthrough, after completing his teachings, he felt the opportunity arise to touch the barrier of the golden immortal stage, recognizing the moment had come. Thus, he returned to the hall, sealing the Dao Palace, intending to enter seclusion to break through to the golden immortal realm. The attainment of the golden immortal stage necessitates a clear and transparent heart. Steadfast in the pursuit of the Tao, through 3,000 years of teachings, Xuan Yuan had distilled his past insights, solidifying his foundation, and by revealing his true emotions to the bamboo, he achieved self-awareness and inner freedom. Arriving at the moment of breakthrough. As time flew by, in the secret chamber, Xuan Yuan sat cross-legged upon the 12th grade azure lotus of creation, his eyes closed, mind serene, striving for his breakthrough. Above his head, auspicious clouds gathered, manifesting auspicious signs. At the center of these clouds, 3 ethereal flower buds revolved in a triadic formation, faintly discernible. This was the manifestation of the 3 flowers atop the head. Once fully coalesced, they would signify the attainment of the golden immortal, granting him boundless longevity and immortality. With the Tao realized, all things birthed, concentrating essence, spirit, and vitality to forge my being. May the 3 flowers fully manifest to achieve the golden immortal. Breakthrough, with a jolt of his primordial spirit, a resounding roar echoed, shaking the heavens and earth. Instantly, the spiritual energy on the island erupted, countless streams converging toward Xuan Yuan, forming a terrifying vortex of energy. The azure lotus of creation emanated a soft green glow, slowly spinning, releasing threads of transformative energy to assist Xuan Yuan's breakthrough. As immeasurable energy surged into the 3 flowers, feeding their essence. The flow of spiritual energy ceased, and the 3 flowers solidified, flowing with profound Tao resonance, revealing their enigmatic nature. I have finally broken through. Is this the golden immortal realm? Truly? Its power surpasses that of the Xuan immortal by countless fold. As Xuan Yuan reveled in his newfound strength, he felt a surge of exuberance, brimming with ambition. Having attained the golden immortal stage, I can now be counted among the strong in the primordial chaos. With my power, the vastness of the primordial world is mine to traverse, and one day, I shall ascend to the pinnacle and confront those great deities. Brimming with confidence after his ascension to the golden immortal stage, Xuan Yuan commenced his journey into the primordial chaos. Following his successful rise, he underwent a tremendous transformation. His Tao prowess and the realm of his primordial spirit soared to the great perfection of the Tai golden immortal stage. With merely a half-step remaining to reach the Great Luo golden immortal realm. Subsequently, he sought to refine the azure lotus of creation anew, breaking through its innate prohibitions and successfully elevating it to the 45th layer of restrictions. The subsequent layers proved increasingly challenging to refine, and achieving mastery over the remaining prohibitions would likely require reaching the Tai golden immortal realm, with the final layer necessitating the strength of a Great Luo golden immortal. Hence, complete refinement seemed a daunting task. Yet, Xuan Yuan felt immense satisfaction. This further refinement had yielded significant rewards, enhancing his techniques and assuring him that another period of seclusion would lead to further advancement in his methods. In the primordial chaos, the 9th epoch had begun, preceding which was known as the era of primordial beginnings. During this time, the primordial world was devoid of Tao and life, akin to the age of chaos, a blank slate. Eventually, life emerged, and the world began its evolution into a true realm, which could be referred to as the era of antiquity. In the primordial realm, time was immeasurable. Since the dawn of creation, life proliferated while ferocious beasts roamed freely. Presently, these beasts had multiplied to a flourishing extent, and in the northwestern region of the primordial chaos, a horrifying scene unfolded. Countless ferocious beasts prostrated themselves, paying homage to a colossal altar at the center. Numbering in the millions, among them were numerous beings of the earth immortal, heaven immortal, and true immortal levels, Yet closest to the altar were over 10,000 beings at the Xian immortal level, including more than 20 that had taken on human forms, radiating an aura of terrifying power. Should anyone else witness this, they would undoubtedly faint from fear, for the primordial chaos had only recently begun to lift its restrictions, with the number of beings capable of reaching the golden immortal stage scarcely numbering in the dozens. While this gathering represented a significant portion, even more alarming was the oppressive presence emanating from the figure before the altar. Not particularly large in stature, yet exuding a palpable aura of slaughter, rendering the beasts incapable of lifting their heads. Roar. After a prolonged moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the ferocious beast, reverberating throughout the realm. The sky instantly fell into darkness, as tribulations brewed, seemingly intent on preventing its emergence. As the roar resonated, it rapidly spread outward, shattering the space in its wake. Below, regardless of their level, be it Xian immortal or lower, every beast erupted into a shower of blood, which then flowed toward the altar, merging with the ferocious beast form. Except for those at the golden immortal level, all were reduced to mere blood. Once the blood was absorbed, the ferocious beast finally transformed into human form. Its face hard and imbued with a violent aura, its powerful physique and wild red hair swirling as the tribulation in the heavens reached its zenith. Boom! The terrifying, thunderous tribulation descended upon the altar. Exuding an aura of destruction, with a roar of fury, it obliterated the tribulation, dispersing the dark clouds above. I am the divine reversal. I alone shall reign supreme. Who dares defy me shall face eternal obliteration. Ha ha ha. I welcome my emperor's descent to govern the world and command the heavens. The golden immortal ferocious beasts all knelt, their leaders' maniacal laughter echoing through the primordial chaos. I, the ancestor swallowing heaven, hereby establish the swallowing heaven dynasty, commanding the heavens and the earth. I, the ancestor Luya, hereby establish the Li Hua dynasty, ruling over the world. I, the ancestor Yinyang. I, the ancestor Qiankuan, simultaneously, across the primordial chaos. Numerous great dynasties and sacred lands emerged, each led by ancestors who had attained the great perfection of the Tai golden immortal stage, their powers formidable beyond measure. From this point forward, the primordial chaos plunged into a tumult of conflict among the great factions. A struggle that would last for over 1,000,000 years. Among them, the ferocious beast clan led by the divine reversal held the greatest power, with other races in the primordial chaos barely able to contend with it. The true battle for supremacy was not only against the divine reversal, the ferocious beast emperor, but also against the 4 great sovereigns of the ferocious beasts, their might truly boundless, while the myriad races of the primordial chaos could only muster a tenuous resistance. Certainly, the ferocious beasts of the primeval wilderness are not merely solitary creatures. They are accompanied by their clans, making the tribe of ferocious beasts nearly ubiquitous throughout the vast expanse of the primeval world. After years of relentless warfare, countless lives have been lost, and entire clans have been annihilated. Yet new races continue to emerge in this merciless cycle. The clans that have managed to survive the great battles are undeniably powerful entities, standing tall at the pinnacle of the myriad races within the primeval realm. Chapter 9. Journey through the primeval world within the secluded chamber. Xuan Yuan calculated and discovered that this period of meditation had spanned 3 epochs, totaling over 360,000 years, marking it as the longest retreat. Thus, it was time to embark on a journey into the primeval world. Solitary cultivation would not lead to breakthroughs in his cultivation. In this realm, there are numerous formidable beings, and as long as they are not adversarial, there is potential for fruitful encounters, discussions of the Dao, and validation of one's own path, which would greatly aid in his cultivation. Moreover, plans could finally unfold. With this thought, Xuan Yuan eagerly set forth towards the primeval world. In the primeval realm, many great powers elevate their cultivation through discussions of the Dao. Relying solely on solitary practice would eventually lead to insurmountable bottlenecks. Ultimately, one must glean insights from the universe or engage in dialogues with others to draw upon their paths for further breakthroughs. Hence, in the primeval world, when encountering great practitioners, barring any enmity or other circumstances, it is customary to engage in discussions of the Dao. Such discussions typically take 2 forms. Practitioners below the golden immortal level can only articulate their understanding of the great Dao, while those who have attained the golden immortal realm and above can directly engage in discussions through auspicious clouds and the manifestation of the 3 flowers atop the head. The auspicious clouds and 3 flowers can only be refined by practitioners who have reached the golden immortal level and contain their comprehension of the Dao, allowing them to convey their paths. Thus, great practitioners above the golden immortal level engage in discussions through auspicious clouds and three flowers, where they interpret their insights into various phenomena. Therefore, Xuan Yuan hoped to encounter a powerful being with whom to discuss the Dao, perhaps even achieving a direct breakthrough in his cultivation. However, that possibility was still distant. Upon concluding his retreat, Xuan Yuan visited the green bamboo once more. As a creature of the universe, under the current conditions, apart from those who innately awakened their intelligence and took on human form, others could lead their clans to rise. Yet, for entities like the green bamboo, which awaken their intelligence postnatally, the journey to transformation remains long and arduous. After imparting yet another lesson, Xuan Yuan departed from Penglai, embarking on his first journey. Gazing at the boundless sea, Xuan Yuan felt a surge of emotions, nearly bursting into a howl of joy. This venture into the primeval world promised countless dangers and opportunities. And as he encountered such a world for the first time, how could he not be exhilarated? With a heart full of yearning, he set forth, walking upon the waves, traversing the tumultuous waters towards the land of the primeval world. Upon reaching the earth immortal level, the ability to fly became a reality. At the celestial immortal level, one could soar through the 9 heavens. Xuan Yuan had previously devised a method of flight named treading the heavens, enabling him to traverse thousands of miles with a mere thought. However, as it was his first outing, there was no need to rush. He should savor the beauty of this world, though surrounded by the vast ocean. Nothing could dampen Xuan Yuan's enthusiasm. After many years, he finally beheld this world, and his heart brimmed with sentiment. His journey across the sea lasted over a century, during which he encountered sentient beings, some of whom had even taken on human forms. However, Xuan Yuan had no intention of interacting with them. He merely observed in fascination. He also discovered some primordial treasures on various islands, excellent materials for forging. As for those creatures that dared to provoke him, they met with swift demise. The environment had changed, and so too had his mindset. Xuan Yuan understood that he could not afford to show mercy. The primeval world thrived on the law of the jungle. This experience would serve as an adaptation to the ways of the primeval realm. At long last, he arrived. This marked a new beginning, a chance to forge his own legend. Stepping onto the shore, he beheld the vast continent before him, boundless and imbued with a sense of profundity and solemnity. This was the primeval world, the ancient land of myths, a paradise and graveyard for the powerful, the sacred ground for cultivation. Continuing onward, his destination was Mount Buzhou, and he advanced at a leisurely pace. Of course, Xuan Yuan also avoided the major clans and dynasties. He was aware that although he had become a powerful figure in his own right, he was still no match for the numerous strong beings within the great clans. He would not foolishly approach them. The ferocious beasts of the primeval world were primarily concentrated in the western and northern regions, while other forces were predominantly found in the eastern and southern areas, with relatively few existing in the central region. This was not difficult to comprehend, as the overwhelming pressure from Pangu in the center made it unsuitable for clans to reside. Thus they were only scattered around the periphery of the central area. The primeval world stretched endlessly for billions of miles. Even a Great Luo golden immortal flying at full speed would take a millennium to traverse from east to west. Truly vast and boundless. Along the way, Xuan Yuan witnessed various wonders and the fierce struggles of beings. His spirits lifted. He felt a burgeoning excitement, a stark contrast to the desolate atmosphere of his own abode. It was indeed a wise decision to venture forth into the primeval world. Collecting rare materials along the way made for a pleasant journey. Hey, you there. Put down that treasure immediately, and I might spare your life. Leisurely, Xuan Yuan finally encountered trouble. Just as he was about to collect a piece of innate mysterious iron from within a great mountain, a loud shout startled him. He found himself in a rather absurd situation, having stumbled upon a robbery directed at him, no less. Greetings, fellow practitioners. I am unaware of why you have called upon me. Do you have any guidance? Observing the group of beings with animal heads and incomplete human forms below him, Xuan Yuan felt a surge of curiosity. Life had been too monotonous, and a bit of spice was welcome. Brat, this territory spans 10,000 miles and belongs to my wild lion clan. You dare to come here and steal our possessions. You truly must be tired of living. The leader, sensing his own weak cultivation, grew bolder. The wild lion clan was a major race in this area, and their chieftain, Penglai, was a mid-stage Xian immortal, a formidable presence within the primeval realm. With him at the helm, the clan was robust and ruled this territory, deterring other clans from provoking them. Thus, the Wild Lion clan was the undisputed sovereign of this region. The one before Xuan Yuan was none other than the chieftain's favored grandson, Feng Luo, who was known for his reckless behavior. Today, upon seeing Xuan Yuan collecting the innate iron ore, he was tempted. Knowing that such materials were invaluable for forging, if he could bring it back, the chieftain would surely be pleased, perhaps even crafting a treasure, leading to the scene before him. But I have been collecting such materials throughout my journey, and no one has claimed them as their own. Xuan Yuan feigned surprise, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. This fool possesses so many innate treasures. He must be in luck. Ha ha ha. He thought to himself. Quickly, bring forth all those treasures. They rightfully belong to me. The glint of greed intensified in Feng Luo's eyes as he spoke viciously. Why should I give them to you? I collected them through hard work. Brat, don't push your luck. If you refuse, I'll have no choice but to kill you. Very well, very well. Here, take this. Saying this, Xuan Yuan threw a piece of iron ore, followed by several more, towards Feng Luo. Upon seeing the treasures in hand, Feng Luo burst into laughter. However, I have traveled for quite some time and am rather famished. Lion meat would make for a delightful meal. Why not contribute a bit? Before Feng Luo and his companions could rejoice, Xuan Yuan's nonchalant words rendered them motionless, followed by a surge of fury. No one had dared treat the Wild Lion clan in such a manner. This brat was clearly courting death. You audacious child, how dare you insult my Wild Lion clan? Impudent fool, you seek death. Kill him. I shall devour him alive. With Feng Luo's command, his subordinates surged forward, radiating murderous intent toward Xuan Yuan. Begone, you rabble! How dare you act so brazenly? With a swift motion of his hand, Xuan Yuan struck down the advancing creatures in an instant, leaving Feng Luo stunned, frozen in place, trembling. Even he, dim-witted as he was, realized he had provoked a formidable figure. Spare me, Great One. I was blind and should not have offended you. I beseech you, kind sir, to show mercy. As Xuan Yuan approached, Feng Luo's pleas grew desperate. This was no mere lamb, but a ferocious beast. He quickly knelt, begging for his life. Oh, now you recognize your error, yet I am still quite hungry. What shall I do? My lord, my clan possesses many fine treasures. Allow me to take you there, and I shall host you well. Upon arriving, I shall ensure he is slain. My grandfather's strength is unparalleled. He shall be no match. This thought sparked an idea in Feng Luo's mind. But I am quite hungry now, so I must trouble you. With a wave of his hand, he aimed toward Feng Luo. No, you cannot kill me. My grandfather is. Before he could finish, the massive hand descended, reducing him to a puddle of flesh. The moment of Feng Luo's demise. Far away in the ancestral hall of the Wild Lion clan, a thunderous roar echoed. Who dares to kill my grandson? The Wild Lion clan shall not rest until we exact vengeance. A chorus of voices erupted. Chieftain, what has happened? Send word. The young master has been slain. Everyone, pursue the murderer. We must find him and ensure he pays. Understood, Chieftain. Feng Luo, a prodigy of his clan, reached the celestial realm in less than 5 centuries. The clan leader held him in high regard, and now that he has been slain, how could one not feel indignant? The clan swiftly mobilized. The casual demise of a few insignificant beings meant little to Xuan Yuan. As long as they did not provoke him further, he would show restraint. However, should they approach again, he would not hold back. Thus, his enthusiasm remained undiminished as he advanced leisurely. Yet, as anticipated, events unfolded as expected. Observing the densely packed horde of beastmen ahead, Xuan Yuan halted his steps. You have slain my grandson. It is difficult for me to contain my rage without exacting vengeance upon you. A smirk crossed his lips as he noted the considerable number of foes before him. Once I eliminate all of you, my trouble shall cease. Arrogant whelp, just watch me. Before he could finish, an overwhelming aura radiated from Xuan Yuan, causing several celestial beings of the Mad Lion clan to plummet from the skies. While the monsters below were forced to the ground. You are a golden immortal. The fearsome pressure left Penglai trembling, despair evident in his voice as he pondered how he had attracted such a formidable opponent. Since you are here, you might as well not leave. It will save me trouble in the future. With that, he extended a finger, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, enveloping all present. No, Penglai roared in fury, desperate to escape and resist. Yet within the domain of the golden immortal's laws, he was utterly powerless. With a thunderous crash, all were engulfed by the weight of that singular finger, their bodies bursting apart. Coldly observing the scene, Xuan Yuan found himself adapting to such large-scale slaughter for the first time, a common occurrence in the primordial wilderness. As long as he adapted, he would be fine, he thought. Continuing his journey forward. Chapter 10, Opportunity. Encountering Hong Jun. A considerable time had elapsed since the annihilation of the Mad Lion clan. Xuan Yuan encountered no significant troubles in the primordial wilderness. Steadfastly continuing his journey, one day, he stepped into the central region of the wilderness, drawing near to Mount Buzhou. After traveling for 10,000 years, he found himself growing weary and eager to reach his destination. As Xuan Yuan entered the central expanse, he suddenly sensed a peculiar disturbance ahead. His primordial spirit could not penetrate the area. Startled, he realized he might have stumbled upon a treasure. Knowing the strength of his primordial spirit had rarely failed to uncover anything along his path. He quickened his pace. Soon, he arrived at a valley, noting the absence of barriers. Yet, guided by his spirit, he soon discovered something unusual at the valley's bottom. Upon reaching the valley floor, he beheld a massive heavenly pit. The essence of this place distinctly different from the outside. After a moment of careful contemplation, a realization dawned upon him, causing his expression to shift dramatically, followed by sheer elation. If it were that object, he would indeed strike it rich. Ha ha ha. What a tremendous fortune. I have discovered the Pangu's chasm, a true opportunity. In no time, Xuan Yuan's joyous laughter echoed through the valley. This chasm contained the essence of Pangu, capable of creating a top-tier Taoist sanctuary. Pangu embodied the essence of the Great Dao and practiced body cultivation, boasting an immensely powerful physique, with 365 bright apertures and 3,000 hidden ones all opened, forming a chaotic microcosm that absorbed boundless chaotic energy. After Pangu's demise, the 3,365 apertures transformed into vast heavenly pits, filled with Pangu's infinite essence, also known as spiritual veins. The 12 primary channels, referred to as the ancestral veins, were the sources of these spiritual veins. Chaotic energy is a rare treasure, not something just anyone could endure. For Xuan Yuan, it could refine his body, cleanse his primordial spirit, and enhance his magical power. He had previously absorbed chaotic spiritual energy on Penglai Island, but those were mere traces compared to what lay before him. Most importantly, Xuan Yuan could utilize this to cultivate the Tao of creation, breaking through to the third level. Since the creation of this technique, he had only reached the second level due to its immense spiritual energy requirements. After years of absorption, he had barely grazed the surface, still lacking a bit to break through. Now, with such a grand opportunity presenting itself, how could he not be excited? Without hesitation, Xuan Yuan leaped into the heavenly pit, activating the technique for the Tao of creation to absorb the Pangu essence and refine his body. Entering a state of seclusion. As time flowed, 3 years passed. In the heavenly pit, Xuan Yuan had absorbed nearly all of the Pangu essence. His body resonated with a series of thunderous sounds, indicating a transformation was underway. Finally, with a long howl, he surged from the pit, delivering a powerful punch to the mountain, shattering the entire structure. Observing the results, Xuan Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This was the power of the third level. With sheer physical strength alone, he had obliterated a mountain with a single punch. The third level of the Tao of creation equated to the strength of a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. It appeared he had another task ahead, to locate more Pangu chasms. If he could find 10 such locations, he would undoubtedly break through to the fourth level. It was presumed that Pangu chasms were more abundant in the central wilderness, where Mount Buzhou stood, its spiritual energy density surpassing that of other regions. The 365 apertures and 3,000 hidden ones likely included many yet undiscovered in the central wilderness. Thus, Xuan Yuan began his search, and fortune smiled upon him as he indeed found more. Continuing his journey, he sought out Pangu chasms for cultivation, his physique gradually strengthening. After another 100,000 years had passed, one day, within a heavenly pit in the central wilderness, Xuan Yuan was fiercely assaulting the fourth level of the Tao of creation. This was the 11th chasm he had discovered, and after absorbing its essence, he finally stood on the brink of a breakthrough. Xuan Yuan's face contorted, veins bulging, clearly enduring immense pain, for the transition from the third to the fourth level marked a significant metamorphosis. Reaching the fourth level would mean his body had achieved minor perfection, equating his physique to that of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, capable of resisting even Tai golden immortals, making him no longer an easy target for annihilation. At this moment, Xuan Yuan was truly fearless. With a roar akin to a ferocious beast, Xuan Yuan unleashed his fists, a terrifying force erupting that collapsed the terrain within a 1,000-mile radius, demonstrating his might. At last, as the dust settled, Xuan Yuan's bare form emerged, his garments in tatters from the breakthrough. His eyes closed as he acclimated to his new physical state. Upon opening his eyes, a glint of brilliance shone forth. Xuan Yuan had completed his breakthrough. Now, even against a mid-stage Tai golden immortal, he would not find himself at a disadvantage. Indeed, I have not only broken through to the fourth level, but also advanced to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. My confidence soaring. After donning new attire, Xuan Yuan departed, continuing his journey towards Mount Buzhou. There exists such a powerhouse here. It seems fate has led me to this encounter. Perhaps I should pay a visit and forge a good rapport. Xuan Yuan felt compelled, recognizing that, with his current strength, anyone he deemed a powerhouse must at least be of Tai golden immortal caliber. Such beings were exceedingly rare, with fewer than 100 in the entire primordial wilderness. Most backed by formidable factions. To encounter one here was indeed fortuitous. I am Xuan Yuan, passing through this area, fortunate to encounter a fellow Taoist. May I request an audience? To meet is to be fated. I too am traveling through this region. Please, Taoist friend. A voice, aged yet resonant, echoed forth. Xuan Yuan stepped forward towards the mountain peak, where an elder clad in yin-yang Taoist robes, holding a floating dust whisk, sat cross-legged upon a rock. His aura radiated Taoist principles, embodying the essence of a truly enlightened being. I am Hong Jun. A pleasure to meet you, Taoist Xuan Yuan. Xuan Yuan's foot faltered, nearly causing him to stumble. His mouth twitching as 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. Hong Jun, the Tao ancestor. What incredible fortune. The first powerful being I encounter is the ultimate boss of the primordial wilderness. Taoist, what seems to be the matter? Is there an issue? Noticing Xuan Yuan's dazed expression, Hong Jun inquired with curiosity. Could it be that he is intimidated by my name? Hong Jun mused, recalling the effort he had put into selecting a resonant title. According to the calculations of the Jade Butterfly of Creation, my benefactor should appear here, and it seems to be you, Taoist Xuan Yuan. Not too shabby, yet you appeared stunned upon our first meeting. Perhaps the ensuing events will unfold smoothly. Thus unfolded their first encounter under such peculiar circumstances. Oh, I have suddenly recalled something important. Forgive my rudeness. Coming back to his senses, Xuan Yuan hastily apologized, acknowledging his lapse in composure. I should have anticipated such a moment. There is no need for alarm. Haha. No harm done. It is indeed fortuitous to meet a fellow Taoist here. Shall we engage in a discourse on the Tao? I would be delighted. This is my first encounter with a being of your caliber. I hope to receive your guidance. Modesty, please. Taoist, after you. Please. Upon uttering those words, the two simultaneously manifested a grand celebration of the Tao, instantly radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, with the essence of the Tao circulating, embodying the supreme mysteries. The Tao that can be articulated is not the eternal Tao, from the primordial chaos, as the universe commenced its unfolding. The Tao was born, and within it, there existed entities. The Tao is nameless. It encompasses all clarity, deemed vast. It may lead to transcendence. As the profound words of Hong Jun resonated, the cosmos became crystal clear, the sound of the Tao reverberating throughout the heavens and earth. Behind Hong Jun, extraordinary phenomena unfolded, depicting the primordial chaos and the creation of the heavens by Pangu, an unfathomable depth, as the Tao birthed chaos, and the universe began anew, imbuing the Tao with spirit. Hence, all things came into existence. Humanity follows the earth follows the heavens follow the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. The swirling clouds of Xuan Yuan rolled forth, as the sound of the Tao overflowed. Pangu's enlightenment opened the heavens, giving rise to life and vitality. The two practiced distinct paths. Hong Jun's was the comprehension of the 3,000 great Tao within the creation of the Jade Butterfly, achieving self-realization, while Xuan Yuan chose not to pursue the 3,000 great Tao, but instead, to cultivate himself through the resonance of the Tao, forging his own path. Both had embarked on their unique journeys, validating each other, reaping abundant rewards. Xuan Yuan's realm became increasingly stable, resolving previous dilemmas and avoiding many detours. A century later, as they awakened, they exchanged smiles, filled with gratitude towards each other. With Hong Jun's 3,000 great Tao as a foundation, Xuan Yuan meticulously organized his learnings, enhancing his techniques, especially in the creation of the Tao body, which had previously only reached the initial 4 layers. Now, he could attain the 5th layer, and even touched upon the threshold of the 6th. His spiritual path had also progressed, nearly stepping into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, yielding immense gains. I am deeply grateful for your guidance, my friend. I have indeed benefited greatly. Your boundless Tao of the heavens is equally extraordinary, and I am in awe. Truly, Hong Jun is unmatched, possessing profound attainments. I have yet to ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal, and in comparison, I still have much to learn. He is indeed a sage of the Tao. However, the scene that unfolded next left Xuan Yuan utterly bewildered. It appears you possess a deep fortune, my friend, a celestial being. The primordial world is on the verge of great upheaval. I wonder if you might join me in facing the impending calamity and restoring tranquility to the cosmos. Hearing Hong Jun's words, coupled with his smiling demeanor, Xuan Yuan could not help but think of an old man, coaxing a child with a book of secrets. Instantly, all expressions of gratitude were retracted as he gazed at the beaming elder before him. Doubting if this fellow truly was Hong Jun, he looked more like a charlatan, evoking an urge to strike him. Observing Xuan Yuan's silence, Hong Jun presumed there was a chance, and thus unveiled his ultimate offering. In my possession lies a fragment of the creation jade butterfly, inscribed with the 3,000 Great Dao, which I would gladly lend to you for your enlightenment, as a token of gratitude for your assistance. It must be noted that the creation jade butterfly is a supreme treasure. Even a mere 1 or 2 fragments could allow a golden immortal to establish a great lineage and dominate the primordial world. A coveted artifact for all cultivators. I have gathered a significant portion of these fragments, making them an unparalleled treasure, irresistible to those with ambition. Yet, Xuan Yuan, with a head full of dark thoughts, listened to Hong Jun's enticing offer with growing displeasure. He understood that the upcoming calamity would be fraught with danger. Both golden immortals and Tai golden immortals were merely cannon fodder, and even the Great Luo golden immortals were only vital forces striving for survival. Although none had yet emerged, the golden age of cultivation was imminent, and the arrival of Great Luo golden immortals was merely a matter of time. While he had plans, he dared not directly involve himself. Otherwise, he would be oblivious to how he might perish. Moreover, the individual before him was no ordinary figure, calculating and merciless. Selling him out would be a perilous gamble. Though he understood that Hong Jun genuinely considered the well-being of the primordial realm, else he would not have garnered such favor from it. Earning the title of the first saint, what cultivator among the mighty was not endowed with exceptional talent and wisdom? Otherwise, they could not have escaped the cataclysmic tribulations and achieved such heights. I am grateful for your kind offer, but my cultivation is modest, and I am unable to assist further. I implore you to seek another. With that, disregarding Hong Jun's astonishment, he fled as if propelled by the wind, not even pausing to inquire further, leaving Hong Jun in a state of bewilderment, seemingly unable to regain his composure. Chapter 11. Mount Buzhou. Hong Jun gazed at Xuan Yuan's retreating figure, making no effort to impede his departure. My friend, you truly seem in haste, not waiting for me to finish. However, you cannot escape this fate. Alas, the primordial realm is indeed tumultuous. I yearn for quietude in my cultivation, yet encountering a great being like you makes this journey worthwhile. As Xuan Yuan departed, Hong Jun's expression grew somber, as if he had encountered a formidable dilemma. Unperturbed by such matters, Xuan Yuan was solely focused on distancing himself from Hong Jun. With his current strength, he was not yet ready to engage in the grand schemes of the primordial realm. His priority was to elevate his power swiftly, enabling him to undertake greater endeavors. From Hong Jun's words, Xuan Yuan sensed an underlying issue. Logically, given Hong Jun's strength and the backing of the primordial will, the calamity should pose no threat. Yet, Hong Jun still felt inadequate and sought allies, indicating the gravity of the situation. Could it be that his unusual nature had indeed made an impact? Shaking his head, Xuan Yuan suppressed all thoughts. Lacking sufficient strength rendered further contemplation futile. One step at a time, he resolved to hasten his pace, propelling himself toward Mount Buzhou. As the distance shrank, the oppressive presence of Pangu intensified. Mount Buzhou symbolized Pangu's will and determination, safeguarding the primordial realm. The essence of Pangu on the mountain deterred beings not recognized by the primordial will, such as the ferocious beasts of the primordial world. Though born of it, they were unacknowledged by Pangu's essence. Should they dare to approach, annihilation awaited. Only beings of the primordial realm could ascend and scale its heights, and to do so, one must attain the golden immortal realm. Mere golden immortals were insufficient. Gazing upon Mount Buzhou, Xuan Yuan was utterly awestruck. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous lofty mountains, towering thousands of zhang, yet compared to this majestic peak, they seemed but mere hills. This divine mountain soared to unimaginable heights, piercing the clouds, with its summit obscured from view. The endless mountain range stretched across the horizon, emanating an overwhelming, majestic, indomitable, unparalleled, and supreme will that pressed upon his heart, invoking an instinctive urge to prostrate in reverence. This was the revered Mount Buzhou, the pillar of heaven and earth. At last, he beheld it, and within him, only astonishment remained. How magnificent was the power of the Pangu deity, the very spine of which had transformed into this mountain. Serving as the finest testament to his might. I shall ascend to the pinnacle, crystallizing the supreme will. This was the primary purpose of Xuan Yuan's journey here. Resolute, Xuan Yuan began his ascent towards Mount Buzhou, employing no supernatural abilities or spells, instead advancing step by step like an ordinary mortal. It must be understood that the current Mount Buzhou bore Pangu's immense pressure. Even golden immortals and Tai golden immortals could not fly in its presence due to the overwhelming force. Unless one had attained the realm of the Great Luo golden immortal, transcending the river of fate. Otherwise, any cultivator of the primordial realm wishing to climb the mountain would have to proceed step by step. As a mortal would. Time flowed unnoticed, and before long, Xuan Yuan had traversed countless years on Mount Buzhou. As he ascended higher, the pressure intensified, slowing his progress considerably. Upon reaching one-third of the mountain's height, he found each step a Herculean effort, as if burdened by an entire mountain, each movement weighing heavily upon him. His body bore the scars of the Pangu's oppression, leaving him nearly devoid of sound flesh. His physical form on the verge of collapse. It must be noted that Xuan Yuan's cultivation of the Dao body had reached the fourth layer, rendering his physique comparable to that of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Even a Great Luo golden immortal could not obliterate him in a single blow. Yet, having ascended merely a third of the way resulted in such grievous injuries, underscoring the trials he faced. Nonetheless, the benefits were immense. While the techniques he had devised were flawed, this journey granted him profound insights into the methods of cultivating the physical form. The body would shatter and then be reborn, leading to a state of completion. It was impossible for Xuan Yuan not to feel elated. Moreover, his will transformed, his spirit evolved, and his Dao journey advanced. Xuan Yuan was confident that if he could reach the summit, he would undoubtedly step into the realm of the Great Luo golden immortal. Contemplating such rewards, his resolve solidified. He was determined to reach the peak, aware of the challenges yet convinced that the benefits far outweighed the costs. Upon reaching two-thirds of Mount Buzhou's height, his consciousness began to blur, relying solely on an indomitable will to persist in his painfully slow advance. Were anyone to observe, they would witness a young cultivator clad in tattered azure robes, tirelessly ascending Mount Buzhou. Year after year. As time passed, his speed diminished further, his garments in tatters, resembling a street beggar, his body marred with countless wounds, his physical form shattered and reborn. Enduring an unknown number of tribulations, Xuan Yuan lost track of how long he had been ascending, unaware of how much farther he had to go to reach the summit. Yet within him, an unwavering resolve remained intact. As his body underwent countless cycles of destruction and rebirth. Absorbing the rich essence of Pangu from Mount Buzhou, he unwittingly entered the fifth layer of the Dao body, rendering his physique comparable to a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. This was also the reason for his rapid recovery. After an indeterminate period, as Xuan Yuan took his final step, enduring immense hardship, he finally reached the summit of Mount Buzhou. Upon stepping onto the peak, he stood motionless, as if losing consciousness, seemingly entrapped in a deep slumber. Indeed, Xuan Yuan had accomplished his goal, and his spirit resonated, plunging him into a state of profound enlightenment. Atop the majestic Buzhou mountain, Xuan Yuan stood motionless, his long hair billowing in the wind. Despite his tattered garments rendering him a pitiable sight, an ethereal aura emanated from him, enhancing his presence. After enduring countless hardships and spending countless years, Xuan Yuan finally ascended to the pinnacle of Buzhou Mountain. As he set foot on the summit, a cataclysmic transformation unfolded within his primordial spirit's sea of consciousness. Xuan Yuan's sea of consciousness expanded, as if the universe itself were being birthed, its edges stretching outward until it encompassed thousands of miles in mere moments, continuously expanding beyond that. Simultaneously, his primordial spirit grew stronger. It had already reached the limit of 9,000 zhang, and with the enhancement of his cultivation over the years, it now approached 9,999 zhang. The ultimate goal was to attain a 10,000 zhang primordial spirit, a standard that, once surpassed, would signify entry into the realm of the Great Luo golden immortal, a feat of immense difficulty, though it appeared to be merely a single zhang. It represented a chasm between heaven and earth, the final metamorphosis of the immortal path's primordial spirit, of utmost significance. His primordial spirit, initially hovering around 9,000 zhang, surged rapidly, reaching a towering height of 10,000 zhang in no time, resembling an ancient giant firmly rooted within his dantian. Yet, it did not cease its ascent. It continued to grow taller and more solid, akin to a colossal titan exuding an overwhelming pressure, marking the completion of its transformation. The entire Zifu dantian resembled a miniature world, with a golden giant seated cross-legged, emanating an aura that suppressed the heavens and the earth. Great Dao runes flickered in its eyes, illustrating boundless pathways and infinite rhythms. Upon inspecting his own cultivation level, Xuan Yuan discovered he had attained the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage, poised to transition into the next realm. It is essential to note that after achieving the golden immortal status, mere passage of time is insufficient for further cultivation. One must comprehend the laws, and only through the perfection of these laws can one ascend. Now, Xuan Yuan, through the will of Pangu, was simultaneously walking and grasping the Pangu laws. Making swift progress, and breaking through to the pinnacle of the golden immortal was no exception. Furthermore, under the suppression of Pangu's will, the purity of his essence had increased tenfold compared to before. After countless years, Xuan Yuan finally opened his eyes, which had been closed for an eternity, that a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his chaotic-hued irises, and with a mere thought, his tattered appearance was restored to its former glory. Reflecting on all his gains, Xuan Yuan could not help but feel immense satisfaction. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal, while his primordial spirit had transcended to the level of the Great Luo golden immortal. Upon examining his physical form, he realized he had reached the late stage of the fifth layer of the creation Dao body. He believed that with just a few more encounters in areas rich in innate spiritual energy, he could soon reach the peak and approach the sixth layer, filling him with great joy. Indeed, this journey to Unyielding Mountain had yielded abundant results. What a perfect opportunity to enter seclusion here, to consolidate my realm and fully refine the 12th grade creation Green Lotus, thereby creating a complete technique. Resolutely, Xuan Yuan decided to meditate atop Unyielding Mountain. The final layer of restrictions on this supreme innate treasure could only be refined by a Great Luo golden immortal. And given that he had only managed to refine up to the 46th layer of restrictions over the years, with the strength of a Great Luo golden immortal's primordial spirit, overcoming the final layer was surely within reach. After 300 years, Xuan Yuan finally succeeded in completely refining all the restrictions, fully claiming this treasured artifact as his own. His understanding of the laws of creation deepened further, and he also gleaned insights into the realms beyond the Great Luo golden immortal. The golden immortal comprehends the laws, gaining a preliminary understanding. The supreme one golden immortal condenses the laws, shaping their power. Only upon reaching the Great Luo golden immortal can one truly wield the laws. For at this stage, the three flowers bloom, and the laws of heaven and earth manifest, transcending the river of fate, living in utter freedom. Beyond this lies the mastery of the laws, and once one has grasped the laws fully, a mere thought can almost create worlds, elevating one's realm to heights previously unimaginable. This stage is referred to as the primordial golden immortal, akin to the concept of a quasi-saint in later generations. The subsequent realm is that of the supreme primordial Great Luo golden immortal, where the mastery of the laws is stratified into various levels. Upon achieving a complete mastery of the laws, one can break through to the primordial Great Luo golden immortal. However, this realm is exceedingly arcane, almost elusive. Thereafter, Xuan Yuan once again entered seclusion to formulate his subsequent techniques. Traditionally, once one reaches the Great Luo golden immortal stage, techniques are considered to have reached their zenith, for the Great Luo golden immortal embodies the pinnacle of immortality. The paths ahead cannot be measured by techniques alone, but must be traversed personally. Unlike following one's own path, the effectiveness of techniques diminishes as one progresses. Only upon reaching that critical juncture can one truly comprehend this truth. Thus, Xuan Yuan found it relatively easy to accomplish his goal, although he encountered difficulties while creating the creation Dao body. Unlike others, the path of physical cultivation still proved beneficial. It was through the might of his primordial spirit and the insights gained from Unyielding Mountain that Xuan Yuan successfully crafted the sixth layer of techniques. Chapter 12. Anomaly. Startling revelation at last. He had completed his work, his objectives had been achieved, and it was time to descend. But lo, why did the summit of Unyielding Mountain appear so illusory? This is not good. Just as Xuan Yuan realized the situation, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. This place is chaos? How could this be? Gazing upon the oppressive and desolate space filled with chaotic energy, Xuan Yuan finally recalled what this place was. It was unmistakably within the depths of chaos. Powerless to change his fate, he could only move forward step by step. Time passed unmeasured until Xuan Yuan traversed a thin membrane, revealing a scene of unimaginable horror before him. What met his eyes was a sight far more terrifying than the apocalypse. Chaos was shattering, spatial storms raged, and colossal axes of light flashed with the power to obliterate everything, accompanied by the sporadic sound of shattering mirrors. The mournful cries of the chaotic deities echoed incessantly, and in that moment, the world was drenched in blood, the entire chaos realm appearing as if coated in a layer of crimson paint. The scent of death seeping into Xuan Yuan's heart. This was the scene of Pangu splitting the heavens and slaying the 3,000 chaotic deities. Witnessing this spectacle, Xuan Yuan immediately understood. Pangu, are you truly intent on annihilating chaos? We shall not rest until you are vanquished, the towering chaotic deity. radiating a terrifying aura, spoke. "Humph, Pangu, even if you are strong, we can slay you together. Do not overestimate yourself." Another deity chimed in. "Humph, since you obstruct my path to enlightenment, do not blame me for being merciless." With that, Pangu swung his axe, cleaving the nearest chaotic deity in half. This formidable being fell instantaneously, showcasing Pangu's strength. If that is the case, brethren, let us strike together. Otherwise, we shall surely be no match for Pangu. A leading deity initiated the assault, and soon others joined the fray. Each of these chaotic deities possessed terrifying prowess, most having comprehended over 90% of the laws, just a step away from attaining the primordial realm. Moreover, these chaotic deities were incomparable to the cultivators of the Hong Jun. Even the weakest among them could rival, or even defeat, later-era saints. This is the nature of chaotic deities, a title synonymous with invincibility, particularly among the top 10 deities, whose terrifying auras crush the heavens, causing chaos itself to recoil. Clearly having reached the level of the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Witnessing this, Xuan Yuan felt his spirit suffocate, nearly breaking apart. This was the might of the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, impossible to gaze upon directly, in the face of the incoming chaotic deities. Pangu remained composed, yet his gaze grew increasingly frigid. Boom! The battle erupted, a cataclysmic clash that shattered the heavens and the earth, chaos fracturing under the strain. Continuing for 500 years, Pangu fought fiercely while simultaneously safeguarding the newly opened Hong Jun. It was observed that the chaotic deities struck by the axe of creation had their great paths drawn into the realm of Hong Jun, enhancing its perfection. In the end, apart from 3 or 5 deities who managed to escape, the majority were mercilessly slaughtered by Pangu, born of chaos, yet having to slay your own kind to achieve enlightenment, such as the eternal loneliness of the path of cultivation. Once the battle concluded, a deep sorrow washed over Pangu's face. "But I have no regrets. To hear the Dao at dawn and die by dusk is acceptable. My journey shall advance unwaveringly, gazing upon this world." Pangu's expression softened, yet he lamented, "Alas, I cannot do more. Hong Jun, a land of causality, rife with tribulations, may it survive. As if he grasped some profound truth, Pangu suddenly trembled. Instantly, his entire being underwent a transformation. The breath he exhaled became wind and clouds. His groans morphed into the rumbling of thunder. His left eye turned into the sun, and his right eye became the moon. His limbs and body transformed into earth and mountains. His blood became rivers. His veins became roads. His hair and beard turned into the stars. His skin and sweat became grass and trees. His muscles became soil. His teeth and bones transformed into gleaming metals and precious stones. Even his sweat became dew and rain. His spine became Buzhou Mountain. Pangu's primordial spirit split into 3, merging the innate pure essence into what would become the 3 pure ones of later generations. While 12 drops of essence blood combined with the turbid energy hidden beneath Buzhou Mountain, ultimately manifesting as the 12 ancestral witches. This was Pangu's act of creating all things. Yet, something felt amiss. It was too bizarre. Pangu should have successfully opened the heavens. Could there be unforeseen circumstances? As Xuan Yuan pondered these thoughts, confusion enveloped him, as the unfolding events diverged drastically from legend. Just as he thought it was all over, the next scene nearly sent him into a frenzy of shock. The primordial chaos emerged, and all things began to take shape. 3 fragments of chaos fell from the heavens, landing upon the eastern sea. In that moment, Xuan Yuan beheld himself drifting upon the waves, separated by the fabric of time and space, arriving beneath the largest of the fragments. At that time, he had been swept away by a fierce wind, engulfed by the sea, and everything fell into a stillness. Suddenly, a pair of hands grasped him, placing him within the growing 12-petal creation Xinglian on the island. Since you possess such a fateful connection, let this foreign land be your realm, existing as an anomaly. Perhaps you may yet tread upon that pinnacle. Take heed of your path, and if possible, assist me in safeguarding this primordial world, for it is the fruit of my labor, and I wish to see it spared from destruction. A heavy sigh resonated, awakening Xuan Yuan to the realization that the calculations he once deemed supreme were indeed the actions of Pangu. With this understanding, Xuan Yuan comprehended that his rebirth was orchestrated by the great Pangu, and his heart brimmed with gratitude. Rest assured, great deity, as a part of this primordial realm, I shall exert every effort to protect it. Perhaps out of gratitude towards Pangu, or perhaps due to the emotions that had blossomed within this realm, Xuan Yuan silently vowed, regardless of whether the great deity could hear him. I shall do my utmost. The voice of Pangu echoed in his ears, causing Xuan Yuan to momentarily lose his senses. Great deity, you yet live. "Might I behold your form?" he exclaimed, yet there was no response, after a moment of stunned silence. Xuan Yuan understood that the great Pangu had departed, and a wave of sorrow washed over him, a mingling of respect, gratitude, and profound emotion for Pangu's creation of the world. "Rest assured, great deity, since I have been born in this land, I shall guard it through countless lifetimes. As a seeker of the path, one must steadfastly uphold their heart and possess something worthy of protection. Having been saved by you, I am bound to fulfill your legacy," Xuan Yuan solemnly declared to Buzhou Mountain. Once he had spoken, a sense of tranquility enveloped him, as if he had found a purpose. Originally, Xuan Yuan believed himself an anomaly, at odds with the world, perceiving himself as an outsider incapable of merging with this realm. However, upon realizing that this was Pangu's design, he was moved by the great deity's affection for the primordial world, willingly swearing an oath to fully integrate with it, thus truly becoming a part of the primordial universe. Boom! Seemingly in response to Xuan Yuan, the space shattered, and he found himself back atop Buzhou Mountain. Beside him, a ruler of dark yellow tinged with purple energy hovered, radiating a myriad of auspicious colors and brilliant light. Yet it was steeped in a disquieting aura. The ruler emanated a formidable malevolence. Yet beyond the swirling dark mist, strands of purple light began to emerge, suggesting it was both a weapon of destruction and a vessel of sanctity. Upon witnessing this ruler, Xuan Yuan's spirit was stirred, and he hastily grasped it, probing its essence. "Indeed, this is a treasure of the highest order, a grand opportunity. I never anticipated obtaining such a precious artifact. Now, I need not worry about lacking offensive spiritual treasures." Laughing heartily, Xuan Yuan could hardly contain his joy. This ruler had a storied origin. After Pangu split the heavens, a multitude of innate virtues and dark yellow essence descended from the skies, forming a golden pillar of light and a column of dark yellow energy. Following the descent of virtues, the 3 pure ones received a portion, the 12 ancestor witches another, and the remainder coalesced into the Haoming Linglong Pagoda and the Haoming Liao Tian ruler. These 2 treasures, renowned for their significance, rivaled even the innate treasures, especially the Haoming Liang Tian ruler, which was shrouded in mystery. After the heavens were opened, 50 strands of primordial purple energy manifested from the chaos, a treasure of unparalleled value. Among these, 49 merged with the primordial realm, while 1 vanished, representing the essence of all things. The formation of the Liang Tian ruler occurred precisely in the locus of this primordial purple energy, thus named. In Xuan Yuan's eyes, this ruler was even more precious than the innate treasures, and now that it was in his possession, how could he not be ecstatic, calculating the worth of his newfound treasures? Xuan Yuan realized he now possessed 2 artifacts, a wealth far exceeding that of others, filling his heart with pride. "Great Pangu, I fear not the troubles of guarding the primordial realm. Bring forth more treasures like these, and I shall gladly accept them," Xuan Yuan exclaimed, reveling in his fortune. Suddenly, a thunderous chaos echoed across the heavens, startling Xuan Yuan into silence. The chaotic purple thunder was something he could not provoke, for he was perilously close to chaos itself, a realm fraught with danger, where a single misstep could lead to his undoing. Regaining his composure, Xuan Yuan prepared to descend the mountain. After calculating, he realized over a cosmic epoch had passed since he arrived at Buzhou Mountain. With but a short span remaining until the onset of the first calamity, he needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, safeguarding the primordial realm would become a matter of life and death, let alone his own schemes during the impending disaster. Chapter 13. Breakthrough. Tai Golden Immortal. Boom, boom, boom. Kill. Annihilate the forces of the Yinyang dynasty. The battle cries echoed as they surged into the sacred ground of Yinyang. The ancestors promised the clan's cultivation techniques, leading to a surge in power. In the eastern part of the primordial realm, the sounds of slaughter reverberated, countless beings perished, and the skies darkened, leaving only 2 great powers clashing. The Tunshan dynasty was launching an offensive against the Yinyang dynasty. The 2 dynasties were embroiled in a fierce battle, causing the very heavens to tremble amidst the bloodshed. "Tunshan, you seek death. How dare you invade my Yinyang dynasty? I shall not rest until you are annihilated." The Yinyang ancestor spat venomously at the Tunshan ancestor across the battlefield. "Yinyang, surrender the Taiji diagram, or I shall eradicate your dynasty," the Tunshan ancestor declared, engaging the Yinyang ancestor in a fierce confrontation, preventing him from retreating to offer support. Both were at the Tai Golden Immortal realm, having rapidly advanced their powers through the dynasty's fortune, now reaching the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Just a step away from the Dao Golden Immortal, with legions of experts at their disposal, including over 10,000 Golden Immortals and dozens of Tai Golden Immortals, these were the pillars of their respective dynasties. However, the Yinyang dynasty found itself slightly weaker than the Tunshan dynasty, and having been ambushed, they quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. The Yinyang ancestor wielded the Taiji diagram, one of the three treasures of creation. An innate treasure of immense value, coveted by the Tunshan ancestor, who brazenly initiated this war, leading to the current chaos. Such conflicts were not uncommon in the primordial realm, often ignited by racial tensions or treasure disputes, resulting in countless annihilations. The Yinyang ancestor unleashed the Taiji diagram, and as the dual energies of Yin and Yang swirled, a golden bridge formed to withstand the initial wave of attacks. Yet, without the Taiji diagram, the Yinyang ancestor found himself struggling against the Tunshan ancestor. Though the Tunshan ancestor lacked innate treasures, his Jun Tian seal was a treasure of fortune, suppressing the Tunshan dynasty's luck. And its immense power immediately placed the Yinyang ancestor in a precarious position, signaling an impending defeat. Yinyang, the tide has turned. Do you still wish to resist? The Tunshan ancestor taunted. I shall never let you achieve your goals, even if it costs me my life. The Yinyang ancestor retorted defiantly. Then perish. The Tunshan ancestor unleashed the Jin Tian seal, radiating blinding light, descending upon the Yinyang ancestor, who would face certain demise should it strike, just as the Yinyang ancestor contemplated summoning the Taiji diagram to counter. A dragon-headed staff flew in, deflecting the Jun Tian seal and averting the crisis. Who dares to interfere with my grand designs? Do you seek to oppose me? The Tunshan ancestor exclaimed, momentarily halting his assault. Wary of the newcomer. I am Hong Jun, here to meet both of you. Your battle has already claimed countless lives. If it continues, it will lead to even greater devastation. I come to intervene, Hong Jun declared. Thank you, Daoist Hong Jun, for your assistance. I shall remember your kindness, the Yinyang ancestor said, stepping forward with gratitude. Hong Jun, if you truly wish to aid him, do not blame me for being unyielding, the Tunshan ancestor growled, frustrated by this unexpected interference just as he was on the verge of victory. Fellow Daoists, please consider. The Great Calamity approaches. I implore you to cease hostilities. With the situation becoming untenable, the Tunshan ancestor had no choice but to retreat, realizing that the combined forces of the two could not be easily vanquished. Furthermore, Hong Jun's words rang true. The impending calamity necessitated preparation. Watching the retreating forces, the Yinyang ancestor sighed in relief. Despite Hong Juan's intervention, the Tunshan ancestor could still summon reinforcements, making a full-scale war inevitable. The survival of the Yinyang dynasty hung in the balance. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Please allow me to resolve my affairs below, and then I shall extend my hospitality to you. Of course. I, too, have matters to attend to, so I shall not rush you. Thus, the battle concluded with Hong Juan's intervention. Across the primordial realm, various conflicts raged, yet restraint prevailed, as the leaders seemed to sense the impending storm, with even the fierce beast clans curbing their assaults. This has nothing to do with Xuan Yuan. At this moment, beneath the Unyielding Mountain, Xuan Yuan is making adjustments. After acquiring the primordial measuring ruler, he eagerly descended from the mountain, seeking a suitable location to refine the ruler. After countless years of solitude, he finally managed to refine the 48 layers of restrictions. As for the final layer, it can only be refined by reaching the level of a primordial golden immortal, but it is already sufficient for his needs. From the words of the great Pangu, it is evident that a great calamity looms over the primordial world. Although terrifying creatures such as the primordial beast seek to annihilate it, they seem insufficient in comparison to the numerous formidable beings within the primordial realm. Bolstered by the will of heaven and earth, even if there are unforeseen events, Pangu would not be so worried. Thus, the impending crisis likely originates from the chaos. Indeed, the chaos demons were not entirely eradicated by Pangu. A few managed to escape. The chaos demons, especially those at the level of primordial golden immortals, remain terrifying even when injured, and once they recover, they are still formidable, with the karmic ties to Pangu. The primordial realm is in grave danger. Thinking of the enemy, even Xuan Yuan cannot help but feel overwhelmed. If they all come, what can he do? He wouldn't be enough even as a mere morsel for them. Fortunately, they were heavily wounded by Pangu and cannot recover in the short term. Time is still ample. There is enough for him to cultivate to the realm of a primordial golden immortal. This is indeed a time of both internal and external strife, not to mention the external threats. Within the primordial realm, various races vie for supremacy, and the beasts have not been eradicated. The evolution of heaven and earth has also seen the emergence of several calamities, which would result in significant losses. It seems he must hasten his cultivation. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage, he would advance to the realm of the Tai golden immortal. At this stage, he must harmonize the 5 energies within his chest. Most ordinary cultivators directly refine the 5 elemental energies of heaven and earth, namely the innate spiritual energies, to condense the 5 energies. However, this method is too slow, especially for someone like Xuan Yuan, who requires spiritual energy at a rate thousands or tens of thousands of times greater than others. It is uncertain when he would reach the completion of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Hence, he can only rely on the 5 elemental spiritual materials for refinement. Moreover, using top-tier innate spiritual materials to condense the 5 energies poses a significantly greater challenge. But it solidifies the foundation and strengthens his power, aiding him greatly in his future path to enlightenment. Thus, the great beings of the primordial realm are all in search of innate 5 elemental spiritual materials for cultivation, as not only does it speed up the process, but it also solidifies their foundation. Xuan Yuan intends to follow this path as well. When considering 5 elemental spiritual materials, the finest are the supreme innate spiritual roots corresponding to the 5 elements, the ginseng fruit tree, the essence of innate earth, the laurel tree, the essence of innate wood, the fusang tree, the essence of innate fire, the bodhi tree, the essence of innate metal, and the peaches of immortality, the essence of innate water. If he harmonizes these 5 spiritual roots with the energies within him, his foundation will undoubtedly be immensely fortified, having transformed using the 9 heavens earth, regarded as the ancestor of all soil. Xuan Yuan's essence is not to be trifled with, rivaling even the ginseng fruit tree. Thus, he need not worry about the earth element, as the conditions for advancing to the Tai Golden Immortal have already been met. The laurel tree and the fusang tree are found on the Yin moon star and the sun star, respectively, which govern the Yin and Yang. A visit there should yield easy acquisition. As for the peaches of immortality, they are likely in Hong Jun's possession. If he can procure a comparable water element spiritual material, he need not seek Hong Jun. Lastly, regarding the Bodhi tree, it is better to leave it be. It should still be with Jin, who is yet to emerge. However, a trip to the west to cultivate the innate metal energy is also a viable option. Thus, he decides to enter seclusion to refine the earth element and attain the Tai Golden Immortal stage. In the primordial realm, which of the clan leaders, emperors, or ancestors is not a Tai Golden Immortal? How can he still be lingering at the Golden Immortal stage, although his strength is not inferior to theirs? Without an elevation in realm, he will always feel lacking. Resolute in his decision, Xuan Yuan enters seclusion to break through. As Xuan Yuan enters seclusion, the surrounding earth spiritual energy rushes toward his location, a phenomenon indicative of his refinement of earth essence. Having already transformed the 9 heavens earth, Xuan Yuan must first extract the earth essence from his own body to condense the earth element, a process that takes a century. After this century, in the secluded space, Xuan Yuan gazes at the fist-sized earth essence before him, excitement swelling within him. He has finally refined it. Today marks his breakthrough. He inhales deeply, swallowing the earth essence into his abdomen, immediately radiating waves of earth energy drawn into his body. Countless earth spiritual energy surge forth, converging upon Xuan Yuan. As the continuous flow of earth energy is refined, his entire body fills with the yellowish earth energy, circulating throughout his meridians and subsequently flowing into his spleen. Streams of yellow earth energy flood into his spleen, and as more and more energy is refined within, his spleen grows stronger. Over time, his spleen becomes increasingly robust, resembling a yellow crystal gem, exuding an ancient and profound aura, akin to an ancient mountain standing tall amidst the cosmos for millennia. Boom. With 2 resounding sounds echoing through the heavens and earth. 2 towering pillars of energy, each dozens of feet high, coalesce behind Xuan Yuan. 1 is a yellow earth energy pillar, from which mountains manifest, exuding an overwhelming pressure that seems to suppress heaven and earth. With a bellow, the space tears apart, and the mountain peak where Xuan Yuan stands turns to ashes. Ha ha ha. This is the Tai Golden Immortal, truly powerful, with my current strength, coupled with the 5th layer of the Dao body of creation and the numerous treasures I possess. How many in the world can rival me? From now on, the vast world is mine to traverse. While still a golden immortal, facing those ancestral emperors was laborious. Now it is different. I have ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal stage. As long as one has not reached the level of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, I need not worry any longer. This signifies that Xuan Yuan has joined the ranks of the top powerhouses in the primordial realm, unafraid of anyone, hence his immense excitement. Next, he must swiftly locate other spiritual materials and strive to reach completion, then break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. He cannot allow others to get ahead of him. This time, he intends to catch up to them in the shortest possible time. Moreover, the calamity is fast approaching. Time is not on his side. resolute in his decision, Xuan Yuan feels the urgency of time and sets forth. With the aim of reaching the Yin Moon Star and the Sun Star to acquire the Laurel and Fusang trees, thereby refining the fire and wood energies. Chapter 14. The Yin and the Sun. Completion of fire and wood energies. The starry sky, whether in his past life or in the current primordial world, is a realm shrouded in mystery. Within the cosmos, countless stars continuously emit their essence, nurturing all things in the primordial realm. No one knows how many stars exist, nor how many perilous and extraordinary treasures lie within their midst. In ancient legends, it is said that there are 480 million stars in the primordial sky. With 365 ancient stars, one can only imagine the vast number of stars in the immense space they occupy. Within the primordial realm, myriad races thrive, and the starry sky is home to powerful clans as well. The mysterious and expansive cosmos nurtures a significant race known as the Star Clan, which occupies the boundless sky and cultivates using the essence of the stars, rivaling the primordial land. The Sun Star, transformed from Pangu's left eye, is unmatched except by the Yin Moon Star. The Sun Star illuminates the primordial realm, infusing it with vitality, while the Yin Moon Star emits countless lunar energies to aid cultivation. Both stars contribute immensely to the primordial world, thus no cultivator dares to scheme against the sun and moon. At most, they extract a few extraordinary treasures. Moreover, the Star Clan does not originate from the Yin Moon and Sun Stars, but from the Big Dipper. Their matriarch, the Star Goddess, is a Tai golden immortal at the pinnacle of perfection, comparable to the top powers in the primordial realm. Beneath her are formidable figures such as the Seven Killers, the Greedy Wolf, and the Breaking Army, with countless experts within the clan, making them stronger than any race or dynasty in the primordial realm. It is time to visit the Sun Star, to fully condense the fire element, and then head to the Yin Moon Star to seek the essence of the wood element. After that, he will venture westward to find the materials needed to complete the metal element. Xuan Yuan silently plans as he strides toward the starry sky of the primordial realm. Between the primordial continent and the starry sky lies a barrier of 9 heavens, within which fire, water, and wind ravage, and countless heavenly thunders, fierce winds, and heavenly flames abound. Only those who have attained the celestial immortal realm and above can traverse the 9 heavens barrier and enter the cosmos. Hence the saying that one can ascend to the 9 heavens and descend to the 9 abysses at the celestial immortal stage. Unleashing his divine powers, he traverses thousands of miles in a single step. And when flying at full force, he covers hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant, demonstrating Xuan Yuan's eagerness to avoid any delays. 3 years later, Xuan Yuan finally arrives near the Sun Star, where he sees a blood-red cloud pulsating with waves of scorching heat. However, for Xuan Yuan, whose physical body rivals that of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, this poses little threat, and he swiftly heads toward the Sun Star. Upon reaching the Sun Star, he discovers it to be a sea of flames, where golden flames, one of the 3 purest fires of the heavens known as Sun True Fire, blaze. The intensity of this fire is such that only a golden immortal can withstand it, making it an excellent spiritual material for refining the fire element. This is precisely why Xuan Yuan is determined to ascend to the Sun Star, even if he cannot find the Fusang tree. The Sun True Fire will suffice. Nevertheless, the primary goal of this journey is the Fusang tree. He not only aims to refine the fire element, but also plans to transplant a branch of the Fusang tree, ensuring his disciples need not worry about it in the future. A twofold benefit indeed. In this boundless sea of flames, Xuan Yuan easily navigates through, relying on his formidable cultivation and terrifying physical body, completely unfazed by the threats posed by the Sun True Fire. Even the ferocious solar storms cannot impede his progress. After a long search, he finally arrives at the heart of the sun, where a gnarled iron tree stands tall, its branches ablaze with clusters of flames. Yet, no matter how fiercely they burn, the leaves of the iron tree cannot be consumed. The blazing tree standing before me is none other than the supreme innate spiritual root, the Fusang wood. A fire element spiritual root. It suppresses the scorching solar fire poison. Otherwise, should this poison erupt, even the primordial chaos would suffer calamity. Beneath the tree, fragments of solar gold crystals are scattered about, causing Xuan Yuan's eyes to gleam with an overwhelming brilliance. This harvest indeed exceeds all expectations. Without further hesitation, Xuan Yuan promptly sits cross-legged beneath the Fusang tree, commencing the refinement of fire essence. Streams of fiery energy, akin to serpentine dragons, weave through his meridians, continuously expanding them and tempering his heart. This fire essence, extracted from the Fusang tree, flows into Xuan Yuan's body, while countless true flames of the sun are drawn in to replenish his energy. In the blink of an eye, a century has passed. After enduring the tempering of boundless fiery energy, Xuan Yuan's heart has transformed into a resplendent golden hue, pulsating with golden solar flames. Resembling a heart of pure fire. Boom! At last, the fire element attains perfection, and the energies of earth and fire spiral together, resonating in harmony, resulting in a breakthrough in cultivation. Upon opening his eyes and rising to his feet, Xuan Yuan examines himself, nodding in satisfaction. Next, he must seek the Tying Star, hoping it will not disappoint. Yet, before departing, he must gather some items. With a sweeping gesture, he collects the abundant solar gold crystals and the substantial essence of true solar fire scattered across the ground. He selects the largest branch from the trunk of the Fusong tree to take with him, intending to nurture it with the energy of creation, planning to plant it back at Penglai. After completing these tasks, Xuan Yuan does not linger further, setting his course towards the Tying Star. The Tying Star, ancient and desolate, is enveloped in the essence of the Tying, unlike the explosive nature of the solar star. This place is barren. Upon arriving at the Tying Star, Xuan Yuan flies towards its core, where a colossal laurel tree emits a gentle blue glow amidst the surrounding chill. This azure light offers a semblance of warmth in the cold. Though the laurel tree is immense, its trunk is slender, reminiscent of a delicate beauty. Its bark is as smooth as an infant's skin, in stark contrast to ordinary leaves, while the laurel leaves are as solid as jade. When the fierce winds blow, the leaves produce a melodious chime, resonating like wind chimes. The laurel leaves possess the ability to calm the mind and prevent cultivators from succumbing to the temptations of inner demons during their practice. As the laurel tree suppresses the tying power of the star, it also transforms this power into the essence of the moon, showering the primordial chaos, aiding its beings in awakening their intelligence and pursuing cultivation, a true immeasurable merit. Without hesitation, Xuan Yuan enters a meditative state beneath the laurel tree, absorbing its wood essence and refining the wood energy. As his cultivation progresses, vast amounts of wood energy flow from the laurel tree into Xuan Yuan's body, aiding in the tempering of his liver. His liver becomes enveloped in rich green wood essence, undergoing continuous refinement, brimming with vitality, resembling a verdant world. Another century passes, and on this day, Xuan Yuan's eyes shine brilliantly. His aura surging like a primordial beast untethered, rampaging across the Tying Star. Behind him, the colors of gold, yellow, and green alternate, representing the elements of fire, earth, and wood, signifying that Xuan Yuan has completely refined the essence of wood. Achieving perfection in the wood element. With 3 elements of the 5 now perfected, only the water and metal elements remain for him to attain ultimate completion. Xuan Yuan surveys the Tying Star, reasoning that, given its similarities to the solar star and its remarkable merits, it could not possibly remain so obscure. Unlike the solar star, which birthed the 2 sovereigns, Di Jun and Tai Yi, and commands myriad demons. Becoming the ruler of the celestial court, the Tying Star seems vastly inferior by comparison. Its only notable figures are the 2 goddesses, Shi He and Chang Shi, who later married the 2 sovereigns of the solar star, ultimately meeting a tragic fate. Such a disparity is perplexing. Although the Tying and solar energies intertwine, the Tying Star should not remain untouched by great calamities, rendering it so desolate. Perhaps the Tying Star once gave birth to a formidable being, one who might rival the top-tier powers of the primordial chaos, yet this being shunned conflict, thus leading to such a scene. Contemplating this, Xuan Yuan finds himself momentarily dazed. If such a person exists within the Tying Star, would his presence here not be somewhat intrusive? Moreover, if they are capable of concealing themselves so deeply, their cultivation must be, surely not so formidable. I am Xuan Yuan, and I apologize for any offense. May I have the honor of meeting you? Xuan Yuan calls out towards the center of the Tying, but after a lengthy wait, there is no response. It seems this fellow does not wish to meet outsiders and prefers solitude. Indeed, a true recluse. It's a pity he cannot be encountered. With this understanding, Xuan Yuan no longer feels puzzled. His expression of apology has been conveyed, and he bears no burden, should the other party pursue the matter further. It would only reflect poorly on them, and he certainly does not fear them. After exploring a few more areas, finding nothing particularly distinct, Xuan Yuan begins to feel somewhat weary. However, just as he intends to depart, he unexpectedly discovers a treasure trove, a glacial expanse formed from the essence of the Taiyin. The center lies a vast lake, and the water within is not ordinary. It is the postnatal purine water, known as moonlight heavy water. This water, a product of Pangu's tears, is pure postnatal water, comparable to the inherent Gui water, yet with its own merits, and it is capable of regeneration, formed through the sedimentation of moonlight Taiyin essence over countless years. Upon witnessing this, Xuan Yuan is overwhelmed with joy. Lacking in the water and metal elements, This would serve him well in lieu of the peach tree. Thus, he collects some, mindful of the fact that this place may belong to someone. And he refrains from being as reckless as before. Otherwise, he would have taken it all. With the tying endeavor now complete, Xuan Yuan has no intention of lingering further and prepares to turn away. However, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to having gained so many benefits, he feels compelled to utter a few words to the owner of this place. Reflecting on his past experiences, he addresses the tying star once more. Fellow cultivator. As a kindred spirit, I must impart this wisdom. While seclusion can be delightful, it is beneficial to engage with the world. Loneliness can be burdensome, so I advise you to converse more and venture forth. It is good for your health. Reminiscing about his own journey, Xuan Yuan finds himself rambling. Without waiting for a response, he departs. Puff, ha ha ha. This person is truly amusing. He speaks in riddles I cannot decipher. Is he mocking my disregard for worldly affairs? Having taken so much from here without a word of thanks, how rude. As Xuan Yuan departs, a light laugh reverberates through the tying star, a sound both playful and reproachful. Akin to a ghostly echo in a secluded valley, enchanting and breathing life into the desolation of the tying star. Chapter 15. The stellar tribe. At this moment, Xuan Yuan remains unaware that he has left a poor impression on the ruler of the tying. As he soars towards the primordial chaos, intending to venture westward in search of the innate gung metal essence to perfect his metal element. Just as Xuan Yuan is about to leave, he is intercepted by someone, members of the stellar tribe. Gazing at the man before him, who radiates an aura of menace, Xuan Yuan's expression turns grave. This individual is likely a top-tier powerhouse. Not quite on par with Hong Jun, yet still a formidable figure not to be underestimated. Moreover, even if Xuan Yuan is unafraid, the throngs of thousands accompanying him, including golden immortals and Tai golden immortals, necessitate caution. Uncertain of their intentions, Xuan Yuan refrains from making the first move, as it could lead to misunderstandings. After all, it is better to gain a friend than to acquire an enemy. What is your intention? Fellow cultivator, why do you obstruct my path? Xuan Yuan speaks in a low voice, preparing for a potential confrontation. The Holy Mother invites you. We hope you will visit our tribe. A frigid aura accompanies the words, lacking any semblance of hospitality. Oh, what if I choose not to go? Noticing the absence of sincerity in the other S-tone, Xuan Yuan's gaze sharpens. Is this not a forceful invitation, if I do not act? Will they assume I am made of clay? Humph. Instantly, the atmosphere between them intensifies, two terrifying auras clashing, causing others to retreat in haste, as a battle seems imminent. Fellow cultivator, you misunderstand. We mean no harm. Chi Sha. Stand down. Just as Xuan Yuan prepares to strike, a voice infused with a hint of apology rings out, simultaneously dissuading the man. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xuan Yuan's eyes brighten. Before him stands an unparalleled celestial maiden. Her garments flowing gracefully, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Had Xuan Yuan not been a cultivator with a steadfast mind, he might have been utterly captivated. Greetings, your grace. Upon witnessing this enchanting figure, Chi Sha gazes at her with reverence, bowing in respect. Greetings, Holy Mother. The thousands of soldiers follow suit, bowing in unison, instantly revealing the identity of the maiden. Star Hua Holy Mother. What is your intention, fellow cultivator? Do you seek to detain me? Upon the arrival of the main figure, Xuan Yuan's urgency subsides. I come with courtesy. Star Hua has sent someone to seek you, but regrettably, Chi Sha's temperament is not suited for conversation, which has led to your misunderstanding. The Star Hua Holy Mother displays no airs of superiority, acknowledging her prior rudeness. I dare not take offense. I am Xuan Yuan, honored to meet you. Since you have offered an apology, and since you bore no hostility in your prior actions, Xuan Yuan naturally will not dwell on the matter, as that would appear petty. Might you consider visiting the stellar tribe? I would like to extend my hospitality. Seeing that the other party no longer pursues the issue, the Star Hua Holy Mother breathes a sigh of relief and extends an invitation to Xuan Yuan. I have long admired the stellar tribe and was just about to pay a visit. Please, lead the way. Please observe that the other party harbors no ill intentions. It seems they have a matter to request. Xuan Yuan is not averse to embarking on this journey, relying on his own capabilities. He feels no fear. Thus, accompanied by the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance and others, he proceeds towards the ancestral grounds of the Star Clan. Along the way, the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance introduces Xuan Yuan to the various star domains of the Star Clan and some internal affairs, broadening his horizons. Indeed, the Star Clan is exceptionally blessed by nature, renowned as a formidable power in the primordial world. After hearing all this, Xuan Yuan cannot help but sigh in admiration. To receive such praise from a fellow Taoist is indeed an honor. The Holy Mother of Starry Radiance is quite amiable towards Xuan Yuan, her words often hinting at a desire for friendship. In a realm rife with great clans and countless strong individuals. As a leader, she must consider the welfare of her clan. It is prudent not to provoke a solitary cultivator like Xuan Yuan, who possesses formidable strength, unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it would invite significant trouble. Instead, forging connections could yield assistance in the future, perhaps even forming an alliance beneficial for her clan's development, especially since she has matters to request. Therefore, the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance is exceedingly courteous. As for the cold-faced figure, Qi Sha, Xuan Yuan chooses to disregard him, engaging in pleasant conversation with the Holy Mother instead. Before long, they arrive at the origin of the Star Clan, located in the northern Dipper star domain. Gazing upon this vast expanse of stars, which rivals the realms of Taiyin and Taiyang, Xuan Yuan cannot help but reminisce about the tales of the Northern Dipper. In records of the Grand Historian, Book of Celestial Officials. The bright auxiliary stars are near. The ministers are strong and close. The weak and distant are dismissed. In Book of Jin, Treatise on Astronomy, the auxiliary star resides in the bright opening, thus assisting the Dipper's success. Symbolizing the Prime Minister, when the 7 political stars shine, the nation flourishes. When the auxiliary stars shine, the ministers are strong. In Chronicles of Hechuan's Spring Marsh, the Dipper starring stone of Xishan. The stone color is pure azure, finely embroidered with golden stars, arranged like the Dipper constellation, hence named the Dipper starring stone. In Ming He Jingming's apology, let the Northern Dipper vibrate the chronicles, commanding the auxiliary stars to assist. The Northern Dipper comprises the 7 stars of Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Ji, Tian Quan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yao Guang. In Taoism, the Northern Dipper is referred to as the 7 Yuan Star Lords, residing in the 7 palaces of the Northern Dipper. Namely, Tian Shu Palace, Lord of the Greedy Wolf Star; Tian Xian Palace, Lord of the Great Gate Star; Tian Ji Palace, Lord of the Fortune Star; Tian Quan Palace, Lord of the Literary Star; Yuheng Palace, Lord of the Righteous Star; Kaiyang Palace, Lord of the Martial Star; Yao Guang Palace, Lord of the Breaking Army Star. Moreover, there is a tale of the Lady of Purple Light transforming into the Northern Dipper's 7 stars, suggesting that the Lady of Purple Light is indeed the original form of the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance. During the era of Long Han, there was a king named Zhou Yu, whose consort was the Lady of Purple Light. One day, as the lady basked by the pool, she suddenly felt 9 lotus flowers transform into 9 sons. The eldest became the Heavenly Emperor, the second the Purple Micro-Emperor, while the other 7 became the Lords of Destiny. Wealth, fortune, longevity, increased calculation, fate, and the 7 stars. The second eldest, the Emperor Lord, resides in the Tai Su Palace of the Purple Micro-Summit, while the Lady of Purple Light is also known as the Holy Virtue Empress of the 9 true celestials of the Northern Dipper, the true Empress of the mysterious Heavenly Great Sage, and the Red Emperor of celebrated radiance. She is also referred to as the Mother of Stars, holding a revered status comparable to the Dao ancestor of later generations. Before Xuan Yuan's eyes stands a colossal starry palace, entirely forged from stellar essence gold. Even Xuan Yuan cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary wealth of this clan. Indeed, it is a great clan, demonstrating their exceptional standards. This evokes thoughts of the term nouveau riche. What exemplifies financial opulence, if not this? In the primordial realm, who else could wield such grand resources if not the Star Clan? The abundance of stellar essence gold could forge countless inferior and medium-grade postnatal spiritual treasures, if not in the tens of thousands, certainly in the thousands. The more he gazes, the more Xuan Yuan feels an impulse to seize the opportunity, quickly calming himself. Otherwise, he might succumb to temptation. Our Star Clan possesses but a modest collection, while other spiritual materials are indeed scarce. I hope fellow Taoists will not find this amusing. Haha. Such intentional boasting must be deliberate. Observing the seemingly humble demeanor of this wealthy lady, yet detecting an air of pride, Xuan Yuan's heart twitches, and he responds with a smile. Please, fellow Taoist, come in. Following the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance into the palace, they sit facing each other. I trust fellow Taoist understands that I have summoned you for a matter of request, and I hope you will extend your assistance. After a moment of silence, the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance speaks. Of course, the matter I seek is naturally within your capacity, and you shall be generously rewarded afterward. Before Xuan Yuan can respond, the Holy Mother presents her conditions, making it difficult for him to refuse. What predicament do you face that even a cultivator of your caliber cannot resolve? To be honest, Xuan Yuan is somewhat curious. It is rare to find an issue that troubles this holy figure. Are you adept in the laws of creation? The Holy Mother of Starry Radiance poses an unrelated question that I possess a modicum of understanding. The mention of the laws of creation piques his interest. Could it be related to some form of restoration? I believe you may have surmised the essence of the matter. Indeed, I require your laws of creation to aid our clan as sacred tree. As she speaks, the Holy Mother's expression shifts to one of sorrow, indicating the weight of her burden. What kind of divine tree could render the Holy Mother so powerless? It must be a top-tier spiritual root. Rest assured, I shall not disclose this to others. Xuan Yuan recognizes the significance of the matter and vows to keep it confidential. Thank you for your understanding, fellow Daoist. This sacred tree is the starfruit tree, which nurtures the Star Clan. What? The starfruit tree? So it is this divine tree. No wonder I should have anticipated. Aside from the starfruit tree, what other spiritual roots could serve as the sacred tree of the Star Clan? Upon hearing this, Xuan Yuan momentarily loses his composure. The starfruit tree, one of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots, ranks alongside the fusang tree, the laurel tree, and the ginseng fruit tree. It channels the energies of the stars. Brimming with cosmic power. He never imagined it would also give rise to the Star Clan. Truly terrifying. This shouldn't be, as far as I know. There seems to be no external force capable of harming the starfruit tree's essence in the current primordial realm. Contemplating this, Xuan Yuan is filled with doubts. Do you know my origins? Are you not of the Northern Dipper? At this point, Xuan Yuan's eyes widen, and he inhales sharply. You have deduced correctly. I find myself in a predicament. Hence the need to request your assistance. The Holy Mother of Starry Radiance gives a wry smile, aware of the peculiarities of her situation. How astonishing that your origins are so remarkable, stemming from the starfruit tree. There should be no significant issues arising from that. However, it is not entirely as you imagine. You are aware that the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots are difficult to manifest. The heavens are often envious. I merely embody the essence of the starfruit tree, which has merged with this Northern Dipper to take form. The starfruit tree is akin to my mother, yet my emergence absorbed in excess of its essence, resulting in damage to the mother tree. Initially, I believed it would recover on its own, albeit slowly. However, I recently discovered that the situation has drastically worsened. The mother tree is becoming increasingly frail, nearly losing its status as a top-tier innate spiritual root. Through information gathered from the mother tree, it appears it had already suffered damage during the creation of the world and was subsequently required to nurture me, leading to a significant loss of essence. Thus, I have been compelled to seek various methods of healing. Upon hearing the Holy Mother's explanation, Xuan Yuan finally comprehends the gravity of the situation. If the starfruit tree were to face calamity, the Star Clan would undoubtedly suffer a devastating blow, which explains the Holy Mother's urgency. Though I possess knowledge of the laws of creation, I cannot assure you that I can restore the divine tree. Given the severity of the damage incurred during the creation of the world, please be at ease, for finding you was also a sign from the mother tree, suggesting it recognized your capabilities. Very well, I shall endeavor to assist. I hope to aid you. In that case, I represent the entire Star Clan in expressing our deepest gratitude to you. Chapter 16. The Contest in the Boundless Cosmos. Vast and enigmatic, the Star Clan emerges as an immensely powerful entity. When Xuan Yuan learns of the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance's request, he does not hesitate to extend a personal favor. For he may also require the assistance of the Star Clan in the future, reflecting on his plans. Xuan Yuan cannot help but feel that this journey was indeed fortuitous. As the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance introduces Xuan Yuan to the members of her clan, he reassesses the might of the Star Clan. Aside from the Holy Mother herself and the 3 great generals, Qi Sha, Tan Lang, and Pejun, her subordinates are numerous, including formidable figures like the 28 Mansions. Showcasing their strength, the members of the clan are also curious about the adept summoned by the Holy Mother. Upon learning that Xuan Yuan can aid in healing the sacred tree, they become exceedingly enthusiastic and warm towards him. Thank you, Dao Zun, for your assistance. We are immensely grateful. Indeed, the Holy Mother and the clan have been greatly troubled by this matter. Now that it can be resolved, we need not wait helplessly any longer. We are truly thankful. The sacred tree is of utmost importance to our clan. How could we allow outsiders to know easily? Should anything unforeseen occur, our clan would face annihilation. One of the lower-ranking officials speaks up. Tan Lang, how can you be so disrespectful? Exactly. Dao Zun was personally invited by the Holy Mother. How could he wish us harm? Tan Lang, apologize to Dao Zun at once. The expression of the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance darkens. Xuan Yuan was summoned by her. and Tianlang's skepticism is akin to slapping her face. To heal the sacred tree, one must possess adequate strength. What do you think, fellow Daoist? The character of Tianlang is exceedingly proud. Apart from the Starry Mother, there are few who capture his attention. He is also remarkably combative, possessing formidable strength. He is correct in asserting that without sufficient power, one cannot withstand the pressure exerted by the sacred tree, ultimately leading to failure. Thus, careful consideration is warranted. The others, upon hearing this, snapped back from their surprise, and, pondering the critical point, could not help but feel a wave of concern. Yet, among those present, only two remained unfazed, the Starry Mother and the 7 Kills Heavenly Lord. The Starry Mother understood that the individual before her was no ordinary being. Although she was unaware of his true strength, she surmised it would not be significantly inferior to her own. The 7 Kills was more aware, having previously engaged in a brief contest with Xuan Yuan, and thus had a better understanding of him. If one could dominate both him and the powerful figures behind him in terms of momentum, they were certainly not inferior, even possibly on par with the level of the Mother. In comparison, Tianlang was merely similar to him. Therefore, it was evident what the comparison suggested. However, he refrained from intervening, as he too wished to ascertain the true extent of Xuan Yuan's prowess. Ha ha ha! I wonder how my esteemed friend shall proceed. Xuan Yuan was acutely aware that in a world where strength reigns supreme, concealing one's abilities inevitably invites skepticism. Since embarking on his journey, he had never truly unleashed his power. Masters like Tianlang stirred a sense of eagerness within him. He wished to both validate his own strength and demonstrate to them that he possessed the capability to instill awe. Ha ha ha! Very well. Let us engage in a contest. Should you truly possess the strength, I shall offer my apologies. Please, my friend. With that, the two vanished and found themselves amidst the cosmos. Let us observe. This time, it ought to teach Tianlang a lesson, so he refrains from being so arrogant, spoke the Starry Mother, moving closer. She believed that Tianlang would falter. Xuan Yuan, the Daoist, could not be that formidable, could he? His strength remained uncertain, yet it should be comparable to hers. What? So formidable? Then Tianlang, even the Break Army, was somewhat moved. Just watch. In the vastness of the starry sky, the two figures ascended to the zenith of their might. Although Xuan Yuan was merely at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, 2 levels shy of the pinnacle of complete perfection, his formidable divine essence and substantial accumulation of power allowed him to surpass even Tianlang, who was at the complete perfection stage. This confrontation was merely an opportunity to test the attacking methods he had devised. With a snort, Tianlang was the first to strike, his massive spear slicing through the void, radiating a chilling aura that nearly froze the surrounding star realms. Xuan Yuan traversed the heavens, executing a profound step that allowed him to evade Tianlang's assault, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Tianlang's head. This was a demonstration of pure physical might. Tianlang's expression shifted. His opponent had effortlessly extricated himself from his domain of laws, and the sheer physical power was terrifying. Any ordinary Tai Golden Immortal would likely have been obliterated by such a blow. Instantly, he cast aside any underestimation and focused intently on the battle. Although Tianlang did not primarily cultivate his physical form, the countless eons spent absorbing the power of the stars had fortified his body. Coupled with his high cultivation, he engaged in a fierce clash with Xuan Yuan. Stars trembled as countless smaller celestial bodies were shattered, the laws of the universe swirling around them, drawing the attention of the entire star clan. Is that not Lord Tianlang? How astonishingly powerful he is. The one battling Lord Tianlang is truly remarkable. They appear evenly matched. That must be the esteemed guest the mother invited back a few days ago. How impressive. Upon recognizing the identities of both combatants, the crowd gasped in astonishment. How long do you think this will last? Inquired the Starry Mother. Well, the two appear evenly matched at present, so it may not conclude swiftly. Replied one. It will be soon. Tianlang is on the verge of defeat, said the 7 Kills, his expression grave, echoed by the Break Army. How is that possible? Up to this point, Xuan Yuan has only utilized his physical strength to suppress Tianlang. Without employing any laws or spiritual treasures, the Break Army's eyes gleamed with realization, and the crowd gasped in shock, having overlooked this fact. Lord Tianlang has yet to unleash his full power, correct? In that case, boom. The two exchanged another powerful strike and then separated to reassess. At this moment, Tianlang's expression grew increasingly serious. Having not anticipated the strength of Xuan Yuan to be so formidable, he realized that he could only feel this way under the Starry Mother's influence. Xuan Yuan is indeed a master of the same caliber as the Mother. I apologize for my earlier comments. However, I still possess one final technique. I implore you, esteemed Taoist, to offer your guidance. Tanlong's eyes gleamed with fervor, his aura surging. Xuan Yuan's expression also turned grave. Truly, the three great generals of the Star Clan are exceptional. Please, proceed. Heavens, is Lord Tanlang about to employ that technique? How exhilarating. Indeed. Tanlong's ultimate move would require the mother to exert her full strength. That Xuan Yuan can compel him to this extent is quite remarkable. With a thunderous roar, the starry sky seemed to collapse, time momentarily halting. Before them stood Tanlang, having revealed his true form. A colossal celestial wolf towering tens of thousands of feet. Its aura wild and seemingly intent on annihilating everything, devouring the heavens and earth. A resonant shout echoed from the giant wolf's maw, causing time and space to reverse, engulfing the world in silence. The celestial wolf's mouth transformed into a vast black hole, consuming everything around it. The horrendous gravitational pull compelled Xuan Yuan to muster all his strength to resist. Nevertheless, his eyes shone brighter. For it was precisely such power that ignited his fervor. Qingyan realm, mutually protective, the blue lotus manifests. The incantation resonated, and Xuan Yuan formed intricate seals with his hands, esoteric energies spreading throughout the cosmos. Immediately, numerous blue lotuses materialized, surrounding Xuan Yuan and countering the dreadful pull, halting the advance of the black hole. Yet, this was not the end. The blue lotuses multiplied endlessly, enveloping both Xuan Yuan and Tanlang within. The realm of blue lotuses, brimming with boundless creation, possessed the potential to obliterate all. World generates, creation boundless, realm extinguishes without a path, explode. With Xuan Yuan's powerful shout, the world was annihilated, and terrifying waves radiated outward, threatening to obliterate everything. Starlight, protect. The starry mother intervened, unleashing an infinite brilliance that stemmed the tide of destruction. The others breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the battle's intensity. Had the mother not intervened, the casualties would have been severe. What has become of the two? Someone wondered aloud. Upon witnessing the outcome, a hush fell over the crowd. The starry expanse within a million-li radius had transformed into a vacuum, everything reduced to ash. Tanlang lay bloodied and battered in the void, evidently gravely wounded and unconscious, while Xuan Yuan, aside from a slight dishevelment and chaotic aura, appeared nearly unscathed. Hiss! It dawned upon them that Xuan Yuan's cultivation was unfathomable, truly concealing his depths. Bring Lord Tanlang down for healing, commanded the starry mother. Yes, esteemed Taoist Xuan Yuan. Your cultivation is indeed impressive. I admire you greatly. Please take some time to rest. Very well, I shall not be formal. Xuan Yuan was about to reflect on the insights gained from the battle. Ensure that no one disturbs Taoist Xuan Yuan. Whatever is needed, please accommodate as much as possible, the starry mother instructed her subordinates, ensuring the battlefield was attended to, lest chaos ensue. Taoist's profound cultivation is rare in the wilderness. Few can stand alongside him. Indeed, to forge a connection with such a powerful being is truly a stroke of fortune. A group of Tai golden immortals, having witnessed Xuan Yuan's prowess, felt both trepidation and elation, grateful for the opportunity to associate with such an entity. 7 kills. If the three of us join forces, do you think we could surpass Taoist Xuan Yuan? Inquired the Break Army. After a moment of contemplation, 7 kills lifted his gaze. Doubtful. Taoist Xuan Yuan was able to easily triumph over Tanlang with little consequence. Clearly, he exists at the same level as the mother. I believe you understand that those at this tier are sovereigns within a grand realm, nearly invincible, even if the three of us join forces and unleash our innate divine abilities. We would likely only achieve parity with the mother, not victory. This Taoist Xuan Yuan harbors profound depths. Even I may not be his match. At that moment, the previously silent starry mother spoke, startling everyone. How can this be? Even the mother cannot contend with him. Taoist Xuan Yuan is so powerful. Both 7 kills and the Break Army displayed expressions of disbelief. Hence, there are realms beyond realms, and strength beyond strength. One must not underestimate any individual, the starry mother reflected. There is no shame in acknowledging one's limitations. All one must do is strive to catch up. At their level, one must maintain a tranquil mindset. The others wore expressions of shame. As a prominent clan, they naturally held a sense of pride, believing that few would dare to provoke them in the wilderness. Yet today, they realized the multitude of powerful beings that existed, far exceeding their superficial understanding, leaving them feeling even more abashed. There are many such formidable individuals within the wilderness. Thus, we must cultivate a good relationship with Taoist Xuan Yuan. Having another strong ally is always beneficial. Given the impending Great Calamity in the wilderness, I alone cannot guarantee the safety of our clan. Thus, we must prepare early. The mother is wise. We shall certainly adhere to your guidance. Chapter 17. Healing the Tree. The three lights divine water 3 days later, Xuan Yuan emerged from his secluded chamber, his cultivation appearing even more restrained, clearly having gained significant insights from his battle with Tan Lang. Are you prepared? Esteemed friend, the starry mother approached him. I am ready. Please lead the way. Led by the Holy Mother of the Stars, Xuan Yuan ventured toward the deepest recesses of the Big Dipper, even before his arrival. Xuan Yuan had sensed the peculiarities of this place. His divine consciousness could not penetrate, and being on another's territory, he dared not act with impudence. It turned out to be the realm of the stellar fruit tree, which explained its mystique, safeguarded as it was by a grand celestial formation. Upon witnessing the legendary divine tree, even though he was mentally prepared, Xuan Yuan was still taken aback. There stood the stellar fruit tree, also known as the Tree of Creation, towering in the starry sky, truly a sight to behold as it reached skyward, its trunk extending into the earth, rooted in the primordial chaos, yet concealed by the celestial formation. It remained unnoticed by all. Just by being here, it surpassed the heights of the Unyielding Mountain, for the Tree of Creation's canopy pierced the heavens and transcended the celestial realm, leaving Xuan Yuan in awe. Initially believing it to thrive solely in the cosmos, only to discover its deep connection to the earth, streams of starlight cascaded down, flickering with brilliance, a testament to the power of the stellar fruit tree, which harmonized myriad stars and regulated the celestial bodies of the primordial world. The stellar tree embodies the path of the stars, serving as the finest material for crafting celestial treasures, and belongs to the category of wood-based spiritual roots. Rivaling even the laurel tree, despite its continued power, Xuan Yuan discerned a flaw at a glance. It bore injuries that rendered it somewhat wilted. Truly, it was worthy of being a top-tier innate spiritual root. This spectacle alone surpassed that of the Fusang tree and other wonders. Xuan Yuan could not help but exclaim that this was the first divine tree he had ever encountered. Friends, you flatter me. I wonder if it is possible to heal it. The Holy Mother of the Stars inquired nervously. The situation was far more severe than anticipated, yet Xuan Yuan felt confident. Understanding the circumstances brought him reassurance. He was well versed in the laws of creation he controlled. Although he could not guarantee a complete cure, he possessed a backup plan, the 12th rank creation Qinglian, which governed creation. With the power of this supreme treasure, he was certain he could accomplish the task, and this was the source of his confidence. Really, do you truly have such assurance? Upon hearing this, the Holy Mother of the Stars lost her composure momentarily. As the Mother Tree, no one understood the significance of the stellar fruit tree to the stellar clan better than she. This issue had troubled her for years, and now hearing of a possible solution, she could hardly contain her excitement. Would I jest with you? If I lacked confidence, I would not have spoken so. Xuan Yuan chuckled, understanding her feelings. My friend, please do not take offense. I wonder what preparations are still needed. I shall ensure everything is in order and no further preparations are necessary. Consider it a retreat. Just ensure that no one disturbs me, Xuan Yuan replied. Then I shall take my leave. I thank you for your trouble. After circling the stellar fruit tree, Xuan Yuan's heart swelled with longing. After all, a top-tier innate spiritual root lay before him. It would be disingenuous to claim otherwise. Yet, he also recognized the impossibility of taking it away. Not only had the stellar clan long been prepared, but the stellar fruit tree was not easily removed. The stakes were too high for Xuan Yuan to jeopardize his relations with the stellar clan. The canopy swayed, seemingly greeting Xuan Yuan, hinting at the sentience of the divine tree, albeit unable to take form. Patting the trunk, Xuan Yuan sat cross-legged beneath it and commenced his restoration efforts. This was no simple task. The vast trunk demanded an immense amount of creation energy, leaving even Xuan Yuan dumbfounded. Fortunately, the stellar fruit tree seemed aware of Xuan Yuan's frustration. With a tremor, it released a burst of starlight, revealing a small stellar fruit tree forming within the massive trunk, strikingly similar to its mother, yet only 3 zhang tall, suspended before Xuan Yuan. This must be the essence of the stellar fruit tree's life. Akin to its soul, once its injuries were healed, it would pose no issue. You are quite considerate, saving me a great deal of effort. Smiling, Xuan Yuan cradled the small tree and began the healing process. Closing his eyes, he manifested the laws of creation, and immediately, the energies of creation swirled around him, exuding boundless vitality. The stellar fruit tree in his hands shook violently, appearing overwhelmingly eager, as if sensing his intentions. Gradually, strands of creation energy emerged, flowing from Xuan Yuan's hands into the stellar fruit tree. As the creation energy infused, the small tree quaked, greedily absorbing it, its radiance intensifying. Clearly benefiting from the infusion, Thus, Xuan Yuan entered a state of seclusion. While simultaneously understanding the path of the stars imparted by the stellar fruit tree, greatly aiding his journey, time slipped away, and a millennium passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, within his retreat, Xuan Yuan sat atop the 12th-rank creation Xinglian, surrounded by rich creation energy that enveloped him in a thick cocoon, within which lay the small stellar fruit tree, continuously absorbing the creation energy over the years. Enhancing its vitality, the starlight flowed, revealing no trace of damage. Only Xuan Yuan knew that one final step remained to completely eliminate the injury and restore it fully. Suddenly, with eyes still closed, Xuan Yuan opened them wide. An intense brilliance surging forth, his entire being radiating with an expansive aura, as if immersed in the starry sky, clearly indicating that these years of comprehending the path of the stars had yielded significant insights. By the name of creation, life is boundless. All laws dissipate, returning to their origins. With a powerful declaration, Xuan Yuan's aura surged, the force of creation enveloping the stellar fruit tree, erasing its final wounds, with a rustling sound. The small tree shook vigorously, and instantly, all creation energy was absorbed, its brilliance skyrocketing. In a swift motion, the small tree flew back to its original form, and with a resounding boom, a terrifying aura erupted from the tree. Sweeping across the surroundings and startling all members of the stellar clan, the Holy Mother of the Stars appeared in an instant, her expression filled with excitement, while others seemed to grasp the situation. Their faces alight with joy. A deafening roar echoed, and increasingly intense fluctuations surged forth, accompanied by a cascade of starlight. All the stars shone brightly in unison, illuminating the ancient, night-like sky as if it were day, a truly rare occurrence throughout the ages. Everyone understood that the sacred tree had awakened. How splendid! The sacred tree had finally recovered. Ha ha ha. At this moment, everyone erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. The Holy Mother of the Stars was moved to tears. The stellar fruit tree was not only her mother tree but also the cornerstone of the stellar clan's fortunes, of immense importance. Now that it had revived, she felt a sense of relief concerning her people's plight. As long as the mother tree stood, the stellar clan would endure and thrive, a legacy unbroken. How could she not feel exhilarated? Even the typically stoic figures of Yuan, Tanlang, and Qisha displayed traces of joy on their faces. Truly, I have fulfilled the expectations of many by restoring the divine tree. I have accomplished my task. Shortly thereafter, Xuan Yuan made his appearance. Thank you, my friend. I express my gratitude on behalf of the entire clan. The Holy Mother of the Stars solemnly bowed, with others following suit to show their appreciation. Not at all. The honor of witnessing the legendary stellar fruit tree is mine, Xuan Yuan hastily replied. Attempting to deflect the praise. My friend, please follow me. Our clan shall host a banquet to express our gratitude for your immense kindness. The Holy Mother of the Stars, undeterred, invited Xuan Yuan to take a seat as a gesture of respect. For 3 days, the stellar clan celebrated in exuberance, showering Xuan Yuan with gratitude. After the festivities, Xuan Yuan decided it was time to take his leave, having already delayed in searching for water and metal spiritual materials for too long. He needed to hasten his journey. In the stellar palace, Xuan Yuan faced the Holy Mother of the Stars to bid farewell. Since you are determined to depart, I shan't keep you. Your assistance has been invaluable, and I must express my gratitude. Here is a small vial of 3 light divine water. As you seek water-based spiritual materials, please accept this gift. Xuan Yuan was about to decline, but upon hearing the name 3 light divine water, he was taken aback, followed by immense joy. This was precisely what he needed for his search for water-based materials and would have otherwise consumed considerable time. To receive it now was of great benefit to him. I am truly grateful for your generosity. He accepted it solemnly, delight evident on his face. The 3 light divine water held the same esteemed status as the 9 heaven soil. It was a rare essence formed over countless ages by the convergence of the sun, moon, and stars, capable of healing, enlightening, and refining water-based materials, with boundless applications. Typically, only 2 or 3 drops would form in a millennium, making this vial, containing at least 100 drops, extraordinarily precious. Only a clan like the Stellar Clan, dwelling among the stars, could amass such a treasure, as it was nearly impossible to encounter in the primordial wilderness. The continued vitality of the mother tree was also due to the effects of the 3 light divine water. And now that little remained, it was offered to Xuan Yuan as a token of gratitude. Indeed, a wealthy patron is truly remarkable, and her generosity is unparalleled. While she provides this supreme treasure for nurturing her tree, it pales in comparison to Xuan Yuan's restoration of the mother tree. The mother tree had also instructed her to gift a seedling to Xuan Yuan as a gesture of gratitude. As she spoke, she produced a young stellar fruit tree seedling. This gift is somewhat excessive. I cannot accept it. Xuan Yuan gazed at the small tree, momentarily lost in thought. My friend, there is no need for such modesty. This is a gift from the mother tree. You have rendered an immense service, and these tokens are but a small gesture of my appreciation. The Holy Mother of the Stars insisted, for nothing was more precious to her than the mother tree. Though she was slightly surprised that the mother tree had offered a seedling, she did not mind. Then I shall gratefully accept it. This item will indeed be of great use to me. After contemplating for a moment, Xuan Yuan ceased his reluctance. Understanding the intentions of the stellar fruit tree, it sought to forge a bond with him and secure a reliable ally for both himself and the stellar clan. This small tree held boundless potential for growth. While it may never reach the stature of the mother tree, it was undoubtedly a rare and exceptional spiritual root. Planting it yourself will yield boundless benefits in the future. And Xuan Yuan is also moved. After accepting the gift, Xuan Yuan bids farewell and sets off westward in search of the golden spirit treasures. At that time, he will achieve the great perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal, placing him on par with the supreme beings of the primordial chaos. The thought of it quickens his pace. However, with the possession of the three light divine water, he must hasten to refine it and attain the perfection of the water element. Chapter 18. Perfection of the water element. Westward journey to the west of the central primordial chaos. Within a grand mountain, Xuan Yuan has chosen this location as his temporary retreat, descending from the starry sky. Having acquired the three light divine water, Xuan Yuan naturally intends to first refine his water element and augment his strength. After all, the west is the territory of the ferocious beasts of the primordial chaos. And he no longer intends to hide. At Xuan Yuan's level of prowess, he possesses his own pride. The true self of the Dao makes him invincible, able to face any formidable enemy without a trace of retreat. For to do so would jeopardize his future path. Previously, Xuan Yuan's insufficient strength compelled him to act with utmost discretion, leaving few aware of his existence. He had no intention of directly participating in the Great Calamity. However, the circumstances have changed. Not only has he comprehended the Dao on Mount Buzhou, but his resolve is also unwavering. Competing with the strong is his purpose. Otherwise, what significance does his arrival in the primordial chaos hold? Every top-tier powerhouse firmly believes in their own path. What of the Great Calamity? It is fraught with peril, but also ripe with opportunity. Xuan Yuan has made up his mind and will no longer remain low profile. As evidenced by his emergence among the Star Clan, certainly, Xuan Yuan must prepare adequately and strive to enhance his strength, so he possesses the confidence to proceed. Within his cave abode, Xuan Yuan sits cross-legged, adjusting his state, ready to refine the water element with the three light divine water. The three light divine water, embodying the light of the sun, moon, and stars, has the miraculous ability to revive the spiritual roots of heaven and earth. And it is also a supreme treasure for nurturing them. It is no wonder that the Holy Mother of Star Hua used it to nourish the starfruit tree, hoping to heal its wounds. Although she was unsuccessful, she managed to suppress the injury, achieving remarkable results. Furthermore, the three light divine water is a treasure for cultivators to refine their bodies and temper their primordial spirits, aiding in the recovery of magical power and healing, while also serving as a potent weapon capable of eradicating one's primordial spirit. It is truly an invaluable treasure. With a mere thought, Xuan Yuan draws forth the three light divine water, which is continuously absorbed into his body. As each drop of the divine water is refined, an abundance of innate water element energy surges through his meridians, ceaselessly flowing into his kidneys, while the innate water element energy of heaven and earth converges to be absorbed by Xuan Yuan. As the influx of water element energy increases, so too does the strength of Xuan Yuan's kidneys, producing sounds reminiscent of crashing waves. As time passes, his kidneys become increasingly crystalline and translucent, resembling a piece of blue crystal, radiating a continuous stream of water element energy that fortifies Xuan Yuan's physical form. A century swiftly passes, and with a thunderous roar, after refining 50 drops of the three light divine water, Xuan Yuan finally achieves the perfection of the water element. Behind him, a towering azure column of water energy manifests, and simultaneously, golden, yellow, and green columns appear, representing the fire, earth, and wood elements, harmonizing beautifully with the water element. With the water element perfected, the resounding waves emanating from his kidneys evoke a sense of vastness, akin to the boundless ocean. With the four elements perfected, only the metal element remains. Westward I go. I shall see what dangers lie ahead to impede me. Opening his eyes, Xuan Yuan's aura is now far more robust than before. Rising, he strides toward the west. Along his journey, Xuan Yuan finally beholds the visage of the ferocious beasts. Witnessing their rampant destruction of the world, these beasts, born of the flesh of chaotic demons, are exceedingly savage and devoid of wisdom. Though some sovereigns emerge, the awakened ones remain few, most driven solely by slaughter and consumption. Just as they were at birth, Xuan Yuan is filled with righteous indignation. Having vowed to protect the primordial chaos, how could he tolerate their rampage? Previously, he may have turned a blind eye, but now he cannot stand idly by. Thus, confronting the endless tide of ferocious beasts, Xuan Yuan spares none, effortlessly obliterating a horde with a single strike, though they wield the power of the immortal realm and even the golden immortal. Their lack of cultivation renders them no match for Xuan Yuan, who treats them as mere insects. A roar resounds as a colossal beast towering thousands of feet rushes toward Xuan Yuan. Despite their lack of intelligence, the beasts understand that devouring Xuan Yuan could elevate them, potentially granting them wisdom, thus drawing countless ferocious creatures to the fray. 3,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. And Xuan Yuan slaughters innumerable beasts, harvesting their essences to bolster his own strength, amassing a vast reservoir of vital essence and magical power. Much of this is utilized to refine his Dao body, which has reached a terrifying fifth layer. To advance further, he requires a tremendous amount of primordial energy, and the vast essence of the ferocious beast is too valuable to ignore, though he may not break through. He still makes progress. After thousands of years of slaughter, Xuan Yuan grows weary, thus quickening his pace. However, years of bloodshed eventually attract the attention of ferocious beasts that have gained intelligence. One fateful day, dark clouds gather, and countless beasts surround Xuan Yuan, led by the beast king Qiongqi, one of the four rulers of the barbarian tribe Chao, Taowu, Qiongqi, and Taodai, accompanied by 5 formidable Tai golden immortals at the peak of their powers, along with numerous others, forming a formidable array. You are the one who has been slaughtering my kin in the west. Your crimes are deserving of death 1,000 times over. Kill him, the proud Qiongqi. Upon seeing that Xuan Yuan is not yet a Tai golden immortal at great perfection, dismisses him with disdain. A Tai golden immortal makes his move, claw descending to crush Xuan Yuan. Throughout it all, Xuan Yuan's expression remains unchanged. He counters with a punch. Boom. Not only does he shatter the attack, but he also annihilates the offending beast, scattering its flesh and blood. What? Even Qiongqi is taken aback. Before they can react, Xuan Yuan plunges into the throng, unleashing a massacre, targeting only those at the golden immortal level and above, igniting a fierce battle. Brat, how dare you? Qiongqi bellows, invoking his mystical powers to extinguish the spirit. Xuan Yuan is enveloped in a radiant azure glow, protected by the blue lotus, impervious to all attacks. Now, only Qiongqi and 3 of his subordinates remain. Xuan Yuan is unhurried, locking eyes with them. Qiongqi is a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. Who are you, and why do you slaughter my kin in such a manner? Qiongqi begins to take Xuan Yuan seriously. You have provoked me. Thus, you must perish, Xuan Yuan replies nonchalantly, as if it were a trifling matter. Before Qiongqi can respond, Xuan Yuan takes the initiative. For the longer he delays, the greater the danger. After all, this is the territory of the ferocious beasts, and should reinforcements arrive, he could find himself overwhelmed. Humph! Qiongqi's beastly claw strikes, and the two collide, both forced to retreat. It is said that the flesh of ferocious beasts is formidable, and it proves to be true, Xuan Yuan exclaims in surprise, for few can match him in physical prowess. And his interest is piqued. He charges forward, engaging Qiongqi in hand-to-hand combat. At this moment, Qiongqi is astonished. The individual before him not only possesses profound cultivation but also a body that is rare indeed. Rivaling his own form forged from the flesh of the chaotic demon, as he endures Xuan Yuan's relentless assault, Qiongqi's fury mounts, not merely from being suppressed, but from the humiliation of his flesh being bested by another, a desecration of his proud lineage. Roaring in rage, Qiongqi reveals his true form, a towering figure surrounded by murderous intent, exuding an aura of destruction, charging toward Xuan Yuan with the intent to crush everything in his path. Xuan Yuan's eyes blaze with excitement. Such strength is precisely what he seeks. He forms hand seals, the essence of the Dao swirling around him in an extraordinary manner. Manifest, Dao body of creation. Today, let us test your might. Instantly, Xuan Yuan's body begins to swell. 10 feet, 100, 1,000, 10,000, until it reaches 70,000 feet, matching Qiongqi's colossal form. Roaring to the heavens, Xuan Yuan declares his arrival. At last, I can engage in a satisfying battle. May it not disappoint me. He murmurs softly. How could Xiongqi, belittled in such a manner, not be enraged? In an instant, the two titans collide, creating a catastrophic shockwave that shakes the earth and rends the sky, drawing the attention of all factions within the primordial chaos. Chaos, Taowu, Taotai, Xiongqi is in trouble. Go assist him, commands the divine sovereign seated upon the imperial throne of the ancestral lair of the ferocious beasts. Who is this person, so powerful? It seems we have underestimated the primordial chaos. The leaders of the various tribes lament. Indeed, my friend possesses immense capabilities, but deep within the west lies trouble. We cannot stand by idly, remarks the Holy Mother of Starhua, preparing to render assistance. Xuan Yuan, my friend, truly lives up to his reputation. He is no less than the poor Taoist. What a blessing for the primordial chaos, smiles Hong Jun of Unyielding Mountain. Gazing toward the west, Xuan Yuan and Xiongqi engage in a frenzy of combat. Such exhilarating battles are rare. Xuan Yuan's fist rained down with lethal force, and the full might of his fifth-layer Dao body manifests, overpowering Xiongqi, who can only roar in frustration, feeling utterly constrained. The battle between the two individuals plunged the earth into chaos, shattering the landscape for millions of miles and leaving not a single mountain peak in sight. Even the three formidable beasts of the great perfection of Tai Golden Immortal were caught in the maelstrom and obliterated. A testament to the ferocity of the conflict. As Xuan Yuan beheld the bloodied and severely wounded Xiongqi, a surge of murderous intent surged within his eyes, and he contemplated delivering a fatal blow. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm coursed through him. Danger loomed, a thunderous roar erupted, nearly stunning Xuan Yuan into inaction. He swiftly flickered through the skies to evade the assault, only to find himself encircled by the other three sovereigns. Led by Taodai, who sought to devour him whole, this individual was overwhelmingly powerful. The four of them combined would certainly be capable of annihilating him. Regaining his composure, Xiongqi's expression turned grave as he allied with the other three. They were all acutely aware of Xuan Yuan's terrifying prowess, which rivaled their own. Simultaneously, the four of them took their positions and unleashed their innate divine powers, intent on vanquishing Xuan Yuan in one fell swoop. Faced with their united front, Xuan Yuan's countenance grew serious. He recognized that they possessed the strength to contend with him, and a moment's carelessness might spell peril for him, devouring spirits, consuming souls, ingesting all things. Chaos returned to the void. The four great beasts united their formidable powers, nearly capable of annihilating the very fabric of the universe, casting a dreadful wave of energy that enveloped Xuan Yuan, leaving him no avenue of escape. Lotus of protection, genesis of transformation, he declared. Now, allow me to demonstrate my path, and LAWAS he spoke. An aura of chilling ferocity emanated from him, threatening to rend the heavens asunder. The four sovereigns felt the weight of his presence. Above Xuan Yuan, a brilliant aurora radiated, infused with an overwhelming killing intent, as if a terrifying entity were about to emerge. Moments later, as Xuan Yuan formed his seals, a shimmering glass sword hovered above his head. Its terrifying aura spreading forth. My path shall shatter all, manifesting boundless transformations, giving rise to a world of creation, obliterating all in the 10 directions. Grasping the hilt, he unleashed a sweeping arc toward his adversaries. The sword's essence vast and unfathomable, erasing everything in its path. The dreadful energy locked onto the four sovereigns, aiming to annihilate them all. However, sovereigns are indeed sovereigns, possessing unfathomable might. Even at full capacity, their resistance merely inflicted severe injuries upon them. When they surveyed the battlefield, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The true annihilation of the void had transpired, the space nearly reverting to chaos. Xuan Yuan had vanished without a trace, and the four exchanged glances, their expressions grim, before soaring back toward their ancestral grounds. Others who had been observing were equally struck with fear and retreated, while the renown of Xuan Yuan, the Taoist master, began to spread. Another sovereign had emerged. Chapter 19. The search continues. Since the battle in the west, the existence of Xuan Yuan, the Taoist master, had become widely known throughout the wilderness, alongside the awareness of numerous hidden powers within it. Concealed from the world and unknown to many, consequently, various clans were stirred into action, urgently instructing their subordinates to exercise caution and avoid provoking wandering cultivators, lest a powerful figure akin to Xuan Yuan arise, which would spell disaster for any large clan. At this moment, Xuan Yuan was concealed within a vast mountain range, shrouding his entire presence while setting up an intricate array, rendering him undetectable. Although he had wounded his adversaries in the battle against the four great beast sovereigns, He too had sustained grave injuries, and their combined strength had instilled fear within him. Thus, he chose to hide here to recuperate, knowing that the innate energy of the Western innate gung metal was rich, undoubtedly allowing him to locate the precious materials needed for refining his metal essence. Xuan Yuan felt no urgency. Within the confines of his cave, Xuan Yuan took out 3 drops of 3 light divine water and swallowed them. Instantly, the aquatic energy surged forth, and vast amounts of energy were absorbed by Xuan Yuan, mending his wounds. A century passed in seclusion. Xuan Yuan's eyes snapped open, glinting with brilliance, indicating that he had fully recovered. Ah, truly worthy of being a sovereign beast. Individually, they may not be overwhelming, but when united, even sovereigns must exert their utmost effort to contend with them. They undoubtedly possess the strength of sovereigns, while I can match them. Overcoming them would still leave me significantly injured. That I must refine my metal essence to achieve the great perfection as soon as possible. Only then will I stand unafraid of anything. This battle had intensified Xuan Yuan's urgency to elevate his strength. He was not invincible. Should he be besieged by several sovereigns, he would inevitably meet a tragic end, especially since he stood alone without allies. In the wilderness. The titles of sovereign and emperor not only signify one's status among various clans, but also serve as evaluations of strength within the same realm. Transcending mere combat prowess. For instance, attaining the Golden Immortal Realm grants one the title of Great Ability User, as this level of mastery allows for the formation of distinct powers that resonate with the laws, establishing one as a formidable force. Upon reaching the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, one can claim kingship, founding a clan or a sacred ground. The distinctions within this hierarchy are vast, categorized by the refinement of the 5 elements into stages: early, middle, late, peak, and great perfection. Only those who reach the great perfection are bestowed with titles, and such beings are exceedingly rare. For example, the Beast Emperor, Xuan Yuan, who established a grand dynasty, and the patriarch of a major clan. Both belong to the ranks of the great perfection of Tai Golden Immortal, ruling over the heavens, invincible within their realm. Sovereigns emerge alongside emperors, though they are also quite rare. In the case of founding a dynasty, unless the emperor cultivates sovereign-level combat strength independently, which consumes vast resources, it is largely reliant on recruitment. Most large clans do not witness the birth of sovereigns, unlike the Beast Clan and Star Clan, which regularly produce them. Each sovereign stands as an invincible force beneath the emperors, wielding innate divine powers, and when several sovereigns unite their abilities, they can nearly rival emperors in strength. Thus, the distinction between sovereigns and emperors is negligible, resulting in their esteemed status within their clans. As for the Great Luo Golden Immortal, it represents a revered existence, having reached the pinnacle of immortality, with the status of a respected individual. In this era where the Great Luo remains elusive, while the Tai reigns supreme, Xuan Yuan fears no one. However, he surmised that such a situation would soon change. From this confrontation, with Xuan Yuan absent, Xuan Yuan grasped a crucial insight. Aside from the Great Luo, nothing could disturb them. He surmised that these emperors were likely in seclusion, striving to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. With this thought, Xuan Yuan felt a sense of urgency. He needed to accelerate his pace and refine his metal essence to perfection. At that point, even if he were not a match for the Great Luo Golden Immortals, he would still possess ample means for self-preservation. Xuan Yuan held confidence in his safety, and he believed he had sufficient time to significantly enhance his strength. The path to breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal was no simple feat. Yet he felt he had enough time to catch up to them. Thus, after exiting his seclusion, Xuan Yuan did not linger but ventured forth to seek out metal essence materials. This time, Xuan Yuan intended to remain hidden, proceeding discreetly, for the search for precious materials took precedence over entanglements with these beastly entities. 1,000 years swiftly passed as Xuan Yuan traversed numerous locations. Yet the metal essence materials he sought left him feeling somewhat disheartened. None could compare to the other 4 elemental materials he required for refinement. Though he had hoped to find a Bodhi tree, it seemed that hope had all but faded, as none had yet emerged into existence. Sighing, Xuan Yuan found himself at an impasse. If all else failed, he would have to make do, for time waits for no one. One day, Xuan Yuan arrived at a desolate mountain, extending his divine sense. He still found nothing of worth and was about to depart when suddenly his body trembled. What is this? He wondered, perplexed. Upon realizing the cause, he discovered that it was his own body reacting. Having initially condensed his physical form from the 9 heavens soil, such a reaction indicated he had encountered a spiritual essence buried within the earth. Only something of extraordinary nature could provoke such a response from the 9 heavens soil. And it was clear that this spiritual entity was remarkable, for it could not possibly elicit such a reaction otherwise. Xuan Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, he was in search of metal essence materials. Had this occurred at another time, he would have been elated to encounter such a treasure, but in the present context, he couldn't help but feel somewhat disheartened. Well, acquiring any treasure is still a good thing. I shall consider it a consolation, he mused. Just as he prepared to collect it, another violent movement ensued. This time, it was the water essence from the three light divine water that reacted, appearing eager and affectionate. Ah, another spiritual treasure, he thought. A water essence treasure. Is this a reward for my years of toil without gain? Xuan Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the irony, yet he felt elated at the prospect of encountering two treasures in quick succession, which piqued his interest. As he blasted through the desolate mountain, upon witnessing the object beneath, he was momentarily stunned. There stood a mound of earth 3 zhang high, exuding a heavy and solemn aura. Seemingly indestructible through the ages, surrounding it was a small lake, its waters brimming with spiritual energy, within which a cerulean light danced joyfully, akin to a carefree child, swirling around the mound. What brought Xuan Yuan immense joy were not the two entities before him, but rather the object they suppressed beneath. The moment he entered, he was captivated. An innate gung gold crystal. Incredible, to stumble upon the gung gold crystal here. Ha ha ha. How fortunate I am, to find it without effort after all my searching. Xuan Yuan burst into hearty laughter, having sought for so many years and finally discovering it here. How could he not be overjoyed? Suddenly, he felt something nudge against him, snapping him back to reality. Lowering his gaze, he found it was the water essence, which, seeing that Xuan Yuan was ignoring them, had become somewhat miffed and playfully bumped into him, drawing his attention. Ha ha ha. Thank you both so much. Otherwise, I would not have made this discovery. I shall certainly take you with me. Xuan Yuan joyfully replied, fully understanding their intentions. Just what kind of treasure could provoke such a reaction from Xuan Yuan? Originally, this Gingjin crystal is a primordial spiritual object formed from the accumulation of innate Gingjin energy over countless years. It is a precious treasure for refining gold properties, rivaling the 5 elemental spiritual roots in value. Xuan Yuan's journey was aimed at acquiring this spiritual entity, as he understood that the chances of finding the Bodhi tree were nearly non-existent. Instead, he discovered the existence of innate minerals, whose efficacy is not inferior to that of the Bodhi tree, making them the optimal choice for refining gold properties. Now that he had finally found it, he was naturally elated. Moreover, it appeared that this location was a rare Gingjin crystal vein, with golden crystals forming a vein stretching over 1,000 meters. Were any sovereigns to witness it, they would undoubtedly attempt to seize it, yet it had fortuitously fallen into Xuan Yuan's hands. These two entities also possess extraordinary origins. It is said that when Pangu opened the heavens, amidst the chaos, there existed not only 3,000 chaotic demons but also the 4 spirits of earth, water, fire, and wind that formed the framework of chaos. When chaos fractured, the 4 spirits lost their habitat and ran amok, disrupting the world created by Pangu, who subsequently suppressed them, causing them to lose their essence and fall into the primordial wilderness. This place is home to the spirits of water and earth. Whether it is luck or misfortune, the 4 spirits, though possessing intelligence, were still rather naive in the chaos, for otherwise, they would not have disturbed the heavens and earth and been scattered. Due to their high starting point, akin to chaotic demons, they had almost no possibility of transformation. Now, having been born in the primordial wilderness, they have gained a new lease on life. Their innate intelligence has awakened. Yet they remain unable to transform. Thus they linger here, fearful of being captured and used to forge magical artifacts. As for the other 2 spirits, their fates remain unknown. They may have been entirely scattered or acquired by others, ultimately separated from their kin. Today, upon witnessing Xuan Yuan's boundless potential and profound strength, they hoped he would not bring them harm, thus leading Xuan Yuan to this place in search of protection. It is the presence of these 2 spirits that has formed this rare gold property vein, a feat unattainable elsewhere. Moreover, it is due to the suppression of these 2 entities that the existence of this vein has remained undetected. Xuan Yuan could not help but feel fortunate. Otherwise, he might have spent many more years in search. That he felt immense gratitude toward the spirits of water and earth, finding them increasingly endearing. Without further hesitation, he channeled his magical power, transforming into a colossal claw that reached for the Gingjin vein and grasped it, successfully retrieving the entire vein. The quantity was astonishing, more than sufficient for his needs. Truly a bountiful harvest. Elated, Xuan Yuan examined the vein and discovered it was a complete Gingjin vein. If fashioned into blocks, it could easily form a great mountain. What he personally required was less than 1/10 of the total, leaving the majority ample for forging a quality magical artifact. This journey had finally reached a successful conclusion, and the next step was to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. Xuan Yuan felt relieved. With the sought-after materials in hand, it was time to focus on enhancing his strength. Chapter 20. Taking disciples, achieving great perfection, having received the assistance of the spirits of water and earth and locating the spiritual entity of gold. Xuan Yuan grew exceedingly fond of these two small beings. Now that their intelligence had begun to awaken, they possessed little power to protect themselves and could only cautiously hide, fearing that those with ill intent would discover them and snatch them away for artifact forging. This is the lamentation of all sentient spiritual beings in the primordial wilderness. Their fate lies beyond their control, their inherent preciousness instead inviting calamity, a tragedy of the weak. Xuan Yuan's heart trembled. Was he not in a similar predicament? When he had just arrived, he was weak and helpless, fortunate to have caught Pangu's favor, coupled with his own determination and relentless effort, leading him to his current state. Akin to these two small creatures, living in trepidation, observing the joyful demeanor of the two who had found refuge, Xuan Yuan's gaze softened, and a decision formed in his heart. My two little companions. Since we share a bond, and you have aided me so greatly, how about I take you as my disciples? Would you be willing? He crouched down, studying the two exuberant beings, and spoke gently. The two frenetic creatures froze momentarily. Then, with a whoosh, they dove into Xuan Yuan's embrace, thrashing about in an expression of their overwhelming excitement. They understood how rare it was to find a benevolent soul, and this encounter was fraught with risk. They sensed impending danger and realized that remaining here would lead to great misfortune. Now, not only had they encountered a kind-hearted individual, but they had also found a powerful protector and mentor, a source of boundless opportunity. Since you are willing, I shall take you back to my abode. When you achieve transformation, it shall mark your formal entry into my circle. I am Xuan Yuan, your future master, he declared, gathering the spirits of water and earth. Thus, Xuan Yuan welcomed two new disciples under his tutelage. Without further delay, he soared towards the central region of the primordial wilderness, intending to undergo his breakthrough there. As the West was fraught with peril, if he were to be interrupted during his seclusion, it would be a calamity. With swift speed, Xuan Yuan returned to the central region, taking 100 years in the process. In the depths of a great mountain in the primordial center, Xuan Yuan entered seclusion to achieve his breakthrough. Setting up formidable protective formations, he established a cave residence and immediately entered a state of seclusion. Within the cave, Xuan Yuan sat upon a 12-petal azure lotus, preparing himself while excitement surged within him. The final step was imminent, and he would soon stand shoulder to shoulder with the sovereigns. He retrieved the Gangjin crystal, channeling his technique to absorb the innate Gangjin energy within. Streams of innate Gangjin energy were drawn forth, refined into platinum-hued gold essence, circulating through his meridians along the path of his technique. As waves of innate Gangjin energy flowed into his body, his meridians felt as if they were being sliced by countless sword energies, constantly undergoing destruction and repair, growing stronger and wider. The platinum-hued gold essence was refined and absorbed by his lungs, cutting through them like relentless sword energies, inducing waves of excruciating pain that tore at his very soul. Xuan Yuan furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth to suppress his cries, beads of cold sweat trickling down. Despite the torment, more and more gold essence was refined by his lungs, drawing them ever closer to perfection. With each piece of innate Gangjin crystal absorbed and refined into powder, Xuan Yuan's gold essence approached consummation. As Xuan Yuan engaged in secluded cultivation, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Though there were no great battles in the primordial wilderness, the appearance of three individuals had sent ripples through the realm. These three, known as Qing Tian, Song Tian, and Huang Tian, claimed to be manifestations of the essence of the heavens, each wielding the power of sovereigns. Indeed, these were sovereigns, a trio born of the same origin. An unprecedented occurrence that shocked all, even Hong Jun, who had not anticipated this. Furthermore, they were making their way north, seemingly in search of someone. On that day, the northern abyss trembled, capturing the attention of the entire primordial wilderness. The northern region, known for its desolation, was a truth understood by all. It was a barren land with scarce spiritual veins, the North Sea perpetually frozen, and scarcely trodden by anyone. Additionally, the North Abyss lay there, a place few dared to enter, as those who did were met with demise, rendering it a forbidden zone. Yet, on this day, tranquility was shattered. Hun Peng, He Ming, Xiong Tian, come forth, "You cannot escape today," Song Tian shouted into the abyss, causing it to tremble. Qing Tian and Huang Tian remained silent, their gazes sharp, an aura of murderous intent surrounding them. Moments later, 3 dark figures emerged from the abyss, swiftly approaching the trio. "Qing Tian, do you truly dare come? Do you think we fear you?" Xiong Tian ancestor spoke as they faced off, tension palpable. "You 3 dared to seize the essence of the heavens while we lay in slumber, nearly killing and refining us. This debt shall be settled today." Qing Tian spoke with a voice laced with hatred. It turned out that the 3 were manifestations of the essence of the heavens, extraordinarily formidable. However, during their early stages, they had to succumb to an endless slumber to absorb the accompanying essence of the source to achieve completion. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they encountered Xiong Tian and his companions. The essence of the heavens was immensely precious, beneficial for cultivation and enabling communication with the cosmos, allowing comprehension of the mysteries of the primordial wilderness. It was indeed a supreme treasure, causing great excitement among the trio. Initially unaware of the presence of Qing Tian and his companions, the 3 revealed their existence as they collected more of the essence. Faced with these 3 humanoid embodiments of the heavenly essence, Xiong Tian and his group were driven by greed, each launching an assault to refine this unparalleled treasure. Awakening the trio, a fierce battle erupted. Although Qing Tian and his companions suffered early injuries and were initially suppressed by Han Ping, they were all of the same origin and sovereigns, possessing combined techniques. Through their fusion, they unleashed a single strike that gravely injured Xiong Tian's trio, forcing them to flee, while Qing Tian and his companions, unable to pursue, retreated to seclusion to recover. Now healed and emerging from their retreat, they immediately set out to hunt down Han Peng and his companions. "Why must you be so aggressive? Initially, we were unaware and inadvertently offended you. How about we? Humph, you all deserve to die." Song Tian interrupted, launching an immediate attack. "Oh, you truly think us weak and easy to bully?" Seeking death, Han Peng and his companions also moved to strike, for they were top-tier beings within the primordial wilderness. Had they not feared the combined might of Qing Tian's trio, they would not have sought an apology. Now that negotiations had faltered, they resolved to engage in direct confrontation. They were not to be trifled with. Song Ming declared, and Song Tian unleashed a strike of the essence of the heavens, aiming to slay Han Ping ancestor. "Humph, today I shall end you all, north abyss swallowing heaven, in the vast expanse of the primordial world." The formidable presence of Han Peng clashed directly against the heavens, shattering the onslaught. The azure sky faced the boundless firmament, while the yellow heavens contended with the abyss of darkness. All 6 individuals were sovereigns of unparalleled perfection, exuding an aura of terror that was truly beyond comprehension. The ensuing battle was nothing short of cataclysmic, causing the realm of Biming to fracture and the very fabric of existence to dim. Following the confrontation with the Xuan Yuan Daozuan in the Western Territories, the once tranquil primordial world erupted into a grand royal conflict, one far more terrifying than before. Who could have anticipated the multitude of hidden masters within the primordial realm? Previously, only one Xuan Yuan Daozuan emerged, yet this time, 6 appeared simultaneously. The depths of the primordial waters were indeed unfathomable. The clan leaders were left to ponder in silence, secretly speculating on how many more such beings remained concealed. With the emergence of these 3, chaos seemed inevitable. It was imperative to locate Daoist Xuan Yuan swiftly, lest the impoverished monk find himself overwhelmed. On Kunlun Mountain, Hong Jun's expression shifted as he realized that the concealed powers within the primordial realm exceeded his expectations. Nearly shattering his calculations, the clash of the 6 sovereigns persisted for 7 days before they vanished without a trace, leaving uncertainties in their wake. Various factions dispatched scouts to investigate. Yet apart from the shattered remnants of Biming and the terrifying spatial rifts, nothing else was discovered. This battle sent shockwaves throughout the primordial realm, rendering even the Beast clan silent. Caught off guard by the unfolding events, they could only retreat into seclusion, striving for the attainment of the Luo realm to face any forthcoming challenges without fear. Amidst the shadow of conflict, the various clans hurriedly sought breakthroughs, all while Xuan Yuan remained detached, absorbed in his own seclusion. Finally, with a resounding boom, an unknown amount of time passed before Xuan Yuan's golden energy reached its pinnacle. His lungs resembling a bar of shimmering gold, emanating an aura sharp enough to pierce the heavens. A column of platinum energy materialized behind him, with spectral images of blades and swords flickering into existence. Radiating an alarming intensity, as the golden energy column manifested, the other 4 elemental energy columns, golden, yellow, blue, and green, materialized in tandem, representing the energies of fire, earth, water, and wood. respectively. They interplayed with the platinum energy, exuding an array of formidable, vast, destructive, and life-affirming essences, each one ethereal and elusive. In that moment, the 5 elements harmonized, circulating endlessly, as the cosmos within him took form. With a thunderous roar, Xuan Yuan broke through, unleashing a terrifying aura that shattered the surrounding space. As if it could not withstand his oppressive presence, the mountain that served as his sanctuary crumbled to dust, no longer extant that he howled towards the heavens, releasing his exhilaration, achieving the pinnacle of perfection. He had reached the realm of the Tai, golden immortal, truly profound and powerful. He had finally arrived. Post-breakthrough, Xuan Yuan radiated an aura of ferocity akin to a drawn sword, shining with brilliance that was difficult to behold. Upon closing his eyes and attuning to his own energy, he found his aura shifting, its sharpness retracting into a state of tranquility. Reflecting silently, he realized that his period of seclusion had consumed an entire cycle of primordial time. Naturally, merely cultivating the golden energy could not account for such a duration. This retreat not only led him to the state of perfection but also significantly enhanced his strength, further refining his physical form. However, he was still far from reaching the 6th level. Since his breakthrough to the 5th level of the Dao body, progress in his physical form had become increasingly arduous. Over the years, he had continuously absorbed spiritual energy, particularly in the course of refining the 5 elements, which had been abundant, along with the essence harvested from slaying fierce beasts, allowing him to attain a minor breakthrough into the late stage of the 5th level. Now, Xuan Yuan's power had surged, placing him on equal footing with the top-tier mighty beings, unlike before when he could only contend but still fell short. After his breakthrough, Xuan Yuan contemplated his future plans. Realizing he had ascended to the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, the next step would be to transcend into the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, a journey that would require considerable time. Thus, he needed to complete all his affairs prior to seclusion. With the issue of cultivation resolved, his focus shifted to the matter of the 12-petal creation lotus. His original intention was to elevate the 12-petal creation lotus into a congenital treasure. The chaos lotus had birthed 4 seeds within the void, ultimately blossoming into the renowned 4 lotus platforms: the 12-petal creation lotus, the 12-petal merit golden lotus, the 12-petal fiery red lotus, and the 12-petal black water lotus. Although all were classified as 12-petal, the creation lotus, inheriting the legacy of the chaos lotus, contained profound essence, possessing potential far superior to the other 3 lotus platforms. The merit golden lotus was acquired by Hong Jun and later bestowed upon Jane. Becoming the treasure that suppressed fortune in the Western teachings, the fiery red lotus emerged from the sea of blood and was claimed by the ancestor of the underworld. The black water lotus fell into the hands of the demon ancestor Luo who refined it into the calamity black lotus to suppress the demonic path's fortune. If Xuan Yuan wished for the 12-petal creation lotus to ascend to a congenital treasure within a short period, he would need to locate the sources of the other 3 lotus platforms, thereby facilitating the elevation of the creation lotus. Every cultivator possesses their own Taoist treasure, imbued with their unique path. Wielding boundless power, Xuan Yuan's creation lotus was derived from this, and it could be said that his present accomplishments stemmed from the creation lotus. Thus, he naturally chose the 12-petal creation lotus as his Taoist treasure. Recognizing its significance in his journey, since he was currently powerless against Hong Jun and Luo, he was left with the fiery red lotus in the sea of blood. It was destined to be a treasure of the underworld, ordained by the heavens, and even though it resided in the hands of another, Xuan Yuan was determined to seize it. He bore no aversion to this endeavor, for such was the nature of the primordial realm. Especially when it pertained to his own path, those who obstructed him would meet their demise. With resolute determination, Xuan Yuan soared towards the sea of blood. Legend has it that when Pangu cleaved the heavens and the earth, the pure essence ascended while the turbid essence descended, forming the primordial realm. Ultimately, Pangu's navel fused with boundless dark, murky chi, transforming into an endless sea of blood. The sea of blood was a realm of malevolence and filth, devoid of spiritual energy, a deathly domain suffused with ominous energy. Even a drop of this blood could turn a golden immortal into mere sustenance for the sea, illustrating its terrifying nature, without formidable strength or a protective treasure. Entering this blood sea would inevitably lead to erosion, destruction of the physical form, and the corrosion of one's primordial spirit, reducing all cultivation to nothingness, perhaps even leading to death and the extinguishment of one's path. Gazing upon the towering waves of blood, suffused with malevolent energy and the wails of vengeful spirits, A flicker of joy crossed Xuan Yuan's face. This was not due to an affinity for the boundless sea of blood, but rather the resonance he felt within his primordial spirit, a subtle vibration from the 12-petal creation Lotus, likely sensing the presence of a corresponding essence. What else could exist in the sea of blood aside from the 12-petal fiery red lotus? With this realization, Xuan Yuan's spirit surged with excitement. Indeed, the 12-petal fiery red lotus lay within the blood sea, confirming that his journey had not been in vain. With his target confirmed, Xuan Yuan hastened, eager to secure the lotus before any unforeseen complications arose. Before long, guided by the creation Lotus, he reached the depths of the blood sea, an area concealed by a primordial grand formation, suggesting it had yet to come into existence. Without hesitation, he commenced the dismantling of the formation. With a mere thought, a long sword materialized, radiating with a brilliant light, elegant yet fierce, embodying the Yin sword technique, aimed at breaking through the obstacles. "Break for me!" Xuan Yuan bellowed, his sword cleaving towards the grand formation. With a thunderous roar, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked, as if the world itself were being annihilated. The blood sea surged violently. In seeing this, Xuan Yuan exerted all his strength. With a resounding crash, something shattered, marking the successful breach of the formation. The scene before him came into view. Even though Xuan Yuan was prepared, he was still taken aback by the immense surprise that awaited him. At the very center of the blood sea's depths stood a blood crystal platform, upon which blossomed a crimson lotus, firmly rooted at the sea's bottom. The lotus unfurled, displaying the 12-petal form, engulfed in an eerie red flame. Under the scrutiny of divine sight, waves of black energy from the blood sea were drawn in as fuel, nurturing the lotus. Within this foul sea of blood, the lotus appeared as a sanctum, pure and untouchable, captivating Xuan Yuan entirely. Truly, it was the transformation of the chaos lotus's seed. "How dare you!" Xuan Yuan exclaimed in fury, striking down upon a hand that sought to seize the fiery red lotus. "Who dares to act presumptuously before me? Show yourself," he called towards a section of the blood sea, having sensed the presence of another. "This is the domain of my underworld. How dare you come here to claim treasure? Given that you have found such a precious item for me, I shall spare your life. Now leave." A deep, sinister laugh echoed from the shadows that it turned out that this ancestor of the underworld was born of the blood sea, yet remained obscure, seldom acknowledged. However, he was indeed a sovereign-level powerhouse, exceedingly formidable. Today, upon witnessing Xuan Yuan's arrival, he sensed a purpose, thus refrained from immediate confrontation, opting instead to follow him. Little did he know that a supreme congenital treasure had emerged here without his awareness. Upon seeing the treasure's appearance, his heart brimmed with elation, and he made a move to seize it for Xuan Yuan. Though his depths remained elusive, the ancestor did not regard him with concern, offering mercy only due to the treasure he had unwittingly presented. Humph! Xuan Yuan was genuinely enraged. Since his emergence into the world, never had he faced such humiliation. The fool before him was truly courting death. And if he dared to act in such a manner, then he would pay with his life. Without waiting for the Ancient One of the Netherworld to react, he struck directly. The young man seeks death. The Ancient One of the Netherworld was also furious and met the blow with a palm. Boom! Instantly, a wave of blood surged. Both combatants were violently thrown back, realizing this young man was so formidable. No longer beneath the Ancient One. Before the Ancient One could contemplate further, Xuan Yuan continued his assault, wielding the Yuli sword, its sword aura enveloping the entire sea of blood, devour their souls and melt away. Faced with such a powerful attack, the Ancient One of the Netherworld dared not underestimate it. "Wait, my friend, how about we? Limitless transformation. Be cut down." Xuan Yuan struck with overwhelming force, leaving no room for mercy. "Very well, if that's the case, I shall slay you today." The blood sea of the Netherworld corrupts all. Facing the murderous intent radiating from Xuan Yuan, the Ancient One felt a surge of anger and ceased to hold back. The two began an intense battle within this blood sea. An area that had remained calm for countless eons erupted today, drawing in nearby beings, turning them into filth. "How about you relent? I shall offer you treasures." At this moment, the Ancient One of the Netherworld had already lost his former composure, looking disheveled with blood oozing from his mouth, clearly at a disadvantage. Realizing the dire situation, he began to plead for mercy. From the first clash, the Ancient One sensed that Xuan Yuan's strength surpassed his own, and he could not help but silently lament. "This young man is formidable. It is best to evade for now and seek revenge another day." The Ancient One's gaze turned venomous. Such humiliation could not go unpunished. Xuan Yuan was too powerful. Even before reaching the pinnacle, he could contend with the sovereigns. Now, having reached the great perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal, His physical form had advanced further, greatly enhancing his strength. The Ancient One was not among the top tier of the sovereigns, making him naturally easy prey for Xuan Yuan. Ignoring the Ancient One's justifications, Xuan Yuan understood the Old One's intentions. Since enmity had been established, it was necessary to eliminate him completely. Leaving such a formidable foe would only lead to future troubles. Alone, he felt unafraid, but if the Ancient One were to act recklessly, his disciples would suffer. It was prudent to eliminate danger while it was still nascent, and thus he acted ruthlessly. If it must be, today the Ancient One shall risk his life to perish with you. Seemingly aware that reconciliation was impossible, the Ancient One of the Netherworld prepared for a desperate fight. The Blood Sea is murky, consuming all. I was born in the Blood Sea, summoning the power of the entire sea. I do not believe I cannot slay you. Become nourishment for the Blood Sea. Despite suffering severe injuries, the Ancient One sought to use the Blood Sea to annihilate his great enemy. Laughing maniacally as the endless miasma and malevolence of the Blood Sea engulfed Xuan Yuan, relishing the sight of him struggling in despair, suppressed by the entire sea of blood, even a Great Luo Golden Immortal would meet their end here. Daring to be arrogant in the Ancient One's domain, truly seeking death. Cough, cough, cough. The Ancient One was also in a precarious state. Having utilized forbidden techniques to manipulate the Blood Sea, he was gravely wounded. However, seeing his enemy on the verge of annihilation brought him some solace. Suddenly, it was as if a barrier had shattered. From the swirling vortex that had just submerged Xuan Yuan, a blue lotus ascended. Pure and graceful, standing in stark contrast to the Blood Sea, radiating endless divine light, rendering the Blood Sea unable to taint it. The creation blue lotus, impossible. How could you possess it? No wonder you could locate the fiery red lotus. The Ancient One's expression shifted dramatically, revealing disbelief, but with the situation urgent, he prepared to flee. Sword transformation world, obliteration without end. No, spare me. The severely injured Ancient One of the Netherworld was no match for Xuan Yuan. Offering little to no resistance as he was cleaved beneath the sword, a sovereign perishing thus. Had this occurred in the Primordial era, it would undoubtedly have caused a stir. After all, the fall of a great sovereign was no trivial matter. Enough to chill the hearts of many. The might of sovereigns was evident. They were almost synonymous with invincibility. Who in the Primordial era would dare provoke them? Each one possessed their own means of survival. Thus, to slay a sovereign, it would typically require at least 3 or more beings of equal rank to ensure success. This time, had the Ancient One of the Netherworld not initially lacked the resolve to fight to the death and resorted to forbidden techniques, leading to his weakened state, he would not have been left without the strength to flee. Moreover, as a being born of the Blood Sea, once he submerged within it, Xuan Yuan would find it difficult to extract him. This was all due to Xuan Yuan's fortuitous timing, allowing him to deliver a fatal blow. The Ancient One of the Netherworld could only exit the stage in such a manner. Chapter 22. Harvest. Having slain the Ancient One of the Netherworld, Xuan Yuan felt a wave of relief, mixed with a tinge of fear. He had nearly been engulfed by the Blood Sea, and had it not been for the protection of the creation Blue Lotus, he might have met a tragic end. Xuan Yuan understood that fighting on enemy territory would always result in disadvantages. He had learned a lesson this time, and would not be so careless in the future. Returning to the site where the 12-petal fiery red lotus grew, Xuan Yuan finally exhaled, relieved it had not vanished. Otherwise, this trip would have been in vain. As he reached out to collect it, he suddenly noticed something unusual in the area. His gaze followed, discovering that the shattered Great Formation was stirring, emanating strands of energy, slowly recovering. Unlike the restoration of a primordial formation, it seemed controlled by some entity. And the fiery red lotus remained unscathed amidst the chaos, seemingly connected to this place. What treasure could be so wondrous? Unable to contain his curiosity, Xuan Yuan reached out and grasped the entirety of the Great Formation. Delving into it with his consciousness, he discovered a remarkable treasure. What a stroke of fortune. This treasure is now mine. Xuan Yuan's eyes lit up with joy upon recognizing the artifact. It turned out this treasure was the Northern Xuan Yuan water controlling banner from the 5 Directions flags. The shattered chaos blue lotus transformed into countless spirit treasures, with its 5 leaves becoming the 5 elements flags, the central Wuji apricot yellow flag, the eastern blue lotus precious color flag, the southerly earth flame light flag, the western plain color cloud realm flag, and the northern Xuan Yuan water controlling banner, suppressing the 5 directions of heaven and earth, possessing immeasurable merit and boundless power. Each flag was a rare and exquisite innate spirit treasure, exceedingly precious. Moreover, the innate spirit treasures held the supreme ability to suppress fate. The ferocious beast of the primordial era obtained 3 of them. The central Wuji apricot yellow flag, the eastern blue lotus precious color flag, and the western plain color cloud realm flag, granting them profound fate. Over the years, they had tirelessly sought the remaining 2 flags to form a complete innate spirit treasure. Should they succeed, the ferocious beast clan would truly dominate the primordial era and rule the heavens and earth. However, having acquired one, the southernly earth flame light flag should be sealed within the undying volcano in the southern primordial region, likely obtained by the Phoenix clan. Additionally, the northern Xuan Yuan water-controlling banner not only boasts unparalleled defense, but can also set up grand formations to deceive the heavens, as evidenced by the recent events. Furthermore, this flag belongs to the element of water, perfectly aligning with his own domain. When combined with the innate formation of his domain, he would no longer have to worry about its safety. Such a defense would be beyond even a sage's ability to deduce, and it could also suppress fate, truly mysterious. Having secured both items, Xuan Yuan turned and happened upon the body of the slain ancient one of the netherworld, which was now experiencing a transformation. Approaching for a closer inspection, Xuan Yuan realized it was not a revival but rather that the body had morphed into a continent, sinking to the depths of the blood sea. Xuan Yuan was momentarily stunned. Then a wave of understanding washed over him. The ancient one of the netherworld, born of the blood sea, possessed great fortune and a mission. The legendary cycle of reincarnation was established within the blood sea of the netherworld. With the ancient one slain, it could transform into the netherworld itself, laying the groundwork for future cycles of reincarnation. With this thought, Xuan Yuan shuddered. How unappreciated the ancient one must have been as a great being. He could only silently guard the blood sea, preparing for his eventual transformation into the netherworld. Without legends to recount him in later generations, it seemed he had fulfilled his mission upon his demise. Furthermore, it was likely not just this. The Lord of the River of the Dead likely emerged after the Ancient One's death, assuming the role of Master of the Blood Sea and obtaining the Ancient One's fortune. But none of this concerned him. After all, it was the Ancient One who had provoked him. He deserved it. This old fellow had likely accumulated many treasures over the years. Now, they were all his. Xuan Yuan directed his gaze toward the Ancient One's legacy. After a thorough search, he finally discovered the Ancient One's dwelling deep within the Blood Sea, a place terrifyingly dark and filled with deathly energy, truly a reflection of their shared origins. Breaking through the restrictions with a punch, Xuan Yuan strode inside. Not much of a place, he mused, seemingly suitable only for beings of his caliber to cultivate, of little use otherwise. Suddenly, oh, what luck! There are indeed precious treasures here. Xuan Yuan beamed at the stone radiating a dim black light beneath the dwelling, feeling exhilarated. Netherworld stone, netherworld or vein, truly fortunate, comparable to a gung metal or vein. Ha. Wait, what's this? A spirit treasure embryo? There is actually an innate spirit treasure here. Splendid. Upon seeing the treasure gestating within the or vein, Xuan Yuan's excitement peaked. A genuine innate spirit treasure was forming here, and its quality was not low. This must be the accompanying spirit treasure of the Ancient One of the Netherworld, though it has yet to fully take shape. Otherwise, if the Ancient One possessed this spirit treasure, my attempt to slay him would have been impossible. Nonetheless, everything here now belonged to him. Xuan Yuan laughed heartily. What a bountiful harvest. With a swift motion, he seized the embryonic spiritual treasure, and upon inspection, he discovered it to be a superior grade innate spiritual treasure, the Yumming Spear, a weapon of astonishing power and unmatched offensive capability. Although he already possessed several treasures, whether they were supreme innate spiritual treasures or paramount artifacts, one could never have too many spiritual treasures that as someone with disciples. Failing to gather these resources now would lead to embarrassment later when all the spiritual treasures and artifacts were claimed by others, leaving him with nothing to offer his students. Over the years, Xuan Yuan had indeed collected some rare materials in the primordial realm, yet he had not encountered a single spiritual treasure. Most innate spiritual treasures seemed to be hidden away or already possessed by others. Thus, the acquisition of this one brought him immense joy. Indeed, it seemed that the adage killing and arson yield gold held true. After searching for so long, it was far more expedient to eliminate a significant target. Of course, Xuan Yuan was merely contemplating this. Should he truly act upon such thoughts, he would find no peace thereafter. He stored the spiritual treasure away and, with another sweeping motion, gathered the entire or vein into his possession. Surveying this cave abode, he deemed it relatively concealed. Here, He would refine the infernal fire red lotus, which offered remarkable benefits. He remembered that this lotus seed had grown from the chaos green lotus, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Most importantly, it emitted infernal flames, consuming karmic energy as fuel, and only the primordial saints were free from the taint of karma. Over the years, Xuan Yuan had collected numerous spiritual items, all of which were unclaimed, yet they were still products of the heavens and earth, imbued with karmic ties. While he feared nothing, such items were not advantageous for his cultivation path. Additionally, he had slain many beings that had sought to provoke him, especially countless ferocious beasts. Although this race did not belong to the primordial beings, the bloodshed had been excessive, and it might inevitably affect his original intent. It would be better to resolve this matter now. Thus, Xuan Yuan contemplated the efficacy of the 12-petal infernal fire red lotus, which could incinerate all of his karmic ties, tempering his Dao heart to achieve greater completeness and freedom. Without further hesitation, he commenced the refinement of the inherent restrictions of the infernal fire red lotus point. 3,000 years swiftly passed. At last, Xuan Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. With a wave of his hand, the infernal fire red lotus materialized, and he leaped to sit upon the lotus platform. In an instant, the lotus seemed to come alive, unleashing a torrent of infernal flames that enveloped Xuan Yuan entirely, forming a fiery figure that burned intensely. Come forth, ignite all my karmic energy, and assist me in perfecting my Dao heart. Even Xuan Yuan, with his formidable physique and terrifying strength, could not withstand the excruciating pain. This was a burning that penetrated from the flesh to the soul, and his consciousness seemed to shed layers of dust, becoming increasingly clear and pure. After enduring the infernal flames for a millennium, the red lotus's flames proved to be profound, expelling boundless infernal energy that seemed capable of consuming the very fabric of karmic existence. Through this process of refinement, Xuan Yuan's Dao body became flawless and perfect, his mind tranquil as a still pool of water, and his primordial spirit translucent as pristine jade. He could see the ultimate truths of the universe before him, the laws of the void manifesting, aligning him more closely with the cosmos and revealing that his primordial spirit no longer faced exclusion but was cherished by the heavens. Thus, Xuan Yuan's primordial spirit, magical energy, Dao heart, and physical body all underwent a profound baptism, emerging either more exquisite or more advanced, yielding immense rewards. I have finally completed this. With no pressing matters at hand, I might as well refine the water-controlling banner as well. He thought to himself, and without delay, he continued his seclusion, refining the inherent restrictions of the magical artifact. Another millennium passed, and with the final layer of restrictions refined, he had fully mastered this magical treasure. The expedition into the Sea of Blood had indeed yielded tremendous gains. The infernal fire red lotus could not be allowed to be absorbed by the chaos green lotus. That would be a waste. All he needed was the essence of the infernal fire red lotus, from which he could cultivate a 9th-grade infernal fire red lotus seed, which would grow to be equivalent to a superior innate spiritual treasure. When the time came, he would seek out Hong Jun for a 9th-grade merit golden lotus seed. As for the black lotus of Xian Shui, it posed some difficulty. Luo Ho's whereabouts were currently unknown. However, it was of little concern. He would likely appear during the impending calamity, yet it remained uncertain which side he would ally with, be it the primordial beings or the ferocious beasts. Xuan Yuan recalled that Luo Ho had also obtained the legacy of the chaos demon god. But unlike Shen and I, he was a native being of the primordial realm. This individual was not easy to deal with and bore some resemblance to Shun and I, both being restless spirits, reflecting on the conflict between Dao and demon. Luo Ho had nearly annihilated the entire Western realm. Although he was a being of the primordial realm, he was willing to sacrifice everything for his own enlightenment, even to the point of seeking the destruction of heaven and earth. Therefore, Xuan Yuan felt no need to extend courtesy. He was destined to be an enemy, and when the time came, he would seize the black lotus of Xian Shui without reservation, resolute in his thoughts. Xuan Yuan decided to return to Penglai Island. After years of wandering, he felt a sense of weariness and wondered about the state of his abode. Moreover, having reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, it was time to enter seclusion and strive for a breakthrough. Whether concerning the Lotus Seed's plans or preparing for the impending calamity, sufficient strength was essential. Otherwise, all would be in vain. Everything would be addressed once he returned to Penglai and achieved a breakthrough to the Luo golden immortal realm. It was possible that others in the primordial realm had already succeeded in their breakthroughs. If he did not seize the moment, he would surely fall behind. Chapter 23. A reunion with Hong Jun. The expedition into the Sea of Blood had concluded successfully, and Xuan Yuan planned to return to Penglai Island. After so many years away, he felt a sense of nostalgia and concern for the situation on the island. To achieve a breakthrough to the Luo Golden Immortal Realm, Xuan Yuan knew he would need to undergo a prolonged period of seclusion, free from external disruptions. His own abode was undoubtedly the best choice, as other locations lacked the necessary safety. After all, it was his territory, fortified by innate formations, and with the preparations he would undertake upon his return, it would serve as an impenetrable defense. With his decision made, Xuan Yuan felt an increasing sense of urgency. Fellow Taoist, please hold on. I have matters of great importance to discuss that I hope you will slow down. As he flew at full speed back to Penglai, Xuan Yuan instinctively stiffened at the sound of this voice. Nearly bolting away, if one were to ask whom Xuan Yuan most despised in the primordial realm, it would undoubtedly be Hong Jun, the so-called sage. Why? Because he was a harbinger of calamity, not due to his formidable strength, but because he was an omen of disaster. Indeed, this belief was well-founded. His presence always heralded great terrors. Did not all recorded calamities feature his shadow? Not to mention the ancient battles, even the more recent events like the Long Han Calamity. The conflict between Dao and Demon, where three clans became pawns in their struggle against the demon ancestor. They ultimately claimed victory, yet the three clans fell into decline, with countless powerful practitioners perishing in the catastrophe. Truly a heavy loss. The Wu and Yao Calamity was no different. The harmonious Hong Jun interfered to balance heaven and earth, leading to the downfall of both clans and their exit from the primordial stage. Although this was not entirely his intent, but rather the will of heaven, he nonetheless intervened. The third calamity was even more absurd. Previously, the stakes were for oneself or the world, but this time, he endangered his own disciples, possibly for the stability of the heavenly court and the peace of the world, creating a list of deities that in the end, his disciples suffered misfortune, leading to discord among them and the decline of the Xianmen. In all these calamities, Hong Jun was present, and each time, his involvement brought disaster to countless cultivators. Contemplating these matters sent a chill down Xuan Yuan's spine, as if Hong Jun's smiling visage loomed before him. Without a strong fate, one must never be lured by him into undertaking tasks. This was the conclusion Xuan Yuan had drawn. Fellow Taoist, do not be hasty. I have been searching for you for quite some time. And finally, I have found you. Xuan Yuan had initially intended to pretend he had not heard and take flight, for he had matters to ask of Hong Jun. But this was not the right moment. However, Hong Jun was swift, quickly approaching and grasping Xuan Yuan's arm, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Fellow Taoist, my strength is meager. If you seek to save the world, you should look elsewhere, perhaps to the Dragon or Phoenix clans, or to the mighty beings of Yin and Yang, Qian and Kuan. That I have pressing matters to attend to and must attend to my disciples. With no other option, Xuan Yuan began to weave a tale, mentioning various powerful beings to distance himself from Hong Jun. How astute you are, my dear fellow Taoist. You immediately grasp my intentions and even suggest such a multitude of mighty beings. Truly, a commendable plan. However, Sai, you are unaware of the complexities at play. I presume you have some knowledge of the current calamity situation, but this time it is unique. My strength is insufficient. Otherwise, I would not be in such haste to seek you out. With a bitter smile, Hong Jun shook his head. According to the predictions of the Tao of Creation Jade Butterfly, although this calamity was perilous, it unfolded according to the will of heaven, until the ferocious beasts were eradicated. The situation was predictable. However, with the emergence of the three beings from the azure sky, the heavenly secrets became inscrutable, leading to chaos. Thus, Hong Jun had no choice but to seek out Xuan Yuan, as he was the most enigmatic and unfathomable among the powerful beings he had encountered. Moreover, Hong Jun had calculated certain circumstances regarding Xuan Yuan that filled him with joy. Fellow Taoist Hong Jun, what has transpired? Has the calamity undergone changes? Xuan Yuan could not help but take this seriously, as it pertained to his own plans, and any misstep could prove disastrous. He was aware of his own limited foresight, for he was an anomaly, and could not align with the heavens as seamlessly as Hong Jun. Surely you are aware of the three beings that emerged from the azure sky not long ago? Xuan Yuan paused, nodding. He had learned of this significant event in the primordial realm shortly after exiting his seclusion, and was indeed astonished. Could the unforeseen changes be linked to those three individuals? It is both true and not true. I have deduced their origins and understand the reasons behind their existence. Originally, they were not meant to emerge during this great catastrophe or even the subsequent calamity. Yet here they are now. This has thrown the celestial mechanisms into disarray, rendering them inscrutable that I surmise that even if the upheaval is not directly caused by them, it is nonetheless connected to them. Shaking my head with a sigh, Hong Jun finds himself helpless, as his plans have been nearly disrupted. Indeed, what a great turmoil this is. Xuan Yuan's expression is grave. He is uncertain how to modify his upcoming plans. Might I inquire whether you would be willing to engage in a detailed discussion, as I suspect you have your own strategies in mind? Upon hearing Hong Jun's words, Xuan Yuan hesitates, for this individual before him is cunning and shrewd. He is uncertain whether collaboration would yield favorable results. Why must you fret, my friend? Surely you have journeyed to Buzhou Mountain and are aware of some of the grand mysteries of the cosmos. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out. Observing Xuan Yuan's wavering resolve, Hong Jun cannot help but speak again, leaving nothing concealed. What? Upon hearing this, Xuan Yuan is taken aback. Hong Jun is aware of it, which signifies that he is privy to certain truths. He has been to Buzhou Mountain and comprehends those secrets. Indeed, each of Hong Jun's appearances tends to coincide with significant calamities, suggesting he is chosen by the great Pangu to represent the heavens and the earth. What do you know, my friend? Xuan Yuan cannot help but inquire. As there are many matters he himself does not fully grasp, there are certain things we are already aware of. Perhaps you would prefer to move to a more private setting where we may deliberate further? Very well. Please, my friend. Xuan Yuan, having made his decision, no longer hesitates. The two travel together to a renowned mountain range within the primordial realm, Kunlun Mountain, the abode of the three pure ones. It seems they have yet to emerge. And it is likely that Hong Jun discovered and accepted them as disciples here. Otherwise, who would not covet such a prestigious sanctuary? If not for Hong Jun's formidable presence, it would have long been occupied by other powerful beings. Of course, there are also legends suggesting that Hong Jun's own sanctuary lies within Kunlun, where he received fragments of the creation jade butterfly and attained enlightenment. However, this is not entirely accurate, given the current circumstances. It appears Hong Jun arrived later, temporarily residing here for the sake of his three disciples. Once inside, they take their seats. Can you elaborate on the situation, my friend Hong Jun? I am not entirely informed. Xuan Yuan speaks. As he is almost completely oblivious to the entirety of the calamity, his initial intention was to refrain from direct involvement, choosing instead to act subtly while pursuing his own schemes. He had planned to return to Penglai to enhance his power. And when the time came, to join forces with Hong Jun to eliminate the fierce beasts in one fell swoop. However, it seems circumstances have shifted. Allow me to explain. This Great Calamity. It was originally intended to be the first true battle between the beings of the primordial realm and the ferocious beasts. At that time, capitalizing on the aura of catastrophe, the heavenly Dao would emerge, ushering the primordial realm into a golden age of cultivation. The strength of the entire primordial realm would experience a significant uplift, making it possible to contend with the ferocious beasts, especially with the support of the will of heaven and earth. Annihilating the ferocious beast would not pose a problem. However, the three beings from the azure heavens are manifestations of the very essence of heaven. Being closest to the cosmos, their emergence has directly impacted the operation of the primordial realm, causing the celestial mechanisms to obscure, altering the course of the calamity. Moreover, the strength of the ferocious beasts is unfathomable. As far as I know, there are at least 7 hidden at the royal level, which is truly terrifying. Although I have allied with various races and dynasties within the primordial realm, you are aware that they engage in internal strife. With many siding with the beast clan, the situation was already grim, and it has only worsened. Thus, I thought of you, dear friend. Only by uniting can we stabilize the factions and prepare for the calamity. Hong Jun also expresses the situation, his demeanor serious. After a moment of contemplation, Xuan Yuan asks Hong Jun, "Are you fully aware of the circumstances surrounding Buzhou Mountain? What of the great Pangu?" Regarding Pangu, it is a taboo in the primordial realm. And Xuan Yuan dares not speculate recklessly that I suspect you are already informed. I am entrusted by the great Pangu, and this is my mission. As for what I know about you, it was gleaned through the insights of the creation jade butterfly. I believe you, and I belong to the same category of beings. Hong Jun feels a sense of relief. After all, the great Pangu has not placed all his bets on a single horse. Or else it would be quite the predicament. Of course, Hong Jun is unaware of Xuan Yuan's origins as an unexpected contingency of the great Pangu. Nor could he fathom that Xuan Yuan's existence might be the catalyst for the changes in the calamity. I wish to request your assistance. What do you think, my friend? Hong Jun gazes at the contemplative Xuan Yuan, feeling that such words would likely not be rejected. However, I must consider my disciples. This brings us to the matter of compensation. Xuan Yuan is not one to be taken advantage of, especially not before the affluent Hong Jun. Although there may not be many innate spiritual treasures emerging at present, Hong Jun surely possesses invaluable treasures. At this moment, his wealth is not substantial, perhaps even less than his own, and Xuan Yuan is certainly eyeing the merits of the golden lotus of virtue. Why not simply state your demands? It seems I must expend some resources. My own possessions are rather limited as well. Hong Jun sighs, his expression tinged with bitterness. What is it that you desire? Hong Jun makes his intentions clear, for when one seeks assistance, some form of compensation is typically expected. He hopes for no exorbitant demands. Xuan Yuan feels a bit embarrassed. After all, Hong Juan's goals align with his own, and it does seem rather unethical to ask for benefits. Yet, for the sake of his own path to enlightenment, he must voice his desires that I believe you possess the 12-petal golden lotus of virtue. No, that cannot be given to you. It is of great use to me now, and it will serve a vital purpose in the future. I cannot part with it. Before he could finish, Hong Jun grows anxious. While he does possess offensive treasures, this defensive one is singular, in the calamity. It is crucial for preserving his life that Tio part with it would be tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, it is of immense significance for the future, related to the grand dynamics of the heavenly Dao, making it even less dispensable. This is non-negotiable. Dear friend, please allow me to finish. I merely seek the 3 9-petal lotus seeds that it can yield. This should not be a difficult matter, should it? Just 3 seeds. Hong Jun is momentarily taken aback, uncertain as he asks, is that truly the case? Indeed. Upon receiving Xuan Yuan's affirmative reply, Hong Jun breathes a sigh of relief. While cultivating 3 seeds will indeed deplete the essence of the 12-petal golden lotus of virtue, with several tens of thousands of years to recuperate, it should not pose a significant problem. This is 1 seed I have acquired over the years. The other 2 can only be nurtured after the calamity has passed, and I will deliver them to you then. Presenting one of the golden lotus seeds, Hong Jun feels a pang of regret. Thank you, my friend. I shall take my leave now and hope to meet again another day. Receiving the lotus seed, Xuan Yuan is elated. He has achieved his goal. Noticing Hong Jun's displeased countenance, Xuan Yuan realizes it is best to depart swiftly. With that, he vanishes. Sigh, why must I be so fixated on external matters? The true essence lies in the heart of the Dao. Having come to this realization, Hong Jun's spirit becomes clearer, and his cultivation progresses further. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuan is hastily making his way back to Penglai. It is time to return. Chapter 24. Return to Penglai above the eastern sea. The waves surge tumultuously, merging harmoniously with the heavens, creating a beautiful tableau. Unlike other regions of the primordial realm, where the north, west, and south are plagued by ferocious beasts or ceaseless battles, the central area is relatively safe but sparsely populated. In contrast, the eastern region teems with the indigenous beings of the primordial realm. Though conflicts do arise, they are comparatively peaceful, making it a rare haven within the tumultuous primordial chaos. The Eastern Sea is the domain of the Dragon Clan, where conflicts are infrequent. The Dragon Clan boasts a sovereign dragon and countless skilled subordinates, establishing itself as a top-tier race within the primordial realm, undeniably formidable. Under the protection of the Dragon Clan, warfare is less prevalent, and weaker races regard the dragons with utmost respect, resulting in an environment more stable than elsewhere. Suspended in midair, observing the familiar spatial fluctuations ahead, Xuan Yuan is overwhelmed with excitement. At last, I have returned. Truly, my own territory is the best. I need not worry about being schemed against. How wonderful it is to have a home. Perhaps it is the sentiment of returning to one's roots that stirs him. After all, it has been many years, and everything feels somewhat unfamiliar. After 2 eras, nearly 9 billion years have passed. Most of the beings born on the island should have long since perished, as he had only imparted teachings without passing down any laws. While he understood some cultivation methods, breaking through to the golden immortal realm was nearly impossible. Thus, the beings on the island have likely reverted to their primal states. As for Qingzhu, Xuan Yuan is unconcerned. Not only did he make preparations for unforeseen circumstances when he departed, but Qingzhu, as a spiritual plant, possesses an exceptionally long lifespan. Moreover, when he left, Qingzhu had merely begun to awaken its intelligence. Not yet a true practitioner, so there is little reason to fear any mishaps. Xuan Yuan forms seals with his hands and activates the Great Formation, stepping forward. Before him lies the familiar sanctuary, vast as a continent, with the rich innate spiritual energy enveloping him, refreshing his spirit. his pores open wide, instinctively absorbing the spiritual essence. This is the accumulation of many years nearly untouched by others, resulting in a denser concentration of spiritual energy. On the island, towering mountains and expansive plains, flowing streams and serene lakes, verdant grasslands and elevated plateaus coexist, showcasing a myriad of geographical features. Countless spiritual plants flourish here, a testament to the island's long history of propagation. Among them, spirit herbs abound, some possessing an age of over 1 billion years, their efficacy rivaling that of innate spiritual roots. Furthermore, some acquired spiritual roots and even a few innate ones can be found, rendering this island a veritable treasure trove of medicinal materials, providing ample resources for alchemy and potion crafting. As for the animal inhabitants, the lively creatures of the forest and the playful denizens of the waters create a scene of tranquility. A sweep of Xuan Yuan's divine consciousness reveals that the most powerful among them possess only the strength of true immortals, likely descendants of beings who once listened to the teachings of the Dao. Sensing the disturbance in the great formation, the merrymakers are startled. After countless millennia of solitude, could it be that foes have arrived? An elder spirit with wisdom hastens forward, and upon seeing Xuan Yuan, is overtaken with excitement. Your Excellency, we welcome your return to the island. You recognize me? Xuan Yuan inquires, puzzled, as it seems improbable that anyone would know him. Your Excellency, our ancestors once listened to your teachings and attained cultivation, but even as their lifespans waned, they could not grasp the great Dao. Before their passing, they passed down your likeness. Thus we all know you as the master of this realm. How thoughtful. You shall be responsible for contacting the other beings on the island who have attained full consciousness. Gather them before my great hall in 3 days. I have matters to discuss with you. Xuan Yuan nods, having made his decision. Yes, Your Excellency, the elder Koi responds respectfully, retreating to make preparations. Back in the Dao Palace's grand hall, Xuan Yuan reflects on the changes that have occurred over the years and proceeds to visit the green bamboo, finding it thriving and fully conscious, awaiting its transformation. However, with the heavenly Dao currently dormant, it is nearly impossible for beings to assume human forms, except for those formidable entities and clans of the primordial era, born to withstand the great calamities of heaven and earth. Transforming now would invoke the chaotic thunder tribulation, a challenge few could survive. Soon, 3 days pass, and before the Dao Palace, thousands of beings of various forms gather. Koi, celestial cranes, and flower deer, all gentle spirits, reflective of the island's peace. After eons of propagation, their numbers remain modest, as their cultivation is scarce and their lifespan short, experiencing generations akin to mortal beings, with many descendants yet to awaken their consciousness. Salutations, Your Excellency. Upon Xuan Yuan's arrival, they bow deeply, having learned from the elder Koi that their master has returned, and his appearance matches the images passed down through generations, leaving no room for doubt. They bow in reverence, their hearts racing with excitement, for this signifies the presence of a powerful being, one under whom they might cultivate as their ancestors once did. Since we are bound by fate, you shall henceforth be considered part of my lineage and Penglai. I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation as a reward for your years of safeguarding this realm. With these words, Xuan Yuan bestows upon several clans a method of cultivation that can lead them to the golden immortal realm, a task not daunting for him. Thank you for your generosity, Your Excellency. The clans, overwhelmed with joy, grasp the cultivation methods that represent the treasures their ancestors had long sought, treasures they could not attain due to a lack of techniques, now finally within their reach. You need not undertake any tasks. Should I require assistance, I will reach out to you. However, do not disrupt the traditions of Penglai. I will establish some regulations shortly and convey them to you. Now, you may all depart. Yes, Your Excellency. As the beings withdraw, Xuan Yuan begins to make arrangements. Over the years, Penglai has undergone significant changes, not only becoming rich in spiritual energy but also witnessing a robust growth of spiritual herbs, necessitating a thorough organization. Thus, Xuan Yuan collects all spiritual herbs over 1 million years old, as well as the spiritual roots, replanting them in the medicinal fields cultivated on the ancestral vein, promoting their rapid growth. Among his discoveries are 2 innate spiritual roots, both of medium quality. One is a dual-born spiritual herb, the innate blue-purple Ganoderma, exceedingly rare and nearly on par with superior innate roots. The other is the ancestral ginseng, the progenitor of all ginseng in the primordial era, also highly valuable. Xuan Yuan carefully plants them at the eye of the ancestral vein, fostering their growth while also nourishing the vein itself. The spiritual herbs and roots collected from the primordial era are likewise planted in the medicinal fields, granting him a sigh of relief, as he will no longer lack for spiritual herbs. Finally, Xuan Yuan retrieves the seedling of the starfruit tree, an exceptionally precious gift from the Star Clan, and carefully plants it at the very center of the ancestral vein. Instantly, the vitality surges, and the young starfruit tree fervently absorbs the energy, its trunk expanding rapidly, 10 zhong, then 100, 1,000, 10,000 zhong. Before long, the starfruit tree reaches a height of 100,000 zhong, drawing in boundless starlight, a spectacle that leaves Xuan Yuan in awe. Truly, the starfruit tree possesses an overwhelming growth. With this, Xuan Yuan feels reassured, summoning the clan leaders and instructing them to regularly oversee the medicinal fields. After which he turns his attention elsewhere. Having completed these tasks, Xuan Yuan retrieves the Northern Xuan Yuan water control flag. After acquiring this flag, he delves into its mysteries, capable of deploying formidable formations for defense and offense alike. He envisions placing it on the island to enhance the protective innate formation. With a flick of his consciousness, he gathers the island's great formation. Quickly, with a wave of his hand, the Xuan Yuan water control flag soars forth. Landing at the formation's core, integrate, Xuan Yuan commands again, forming seals with his hands. The flag, no longer resisting, begins to meld into the innate formation. Boom! A resounding roar erupts as the two entities merge, forming a new great formation that envelopes the entirety of Penglai Island, significantly bolstering its defenses. Satisfied, Xuan Yuan returns to the Dao Palace. Next, he must enter seclusion to break through. Before doing so, he decides to cultivate the 12-grade Inferno Red Lotus seeds, which will greatly benefit him, as will the 12-grade Creation Green Lotus. However, he feels no urgency regarding the advancement of the Creation Green Lotus. Xuan Yuan places both the Creation Green Lotus and the Inferno Red Lotus in the Spirit Lake, anticipating that it will take over 10,000 years to cultivate the seeds. Yet, he remains unhurried, for there is still nearly an entire epoch until the imminent Great Calamity. Ample time for him to achieve his breakthrough before fulfilling his agreement with Hong Jun. You two, stay here. You may frolic about the island, but do not venture outside. And as for the green bamboo in the valley, should any of you three attain transformation first, you shall be the eldest. Master must now enter seclusion. Thus, Xuan Yuan releases his two treasured disciples, the water and earth spirits. Despite their lack of transformation, their consciousness is fully awakened. Over the years, Xuan Yuan has come to understand their temperaments. The earth spirit is relatively docile, while the water spirit is a mischievous one, often taking advantage of Xuan Yuan's inattention to sneak out and play, sometimes bringing the earth spirit along, leaving Xuan Yuan in a flurry. In exasperation, he sealed them until today, allowing them to emerge, and he imagines they must have been quite bored. Upon their release, still dazed, the two spirits quickly gravitate towards Xuan Yuan, curiously surveying the palace, their joy palpable. Observing their playful antics, Xuan Yuan smiles warmly, clearly fond of them. After some time, the two return to Xuan Yuan's side, nuzzling against him, their delight evident. Did you hear what I said? This is your master's Daoist sanctuary. I am going into seclusion. You shall stay here. The two spirits nudge against Xuan Yuan, signaling their understanding. He gently sets them down and retreats into seclusion, this time for a brief period, mainly to organize his mindset and prepare necessary items for future needs. He will emerge once the lotus seeds have matured, ready to confront the challenges of attaining the Great Luo. Chapter 25, The Seclusion Breakthrough. It is time. After 10,000 years, within the secret chamber, Xuan Yuan opens his eyes, feeling prepared for his breakthrough into the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Rising, he steps out from his secluded quarters, appearing before the Dao Palace. Your Excellency, you have finally emerged. The elder Koi, stationed outside the hall, greets him, its tone suggesting that something amiss has occurred. What is the matter? Xuan Yuan inquires, initially concerned about potential troubles. Your Excellency, the elder Koi hesitates, and Xuan Yuan suddenly feels a sense of foreboding. Little water, little earth, come inside. He calls out, and immediately, two glowing orbs wobble into view. But upon seeing the elder Koi, they become shy and reluctant to approach. Recognizing their demeanor, Xuan Yuan realizes his suspicions were correct. They are indeed restless spirits. All right, you may leave for now. In 3 days, I shall hold a teaching session. We will assess your progress. As for these two little ones, I will keep them in check. So you need not worry. Shaking his head with a smile, Xuan Yuan feels a sense of resignation. Yes, Your Excellency. Originally, the old fellow wore a troubled expression, yet he was now filled with excitement at receiving guidance from the master. Feeling that all his grievances had not been in vain. Of course, the old Koi was not averse to the two youngsters. On the contrary, he held them in great affection. This was not solely due to their status as the master's disciples, but also because, despite their mischievous antics over the years that had caused considerable chaos, their behavior was largely innocent and childlike. Occasionally, he would even sneak them some spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden or allow them to play with some younger disciples. Thus, he could hardly blame them. However, today, the two little rascals had nearly ruined the medicinal garden, leaving him at a loss as to how to explain this to the master, which is why he found himself reluctantly waiting for Xuan Yuan to emerge from his seclusion. "Ha ha, you two are afraid, yet you still come over." Xuan Yuan chuckled as he observed the two timid youngsters who were trying to hide. Seeing that their master was not angry, they quickly darted to Xuan Yuan's side. Attempting to curry favor with him, accompanied by them, Xuan Yuan stepped out of the grand hall. The Dao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Dao, from the primordial chaos, when heaven and earth were first created. The Dao was born, and there existed something. The Dao is nameless, yet nothing is beyond its understanding. It is called great and can be seen as transient. The Dao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. All things bear the yin while embracing the yang, harmonizing through the flow of energy. On this day, Xuan Yuan sat cross-legged before the hall, imparting wisdom to the myriad beings below. Over the years, thanks to the teachings of the Dao, more beings had embarked on the path of cultivation. The number of practitioners had increased 2- or 3-fold compared to the past, and those who had already cultivated had made significant progress, with many entering the realm of Xianxian. Their innate talents were commendable, and the abundance of spiritual energy in the Taoist temple facilitated their rapid advancement, which was hardly surprising. If any of you have doubts, feel free to express them. After a millennia had passed, Xuan Yuan concluded his discourse. "Master, may I inquire how one achieves the methods of the golden immortal?" spoke the celestial crane, who had already entered the realm of Xianxian and was preparing for his next stage. "The path of the golden immortal lies in enlightenment. One must attain clarity of the primordial spirit and inner consciousness, understand oneself, and have a resolute heart toward the Tao. Only then can one comprehend the laws, condense the 3 flowers atop the head, thus achieving the state of golden immortal. Master, while we have made progress in our cultivation, the mysteries of each realm remain unclear. Could this affect our advancement?" Old Koi inquired, nodding slightly, demonstrating an understanding of the importance of foundational knowledge, indicating his commendable aptitude for cultivation. "The Tao is boundless, and the foundation is paramount. To ascend to a new realm, one must deeply contemplate its mysteries to unlock maximum potential. Thus, let me elucidate the subtleties of each major realm, refining qi into spirit, drawing in spiritual energy to temper the body, opening the gates of heaven and earth, and embarking on the path of cultivation, refining qi into divinity, circulating spiritual energy throughout the body, nurturing the divine fetus, refining spirit to return to the void. With the divine fetus complete, one can manipulate the cosmic spiritual energy effortlessly, achieving unity with heaven and earth, refining the void to unite with the Tao. Where the divine fetus separates from the body, merging with the Tao, one can perceive the great principles of the universe. Reaching this realm is akin to becoming a true Taoist, with the potential to attain the celestial path. Destined represents a transformation for beings, transcending from mortal to immortal, where the divine fetus transforms into the primordial spirit, entering the celestial path. Destined, refining the 5 energies within, allows one to soar through the heavens and traverse the earth. Mastering divine abilities, standing amidst the 9 heavens. Zhenxian, breaking through illusions, cultivating divine abilities, comprehending the heavenly Tao, solidifying the immortal body, thus becoming a true immortal. Xianxian, where divine abilities reach their zenith, the entire being enveloped in profound mysteries, capable of harmonizing with heaven and earth with a mere gesture, causing cataclysmic upheavals, with thoughts manifesting as deities or demons, embodying the essence of the Xianxian, the golden immortal, with a transparent heart and a steadfast resolve towards the Tao. Pure as gold, condensing the essence, spirit, and the 3 flowers, comprehending the laws, and upon action, the laws follow, earning one the title of golden immortal, who shares the lifespan of heaven and earth, with boundless longevity. Having finished, Xuan Yuan observed the beings below, sensing their enlightenment, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As you presently lack titles, it would be inappropriate to address you. Today, I shall grant you names for ease of reference. The Koi clan, born of primordial creation, shall be named Yuan Qin, The celestial crane shall be called Hakong, and the colorful deer shall be named Kaling. Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon us names. The three were elated, eliciting envy from the other beings. Waving away the crowd, Xuan Yuan returned to the palace to continue his seclusion, instructing Yuanqin to keep a close watch over the water and earth spirits, leaving the extent of their mischief to fate. Thus, as flowers bloomed and withered, countless millennia swiftly passed. Xuan Yuan remained in seclusion, undisturbed, while the various clans on the island thrived. Notably, a few golden immortals had emerged, with Yuanqin and his companions leading the way. And several others had also ascended to the golden immortal realm, totaling no less than 100. While this was not comparable to the great clans and empires, it was commendable given their late start in cultivation. However, Xuan Yuan's retreat was not without great commotion. Upon entering seclusion for 1,000,000 years, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged toward Xuan Yuan's place of meditation. Initially, many believed he had completed his cultivation. Yet this phenomenon persisted for many years, indicating that Xuan Yuan was still within his meditative state, and thus they refrained from disturbing him. Xuan Yuan's period of seclusion began with the pursuit of enlightenment, seeking to comprehend the Great Luo realm. Having already reached the level of primordial spirit, this was not inherently difficult, yet the demand for spiritual energy was immense. As Xuan Yuan immersed himself in cultivation, spiritual energy gradually converged. Initially, the spiritual energy within the Ming Dao Palace was absorbed and refined, but soon it proved insufficient for his practice, necessitating an expansion to encompass the entire Penglai island. As time passed, countless strands of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy coalesced above the Ming Dao Palace, forming a vortex of spiritual energy that obscured the sky. Innumerable strands of spiritual energy were frantically absorbed and refined by Xuan Yuan. After billions of years, this process continued unabated until 1,000,000 years remained before the 12th epoch. At last, Xuan Yuan stirred from his long silence. To become a Great Luo golden immortal, one must open the 3 flowers atop the head. 1 flower signifies the early stage of Great Luo, 2 flowers signify the mid-stage, and 3 flowers in full bloom signify the later stage, with the 3 flowers converging at the apex and the 5 energies returning to their source. One can construct an inner world, achieving the ultimate perfection of the Great Luo golden immortal. If one were an ordinary person, they would likely choose to open each flower one at a time. But Xuan Yuan could not afford such luxury. Among the top-tier powers of the primordial chaos, who did not possess immense resources, upon entering Great Luo, they would unfurl all 3 flowers simultaneously, reaching ultimate perfection in the shortest time possible. Xuan Yuan could not allow himself to fall behind. Otherwise, facing them would be exceedingly unfavorable. Thus, Xuan Yuan resolved to leverage the resources he had amassed, sufficient for his breakthrough. Moreover, Xuan Yuan's ambitions extended beyond this. Gazing at the budding 3 flowers, his heart burned with fervor, as if he were brewing something profound. On this day, Xuan Yuan opened his eyes, and an immense surge of primordial energy erupted, marking the commencement of his breakthrough. To achieve the pinnacle of immortality, to transcend fate, to grasp the true essence of Great Luo, to witness the blossoming of the Dao, let the essence flower unfold. Xuan Yuan's eyes widened in focus, and as the boundless primordial energy surged, the essence flower began to transform, blooming 1 petal after another, reminiscent of the dawn of life. The blossoms multiplied and solidified, ceasing only when 9 petals had fully blossomed, this being the apex of heavenly numbers. Unable to grow further, yet Xuan Yuan was far from satisfied. His arrival was to shatter shackles, for he possessed the means to do so. Essence of creation, nurture the essence flower. Seeds of creation, aid my breakthrough. Break, break, break. Without allowing the bloom of the essence flower to cease, Xuan Yuan infused it with the essence of creation, the culmination of the primordial blue lotus's essence accumulated until now, and retrieved the 9-petal blue lotus seeds. His greatest reliance, where success or failure hinged upon this singular moment. As the blue lotus seeds merged with the essence of creation, a jolt coursed through the essence, and then, as if something had shattered, the essence flower blossomed anew. 10 petals, 11 petals, 12 petals, achieving true perfection. Ha 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 ha. Xuan Yuan laughed, a mad, ecstatic laughter. 12 petals. Who, besides Pangu, can attain such a feat? Indeed, within the primordial chaos, the maximum number of petals that could blossom was 9. A predetermined limit. 9 petals indicated the potential of a sage, and only with all 3 flowers at 9 petals could one, barring any unforeseen circumstances, reach the realm of a sage. From the information Xuan Yuan gleaned from the primordial blue lotus, He learned that Pangu's 3 flowers were all 12 petals, an unfathomable truth, which spurred Xuan Yuan to devise a bold plan to stand alongside the great Pangu, at least in the realm of primordial spirit. Thus, Xuan Yuan, adhering to this plan, urged the 9-petal seeds to germinate, believing that there was a chance. Now that he had succeeded, how could he not be elated? Without further hesitation, Xuan Yuan concentrated once more. Open, open, open. The red lotus calls forth. Ancestral ginseng aids my path to enlightenment. Let the chi flower bloom. In the same vein, Xuan Yuan retrieved the 9-petal fiery red lotus seeds, supplemented by the essence of 2 innate spiritual roots, causing the chi flower to blossom. Also achieving 12 petals. However, when it came time to open the divine flower, he encountered a predicament. There was insufficient spiritual energy. Indeed, with 2 flowers in bloom, all the spiritual energy on the island had been exhausted, and all resources had been depleted, making it impossible to open the divine flower. Yet Xuan Yuan had long been prepared. Starfruit tree, break the barriers, summon the chaotic energy. Indeed, only Xuan Yuan could accomplish this. For Penglai was nearly embedded between chaos and the primordial world. In any other location, Xuan Yuan could not have summoned chaotic energy. Moreover, chaotic energy was notoriously volatile. Without refinement, it was impossible to absorb. Yet Xuan Yuan had his methods. Primordial blue lotus, fiery red lotus, refine the chaos, assist my breakthrough. 2 massive lotus platforms arose, enveloping the incoming chaotic energy, which, upon refinement, transformed into boundless chaotic spiritual energy, far richer than innate spiritual energy. Golden lotus radiates 9 heavens of chaos. Let the divine flower bloom. With the influx of boundless chaotic spiritual energy, the blooming of the divine flower proceeded with great ease. The convergence of the 3 flowers, the true blossoming of the 3 flowers, marks the latter stages of the Great Dao, yet it remains insufficient. The primordial measure of heaven suppresses the divine flower. The creation azure lotus subdues the essence flower, and the fiery red lotus quells the vitality flower. The quintessence of the 5 elements flows towards the source. An endless cycle of life. The world is born, achieving great perfection. Point 1. Observe Xuan Yuan employing 3 supreme treasures to stabilize the 3 flowers, connecting with the 5 elements of heaven and earth, causing the 5 elements to merge into chaos, thus manifesting the chaotic world and achieving great perfection. In Chapter 26, the 12 gates of the sacred realm behold the path to the heavens through the 9 layers of the celestial road. With the transformation into a golden immortal of the Great Dao complete, Xuan Yuan finally feels at ease, savoring the newfound realm of enlightenment. He cannot help but rejoice at encountering such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Blessed with supreme fortune, the 3 flowers have achieved total perfection, paving the way for swift progress in cultivation, placing him a significant step ahead of others. It is said that only the great Pangu could attain this state. And even Hong Jun could not, as only the divine flower could blossom into the 12th grade, while the others remained at the 9th grade, thus putting them a step behind other saints. All other saints exhibit the blooming of the 3 flowers at the 9th grade, revealing the extraordinary nature of Xuan Yuan's great perfection. Equally indispensable were the 3 lotus seeds. Without them, none of this would have been possible. The 3 flowers exist in the form of lotus flowers, corresponding to the chaotic azure lotus. Thus, Xuan Yuan contemplated the method of nurturing flowers, using the 9th grade lotus seeds as the second manifestation of the 3 flowers, while the 3 flowers of the primordial spirit fully bloomed and had yet to stabilize. The second blossoming occurred, supported by boundless primordial energy, achieving the 12th grade manifestation of great perfection. Indeed, the attributes of the lotus seed flowers must harmonize with those of the primordial spirit's flowers. Fortunately, the creation azure lotus aligns with the essence flower, nurturing all beings with boundless vitality. The fiery red lotus corresponds with the vitality flower, subduing the path of the earth, while the golden lotus of merit merges with the divine flower, embodying the ethereal and wondrous. Thus, Xuan Yuan succeeded. Though this endeavor nearly depleted the spiritual energy on Penglai Island, the ancestral veins could not keep pace with the rate of absorption, forcing him to draw upon the perilous and turbulent chaotic energy from the void. It must be noted that only the chaotic demon god could absorb this energy. Even saints must transform it into chaotic spiritual energy for for attaining the realm of great perfection. It is neither particularly difficult nor easy, as it is a process of world building. This world is not to be likened to the primordial chaos. Rather, it is a designation of form, such as the world of the Xuan Yuan's chaotic world, or the void world. However, A prerequisite exists. The three flowers must possess sufficient resilience to stabilize the entire world, thus allowing the use of supreme treasures to achieve this. Ultimately, it boils down to substantial foundational strength to accomplish this feat in a short time. The selection of treasures is also crucial. They must be capable of withstanding the endeavor. Therefore, to achieve this, one must at least attain the level of high-grade spiritual treasures, whether innate or acquired. The better the treasure, the easier the accomplishment. Xuan Yuan possessed one acquired treasure of merit, one that is nearly equivalent to a high-grade innate treasure, and another high-grade innate treasure, making his resources exceedingly rich. Additionally, he employed another high-grade innate treasure as the array's focal point, signifying an extravagant undertaking. Before his breakthrough, Xuan Yuan had meticulously prepared, enabling him to swiftly attain great perfection. Catching up with the top-tier sovereigns in secluded cultivation, after the breakthrough, Xuan Yuan became even more enigmatic. Ordinarily, he could be described as a carefree, transcendent golden immortal, yet in moments of eruption, he embodied an unparalleled existence. Mastering all creation, truly possessing the means to roam freely within the primordial realm. As Xuan Yuan drew upon the chaotic energy to facilitate his breakthrough, far beyond the billions of miles from Penglai Island. On a distant isle, should he gaze upon it, he would surely recognize it as Feng Luo, one of the three renowned isles of the overseas realm. Although the three isles are infinitely distant, they are interconnected. On the isle, a massive green willow takes root, resembling an elder deeply focused on fishing, yet emanating a terrifying aura, rivaling Xuan Yuan post-breakthrough. The primordial realm indeed conceals hidden talents, awakened by the chaotic energy. The green willow swayed, concentrating its gaze, pondering which fellow cultivator possessed such immense talent to draw upon the chaotic energy. In the past, this humble Taoist could have effortlessly absorbed it, but now, sigh, all of that is in the past. If the opportunity arises, I shall seek to know this fellow cultivator well. Pangu sigh. His gaze flickered between joy and reminiscence, fixating on the chaos beyond the heavens, his thoughts extending far into the distance. This individual is the spatial demon god among the chaotic demon gods, having suffered an unjust calamity at the hands of Pangu, leaving only his primordial spirit to escape into the primordial realm for preservation. He could be considered the most fortunate of the chaotic demon gods, not only preserving his primordial spirit and being born in the primordial realm, but also retaining all memories of the chaotic demon gods. Reincarnating as a green willow among the 10 foremost innate spiritual roots. He is undoubtedly far superior to the incomplete primordial beasts within the primordial realm and better off than the severely injured chaotic demon gods who have fallen into slumber. Given time, he could recover to his peak state. Though he has lost his chaotic demon god form, his accomplishments remain no less significant. Furthermore, with a broad-minded disposition, he does not harbor resentment towards the primordial realm now that Pangu has passed. He merely wishes to recover swiftly and roam freely across heaven and earth, for the primordial realm is undoubtedly far superior to the chaotic realm, leaving him with no grievances. Should Xuan Yuan become aware of this individual's presence, he would undoubtedly be elated, perhaps even promptly pay a visit. This being could be considered an exceptional chaotic demon god, immensely powerful, and what inspires Xuan Yuan's admiration is that this individual triumphed over the old Taoist Hong Jun, especially after Hong Jun had attained enlightenment, rendering it even more astonishing. If one day he were to be displeased, he might enlist Yang Mei to trouble Hong Jun, while he cannot act directly against Hong Jun due to their acquaintance. Witnessing Hong Jun's misfortune would suffice, and the thought alone excites him. Of course, this has always been Xuan Yuan's whimsical notion, a bit of dark humor. Xuan Yuan remains unaware that Fengzhong Island has already taken note of his presence. Even if he did, he would not mind, for with his current power, he is more than capable of addressing any challenges. This confidence is a reflection of his pride as an unparalleled powerhouse. Immersed in his own world, Xuan Yuan savors the changes within himself. The golden immortal of the Great Dao is revered as the pinnacle of immortality, transcending the river of fate, naturally embodying profound mysteries. The great perfection of the golden immortal allows him to self-enact the laws, mastering the supreme path. Where a barrier exists, once breached, a leap into a higher form of existence awaits. Indeed, he is a being positioned just below the supreme realm. Immensely powerful, however, it is imperative to consider that little time remains for further cultivation, as great tribulations are imminent, and he must soon convene with Hong Jun. Contemplating the forthcoming tribulation, Xuan Yuan relinquished the idea of secluded cultivation, for his plans must continue, and the aftermath of the tribulation will present an optimal opportunity for cultivation, with greater benefits to be gained by participating. The golden immortal of the Great Dao has already reached the pinnacle of immortality. and subsequent cultivation will become increasingly arduous, for the next realm entails mastering the laws. Frankly, this realm serves as a bottleneck between the golden immortal of the Great Dao and the primordial golden immortal. A critical juncture on the path to the ultimate realm of the primordial. It is of great importance yet exceedingly challenging, having ensnared 99% of cultivators, without immense fortune, unwavering resolve, and great wisdom. One cannot complete the final step of transcendence. The division of cultivation levels between chaos and the primordial realm differ significantly, as the chaotic demon gods are born at the Great Dao level and each possesses mastery over one of the 3,000 pathways. Akin to the realm of law mastery in the primordial realm, later, with Pangu's creation of the heavens, this realm was divided into the primordial golden immortal, serving as an intermediary between the golden immortal of the Great Dao and the primordial golden immortal. There are those in the primordial realm who reach this level, termed quasi-saints. While saints are recognized as primordial golden immortals, the golden immortal of the Great Dao is not a saint, yet their realms align with that of chaos. Known as the Sacred Realm, the Sacred Realm consists of 12 levels, each increasingly challenging, particularly in the later stages, where the differences are stark, making ascension considerably more arduous. Following this is the Celestial Realm, or the realm of heavenly laws, which only emerged after Pangu's creation of the heavens, for there were no heavenly laws within chaos, and thus no celestial realm could exist prior. This division may well have been established by Pangu himself. As Pangu had initially attained the realm of primordial unity, reaching the 12th pinnacle, the pursuit of a higher Dao fruit proved exceedingly arduous. The act of Pangu parting the heavens might indeed signify the attainment of that Dao fruit. Hence the existence of the heavenly Dao realm. Nonetheless, since Pangu was capable of delineating this realm, it stands to reason that he must exist at a level beyond it. Whether he ultimately succeeded or perished remains a mystery, one that Xuan Yuan contemplates. If he did not fall, how could there exist the vast wilderness, beset by formidable foes? Conversely, if he had perished, how could he have salvaged himself, ultimately traversing the wilderness? Even if he vanished without a trace? One cannot definitively claim that Pangu is deceased. At the very least, Xuan Yuan remains unconvinced, holding on to a nebulous feeling. However, such matters are of little concern to him. Only by strengthening himself can he hope to touch upon the secrets of Pangu's echelon. The 9 heavens of the celestial realm represent a step-by-step ascension. Only by reaching the 9th pinnacle can one inquire into the supreme realm, perhaps the very realm Pangu sought to enter. Pangu's delineation of these 9 celestial heavens may indicate an awareness of the enormity of the steps involved, necessitating a gradual approach to success. The 12 glimpses of the sacred realm, with the 9 heavens of the celestial path, serve as Xuan Yuan's derived classification, painstakingly organized from the 3,000 Dao rhythms of the creation Blue Lotus, as well as the memories of Pangu acquired in the unmoving mountain. The path to the pinnacle remains long and arduous. Prior to achieving the Great Luo, one might regard the golden immortal as the starting point of cultivation. Only upon realizing the primordial realm and even higher levels does one understand that Great Luo is merely the commencement of the path. Perhaps for Pangu, that supreme realm signifies the true beginning of cultivation, thus illustrating that the Dao is boundless. Until one comprehends higher realms, it is possible to mistakenly believe oneself at the apex, only to discover, in the end, that one is merely a frog at the bottom of a well. It is imperative to steadfastly cultivate one's Dao heart, remaining eternally resolute and unceasing in pursuit to advance continuously. With this knowledge, Xuan Yuan rectified his attitude. His current achievements are inconsequential. Only an eternal Dao heart, the quest for the supreme and everlasting Dao, constitutes his lifelong pursuit, while all else is but an illusion. In the wake of the impact of that supreme realm, Xuan Yuan finally recognized his true self, thereby genuinely qualifying to advance towards that exalted realm. Rising, Xuan Yuan's Dao methods followed suit. His realm solidified, transcending the mundane world. Free and esteemed, embodying the true essence of Xuan Yuan Daoist. Chapter 27. Demon Ancestor Luo Ho. Another has broken through, reaching this realm. How remarkable! What an unfamiliar aura! Which individual could it be? Humph. Yet another formidable opponent. But what should I fear? Xuan Yuan Daoist has also attained this realm. Thus the path ahead is more assured for me. It seems Xuan Yuan Daoist has made further progress in his realm, enhancing our collective strength. Not long after Xuan Yuan's breakthrough, the top-tier beings across the vast wilderness sensed the change. Many speculated curiously about the identity of this individual, while only Hong Jun and the Holy Mother Xinghua were aware. As Xuan Yuan had primarily interacted with them in the wilderness, such matters do not concern Xuan Yuan. The Great Calamity is impending, and the tranquility of the wilderness, which had lasted for eons, is once again disrupted, signaling the onset of conflict. At the dawn of creation, when everything in the universe had yet to undergo complete evolution, the heavens and the earth instinctively sensed that those powerful entities posed a significant threat. Thus, calamities manifested to cleanse the wilderness of threats, such as ferocious beasts and various entities seeking to interfere with the cosmos, all in preparation for the emergence of the heavenly Dao to maintain order in the wilderness. Consequently, the Great Calamity descended, with all beings vying for a sliver of opportunity amidst the chaos, for the calamity represents both tribulation and unparalleled fortune, a chance for creation. Many of the ferocious beasts of the wilderness possess the consciousness of chaotic demon gods. Inheriting the memories of these gods, the entirety of their kin almost manifests as the flesh and blood of chaotic demon gods, inheriting their fortuitous essence, their power formidable enough to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Additionally, influenced by their memories, they harbor profound hatred towards Pangu for his creation of the wilderness, resulting in rampant destruction. Moreover, their monarchs and kings, each proud and unmatched, would hardly acquiesce to the heavenly Dao's supremacy, thus naturally seeking to thwart such developments by unifying the wilderness, rendering the will of the heavens impotent, while simultaneously advancing their own cultivation. Thus, the Great Calamity becomes utterly unavoidable, marking a survival struggle for the beings of the wilderness and the ferocious beasts alike, as well as a continuation of the battle between Pangu and the chaotic demon gods. In the western outskirts of the wilderness lies an unfathomably mysterious realm, one that even the ferocious beasts cannot penetrate. Shrouded in secrecy. At this moment, a black palace hovers atop a mountain peak, within which sits a formidable figure clad in black robes, his visage ever-shifting, emanating an aura replete with boundless slaughter and desire. Those with fragile minds who gaze upon him would find themselves eternally ensnared. This formidable being is the elusive demon ancestor Luo Ho, who has never appeared in the wilderness, yet possesses profound knowledge of all that transpires. Before him stands a gaunt elder, also clad in black, whose frail appearance seems as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. However, should any powerful beings within the wilderness lay eyes upon this withered elder, they would be profoundly astonished, for he is none other than the founder and leader of the Demon Valley, the heavenly demon ancestor. Since the dawn of creation, he established the terrifying and enigmatic force known as the Demon Valley in the southern part of the western wilderness. His unparalleled demonic might dominates the southern region of the wilderness, acknowledged even by the ferocious beasts. This illustrates his might. After all, the ferocious beast reigns supreme in the wilderness. And how could they tolerate such a power encroaching upon their domain? Speculation arose that the Demon Valley formed an alliance with the beasts, yet their actions suggest otherwise, for the heavenly demon ancestor is notoriously capricious, prone to slaying indiscriminately, his hands stained with the blood of countless powerful beings, whether they be sentient creatures or ferocious beasts, exhibiting extreme cruelty. At this moment, this overwhelmingly powerful figure stands silently before Luo Ho, exhibiting an attitude of utmost reverence, devoid of any impatience. Should any similarly renowned powerful beings in the wilderness witness this demeanor, they would be utterly astonished. Demon ancestor, the Demon Valley has unified the entirety of the southern western region. Aside from the ferocious beasts, which you previously instructed us to disregard, I have now completed your task. Might I inquire about the next course of action? The heavenly demon ancestor bows respectfully, reporting to demon ancestor Luo Ho. Good, good. Now that the Great Calamity approaches, it is time for our demon clan to expand. I have an agreement with the divine opposers. We need not mobilize forces in the north. Therefore, we shall march into the southern wilderness, striving to seize the entire southern region before the calamity strikes. Only then shall our demon clan truly flourish, Luo Ho declares, his entire being exuding an overwhelming aura, dismissing the various clans of the southern wilderness as inconsequential. However, the southern wilderness is home to the Lihua dynasty, the Wu Ji dynasty, and the Phoenix clan, three formidable forces. It is likely that the strength of the Demon Valley is insufficient to contend with them. Humph, useless fools, will you not coordinate with the ferocious beasts for an assault? The Ferocious Beast clan has long desired to engage the Phoenix clan, Luo Ho exclaims in anger, his overwhelming aura pressing down upon the heavenly demon ancestor, who collapses to the ground without resistance, not due to a disparity in strength, but rather the oppressive might of a ruler. Forgive me, demon ancestor, for my shortcomings. That I beseech you to grant me more time, and I shall assuredly conquer the southern wilderness, the heavenly demon ancestor implores, fear evident in his countenance. Before Luo Ho, even he, a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, dares not defy. I shall grant you more time. unite with the ferocious beasts to launch an offensive in the south. And you must secure victory. Only then can we possess the means to share the wilderness with the ferocious beasts after the calamity. Otherwise, the ferocious beasts will not be so easily dealt with. Luo Ho commands. Yes, I shall exert every effort to secure the southern wilderness for the demon ancestor, striving for supremacy in the wilderness without reservation. The heavenly demon ancestor responds earnestly. There is no need for such fervor. I will dispatch Blood Demon and Desire Demon to assist you. Should you fail despite this, you know the consequences. Humph. Yes, I comply. The thought of the demon clan's punishment sends a chill down the heavenly demon ancestor's spine as fear creeps into his expression. Simultaneously, it seems the beings of the wilderness have become aware of the impending calamity, striving to seize more leverage in order to gain greater advantages amidst the turmoil, resulting in a frenzied expansion. Battles erupt in the central and eastern wilderness, with conflicts raging between various clans and dynasties, as well as between ferocious beasts and the forces of the wilderness. How shall the ferocious beasts in the Demon Valley respond to this incursion? The Wu Ji dynasty, founded by Wu Ji ancestor, stands as a powerful faction, ranking among the foremost forces in the wilderness. Presently, they wear solemn expressions, while others may be ignorant of the Demon Valley. How could he be unaware? On the surface, it is led by the heavenly demon. Yet that figure is merely at the late stage of Great Luo, a level still beneath his own. What grounds does he possess to ally with the ferocious beasts? He, a powerful being of his caliber, is privy to certain truths. Previously, a hidden monarch of the ferocious beast clan sought to eradicate the Demon Valley, yet none of those dispatched returned. The divine opposer even intervened personally, seemingly reaching an accord that acknowledged the existence of the Demon Valley, underscoring its profound secrecy and might. If the Wu Ji dynasty stands alone, it is likely they will be unable to withstand the onslaught. Such a small Demon Valley dares to invade. Please, Your Majesty, issue the command, and I shall obliterate them. Indeed, they are not to be feared. Your Majesty, please mobilize your forces. Yet, the uninformed subordinates clamored for action. Humph, ignorant fools. Gazing at the emperor on the throne, whose countenance was fraught with displeasure, it seemed those present had come to understand the gravity of the situation. Your Majesty, perhaps we should consider an alliance with the Li Hua dynasty and the Phoenix clan. I believe they too are aware of the impending crisis, articulated a strategist from the dynasty. Indeed, it seems we have no other recourse. Si Ming, you shall take charge of the communications, responded the emperor. Understood, Your Majesty. 10 days later, on the southern battlefield, a cataclysmic clash erupted, with countless ferocious beasts and demons surging forth to wreak havoc, leaving devastation in their wake. Tianfeng, step forth and meet your demise. The overwhelming aura of the Chaos King obliterated any challengers in mere moments, all annihilated, as his focus sharpened on Tianfeng. Humph, Chaos, do you think you can kill me? The bloodthirsty Tianfeng retaliated against Chaos. And the two titans engaged in a fierce battle, the area devoid of any other life. Wuji, you shall perish as well. The celestial demon arrived in an instant, unleashing his dark powers upon the Wuji emperor. You are not my match, Wuji declared, evolving into his ultimate form. Only I am Wuji. Their powers clashed, unleashing a cataclysmic pressure over the battlefield, resulting in countless casualties. Meanwhile, Tao Wu and Tao Tai obstructed the ancient ancestor Luya, and the conflict intensified. At this juncture, the outcome was determined solely by these top-tier beings. Despicable. Who dares to launch a surprise attack? You fool, seek your own death. Suddenly, a twist of fate struck as both Tianfeng and Wuji were ambushed and severely injured, altering the tide of battle. Gaga, bow down and become my blood sacrifice. A sinister cackle echoed as the blood demon and the lust demon, minions of the demon ancestor, arrived, inflicting grave wounds upon the two. Tianfeng felt a surge of urgency. The situation had become perilous. Do not struggle. Today, none shall save you. Ha ha ha. Faced with the frenzied laughter of the blood demon and the predatory gaze of Chaos, Tianfeng was engulfed in terror. Suddenly, another twist occurred. The unkillable volcano erupted, unleashing a deluge of fiery rain that halted the advance of the enemy forces. Who dares? Chaos exclaimed in astonishment. Mother Phoenix, if you do not show yourself now, I too shall be unable to withstand this. It was Luya, laughing heartily, standing firm against the two monstrous sovereigns, evidently concealing immense strength. Humph, you dare to wreak havoc here. Perhaps your allies behind you might stand a chance, replied the blood demon. Mother Phoenix, the leaders of the ferocious beasts and demons recoiled in shock. In that instant, A magnificent phoenix soared into the sky, exuding elegance and nobility, transforming into a breathtaking cascade of light, revealing an unparalleled beauty, as if born of heaven and earth, with an ethereal grace. Mother, you have emerged. Tian Feng stepped forward in reverence, recognizing the Phoenix clan as progenitor. The elder matriarch who had long suppressed the unkillable volcano. Nearly forgotten by all. Old flame, even in the face of such formidable foes, you remain unfazed. Ha ha ha. Did you not know that with my sister here, there was no need for concern? Liu responded, having evaded his adversaries. Acknowledging the prowess of Mother Phoenix, who displayed no fear of the ferocious beasts. Hee. Now that Mother Phoenix has arrived, it seems our presence is no longer critical. Another exquisite beauty emerged, her allure rivaling that of Mother Phoenix, radiating an aura of supreme compassion that drew others near. Thank you, Sister Nuwa, for your assistance. Let us resolve this minor inconvenience before properly hosting you. Upon seeing the newcomer, Mother Phoenix smiled lightly, revealing a camaraderie between the two. Very well, let us first deal with them. The others agreed and prepared to charge toward the enemy. Boom! The overwhelming aura of demonic energy and the scent of slaughter enveloped the battlefield. We pay our respects to our emperor. We pay our respects to the demon ancestor. Two formidable beings emerged, and Mother Phoenix's side became solemn, recognizing the immense strength of their foes, prompting Liu to adopt a grave demeanor. Sound the retreat. Echoed the authoritative voice of Xuan Yuan. Understood. Instantly, the ferocious beasts and demons retreated at remarkable speed. However, Luo Ho's expression grew grim, realizing that the power in the southern regions surpassed expectations, and their plan had failed. Shin and I, you did not come here merely to reminisce, did you? Luya inquired seriously. Once you unite, I shall have my opportunity to strike you all down at once, came the haughty reply, a testament to the Beast Emperor's arrogance. Until we meet again, Mother Phoenix concluded, signaling the cessation of the battle. Both sides withdrew, seeking respite and recovery. Chapter 28. Hong Jun's strategy. The emergence of Luo Ho resonated deeply with Hong Jun, indicating significant implications. Yet the precise nature of the matter eluded him. For now, focusing on the ferocious beasts was paramount. Why did he feel such a profound connection? Was there yet another monumental event unfolding? Nevertheless, he thought little of it. As all preparations were in place, this time, it could be said to be foolproof. With his thoughts not fully formed, Hong Jun prioritized the immediate concerns. In the aftermath of the southern conflict, Shin Yuan emerged from his retreat, shattering 4 major dynasties, instilling awe throughout the wilderness. Luo Ho also took action, shifting his focus to the central regions to eradicate a significant dynasty. Yet both titans simultaneously withdrew, granting the inhabitants of the wilderness a moment of reprieve. They had feared an early cataclysm, and the battles among the various factions ceased, plunging the wilderness back into an eerie tranquility. Thus, apart from the eastern and central wilderness, where no battles raged, the southern and northern regions were seemingly drenched in blood, as top-tier beings fell one after another, leading to a rapid shift in power dynamics across the wilderness. On this day, atop Great Capital Mountain in the eastern wilderness, a brilliant radiance emanated in myriad beams, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that spread throughout the wilderness, intertwined with purple mist, a sight of extraordinary wonder. I am Hong Jun. I shall host a discourse following the Yuan and assembly. I invite all fellow practitioners to attend. Those destined may come forth. A voice imbued with boundless Taoist resonance echoed from Jade Capital Mountain, reaching the ears of all who had attained the level of De Luo Golden Immortal, eventually resonating with all beings in the wilderness, instilling hope that a fortuitous opportunity awaited. Within the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, the ancestor dragon sat regally upon his throne, adorned with a golden crown that emitted a halo of purple mist, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility and overwhelming dominance. The Dragon Clan, a formidable lineage, reigned supreme over the Eastern Sea and contested for dominance in the East. The ancestor dragon cast a glance at the 4 great dragon kings seated below and spoke slowly. Since Hong Jun has summoned a discourse, I shall personally attend. You shall guard the Dragon Clan in my absence. Yes, Your Majesty, the 4 responded in unison. However, Your Majesty, who is this Hong Jun? I have never heard of him, inquired the Dragon King Ao Tian, with the other 3 sharing his curiosity. Hong Jun emerged in my era, possessing astonishing cultivation, yet he remains obscure to the world. Now, prepare yourselves, the ancestor dragon concluded, unwilling to elaborate further, prompting the 4 to refrain from pressing the matter. Our dragon clan's quest for dominance in the wilderness remains fraught with challenges, the ancestor dragon mused, gazing into the distance, lost in thought, simultaneously, throughout the wilderness. Various factions began to stir. Our Xuanwu clan shall proceed forth. The Qilin clan shall not lag behind. Our divine clan should also formulate plans. Various clans, upon receiving Hong Jun's summons, understood the significance of the assembly, which pertained to the fate of their races, and none would dare decline the invitation. The sovereigns of the wilderness responded variously to Hong Jun's proclamation, particularly the powers located in the eastern wilderness, such as the Qian Kuan Sacred Land, the Reversal Sacred Land, and the Yin Yang Dynasty, all eager to comprehend the intentions of this supreme being in preparation for the impending calamity. Previously, the apex powers of the wilderness had begun to vie for territory, accumulating the essence of heaven and earth, each making their own preparations. Amidst a myriad of complex emotions, various sovereigns, clan leaders, and hidden rulers expressed their intent to attend. Hong Jun, a discourse on the Dao. How intriguing. Having lingered here for so long, it is time to venture out and explore the wilderness, mused Yang Mei of Fengzhong Island. Her interest piqued. Hong Jun has finally begun to take action. It appears that matters are becoming increasingly interesting. And I should prepare in advance, murmured Xuan Yuan on Penglai Island, who had just concluded a lecture for his 3 disciples. For many years, Xuan Yuan had restrained his disciples from taking form, allowing them to accumulate strength and lay a solid foundation. Upon his emergence, he discovered that the water and earth spirits had wreaked havoc upon the island repeatedly, inciting his ire. Hence, he captured the 2 spirits and placed them with Qingzhu. Over the years, the 2 spirits had grown familiar with Qingzhu's presence, often visiting to play, fostering a strong bond. The water and earth spirits even aided Qingzhu's rapid growth, nearing the threshold of transformation. The island's development had flourished. All 3 disciples had achieved the pinnacle of Golden Immortal, and Xuan Yuan had imparted the Tai Yi Golden Immortal technique. Currently, several hundred Golden Immortals resided there, with the number of cultivators reaching tens of thousands, an exponential increase since earlier times. Aware of Hong Jun's transmission, Xuan Yuan understood the impending calamity was near, and it was time for him to embark on his journey. In the upcoming Yuanyu and assembly, I shall elucidate the great Dao for you all. Thereafter, I must venture out, and it may be a long while before I return. By then, you should also be able to take form, so focus on your cultivation in the Taoist hall. Understood? Over the years, Xuan Yuan had become accustomed to his role as both teacher and caretaker, constantly reiterating his guidance. Yes, master. The 3 responded in unison, and they were finally able to engage in communication, much to Xuan Yuan's delight at the onset. Over the years, he had come to regard them as his own children, nurturing them with deep affection. From their voices, one could discern that the earth spirit was akin to a simple-hearted lad, a trait intrinsically linked to his nature. The water spirit, delicate and gentle, possessed a melodious voice, suggesting that upon transformation, she would undoubtedly embody the grace of a sweet and gentle girl, albeit a bit mischievous, yet undeniably a good child. Xuan Yuan was particularly fond of his disciples as for the green bamboo spirit. She was as proud and aloof as her name suggested, her cool voice creating an impenetrable barrier that deterred others from approaching her, indicating a solitary disposition. Each of the 3 disciples possessed distinct personalities, which brought Xuan Yuan great joy as he looked forward to their eventual transformation. As they prepared to depart, he couldn't help but remind them repeatedly, forgetting that they had already attained complete spiritual intelligence and adult reasoning. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the primordial cosmos, 7 kills declared, I must step out for a while. You all watch over the clan. The Starry Empress instructed the 3 below her. Yes, my lady. Might I inquire where you intend to go? Perhaps we could accompany you for your protection, Ganlang suggested, having become considerably more composed after his encounter with Xuan Yuan. It's of little consequence. I am merely visiting Sister Phoenix to discuss a few matters, the Starry Empress replied, fully aware of the impending calamity and their concerns for her safety, thus choosing not to conceal her intentions. Ganlang likely assumed she was seeking Xuan Yuan for further guidance, eager to learn more. Breaking the silence, Pajun chimed in with a rare jest. How could that be? My lady, do not heed his foolishness. I am well aware of my limitations. Even with my enhanced abilities over the years, I am still no match for the Taoist master, Ganlang quickly clarified. Haha, do not mock Ganlang. He indeed received guidance from the Taoist master in the past. I imagine he wishes to express his gratitude in person, the Starry Empress noted, recalling how before departing, Xuan Yuan had imparted the secrets of breaking through the Dao to Ganlang, significantly advancing his cultivation. Haha, the Taoist master merely saw potential in him. 7 kills, and Pajun chuckled at Ganlang's feigned ignorance. Now, I suspect Xuan Yuan will also attend the upcoming Dao conference that we might invite him to our clan for a reunion. The Starry Empress mused. Really? 7 kills, and Pajun's eyes sparkled with excitement. For Xuan Yuan's insights into breaking the Dao were immensely appealing to them. Regrettably, only Ganlang had learned from him, and it would be inappropriate to share that knowledge indiscriminately. Hence their delight at such news. You need not doubt my word. Now, I must take my leave, she concluded, her figure vanishing as she departed towards the primordial realm. Within the Phoenix clan, fresh from a fierce battle and engaged in clearing the battlefield, Nuwa remained, conversing with Mother Phoenix about the upcoming Dao conference. Today is fortuitous. It is an excellent opportunity for us sisters to gather, Nuwa remarked. Indeed, let us go and welcome Sister Starry, Mother Phoenix replied. Sharing in the joy of the Starry Empress's arrival, Tianfeng, prepare to greet the Starry Empress, she commanded. Yes, Mother, Tianfeng acknowledged, following her mother's lead as they exited together. Knowing my sister has emerged from seclusion, I have come to congratulate her. The Starry Empress said, walking gracefully, her spirits lifted upon seeing Mother Phoenix. Sister Nuwa is here as well. Your timing is impeccable, she added. It is wonderful that Starry Sister could come. I was just thinking of visiting the cosmos. So this is even better, Nuwa replied with a light laugh. You are warmly welcomed, they affirmed, for the 3 women were all breathtakingly beautiful and had likely known each other for ages, their bonds naturally profound. The younger generation pays respects to the Starry Empress. We pay our respects, my lady. Tianfeng and her attendants bowed, acknowledging her status, which was on par with that of their mother, even slightly above. Please, no need for formalities. I have intruded upon you. The Starry Empress waved off their gestures. Nonsense, my lady. Please come in, they insisted as they ushered her inside. Seated together, the 3 women began discussing their forthcoming plans. Sister Nuwa, why did Fuxi not accompany you? Surely he would not wish for you to venture alone, the Starry Empress inquired, recalling Nuwa's brother. Do not mention it. He is currently engrossed in his research on divination techniques, remaining in his cave. I only came because I knew the Phoenix clan had matters to attend to, Nuwa replied, exasperated. Her brother's preoccupation with divination had rendered him oblivious to the pressing affairs of the primordial realm. Much to Nuwa's chagrin. Haha, Fuxi is merely concerned for you. It is unfortunate that your paths diverge, making things difficult for you. Mother Phoenix chuckled lightly. Let us not dwell on him. Instead, we should discuss more pressing matters. Nuwa urged, redirecting the conversation. It seems that Hong Jun is preparing for the impending calamity, yet with so many powerful beings in the primordial realm, true unity remains elusive, and fractures are bound to emerge. Mother Phoenix observed. While she acknowledged the importance of the upcoming assembly, she was acutely aware that true collaboration was improbable, and traitors lurked within. Indeed, the forces are diverse, and ultimately, it will be the top-tier powerhouses that determine the outcome. Without a unified clan, the situation is precarious, Nuwa remarked, confident due to her status as a top-tier powerhouse, while the Starry Empress and Mother Phoenix had to consider their respective clans' welfare. Alas, the calamity approaches. And we cannot fathom how many will perish within our clans, the Starry Empress lamented. Indeed, the ferocity of the beasts is overwhelming. Even as we take action, we find ourselves ensnared, leaving our clans vulnerable. Mother Phoenix responded, Sister, have you decided to align your clan with Hong Jun's faction? The Starry Empress inquired. Nuwa has mentioned that the ultimate outcome hinges on the battle between the top-tier powerhouses. I wonder if there are any in the alliance who might target us. If so, we could face insidious machinations, Mother Phoenix mused, revealing her uncertainty. Alas, the scarcity of female cultivators in the primordial realm leaves us open to oppression by those powerful beings, Mother Phoenix remarked, unaware that her words would sow the seeds of unity among female cultivators in the future, forming a formidable force that would deter any who dared to provoke them. For once one was targeted, countless powerful allies would emerge to exact vengeance, particularly these 3, whose might knew no bounds. Indeed, it is just the 2 of us here, with little connection to other clans, who merely covet our downfall, the Starry Empress reflected. The rarity of sovereign queens meant that many sought to undermine them, not just for their own sake, but for the power that followed in their wake. Consequently, the status of both clans within the primordial realm was unique. Alliances were scarce, akin to 2 sumptuous morsels. Had it not been for their formidable strength, they would have long been consumed. The primordial realm is rife with solitary powerhouses. If we could recruit a few, even those not as potent as us, it would bolster our strength significantly, Nuwa suggested, prompting the other two to contemplate. However, they were exceedingly difficult to sway, as little could entice them. Mother Phoenix sighed, sharing the sentiment that she had entertained similar thoughts but had encountered no success despite numerous attempts. It seems we have stumbled upon an opportunity. The Starry Empress's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. Oh, what is it? Mother Phoenix inquired, intrigued, while Nuwa's curiosity piqued. Nuwa, you are correct. I happen to know a top-tier powerhouse who might be able to assist us. The Starry Empress declared, her enthusiasm growing. Who is this individual that you hold in such high regard? Xuan Yuan, Taoist master. She replied, I believe I have heard of him. A formidable individual shrouded in mystery? The two women were intrigued, eager to learn more. Indeed. I met him 2 epochs ago when he was seeking the 5 elemental spirits to refine the quintessence within him. Even then, he was extraordinarily powerful. Having refined just 3 elements, he could defeat the fully realized Ganlang. Moreover, he ventured westward, clashing with the 4 great beast kings. Though I am unsure of the outcome, he should have reached a level near ours. Attaining the great Dao of perfection by now, the Starry Empress recounted, her admiration evident. Such a remarkable figure indeed. It seems the primordial realm is brimming with powerful beings, Mother Phoenix mused, having remained secluded in the undying volcano for so long that she was largely unaware of external affairs. Though Nuwa was somewhat informed, interestingly, he has ties to you, Sister Nuwa, the Starry Empress added, her expression turning peculiar. Could it be that they have had a falling out? Oh, what do you mean? I do not know him. Nuwa replied, perplexed. He cultivates the laws of creation, the Starry Empress revealed. What? Nuwa's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes flashing with cold light. What is the matter? Mother Phoenix's demeanor became grave. It was well known that in the primordial realm, those who practiced the same laws were either successors or sworn enemies, for only one could attain the Tao through a single law. Thus, encountering such a scenario often led to a life-or-death struggle. As one's path to enlightenment was obstructed by another. Of course, exceptions existed for those who practiced multiple laws without seeking to attain the Tao, using them merely as aids. Sister, do not be hasty. I have yet to finish, the Starry Empress quickly interjected, sensing the misunderstanding brewing. Nuwa, observing the Starry Empress's expression, realized the situation might not be as dire as she originally thought, which could spare her from acquiring yet another formidable foe. You are aware of our clan's divine tree, correct? It was Xuan Yuan, Taoist master, who healed it using the laws of creation. If only I had met you sooner, those years of trouble could have been avoided. It is indeed the Holy Mother of Xinghua who is acquainted with Nuwa. However, dear sister, there is no need for concern. Taoist Xuan Yuan does not primarily focus on the laws of creation, but rather on the evolution of his own path, of which I can assure you. Upon hearing this, Nuwa felt a sense of relief, as it meant there was no need to worry about an additional formidable foe. It seems I have made a fool of myself before my elder sister. Slightly embarrassed, Nuwa acknowledged her impatience. No harm done. Such occurrences are commonplace. Nevertheless, although my sister specializes in the laws of creation, her offensive capabilities remain somewhat lacking. It would be prudent to seek guidance from Taoist Xuan Yuan, as his attacks derived from the laws of creation are undeniably powerful. Reflecting on the might of Xuan Yuan's world of creation, the Holy Mother of Xinghua felt a pang of trepidation. Is that so? Then I must seek his counsel. Nuwa expressed her surprise, recognizing that her own weaker offensive capabilities placed her at a disadvantage compared to those top-tier powerhouses. Might I inquire if my sister could extend an invitation to this esteemed Taoist? The Phoenix Mother expressed her interest. I am unaware of his current whereabouts, but he is certain to make an appearance at the Dao conference. The Holy Mother of Xinghua continued, from my observation. Taoist Xuan Yuan is a trustworthy individual. Not only have I discerned this through my own eyes, but also from the time he exerted great effort to heal the sacred tree, which in turn gifted him a seedling. The attitude of the sacred tree towards him speaks volumes. Indeed, what you say seems feasible. The Phoenix Mother nodded in agreement. With our combined strength, along with Taoist Xuan Yuan, we would no longer be at a disadvantage. Even if we were to form an alliance, there is little need to fear being schemed against, especially since we already boast 4 top-tier powerhouses and 2 formidable clans. Even Hong Jun would not dare to underestimate us. Ultimately, it is the number of strong individuals that dictate status. While the three of us may have a decent number, our combat prowess could only be considered above average, not quite at the pinnacle. However, with the addition of the battle-hardened Taoist Xuan Yuan, they would have no choice but to take us seriously. Moreover, it is possible that Taoist Xuan Yuan is acquainted with other loose cultivators, which would only enhance our position. Upon hearing the Phoenix Mother's words, the other two readily concurred, suggesting they should attend the Dao conference. The time for the Yuan assembly swiftly approached. On this day, Unyielding Mountain in the eastern part of the Hong Wang manifested, signaling to all that the time had come, prompting powerhouses from various factions to gather and witness Hong Jun's grandeur. After all, how could an individual capable of such monumental feats be ordinary at this moment? The gates of Unyielding Mountain swung wide open, with golden boys and jade maidens standing by to greet the arriving guests. Unyielding Mountain is a premier paradise of the Hong Wang, where supreme Taoist rhythms naturally emerge. Atop Unyielding Mountain stands a grand palace, surrounded by strands of purple aura, inscribed with the three characters Dao Palace, exuding an aura of antiquity and grandeur, seemingly containing boundless heavenly laws within. Any cultivator who gazes upon these three characters may find enlightenment, potentially achieving immortality and significant advancement in their cultivation. Outside the Dao Palace, a vast square appeared, filled with a multitude of diverse beings from the Hong Wang. Among them were elites from various clans and loose cultivators, some not yet fully transformed, possibly retaining their original forms, yet each possessing extraordinary cultivation, the weakest among them being at the golden immortal level, a dominant force in the Hong Wang. Now, however, they all stood in the square, lacking even a seat, which speaks volumes. At a higher elevation within the square, 7 mats were arranged in a circular formation, accompanied by a few additional positions, evidently secondary seats. The primary seat was naturally reserved for Hong Jun, while others had yet to arrive. Below, numerous mats were occupied by powerful figures, all of whom hailed from the major clans and sacred grounds of the Hong Wang, led by Great Luo golden immortals, patiently awaiting the arrival of others, occasionally casting glances at the 7 mats, pondering who might occupy them. Suddenly, atop the platform, on the primary purple mat, an enigmatic elder clad in a purple Taoist robe appeared. The elder, holding a whisk, emanated an aura of tranquility and detachment, embodying the essence of a true immortal. The voice filled with ethereal resonance echoed throughout Unyielding Mountain, emanating from the lips of ancestor Hong Jun. As the Dao conference is about to commence, esteemed guests, why not take your seats for a discussion? As soon as ancestor Hong Jun's words fell, a dozen formidable auras surged forth, directed at the remaining 6 seats, creating a palpable tension. Among them were the ancestor Long, the golden divine emperor, the stone spirit emperor, along with the primordial sovereigns of Yin and Yang. Recognizing the powerful figures, those present were filled with excitement, as these royal beings from various clans seldom made appearances, and now they were all gathered. How could one not feel exhilarated? The various strong cultivators below bowed in reverence, acknowledging the royal presence. Suddenly, several more auras joined the fray, causing a commotion. It is the Holy Mother of Stars, the Phoenix Mother, and several other royals who have also arrived. Instantly, another wave of excitement surged. It appears this journey was not in vain. The emergence of these various overlords is sure to send ripples throughout the Hong Wang, echoing through the ages. Some remarked with a sense of awe, "Alas, this place is truly chaotic. I would rather take my seat." Having seen Taoist Hong Jun, a sigh escaped from an elder who had already settled onto a mat, greeting Hong Jun with a particular demeanor, his snow-white eyebrows brushing against his shoulders, exuding a serene presence that felt like a gentle spring breeze. "Might I inquire your honored name?" Hong Jun, taken aback, clearly did not recognize the newcomer. "I am Young Man. I have heard that you are hosting a grand assembly here, and I have come to offer my support. I am deeply grateful for your presence, Taoist Qingtian, Taoist Luya, Taoist Hunpeng, and Ancestor Diandao. Since you are here, please take your seats," Hong Jun responded, as 4 more individuals materialized and took their places on the mats. Ha, Hong Jun, it has been too long. I have come to show my support today as well." Ancestor Luya, evidently familiar with Hong Jun, greeted him warmly. "I have met Taoist Hong Jun. I have met all esteemed Taoists," Hong Jun acknowledged. Realizing that only 1 seat remained, the atmosphere grew more intense, as everyone was eager to see who would claim the final position. A stalemate ensued, with no one able to gain the upper hand. Who would ultimately occupy that last seat? Curiosity buzzed among the crowd. I thought I had missed it, but it seems I arrived just in time. Hong Jun, do you have any water? Pour me a cup. I have risked my life to support you." A voice filled with slight irritation rang out. Upon hearing this, the smile on Hong Jun's face froze, He had not anticipated this individual would be so whimsical. And the Holy Mother of Stars could not help but chuckle, recognizing the newcomer. The expressions of the others varied, some stifling laughter, while Hong Jun's face darkened further at a young man in azure attire, with an unremarkable appearance. Stepped forward, disregarding the various imposing auras, and confidently made his way to the last seat, promptly sitting down. Observing this, the Holy Mother of Stars immediately tempered her aura, guiding the unsuspecting Phoenix Mother and Yuan to sit behind Xuan Yuan. The expressions of the others were mixed, each lost in their thoughts. Chapter 30, The Discussion of Heaven and Earth. Who might this be? I have not heard of them before. The depths of the Hong Wang are truly unfathomable, with powerful beings emerging one after another. Who among those capable of occupying such a position is weak? The spectators below murmured among themselves, filled with various sentiments. Taoist Xuan Yuan has arrived. It is indeed time to commence. So it is he, the enigmatic Taoist Xuan Yuan, who has only made fleeting appearances before disappearing once more. Realization dawned on the crowd, as they recognized yet another mysterious figure. Why have you arrived so late? Taoist. I have been waiting for quite some time, Hong Jun communicated through sound transmission, having worried that something had befallen Xuan Yuan. I took a wrong turn. Who told you to choose such a poor location? Xuan Yuan replied, eliciting a twitch of Hong Jun's face, who nearly lost his temper. Observing Xuan Yuan's nonsensical demeanor, Hong Jun restrained himself, ultimately suppressing the urge to act. Who is he trying to fool? He couldn't even come up with a decent excuse. Although the Hong Wang is vast, once one reaches the golden immortal level, a sweep of one's divine sense can almost pinpoint their exact location. Moreover, with the commotion here, the entire Hong Wang is aware, even with eyes closed. One could find their way. How could he possibly blame it on me? Well, I shall not stoop to his level, and silently recited a calming mantra, choosing to ignore him. Humph. Should I tell you that I was made a laughingstock by my own precious disciple's sudden change of plans? Leaving me in such a predicament, Xuan Yuan mused to himself. Originally, he intended to arrive on time, but Shui Ling's sudden insistence on experiencing the outside world had thwarted his plans. No matter how he coaxed her, she remained adamant, and seeing the eager Qingzhu only added to his woes. With a heavy heart, he had sealed the troublesome Shui Ling within the palace, unaware of what chaos awaited him upon his return. Thus, he arrived a bit late, almost missing his own seat. Taoist Xuan Yuan, it has been a long time. Your cultivation has advanced, the Holy Mother of Stars remarked with a smile from behind. You too, esteemed Taoist. Xuan Yuan replied, returning the smile, pleased to see a familiar face. The Phoenix Mother and Yuan regarded the revered figure praised by the Holy Mother of Stars with curiosity. And who might these two be? These are my two sisters, the Phoenix Mother and Yuan, the Holy Mother of Stars introduced. Upon hearing Yuan's name, Xuan Yuan paused, a sense of astonishment washing over him. Could it truly be her? I have met you. Esteemed Taoist. The two individuals also bowed in greeting. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed friends. Though I seldom venture out, I have indeed heard of your illustrious names, and today I am fortunate to witness your true forms. The creative principles of Taoist friend Anwar are truly remarkable. I am humbled to admit that I fall short in comparison. While you may not specialize in cultivation, your profound insights suggest that my understanding pales in significance. Haha. Let us not engage in debate. After the assembly concludes, why not gather together to converse further? Spoke the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance, prompting others to take their seats as the conference commenced. Very well. Upon seeing Xuan Yuan's agreement, they felt a wave of joy. Taoist friend Xuan Yuan has just arrived. Shall we introduce ourselves? Hong Jun suggested. To which everyone nodded in assent. I am the Taoist of Yangmei. I am the Taoist of Humping. I am the Taoist of Lia. I am the Taoist of Qingtian. I am the Taoist of Jindao. I am the Taoist of Didao. Greetings to all fellow Taoists. Greetings to you as well. Yet another two renowned figures. Xuan Yuan marveled inwardly, realizing that this journey had not been in vain. The 7 individuals possessed extraordinary cultivation levels, far surpassing others. Even the likes of Zhu Long and his companions were somewhat lacking. Though they too were sovereigns, a discernible gap remained between the ordinary and the formidable. These 7 had transcended such levels and could rightfully be deemed invincible. I am Hong Jun, and I extend my gratitude to all of you for joining this Dao discussion. As we gather to share insights, I hope that all present will glean wisdom from our discourse. As the host, Hong Jun naturally took the lead and commenced the assembly. Excellent, the others concurred, since everyone is in agreement. As the host, I shall take the initiative to share my thoughts first. Hong Jun began, his words flowing like profound truths. the Dao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Dao. It is named the mysterious, and the mysterious, the gateway to myriad wonders. From the chaos, Pangu emerged, giving rise to heaven and earth, and all beings followed the path of the Dao. The Dao is nameless. It is the source of all clarity, and its greatness is such that it can be likened to the ebb and flow of existence. With the commencement of Hong Jun's teachings, the heavens were adorned with ethereal blossoms, and the earth erupted with golden lotus blooms. Behind Hong Jun, the faint outline of the chaotic world appeared, Pangu's creation, accompanied by the Dao of the Great Way, engendering all things. This was not only Hong Jun's Dao, but also Pangu's. Embodying the infinite essence of the 3,000 Great Ways, the audience found themselves enraptured by Hong Jun's profound teachings, particularly captivated by Pangu's path of creation, reaping immeasurable benefits from his insights. Now that Taoist Hong Jun has set the stage, I shall share my own realizations of the Dao. The Taoist of Dao spoke next. In the universe, there exists a path. One may follow the natural order or reverse it, as the cosmos undergoes transformation. My Dao is elusive yet traceable, embodying the cyclical nature of the sun and moon, as well as the upheaval of the heavens and earth and extraordinary interplay between the opposing realms of existence. With that, I too shall offer my humble insights, said Yang Mei, adorned in a cerulean robe, exuding an aura reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. The assembly regarded this enigmatic powerhouse with great anticipation. Before the heavens were delineated, before chaos was divided, the myriad demons and gods emerged, and the Dao was born from chaos. The void of chaos reveals its own vistas, clearer than Hong Jun's discourse, immersing one in an oppressive yet profound experience. Hong Jun's expression shifted subtly. As if he had discerned Yang Mei's origins, he exchanged glances with Xuan Yuan. Gauging whether action was warranted, Xuan Yuan shook his head, well aware of Yang Mei's background, although uncertain of his stance towards Hong Wang. The timing did not seem ripe for confrontation. Yang Mei's demeanor suggested a calm detachment, indicating he was not filled with animosity towards Pangu or Hong Wang, but rather appeared indifferent. Time and space serve as the foundation of the universe. Throughout history, they are referred to as Yu, while the dimensions above and below are called Zhou. The universe embodies the realm of time and space, and Yang Mei spoke of the path of spatial awareness, resulting in significant insights for the audience, who expressed their gratitude. All beings suffer. Thus, one must forget everything, abandon all else, and pursue the supreme. This is the path of selflessness, devoid of emotion or matter. Seeking eternal truth. The emotionless and cold voice of Qi Tian resonated, sending shivers down the spines of the present cultivators. The Dao of Qi Tian appeared to compel one to relinquish all, even emotions, epitomizing the true essence of emotional detachment. Only by shedding all sentiments could one pursue the pinnacle of existence, the Dao of fire, the Dao of civilization, the dawn of pursuit, the radiance of enlightenment, at the genesis of heaven and earth. I was first. I am the primordial North Sea. There lies a great fish, vast enough to encompass the sun and moon and contain the stars, freely traversing the four seas. This embodies the essence of true freedom. The Taoist of Luya and the Taoist of Humping were not to be outdone, one illuminating eternity through the Dao of fire, while the other embodied supreme freedom, evoking a sense of longing and intoxication in all present. Finally, all eyes turned to Xuan Yuan, curious about this somewhat eccentric powerhouse's unique interpretation of the Dao. The Dao of chaos, as the heavens first opened, is imbued with spirit. Hence, all things arise. Man follows the law of the earth. The earth follows the law of heaven, heaven follows the law of the Dao, and the Dao follows the law of nature. The evolution of heaven and earth is boundless, creating myriad beings. Xuan Yuan, through self-created boundless laws, embraces all while standing apart from the myriad paths, embodying the essence of creation, an infinite array of possibilities. With the proliferation of heaven and earth fostering boundless vitality, the 7 speakers concluded. The sovereigns of various clans began to articulate their own profound truths, and soon the air shimmered with golden light, extraordinary phenomena blossoming forth. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Various great beings manifested auspicious clouds. 3 flowers blooming, and boundless rhythms of the Dao permeating the atmosphere. The golden immortals could expound upon the Dao amidst auspicious clouds, while the Great Luo could engage in a dialogue of 3 flowers. A spectacle both thrilling and deeply profound. The assembled crowd seized the rare opportunity to immerse themselves in the Dao, seeking breakthroughs, for powerful beings seldom reveal their insights for others to comprehend. This moment was a supreme chance not to be missed. Thus, the 3 gatherings swiftly passed, and all present reaped considerable rewards, advancing in their Dao practice and breaking through their realms. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence. I have little to offer in hospitality, but I am fortunate to have a peaches of immortality tree, and today I shall treat you to these magical fruits. Afterward, Hong Jun produced the peaches, only 20 or so of the legendary variety, intended for consumption by top-tier sovereigns, while others were merely ordinary fruits yet still unparalleled treasures. Thank you, Dao Ancestor, the crowd exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Not only had they made significant strides in their cultivation through the conference, but they were also treated to divine fruits, indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Through this dialogue, the 7 individuals each acquired their own titles: Hong Jun the Dao Ancestor, Yang Mei the Celestial Immortal, Luya the Dao Monarch, Xuan Yuan the Dao Venerable, Qi Tian the Supreme, Humping the Celestial Being, and Dian Dao the Holy Lord. Afterward, the crowd dispersed, leaving the 7 supreme beings alongside the leaders of the top-tier factions. Everyone is aware that a great calamity approaches. The ferocious beasts are formidable. We, as individual factions, cannot contend with them alone. That I dare to take the liberty of suggesting that we unite to combat these beasts. What do you all think? Hong Jun no longer concealed his intentions. Agreed. The others responded in unison, for these were decisions already made. They proceeded to engage in detailed discussions until all parties were satisfied before parting ways to prepare for the impending calamity. Only a few remained in the Grand Hall. Taoist Yang Mei, I have heard much about your esteemed name, but have been unable to meet you until today. May I inquire where your Taoist sanctuary lies? I would be pleased to visit in the future, Xuan Yuan remarked, diverting the attention of others, for Yang Mei could possibly be a chaotic demon god, warranting caution. I have only just ventured out today. When might you have heard of me? Perhaps during the chaotic times. That is indeed possible, Yang Mei replied, somewhat bemused. Haha. I reside on Fa Zhang Island. If you wish to visit, you are most welcome. Oh, how fortuitous. My Taoist sanctuary is Penglai. Our 2 locations are quite interconnected. It seems we shall have ample opportunities to interact in the future. Yang Mei was taken aback, surprised to discover such a connection. Others had seldom heard of the 3 islands of the overseas, so they were not fully aware, but Hong Jun had some knowledge and was somewhat astonished. Who would have thought that both of you hail from there? Truly, you are blessed with profound fortunes. Are there any peculiarities in your Taoist sanctuaries that I might be unaware of? The Holy Mother of Starry Radiance inquired, her curiosity piqued, echoed by the others. Haha, I have some knowledge, though not extensive. That it is said that at the genesis of heaven and earth, Hong Wang had its fateful determinations. Yet the East Sea holds a peculiar place, namely, these 3 islands of Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fa Zhang. They were formed from fragments of chaos that fell directly into the East Sea, thus remaining largely unknown. Who would have imagined that 2 Taoists would emerge from such a place? What a marvelous location. I would love to witness it for myself. Haha, you are most welcome to visit. Xuan Yuan gladly welcomed them, for having friends made conversations easier. The group continued to engage in delightful discussions about wondrous tales, insights into cultivation, and other topics, fostering a joyful atmosphere that brought them closer together until they eventually departed. Chapter 31. Visiting the stars. Having encountered the legendary figures and forged connections with numerous powerful beings, Xuan Yuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Over the years, he had seldom traversed Hong Wang, and even during his earlier days, he had remained incognito, known only to a select few like Hong Jun and the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance. Now, having encountered the formidable beings of various clans, he felt confident that he could stand against the ferocious beasts, alleviating his concerns, and it appeared that Hong Jun's plans would proceed smoothly. Taoist Xuan Yuan, do you have urgent matters to attend to? If not, shall we take a moment to discuss matters of our clan? Before departing, the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance invited Xuan Yuan, suggesting that there were matters to deliberate. Very well, I am more than willing. The 2 had known each other for quite some time, and could be considered Xuan Yuan's first friend within Hong Wang. Otherwise, he would not have been so agreeable, especially since he had received the 3 lights divine water and the little starfruit tree from her, which fostered a sense of gratitude. Furthermore, Xuan Yuan held a favorable impression of the Holy Mother, as friendships among gentlemen could indeed flourish. Then let us gather. My 2 sisters also have some questions to pose to you. As they spoke, the 4 individuals harnessed their mystical powers and soared towards the Starry Clan. Upon meeting the esteemed goddess, they acknowledged the 3 distinguished guests. Upon their arrival at the Starry Clan, they were greeted by the trio known as the Greedy Wolf, who had come to welcome them. Greedy Wolf, it has been quite some time. Your cultivation has indeed advanced, remarked Dao Zun with a hint of jest. You flatter me, esteemed Dao Zun. I am but a humble practitioner, indebted to your guidance. In response to Xuan Yuan's playful banter, Greedy Wolf's cheeks flushed slightly. As their previous defeat and Xuan Yuan's subsequent mentorship had forged a camaraderie between them. Esteemed Dao Zun and honored guests, please allow me to lead you inside, Greedy Wolf offered, guiding them to the breathtaking starry palace, which elicited admiration from Xuan Yuan that I must express my gratitude for your assistance. Dear friend, without your support, we might have faced exclusion from others. Indeed, I had not anticipated that Sister Xinghua would be acquainted with such a friend. Our Phoenix clan is profoundly appreciative, another chimed in. It is but a trivial matter. You need not be so formal. Even without my presence, Hong Jun would ensure the alliance's safety, Xuan Yuan replied with a smile. Let us not dwell on such topics. Should you require anything in the future, our Phoenix clan will certainly do our utmost to assist you. The Phoenix matriarch, well aware of Xuan Yuan's immense potential, sought to foster a positive relationship. And Xuan Yuan, not one to feign modesty, readily offered his aid, knowing he might need it in the future. Friend, you also cultivate the laws of creation. I would be keen to seek your insights. The goddess Nuwa interjected softly. Nuwa, revered as the holy mother of humanity, is surrounded by countless legends in later ages. Xuan Yuan was well aware of her remarkable origin. Nuwa, the matriarch of the ancient tribes of China, is the goddess of creation in ancient mythology, also known as Hua Huang, deified in Taoism as Nuwa Nyang. She is one of the cultural ancestors of the Huaxia people, a deity who blesses the state and society. With a human head and serpent body, she could transform 70 times in a day, molding clay in her likeness to create humanity and establishing the institution of marriage when the heavens collapsed and the earth fractured. She melted colorful stones to mend the skies and severed the tortoise's feet to stabilize the four corners of the world, thus leaving behind the myth of Nuwa mending the heavens. Nuwa is not only the heroic figure who saved the world and created humanity, but also a goddess of nature, capable of manifesting countless creations, at least 70 each day, as the mother of the earth. She is widely and enduringly revered as a goddess of creation and motherhood. The most captivating tales revolve around her creation of humanity. According to legend, one day, while walking along the banks of the Yellow River, she reflected on Pangu's act of splitting heaven and earth, which birthed mountains, rivers, and all living beings, transforming a once silent world. Yet, Nuwa felt something essential was missing, though she could not immediately discern what it was. As she pondered, upon seeing her own reflection in the river, she suddenly realized that the world lacked beings akin to herself. Thus, she fashioned clay figures modeled after her own appearance from the mud of the Yellow River, imbuing them with her magical essence until they became human. Whether in creating humanity or mending the heavens, Nuwa's profound mastery of the laws of creation is evident. Xuan Yuan, recognizing the significance of this holy mother of humanity, was eager for her to achieve her mastery of creation, wishing for her to bring forth humanity. Hence, he generously imparted the ways of life and destruction as well as the secrets of creation to her. Legends of later generations suggest that among the saints, Nuwa's strength is relatively weak. However, Xuan Yuan disagrees. While the laws of creation do not emphasize combat prowess, she, as the first saint following Hong Jun, holds a status comparable to his own, even surpassing the three pure ones in esteem. It is said that the three pure ones would pay their respects to her, acknowledging her elevated station, which could hardly be considered weak. The four engaged in profound discussions, yielding fruitful insights. Due to Xuan Yuan's amiable disposition, he found camaraderie with the rare top-tier female cultivators of the primordial realm, who lacked the grand ambitions typical of other patriarchs and rulers, fostering a pleasant rapport. Eventually, a proposal of brotherhood was made, to which Xuan Yuan readily consented. Friends were few in the primordial world, and with figures like Hong Jun and Yang Mei embodying elder personas, and Liu being elusive, Xuan Yuan was more than willing to form bonds with these three women. The Phoenix matriarch, having awakened first, was indeed the eldest. Xuan Yuan, awakening shortly thereafter, was placed second. The Holy Mother Xinghua, born from the stars, emerged neither too early nor too late, thus occupying the third position, while Nuwa, born from the mingling of yin and yang, cultivated within Mount Buzhou, arriving forth due to her later emergence. They referred to one another as siblings, their relationships flourishing harmoniously. The Phoenix matriarch, being the earliest to emerge, possessed extensive knowledge of the myriad secrets within the primordial realm, especially regarding the enigmatic beast clan, which harbored untold mysteries. On the surface, there was the beast emperor and the four great beast kings, yet many hidden monarchs existed, comparable in rank to the beast emperor. making them exceedingly fearsome. Thus, she cautioned them to exercise utmost caution during the impending calamity. Their stay within the Starry Clan extended over 2 great epochs, with the ominous aura of catastrophe thickening in the primordial realm, threatening to erupt at any moment. For countless millennia, the Holy Mother Xinghua and the Phoenix Matriarch had orchestrated arrangements for their kin, preparing to face the impending tribulation. The 2 clans agreed that all beings above the immortal level would engage in battle, while others would remain within their territories. The combined elite forces of the 2 clans numbered in the billions, a staggering figure given the vastness of the Starry Clan. However, even this number could seem modest on the battlefield. One must remember that as the heavens and earth evolved, countless beings had come into existence, with those who had achieved cultivation comprising over 50%. After all, this is a realm of cultivation, rich in vital energy, where life proliferates rapidly. Within the primordial expanse, many clans and powers akin to the Starry Clan also thrived, totaling no less than 100, underscoring the formidable nature of their existence. Thus, estimating the entire alliance's forces would yield a staggering count exceeding several hundred billion, aimed at countering the Beast Clan, revealing the sheer magnitude of their numbers and explaining why they could stand as the foremost power in the primordial realm. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuan and Nuwa found themselves with little to occupy their time. Ultimately, Xuan Yuan took action, employing the supreme art of artifact refinement to forge countless magical treasures for the army. Although most were of a lesser grade than the innate spiritual treasures, they were nonetheless commendable. Given the immense number of soldiers, equipping each with even a low-grade innate spiritual treasure was an unattainable goal for both clans. Thus, having decent magical artifacts was a notable advantage over others. However, this endeavor consumed more than 70% of the resources from both clans, yet it was a necessary sacrifice to mitigate casualties. The group also produced a significant quantity of elixirs, distributing them among their ranks, thus ensuring they were well prepared. Dao Zun, the Phoenix Matriarch has arrived. The Holy Mother requests your presence. On that day, Xuan Yuan was engaged in imparting the method of breaking through to the greedy wolf trio. United by their shared origins and mastery of slaughter, the terrifying might of their combined forces, enhanced by the breakthrough method, rendered them formidable, rivaling any powerful monarch. Then I shall make my way there. We shall escort you, Dao Zun. The trio understood the importance of the matter and did not dare to impede his progress. Following their discussion, everyone busied themselves with preparations. The Phoenix Matriarch returned to oversee clan affairs, while the Holy Mother Xinghua also made her arrangements. Meanwhile, Nuwa returned to summon Fuxi, a powerful monarch and master of formations, whose presence would be invaluable. Xuan Yuan, with nothing pressing to attend to, remained within the Starry Clan, reflecting that they were likely ready by now. Dear sister, are we prepared? Soon we shall rendezvous with Hong Jun indeed. My second brother is quite at ease, yet I hear that Sister Nuwa is returning with Fuxi. Once she arrives, we can set forth. Fuxi? Xuan Yuan expressed interest in meeting this prominent figure of humanity, the first emperor. Fuxi is Nuwa's elder brother, yet he has remained within Mount Buzhou, thus his appearances are rare. The Phoenix Matriarch clarified, assuming Xuan Yuan was unfamiliar with Fuxi's background. Then I shall make it a point to meet him. He must be extraordinary. The melodious laughter echoed as Nuwa arrived, accompanied by a composed young man. Undoubtedly Fuxi, might you be the esteemed Dao Zun? Xuan Yuan? I have heard much from my sister regarding the discourse on the Dao. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Fuxi, upon encountering Xuan Yuan, was filled with curiosity for this formidable figure whom Nuwa held in such high regard. It is an honor to meet you, Fuxi. The two exchanged pleasantries, and shortly thereafter, the Holy Mother Xinghua also arrived to finalize preparations. Haha, esteemed Dao friend Xuan Yuan, you truly possess remarkable talent. I have greatly benefited from our discussions. I never imagined your understanding of divination and formations to be so profound. Your divination skills are unparalleled throughout the primordial realm. I am in awe, Fuxi expressed, as the two engaged in lively conversation beneath a pavilion, their laughter resonating warmly as they shared tales of wonder and personal philosophies, each gaining much from the exchange. As two men of stature, their camaraderie blossomed effortlessly, a stark contrast to interactions with women. My sister has compelled me to participate in this endeavor, and I was initially reluctant. Yet, having met a great being such as you, this journey has proven worthwhile, Fuxi confessed. Although he had been hesitant to engage in the tribulation, his sister's insistence and his own concern had led him to accompany her. Upon meeting Xuan Yuan, his perspective shifted, and a bond of friendship began to form. Though I harbor no desire for conflict, the primordial realm is as it is. If one does not enhance their strength, the future may hold greater peril. I am aware of the rampant strife in the primordial realm. Hence, my sister and I sought refuge within Mount Buzhou. Yet, it has become clear that evasion is futile. She is determined to emerge and confront her tribulation in pursuit of enlightenment. And I cannot impede her. Let us embark on this journey. Chapter 32. The onset of catastrophe in the primordial era. As the heavens and earth began to take form, the Dao was yet unmanifest. And the mighty ruled supreme within the vast wilderness. The chaotic beasts dominated this realm, thriving in prosperity. However, the beast clan, remnants of chaotic demons, bore a significant karmic connection to the primordial realm, rendering them unrecognized by the heavens and earth. In the primordial wilderness, the ferocious beasts, with the exception of a few such as the royal and king-level entities, as well as those who have acquired chaotic memories, scarcely cultivate the Great Way. They remain oblivious to the principles of cause and effect, lacking any understanding of the essence of the Great Way, driven solely by an insatiable thirst for bloodshed, accumulating boundless karma upon themselves. Despite their innate strength, their potential is inherently limited, rendering them incapable of attaining the Great Way. In the vast expanse of the primordial realm, where time is not recorded, 9 epochs have swiftly passed since the creation of the heavens and the earth. This marks the moment of liberation for the world, awakening myriad sentient beings. Yet, amidst this awakening, the ferocious beasts roam unchecked, making survival exceedingly difficult for many newly born creatures. For though these beasts have yet to awaken their intelligence, they are nonetheless the embodiment of the vengeful essence and blood of the countless demons and deities vanquished by Pangu during the creation of the world. They have adapted to the sealed universe, emerging before the primordial beings and vying for supremacy within it. The ferocious beasts of the primordial wilderness are colossal, some towering to heights of 10,000 zhang, possessing an unparalleled physical strength that even ordinary innate spiritual treasures cannot breach. Consequently, their formidable prowess renders them a grave threat to cultivators of the same tier. Born from the lingering malice of chaotic demons, they exist solely to wreak havoc. They indiscriminately destroy various spiritual entities within the primordial realm and slaughter any living beings that cross their path. Embodying a lawless existence, by continuously devouring the spiritual treasures of the world, they enhance their own strength. Thus, the more powerful the primordial beast, the greater its intelligence. This drives them to consume even more voraciously, strengthening themselves further. However, only a select few have the potential to awaken intelligence, granting the primordial beings precious time to organize themselves. Consequently, countless factions arose to confront the beasts, and after eons of warfare, one force after another was obliterated, only for new powers to emerge, with the strong surviving and the weak being eliminated. At present, there finally exists a force capable of contending with the ferocious beasts. Tribes and sacred dynasties representing this newfound strength. Through trials of blood and fire, these factions have undeniably risen to the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Among them, the most renowned is the Dragon Clan, led by the ancestral dragon, which dominates the Eastern Sea and extends its influence across the 4 seas of the primordial wilderness. In the eastern region, other formidable clans such as the Stone Spirit Clan and the Golden God Clan also thrive. Additionally, there are sacred dynasties established by the ancestors of Yinyang, Qingkun, and others, making the eastern part of the primordial wilderness the most populated and powerful. In the north lies the Xuan Yuan clan, alongside the abode of the ancestor of the mixed pink. However, this area is rife with ferocious beasts, leaving the primordial beings exceedingly scarce. The south is home to the Phoenix clan, which suppresses the undying volcano, along with the dynasties founded by the ancestors of Luya and Wuji, both of which are formidable. The central region is relatively sparse in sentient beings, primarily featuring the Qilan clan and others, while the Baiwu clan is situated between the central and western regions. As for the west, it is a chaotic amalgamation of forces, predominantly ferocious beasts, and other ambiguous factions like the Demon Valley. Naturally, numerous solitary cultivators exist, each possessing extraordinary prowess, such as Hong Jun, Yang Mei, and Qing Tian, representing a lineage of powerful beings. The arrival of the 12th epoch signifies the onset of cosmic completeness, heralding the impending emergence of the heavenly Dao, which necessitates the eradication of entities posing great harm to the cosmos, the ferocious beasts, thus marking the arrival of a cataclysm and ushering the primordial realm into a new golden age of cultivation. On this day, within the primordial world, a colossal altar emerged on the eastern continent, comprising 9 tiers adorned with various formations, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Surrounding the altar gathered countless primordial beings. The first to the seventh tiers were filled with sentient creatures, all standing solemnly, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone significant. At this moment, a majestic nine-dragon jade chariot appeared above the four seas. Drawn by 9 colossal sea spirits, each radiating a terrifying aura, at least at the level of Tai golden immortals. Should they be placed within the primordial realm, they would undoubtedly be dominant entities. Yet, at this moment, they willingly serve as steeds. Then, as if preordained, an overwhelming surge of powerful energies erupted, rivaling that of the ancestral dragon, signifying the arrival of other formidable figures from various factions. Sovereigns, clan leaders, and powerful loose cultivators descending upon the 8th tier of the altar. At the juncture of the 8th and 9th tiers, several figures materialized, none other than Hong Jun and his companions. However, not all 7 from the original assembly were present. Only Hong Jun, Liu Ya, and mixed Peng made their appearance, with even Xuan Yuan absent. Today, I, Hong Jun, unite with the leaders of various primordial factions to form an alliance, standing together against the ferocious beasts, safeguarding the primordial beings from their relentless harm, and restoring tranquility to the cosmos, with the heavens as my witness, declared Hong Jun solemnly at the altar. Together we shall confront the ferocious beasts, safeguarding the primordial realm, with the heavens as our witness. We shall protect the primordial beings and eradicate the ferocious beasts, driving them from the primordial wilderness. Following this, the various factions pledged their oaths, igniting a wave of fervor among the countless beings below. For they had endured the relentless torment of the ferocious beasts, with their homes ravaged and loved ones lost, fostering a profound enmity that demanded retribution. The grand army set forth, aiming directly for the lair of the ferocious beasts. With the command of their leaders, the battle commenced. Kill. The piercing battle cries echoed through the heavens, a tempest of blood and death inundating the battlefield. As time elapsed, the conflict intensified, transforming the battleground into a veritable meat grinder, relentlessly consuming the lives of cultivators. This is the grim reality of the primordial wilderness, the lament of the weak. Without strength, one is destined for servitude, fated to be mere cannon fodder. Initially, upon witnessing such a cataclysmic battle, Xuan Yuan felt unaccustomed. Yet as the conflict persisted, his heart grew increasingly cold, indifferent to the chaos around him. Reality is as it is. One should have anticipated this, and what is there to fear? The calamity unfolds as it must. With the strong reigning supreme. As the grand army advanced towards the lair of the ferocious beasts, they swept through innumerable foes, starting from the east and spreading towards the west and north, ultimately converging upon the northwest stronghold of the beasts. With each passing moment, the battles became fiercer, and the resistance encountered grew ever more formidable, resulting in countless casualties among the cultivators. The formidable rulers had yet to take action, for the opposing forces had also withheld their hand, necessitating constant vigilance. The primordial realm was plunged into a chaotic era of power struggles, with the thunderous sounds of combat reverberating throughout. Those powerful beings of the golden immortal tier and above, who had not engaged in the calamity, dared not venture from their abodes, fearing that a moment's carelessness might lead to their entanglement in this violent strife. Eventually, they grew accustomed to the chaos. In a fleeting moment, the air was thick with the scent of blood, staining the mountains and rivers, the ground littered with corpses. The fall of Great Luo golden immortals began to manifest, with untold numbers of golden immortals lost, while Xian immortals and celestial immortals were utterly reduced to mere fodder. 5,000 years passed, and the ferocious beasts were finally driven back to their ancestral lands, primarily due to the sluggish pace of the grand army. However, even in this retreat, the losses were catastrophic, with over 100 Great Luo golden immortals perishing, tens of thousands of Tai golden immortals and golden immortals lost, and countless Xian immortals and celestial immortals rendered to dust. Roar, 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 kill, kill, kill. The final battle erupted, as countless trillions of warriors summoned forth a dazzling array of treasures, drawing in vast amounts of spiritual energy. Each treasure, after absorbing the energy, radiated an even more resplendent glow. A multitude of radiant artifacts filled the skies above the trillion-strong army, forming a vast expanse of luminous brilliance, while within, a vacuum storm annihilated all that drew near, reducing everything to nothingness. The overwhelming spiritual pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, forcing the clouds millions of miles away, causing the mountains beneath to tremble in fear. All beings within a 100-mile radius were swept away in a torrent of panic. Kill. Suddenly, the entire resplendent sky surged forth, elongating into a magnificent, multicolored river of stars, roaring as it surged towards the ferocious beast army. Along the way, countless towering mountains were consumed by the river, leaving no trace behind, utterly obliterated. Roar, roar, roar. The ferocious beasts were not to be outdone. Their terrifying physiques displayed their might, undeterred by life or death, using their own bodies as weapons to withstand the onslaught. The clashes between both sides generated terrifying waves of energy that reverberated in all directions, erasing any beings caught in their path. Kill. The trillion-strong army coalesced into a black torrent, crashing into the ocean of ferocious beasts, the bloodshed igniting a frenzy on both sides as the sky rained down crimson. Tempests of wind and lightning, searing flames, and biting ice surged forth, with countless cultivators devoured or slaughtered by the beasts. Rivers of blood flowed, and the entire region resembled the apocalypse. Enormous hands blotted out the sky. Torrents of water surged, and an endless array of powerful divine abilities manifested upon the battlefield. Both sides fell like locusts, drenched in a sea of scarlet, with rivers of blood staining the earth. Kill. Kill. Both factions, driven by bloodlust, disregarded all else. Anyone who stood before them was met with ruthless strikes, resulting in carnage beyond measure. Even the typically composed cultivators were awakened to their primal instincts, their eyes tinged with crimson as they wielded blood-soaked weapons. Consumed by the singular thought of slaughter, this is the pervasive atmosphere of catastrophe, blurring the lines between self and foe, reducing them to mere machines of destruction. As the sky wept blood, the earth lay strewn with severed limbs and shattered lives, each moment witnessing the fall of innumerable cultivators. Mountains were pulverized, lakes evaporated and cracked, while the horrific waves of battle reverberated throughout the primordial wilderness, leaving countless souls in a state of dread. As the conflict escalated, the hatred between both sides deepened to the point of no return, resulting in increasingly extreme actions. Countless despairing monks, fueled by overwhelming hatred, chose to detonate their treasured artifacts, even sacrificing their very bodies in the process. Bang, 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 the sounds of explosions echoed across the battlefield, unleashing brilliant flashes of light and blooming tragic flowers of blood. This calamity had reached its zenith. Even the Luo golden immortals were affected. Struggling to maintain their composure and not succumb to madness, the ancestral home of the ferocious beast was now in sight, destined to be the stage for the ultimate confrontation. Chapter 33. The Great Battle. Upon seeing the ancestral home of the ferocious beasts, the army was invigorated, hastening their pace. Roaring with fury, the beasts, enraged at the sight of outsiders encroaching upon their sacred land, charged wildly, resorting to self-detonation in a desperate attempt to halt the advancing forces. Yet, they ultimately fell short, for the leaders of various factions had intervened, rendering the beasts unable to withstand their onslaught. As for the formidable opponents, they remained unseen, perhaps gathered in anticipation of the alliance's arrival. Soon, countless troops arrived at the lair of the ferocious beasts, the ancestral home. Finally, they had arrived. Each person shouted in excitement. After millennia of slaughter, the initial force of approximately 500 billion had dwindled to less than 100 billion. With the casualties being staggering, grief engulfed every individual. For many comrades and even family members had vanished without a trace. Everyone, ahead lies the lair of the ferocious beasts. Prepare yourselves for the final showdown. Roar, annihilate the ferocious beasts, take revenge, destroy their stronghold, charge. The air crackled with excitement as the troops surged towards the ancestral home of the beasts, a terrifying tide threatening to engulf the earth. Suddenly, a dreadful tremor shook the ground, obliterating the frontline forces in an instant, silencing their cries. Stop, halt immediately. The commanders urgently called for a ceasefire, realizing that it was the formidable power of their adversaries that had struck. Who dares to act so recklessly? Step forth. The ancestral dragon, witnessing the devastation, seethed with rage at the opportunistic ambush, suffering grievous losses. He, quite the delightful taste. You dare to act wild here, mere ants. Tun Tian, it is you. I never imagined you would ally with the ferocious beasts. Are you not afraid of obliteration? Upon hearing the words of the newcomer, the ancestral dragon immediately recognized his identity. In the past, Tun Tian had sought to seize the supreme treasure of Yin Yang ancestor, but was thwarted by the sudden arrival of Hong Jun. Naturally, he felt resentment, realizing that Hong Jun had reached some accord with Yin Yang, further fueling his wrath. Fearing retribution from Yin Yang in the future, and knowing his side was too weak to confront multiple factions, he had no choice but to seek alternative alliances, with the ferocious beast being the optimal choice. Over the years, Tun Tian had remained low profile, only to erupt upon arriving here, throwing the coalition into disarray. You seek death. The leaders instantly fumed, preparing to slay Tun Tian. With your numbers, you think you can do anything to me? Tun Tian remained unfazed by their murderous intent. He, a mere swarm of ants, dares to challenge us? Truly deluded, in an instant. The air trembled as numerous formidable figures emerged from the ranks of the ferocious beasts. After hiding for so long, you finally dare to show yourselves. Humph, had it not been for the Beast Emperor's command. Would you have allowed you to reach this place? Shininai, will you not step forth? I have awaited you for quite some time. At that moment, several figures appeared before the army. It was Hong Jun and his companions. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Everyone has arrived. Excellent. There is no need for further complications. An aura of annihilation spread, forcing the cultivators on the battlefield to retreat, the leaders' expressions growing grim. The Beast Emperor had arrived. All those in hiding, come forth. At this juncture, do not remain in the shadows. The Beast Emperor's words fell. Another wave of energy rippled through the air, and from Hong Jun's side appeared Lu Ya, Yang Mei, Han Peng, Dao Dao, and Xuan Yuan, while the ferocious beasts revealed Kong Ming, Sha Lu, Yuan Huang, and Luo Ho. How is this possible? How could he stand with the ferocious beasts? Upon witnessing the last figure, all members of the alliance were struck dumb, a chill running through their spines. They had initially believed themselves to have the upper hand, yet now the situation had become increasingly unclear. Qing Tian, have you also made your decision? Hong Jun and the others appeared unsurprised, allowing the crowd to breathe a sigh of relief. What I desire, you cannot provide. Thus, I must rely on the ferocious beasts. He spoke coldly, revealing his agreement with the beasts. Since that is the case, let the ancestors test whether you have made any progress over the years. Hun Peng's killing intent surged, eager to resolve their past grievances with Qing Tian. Perfect, a one-on-one match. That smoke-emitting fellow is mine. Such words caused the previously tense atmosphere to freeze momentarily, while Luo Ho's expression darkened. In the wilderness, who did not know the fearsome reputation of the demon ancestor? Before him, who would not tremble, to act so brazenly, treating him like livestock, only fueled his fury. Yet what followed ignited his rage further. I had thought him somewhat familiar, keen to study him, but never mind. Since you have acted first, I shall not contend with you. Yang Mei had also set his sights on another opponent. He was a step too late and could only face off against Sha Lu. I shall take the giant insect. Kong Ming is mine. Luya and Diao Dao also chose their adversaries. You seek death. Luo Ho seethed with rage, while the others likewise exuded murderous intent. Hong Jun is mine. You shall deal with the others, the Beast Emperor declared before charging at Hong Jun, while the others engaged their opponents, retreating towards the vast cosmos, far from the chaotic battlefield, for their confrontation would be too terrifying. Risking the lives of those below. Battle, 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 kill, 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 with the mightiest among them departing. The battle below erupted in fury, led by the four great kings of the ferocious beasts alongside other formidable beings, while the denizens of the wilderness, spearheaded by their faction leaders, commenced their clash. Roar, flatten the enemy forces, devour everything. A terrifying tide of beasts collided with the great calamity of the wilderness, blood raining from the sky, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Tun Tian, today you shall not escape. Die. The Yin Yang ancestor sought out Tun Tian, his eyes filled with murderous intent, for he had nearly perished at Tun Tian's hands before, and today was the moment for vengeance. Humph. Yin Yang, do you think I fear you? Today let us see who can save you. Tun Tian roared, unleashing the laws of devouring against the Yin Yang ancestor. Yin Yang ancestor bellowed, as two primordial auras of Yin and Yang appeared behind him. Upon their emergence, the surrounding spiritual energies rushed towards him as if drawn by a sovereign. The two primal auras intertwined, ultimately forming an ancient Taiji diagram in the void, spinning continuously, with the Yin Yang eyes absorbing the surrounding spiritual energies, exuding an aura that threatened to annihilate all existence, instilling dread in all who beheld it. This was the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, the companion treasure of the Yin Yang ancestor, effectively blocking Tun Tian's assault. Yin Yang, do you believe that just because you possess the Taiji diagram, I cannot contend with you? Today, let me demonstrate my ultimate technique, the celestial suppression seal, suppressing the heavens, the path of devouring, bloodstaining the firmament. With that, Tun Tian summoned his treasured artifact, consuming it whole, chilling the hearts of all who watched. Instantly, Tun Tian's body erupted, transforming into a horrifying gaping maw. ravenously consuming everything, its size growing until it loomed over the entire battlefield. An overwhelming aura of slaughter spread, and the power to devour erupted, an unspeakable terror. Today you shall witness the might of the innate supreme treasure. The yin-yang ancestor's expression grew grave as the Taiji diagram flew from his head. Spinning relentlessly, stabilizing the chaotic world. As a defensive supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram could also govern water, fire, and wind, possessing the might to create worlds. The earlier terrifying fluctuations met the Taiji diagram, resulting not in a cataclysmic explosion of energy, but rather diminishing into nothingness. Taiji, the two forms, yin and yang manifest. The Taiji diagram transformed into two bridges of yin and yang, locking onto Tun Tian. Unwilling to fall behind, Tun Tian embraced the void with outstretched hands, causing the space around him to twist slowly, creating a mysterious, bottomless black hole. The emergence of the black hole instantly broke free from the grasp of the Taiji diagram, surging toward the yin-yang ancestor. Trivial skills. Yin-yang rotates, Taiji generates, obliterating all. The Taiji diagram was fully activated by the yin-yang ancestor, its power surging, dispelling Tun Tian's offensive. Is this all you have, Tun Tian? Then you may as well perish. He, as expected of the Taiji diagram, truly a formidable opponent. However, the souls of the myriad beings shall return to the void, empowering my being. Those were the souls that had been consumed. Oh, many souls. Observing the darkened sky filled with vengeful spirits and recognizing familiar figures, an involuntary gasp escaped their lips. Tun Tian, I never expected you to be so ruthless, and to have plotted this long ago. Without these souls, how could I execute my ultimate kill? Let them all transform into my essence. In an instant, Tun Tian's body swelled rapidly, morphing into a colossal seal that descended upon the yin-yang ancestor. I offer the sacrifice of myriad spirits, and with the might of a dynasty empowering me, my treasured artifact has fully awakened. Let us see how you withstand this. Die, faced with the frenzied assault of the devourer ancestor. The yin-yang ancestor relentlessly resisted. Roaring, the yin-yang dynasty gathered its fortune. Devourer, allow you to experience the might of creation. Thus, even in death, you shall have no regrets. The yin-yang ancestor ceased to hold back, invoking the yin-yang to stabilize the heavens, ushering in creation for life, reversing the yin and yang to unleash the demonic map of obliteration. As the yin and yang reversed, the cosmos was thrown into chaos, with heaven and earth nearly obliterated. Boom! When the two formidable moves collided, a terrifying tidal wave erupted, the army having retreated far away, while those near the ground were annihilated, and the sky fell into an eerie silence, evidently having succumbed to extinction. Impossible! How could I be defeated? No, the yin-yang ancestor seized the moment, grasping the severely wounded devourer ancestor in a powerful grip, leaving no chance for escape, mercilessly eradicating him. Thus, a generation's monarch fell, marking the first fallen sovereign. Amidst the tumult of battle, as the yin-yang faced the devourer, other leaders launched their attacks, blocking the formidable beasts from their side. The clash of these powerful monarchs kept others at bay. The terrifying collisions could severely injure even those newly entering the realm of Great Luo golden immortals. While countless fell below, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, malice shrouding the sky. Everyone was blinded by rage, losing their sanity, leaving only slaughter in their wake. The entire battlefield resembled an immense meat grinder, relentlessly grinding countless lives. Here, the sky was black, the earth red, desolate, and horrifying. Chapter 34. The Great Array Slaughter, Confrontation of the Mighty. In the primal battlefield, the mighty clashed, the ancestral dragon, the holy mother of starry radiance. Nuwa and others faced the formidable beasts and demons in an intense struggle. Forming an array, they aimed to eliminate their foes in one fell swoop. As the Chaos Beast King roared against the ancestral dragon, the monstrous figures of Tao Wu, Tao Dai, and Xiongqi, along with a Beast King, gathered, each brandishing a flag. The Five Directions flag. The ancestral dragon exclaimed, fear creeping into his voice. No, the beast tribe should only possess 3. The other 2 must be imitations. The Mother of Phoenix held the southern Li Di flame flag, and after a moment of astonishment, she discerned the issue. The central Wujixing yellow flag, the eastern Qinglian precious flag, and the western Plain Cloud Realm flag were all in the hands of the beasts, indicating that they had not fully collected them, but caution was warranted, for even imitation should not be underestimated. The ancestral dragon, regaining his composure, realized the gravity of the situation, exhaling heavily. Should the enemy acquire all 5 directions flags, their side would be in peril. The 5 directions killing formation annihilates all. The 5 wielded their flags, channeling their powers, causing the 5 directions flags to tremble, instantly expanding and manifesting various phenomena that envelop the battlefield. Ha ha, we have specifically prepared this killing array to ensnare you all. Now that you are trapped, let us see how you escape. Ha ha. The Beast King laughed maniacally, as if already envisioning the coalition struggling within the array. Ah, no, what is this? I can't endure it. Simultaneously, the coalition was filled with anguished screams as the array began to operate. This is the aura of malevolence and demonic energy. The ancestral dragon's expression grew grave. Such fierce entities, compounded by the current calamity, would render the cultivators even more brutal, lost more swiftly. What can be done? If this continues, the army will cease to exist. Why not break the array? The Stone Spirit Emperor struck the array with all his might. Boom! After a tremor, it resumed its original form. Hiss! Everyone was astonished. The Stone Spirit Emperor's strike merely shook it, failing to inflict any real damage. The array formed by the 5 directions flags was nearly invincible. And after being eroded by endless malevolent energy, it became even more terrifying. Breaking through it was nearly impossible. The Mother of Phoenix, somewhat knowledgeable about the 5 directions flags, felt powerless to dismantle the array. Are we to perish here, helpless and humiliated? The leaders were furious. Yet, there was still hope. At that moment, the silent Fushi spoke up. Oh, do you have a method to break it, fellow Taoist? The others rejoiced. If it were the complete 5 directions flags, breaking it would be impossible, but with the imitations, there lies a flaw. Fortunately, the conditions are adequate. Otherwise, I too would be at a loss. Brother, what is this method? Speak quickly. The impatient Nuwa urged to break the array. We must counter it with another array, seeking one of the 2 flaws, and gather everyone's strength to shatter it in one blow. However, this array's requirements must at least match the level of the 5 directions formation. Everyone felt a wave of disappointment. Although they possessed formidable arrays, they paled in comparison to this one. No. Does any fellow Taoist possess such an array? Golden Emperor recalled Fushi's words, his demeanor unhurried, leading him to a realization. This will require the efforts of the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance. Naturally, upon hearing Fushi, the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance understood that a mere array is insufficient. External force is needed for a combined assault. And the only ones capable of such are the Stellar Clan. Fushi continued to explain, our clan's array is akin to yours, but as the foremost clan of the starry skies, we possess a treasure to stabilize the heavens. Drawing upon stellar energy, this is our clan's treasure, the myriad forms star map. Taoist Fushi has studied this formation before, and if we all channel our strength together, it can unleash the treasure's might and draw upon the power of the stars. Without delay, I and Taoist Fushi shall oversee the array. Everyone, channel your powers to break through the 5 directions formation. Upon hearing the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance's declaration, the crowd was invigorated. Sparing no effort, myriad form stars, the stars shift and turn, endless starry sky. Empower my being to as the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance, and Fushi presided over the main array. The myriad forms star map transformed into an infinite starry expanse, protecting the coalition while gradually rotating to resist the erosion of the malevolent and demonic energies. At that moment, as if responding, the dark night descended upon the primal heavens, countless stars sparkling, illuminating the entire primal world. Especially the understated lunar star, which radiated immeasurable brilliance, guiding the boundless stellar energy towards the myriad form star map. Within the array, the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance seemed to sense something. It appeared the lunar star also had great powers, but had chosen to remain hidden, unexpectedly providing substantial assistance at this moment. What is happening? Outside the array, the beast faction was infuriated, sensing an ominous premonition. To the northeast, everyone, attack. Upon hearing Fushi's transmission, countless spiritual treasures and divine abilities descended like a torrential storm. Boom. Seeing an opening, everyone seized the moment. Boom boom. Another wave of assaults. Yet, the main array SBs could not withstand such a terrifying onslaught. Turning to mush, its life extinguished. Damn it. Stop them, the Chaos Beast. Realizing too late. Was furious, but it was already too late. The array was breached, and the coalition resumed their standoff, igniting a new round of battle. Chaos. Let us see what other methods you have. Let us settle this once and for all. The trapped ancestral dragon and others, filled with pent-up wrath, seethed. Since the array cannot deal with you, I shall expend more effort to slay you. Kill them for me. Chaos, your opponent is me. the ancestral dragon charged forth, followed successively by the Holy Mother of Starry Radiance, Nuwa, Mother Phoenix, Yin and Wujin, all joining the fray, escalating the intensity of the battle. The ground was strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowed, while the starry sky, though less gruesome, trembled with waves that shook the very fabric of space, bringing forth an apocalyptic peril that surpassed that on the ground. Hong Jun faced off against divine reversal. The clash of these two supreme beings was terrifying beyond measure. Hong Jun's Dao power was mighty, with the laws of heaven and earth following his lead, bolstered by the will of the cosmos, rendering him formidable. That in contrast, divine reversal, the beast king, and the chaos demon god embodied the essence of destruction and slaughter. Their malevolence overwhelming, unmatched in arrogance, battling Hong Jun to a stalemate. Amidst their exchanges, stars shattered, and space tore asunder, humping and Chi Tian, with a history of enmity, struck without mercy, each blow aimed at annihilation, rending heaven and earth. Luya, born of the essence of innate fire, possessed profound roots, unleashing a ferocity unmatched, entirely unlike his usual playful demeanor, while Yuan Huang, transformed from the chaos demon dragon, was equally formidable, exuding terror. As for Yang Mei, who cultivated the laws of space, he embodied an exceptional terror, with the laws of space and time renowned as the foremost defiant laws beneath the power laws, not to be taken lightly. Space is the framework of the world, the cornerstone of existence, and Yang Mei, originally a space demon among the chaos demon gods, found comprehension of the laws easier than others even after his rebirth. The essence of slaughter manifested as the innate slaughter energy between heaven and earth, merging with the chaotic demon god's killing intent, rendering him akin to another slaughter demon god, his malevolence unparalleled. The reversal ancestor was also a top-tier power within the primal realm, with roots deep enough to rival Hong Jun, evenly matched with Kong Ming. As for Xuan Yuan's side, the situation was more peculiar. For Xuan Yuan, Luo Ho longed to extract his primordial spirit, subjecting him to the tortures of the demon clan for millennia, and no one dared to mock him. Initially, he spoke without courtesy, later engaging in combat, treating him like a jester, avoiding direct confrontation. Even his furious attacks were evaded by Xuan Yuan's exquisite agility, rendering him utterly frustrated, akin to a slippery eel, inciting Luo Ho's ire to the point of veins bulging, wishing to feast on his blood and devour his flesh. Damn it, do you intend to drag this out indefinitely? Such a being is utterly unworthy to be called a supreme power, with yet another attack failing. Luo Ho's patience was wearing thin, and he could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. Heh, do my fellow Daoists share the same sentiment? I, too, have no desire for bloodshed. It would be far better to engage in amicable discourse. Would it not? Xuan Yuan had no intention of becoming embroiled in a prolonged struggle, merely aiming to stall while continually calculating his next move. Humph, do you think that this renders me powerless? The demonic realm descends, and I am its sovereign. Luo Ho unleashed the powers of the demonic realm, instantly enveloping Xuan Yuan as if he had entered a world crafted by Luo Ho himself. Ha ha, this is the realm of my demonic ancestor, a world unto itself, where I am the absolute ruler. Let us see how you intend to evade this. In response, Xuan Yuan remained unperturbed. After all, every supreme power possesses their own trump card. Since evasion was no longer an option, let us engage in battle. Moreover, was this not what he had long awaited? Xuan Yuan mused internally, for he had yearned for this opportunity for a great while. Hong Jun is but a mere shadow. Today, you shall witness the might of this emperor. Perhaps having discerned his opponent's weaknesses after a prolonged entanglement, Xuan Yuan no longer held back, unleashing his full power. The Destruction Fist, a silence of all living things, the beast emperor surged in size, transforming into a colossal demonic beast towering thousands of feet high, and with a mighty swing of his fist, he struck towards Hong Jun. As the fist was unleashed, the heavens trembled, all beasts emerged, and countless lives were obliterated. The terrifying fist, imbued with the power to annihilate the cosmos, struck down upon Hong Jun. And without a doubt, the space around them shattered into an abyss of darkness. Zishao divine thunder. Appear. Faced with this dreadful assault, Hong Jun's countenance remained unchanged. With a thunderous roar, he formed seals with his hands, causing countless bolts of purple lightning to pierce the air, crackling ominously, instilling fear into the hearts of all. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of colossal dragons, forged from the Zishao divine thunder, clawed and slashed at the beast emperor Shenyi's massive fist. The deafening sounds echoing across the heavens. The Zishao divine thunder, heralded as the righteous thunder of heaven and earth, stands as one of the mightiest forces, second only to the chaotic divine thunder and the primordial Pangu's creation of the heavens. Embodying the utmost yang and strength, its might is beyond imagination. An endless realm of thunder enveloped them, boundless shadows of fists crashing down, the heavens crumbling, the earth splitting, and time itself fracturing. At last, both combatants unleashed their true might. Holding nothing back, the authentic battle had only just commenced. Chapter 35. Hong Jun versus Xuan Yuan. Both Hong Jun and Xuan Yuan ignited their true fire, engaging in a fierce and unrelenting assault. Where a single misstep could lead to utter annihilation, neither dared to underestimate their opponent, and in an instant, titanic beasts collided, space shattered, the laws of thunder manifested, and the very fabric of reality was torn apart. Xuan Yuan's fists rained down with tyrannical force upon Hong Jun, who remained composed, unleashing the Zishao divine thunder, transforming into an endless sea of lightning, capable of obliterating all, with each resounding explosion reverberating throughout the cosmos. Countless bolts of lightning shattered under Xuan Yuan's onslaught, dissipating back into the essence of heaven and earth as both their attacks faded. The god Emperor Xuan Yuan manifested his true form, towering over the cosmos. His roar echoing through the void, causing ripples in space as if it were water disturbed. Break. With a single swipe, the heavens tore apart. The thunder summoned by Hong Jun was as fragile as parchment beneath Xuan Yuan's colossal claw. Effortlessly ripped apart, dissipating into the atmosphere. Such is the might of the ferocious beast Xuan Yuan, especially upon revealing his true form, akin to the rebirth of a chaotic demon god. Even Hong Jun's Zishao divine thunder, formidable as it is, could not inflict substantial harm upon Xuan Yuan, for his physical body had reached a terrifying level, a testament to the ferocity of the beast race. Ha! Dao ancestor Hong Jun. You are nothing but this. I am the emperor of beasts. You are no match for me. Perish. Grasping the powers of destruction, Xuan Yuan laughed maniacally as he advanced upon Hong Jun. This was the true power of Xuan Yuan's embodiment. Far beyond the previous spells. It carried the essence of annihilation and overwhelming dominance, intent on obliterating Hong Jun. This is the emperor's fist, commanding all while erasing everything, where the lives and deaths of all beings lie within its grasp. A single thought births existence, another thought leads to annihilation. This is the essence of tyranny, the golden lotus of merit. Before the chaos of Xuan Yuan, Hong Jun did not dare to be careless. Adorned in the 12-grade golden lotus of merit, boundless golden light shimmered, illuminating Hong Jun's eternal visage, as if time itself had frozen. Moreover, a staff appeared in Hong Jun's hand, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure known as the dragon-headed staff. With a mighty strike, he repelled Xuan Yuan's colossal fist. Unexpectedly, you possess quite a number of treasures, yet they are merely a nuisance, Xuan Yuan remarked, unwilling to confront Hong Jun head-on, despite his formidable physique. For the disparity with an exquisite innate treasure was still monumental. Beast Emperor's divine halberd. Slay. Xuan Yuan wielded a great halberd, annihilating space as it clashed against Hong Jun's dragon-headed staff. This halberd was the culmination of Xuan Yuan's countless treasures gathered throughout the primordial era. An artifact of immense terror. With a thunderous roar, the Beast Emperor's halberd surged in size, transforming into a primordial behemoth. Lunging towards Hong Jun, 9 heavens azure descent. The divine dragon emerges, the dragon-headed staff, as if responding to some call. Morphed into the 9 heavens divine dragon, not of the dragon race, but of the very essence of heaven and earth, a true spiritual treasure, its 9 claws rivaling the size of the ancient ferocious beast. Exuding unparalleled majesty, with a resounding roar, the 2 titanic beasts clashed, conjuring a cataclysmic storm that shattered space and obliterated all existence. After a fierce struggle, neither side gained the upper hand, and with a low murmur, both treasures reverted to their original forms, returning to their respective masters. Xuan Yuan wielded the colossal halberd, striking towards Hong Jun, who did not falter, swinging the dragon-headed staff to parry the onslaught. The two were evenly matched, each combatant's prowess seemingly equal. Boom, boom, boom. As the two faced off, terrifying waves rippled through the cosmos. Xuan Yuan's physical form was nearly indestructible, while Hong Jun's 12-grade golden lotus of merit served as an impenetrable shield. Remaining steadfast against Xuan Yuan's relentless blows. Pangu banner, chaotic sword chi, slay. The audacity. Suddenly, Xuan Yuan bellowed in rage, retreating repeatedly. Having sustained significant injuries, I did not expect you to be so deeply concealed, an innate supreme treasure. Xuan Yuan's expression darkened, as if he were prepared to devour his foe. The Pangu banner, one of the 3 innate supreme treasures, was among the mere 5 such artifacts that existed in the primordial realm. Hong Jun seized the moment to summon the innate treasure, the Pangu Banner, unleashing waves of annihilating chaotic sword chi towards Xuan Yuan, nearly inflicting grave wounds upon him. However, Xuan Yuan reacted swiftly, evading the fatal strike. Kill. For the first time, Hong Jun launched an offensive, wielding the Pangu Banner, unleashing a torrent of chaotic sword chi that enveloped Xuan Yuan, a harbinger of death. I did not expect you to possess such a supreme treasure. But even with it, you shall meet your demise. The destruction fist, the chaotic demon body, shall subdue all. While Hong Jun's possession of the innate Pangu Banner surprised Xuan Yuan, he remained undaunted. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his internal powers, the chaotic demon body exerting its full might, exponentially amplifying its ferocity, and charged at the myriad chaotic sword chi emanating from the Pangu Banner. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the attacks of the Beast Emperor and Hong Jun collided innumerable times, causing space to collapse and storms to engulf the surroundings. The chaotic sword chi shattered under the terrifying might of Xuan Yuan's chaotic demon body, scattering into the ether. Yet, the chaotic sword chi seemed inexhaustible. As Hong Jun wielded the Pangu Banner, the chaotic sword chi multiplied exponentially, quickly saturating the void, transforming it into a realm of sword chi that spanned thousands of miles. Chaotic sword chi cleave the heavens and the earth. Slay. Without further ado, Hong Jun propelled the Pangu Banner, unleashing a deluge of chaotic sword chi that formed a river of sword energy, obliterating layers of space as it surged towards Xuan Yuan. Confronted with this terrifying assault, Xuan Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Each innate treasure was a force of unimaginable terror, and while he could rely on his formidable demon body to withstand the onslaught, it remained a daunting challenge. However, the innate treasures wielded the power to shape reality itself, and Xuan Yuan dared not confront it head-on. Humph, innate treasures are indeed fearsome, but do not presume that you alone possess such artifacts. The god-slaying spear, capable of piercing all, annihilates everything. Shatter, shatter, shatter. Faced with the innate treasure, Xuan Yuan's frustration boiled over, compelling him to unleash his most formidable treasure, the god-slaying spear. This pitch-black spear radiated a chilling brilliance. Deep and terrifying, as if poised to obliterate all existence, with the god-slaying spear in hand, Xuan Yuan struck forth, the spear's shadow akin to a colossal pillar of the heavens, exuding a penetrating brilliance as it lunged toward the oncoming river of sword chi. Boom, boom. One was an invincible spear capable of piercing the heavens, the other was chaotic sword chi that cleaved through all. In an instant, the two supreme attacks collided with tremendous force. Space appeared feeble and fragile, shattering into countless fragments under the weight of their cataclysmic clash. A storm of destruction surged outward, consuming everything in its wake. As the smoke of battle dissipated, whether it was the boundless sword energy of Hong Jun or the divine spear of the beast god, both had vanished into the void, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. But how is this possible? The sudden turn of events caused a drastic change in Hong Jun's expression. The god-slaying spear, I never anticipated you possessed such a divine treasure. Yet, how could this be? Hong Jun gazed at the pitch-black spear in the beast god's grasp, his face betraying disbelief as he exclaimed, although the god-slaying spear was not a primordial treasure, merely a supreme innate spiritual artifact, its offensive power rivaled that of primordial treasures. However, unlike primordial treasures that could suppress fate or provide defense, even the Pangu Banner, which was an attacking primordial treasure, had a negligible defensive function compared to its offensive capabilities. Humph. With so many formidable treasures at your disposal, how could I lack my own trump card? However, to compel me to wield the god-slaying spear, you can consider yourself fortunate to die with your eyes closed. Do not think that just because you possess a primordial treasure, I am powerless against you. Xuan Yuan sneered, harboring a deep jealousy for Hong Jun's wealth. Not only did he possess 3 supreme treasures, but he also wore a robe made of high-grade innate spiritual treasure and owned the top-tier innate spiritual root, the Panta tree. Each of these was enough to stir envy, not just for Xuan Yuan, but for Xuan Yuan as well, who had swiftly discarded the notion that Hong Jun was lacking in resources. However, the current situation caused Hong Jun's expression to grow grave, even with Xuan Yuan wielding the god-slaying spear. Hong Jun had the Pangu Banner for offense and the 12th rank merit Golden Lotus for defense, yet he had still sustained severe injuries. Had it not been for the protection of the merit Golden Lotus, he might have been killed. I see. My friend Xuan Yuan, you have indeed concealed your depths well. Even I nearly fell for your ruse. Observing the eerie god-slaying spear, Hong Jun suddenly understood, but you do possess great courage. Are you not afraid of the complete annihilation of the beast clan? Haha. As long as I exist, How could the beast clan face extinction? Finally, you have provided me with so many sacrificial offerings. Without them, my success would have been impossible. Ah. Shen and I, perceiving the realization in Hong Jun's eyes, chose not to hide the truth. It turned out that the Allied forces' assault was not merely a wait for their enemies to approach, but also a means for these mighty beings to refine their divine treasures, using the lives of countless ferocious beasts in the coalition as sacrifices for the god-slaying spear and the Five Directions banner. The god-slaying spear, already steeped in malevolent energy and unmatched in its attacks, had been further empowered through the endless malice of the ferocious beasts, making it even more terrifying. When it struck, even Hong Jun nearly met his end. Thus, he sensed something amiss. While the god-slaying spear was formidable, it should not have breached the defense of the 12th rank merit Golden Lotus and inflicted such grievous injuries. Clearly, the god-slaying spear had undergone some form of transformation. And only upon realizing that the malevolence had infiltrated his body did he connect the dots. Truly the beast emperor, ruthless beyond measure. Yet, I shall now experience your prowess firsthand. In that moment, Hong Jun was no longer the serene sage. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, his aura terrifying, evidently ignited by righteous fury. The heavenly Dao trembles, the pull of the 9 heavens, the path of virtue endures, reversing the flow of time. This moment, Hong Jun seemed to transform into another entity, embodying the very laws of existence, supremely exalted, casting a gaze upon all living beings. As he made his move, it felt as if all within the heavens and earth reverted to the beginning. What is this? The essence of heaven and earth. I never imagined you possessed such ability, harmonizing with the cosmos, becoming one with it. But what of it? If the heavens reject me, I shall obliterate this very realm. Shen and I, though astonished, showed no fear, his battle intent ablaze, eager to contest against the fabric of reality. Chapter 36. Xuan Yuan battles Luoho. Meanwhile, since Xuan Yuan had entered Luoho's demonic domain, an involuntary smile crept onto his lips. At last, the moment had arrived. It became clear that upon encountering Luoho, the 12th rank primal chaos Green Lotus had stirred, evidently sensing the presence of the Xian Shui Black Lotus upon Luoho. Without the Green Lotus's sensing, Xuan Yuan would never have known the 12th rank Black Lotus was within Luoho's grasp. After all, he had only speculated. Had Luoho not obtained the Black Lotus, his efforts would have been in vain. Fortunately, Luoho had acquired it, albeit well concealed. Besides himself, others likely remained unaware of Luoho's true nature, having identified his target. Xuan Yuan naturally could not let the opportunity slip by. Thus, he provocatively approached Luoho, intending to seize the Black Lotus before the eyes of many, which would undoubtedly draw attention to his motives, particularly from Hong Jun, given his previous request for the Golden Lotus seeds. Coupled with the current endeavor to gather the Black Lotus, it would not be difficult for others to deduce his aim of evolving the 12th rank Primal Chaos Green Lotus, although the two shared a strong bond. Vigilance was necessary. After all, the 12th rank Green Lotus served as his path to enlightenment, a matter of great significance that could not afford the slightest mishap, functioning as a hidden card. The fewer who knew, the better. Thus, when confronting Luoho, he refrained from making a move until he entered Luoho's demonic domain, severing ties with the outside world, a more advantageous position for his plans. Even if others later discovered he had taken the Black Lotus, they would merely assume he had acquired it by chance, especially since no one knew he had obtained the fiery Red Lotus, reducing the likelihood of scrutiny. Xuan Yuan, today you shall meet your demise here. Solidifying my reputation as the supreme demon ancestor, observing Xuan Yuan ensnared, Luoho laughed maniacally, advancing towards him step by step, as if treading upon solid ground. With each step Luoho took, the space around him rippled with tumultuous waves. For within the realm of the demonic domain, he was the sovereign. As Luoho approached, his aura intensified, culminating in a terrifying presence that caused the surrounding space to tremble. Xuan Yuan, undeterred, unleashed an immense pressure in return, equal to Luoho's overwhelming demonic energy that could ensnare the unwary, akin to an ancient behemoth consuming all. Yet, Xuan Yuan would not yield, enveloping himself in an eternal, indomitable essence, embodying the boundless path that could encompass all while also dismantling everything. The clash of their celestial forces resulted in fissures appearing in the surrounding space. Boom. Xuan Yuan and Luoho each took a step back, yet the two were evenly matched in their might, neither gaining the upper hand. Realizing that Xuan Yuan's aura was not inferior to his own, Luoho ceased his entanglement, launching a fist towards Yuqin, relying solely on pure physical might, an embodiment of strength capable of shattering myriad loss. Boom, the colossal fist caused the space to tremble, fissures cracking through it. Xuan Yuan, without a glance, retaliated with a punch, obliterating Luoho's attack. In terms of raw physical power, Xuan Yuan was no less formidable. Though Luoho's physique was robust, it paled in comparison to Xuan Yuan's, resulting in him being forced back. Xuan Yuan pressed the advantage, delivering successive blows, denying Luoho a moment's respite with each strike. The space around them froze, time itself stilled, and the very fabric of reality shattered inch by inch. Luoho, caught off guard by the opponent's exceptional physical strength, found himself at a disadvantage, retreating repeatedly. Roar, chaos reigns. With a thunderous roar, Luoho summoned forth countless demonic figures, transforming the once empty demonic domain into a chaotic realm teeming with malevolent shadows. Terrifying demonic energy suffused the entire domain. This was a dire measure Luoho was forced to take. Deploying his demonic arts, without such, his predicament would only worsen. Each of these demonic figures exuded overwhelming ferocity, akin to unleashed beasts, their crimson eyes locked onto Xuan Yuan like prey, howling with bloodthirsty fervor as they surged forward. The 10,000 demons devour. In an instant, Xuan Yuan found himself engulfed by the multitude of demonic figures, only a swirling mass of shadowy demonic fog remaining, intermittently emitting chilling demonic sounds. This chaotic dance of demons was not singular, but endless. Faced with this uncountable horde of demonic figures, the only fate that awaited him was to be devoured at their hands, a fate far more agonizing than a swift death by blade. This was one of the methods employed by the demon clan to deal with their foes and punish their subordinates. Even the demon ancestor trembled at the thought, having experienced the torment of the 10,000 demons devour firsthand, leading to profound fear among the demon clan regarding Luoho's methods. Ha ha ha. No matter how powerful you are, you shall meet your end beneath my divine arts. Ha ha ha. Xuan Yuan, the Taoist, is but this. As Luoho reveled in Xuan Yuan's impending doom, laughter erupted from his lips. How could this be? Perhaps I underestimated you. Yet before Luoho's laughter could fully subside, Xuan Yuan bellowed, primal chaos green lotus, explode. Boom, 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 with a thunderous roar. The countless demonic figures surrounding Xuan Yuan were instantly enveloped within a singular space, expanding infinitely. With a resounding crash, the massive demonic fog erupted violently, obliterating the multitude of demonic figures, sending shockwaves rippling through the entire space. As if the world itself were collapsing. A cataclysmic tremor shook the heavens and earth, and Xuan Yuan's figure emerged unscathed, stepping forward with the poise of one traversing the land. The demon ancestor lives up to his title. Indeed, his divine arts are boundless. I have learned much, observing Xuan Yuan untouched and mocking him. Luoho's fury ignited further. The demonic path defies heaven. The demonic blade shall extinguish worlds. Xuan Yuan, prepare to die. Luoho brandished the demonic blade, unleashing boundless demonic energy that surged forth, the bloodthirsty blade looming large, descending upon Xuan Yuan with unrivaled might. Indeed, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the demon ancestor has concealed his depths well, but this is hardly sufficient. Confronted with the terrifying demonic blade, Xuan Yuan remained unperturbed. With the Wuliang Yin sword, he shattered the path with a series of slashes. Slash, slash, slash. Xuan Yuan wielded the great Yin sword, its glassy brilliance illuminating the ages as it cleaved towards the demonic blade. The sound of clashing swords resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, penetrating deep into the soul. Boom, the sword aura surged, the blade's energy scattered, and a dreadful wave swept across the surroundings, where the swords and blades passed. The space fractured into countless shards, the horrific attack rendering the sun and moon dim, the stars faded, and the mountains and rivers shattered. Luoho, grasping the profound demonic blade, battled fiercely with Xuan Yuan. As the two engaged in a clash that annihilated all, boom, the collision of two world-destroying blades shattered the space within a radius of thousands of miles into an abyss of nothingness, with numerous small black holes emerging, as if to devour all that came near, exuding a terrifying gravitational pull. Boom, as they clashed once more, the two separated. Xuan Yuan, shedding the earlier demeanor of ease, now exhibited disheveled hair, tattered clothing, and a pallid complexion, clearly exhausted. Conversely, Luoho fared no better, his body battered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, evidently wounded. It was apparent that Xuan Yuan had gained the upper hand in this confrontation. Cough. I underestimated you. Not only is your physique formidable, but your divine abilities are equally terrifying. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Luoho's expression darkened. After all, he seldom regarded anyone highly. And in the primordial realm, the only individual he truly feared was Xuan Yuan. Now, it seemed he had to add another to that list. Clearly, one could not underestimate the world's inhabitants. The depths of the primordial realm were indeed profound. Luo Ho had initially thought that his only concern would be the Ferocious Beast clan, yet now several powerful figures had emerged, each with exceptional cultivation, truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger scenario. However, to defeat me, you shall not succeed. A fierce determination surged within Luo Ho. He had never felt so humiliated. Roar. With a thunderous roar, countless demonic shadows flickered into existence as Luo Ho opened his mouth wide, consuming the myriad shadows into his belly. In an instant, his injuries visibly healed, and his aura surged even stronger. I presume you have expended considerable energy as well, but within my demonic domain, there is no spiritual energy. Let's see how long you can endure. Gagaga, Luo Ho chuckled ominously. There is no need for the demon ancestor to worry. Xuan Yuan's primordial spirit turned the primal blue lotus, causing a tremor throughout his being. As the signs of fatigue vanished, he had clearly regained his strength. It seems you possess a treasure as well, yet let us see how long you can last. Arise, destruction black lotus, with Luo Ho's thunderous shout. A 12th grade lotus platform rose to elevate him, emanating a faint black light and an infinite aura of destruction, utterly terrifying. The 12th grade black lotus of primordial water, or rather, the destruction black lotus. Indeed, my friend, you were fortunate to have obtained such a treasure. Upon witnessing the emergence of the 12th grade black lotus, Xuan Yuan's heart swelled with excitement, his gaze aflame. He had finally compelled Luo Ho to utilize the black lotus. Otherwise, seizing it would require his demise. Yet how could a being of this caliber be so easily vanquished? To force me to use the destruction black lotus. You are indeed remarkable. But still, perish. The demonic lotus blotted out the sky. The black lotus annihilated the world. Countless lotus shadows materialized from the 12th grade destruction black lotus, enveloping the heavens and earth as strands of annihilation energy spread forth. The overwhelming fluctuations caused the demonic domain to tremble. Teetering on the brink of collapse, fixing his gaze upon the black lotus beneath Luo Ho, Xuan Yuan steadied his mind. Luo Ho's attacks were exceedingly fearsome, and Xuan Yuan was compelled to exercise caution. Xuan Yuan summoned the water-controlling banner. Deploying a protective array, he withdrew the water-controlling banner to shield himself, preventing the annihilation aura of the black lotus from encroaching. Think you possess such a spiritual treasure. Shan'ai has sought one for ages without success, yet it still proves futile. Destruction black lotus, obliterate the demonic path, slay. Observing Xuan Yuan brandishing his treasure, Luo Ho was taken aback, yet confident in his destruction black lotus. He pressed on with his assault. Shatter, shatter, shatter. Xuan Yuan, wielding his protective artifact and the great Yin Liuli divine sword, cleaved through layers of black lotuses, advancing towards Luo Hou. It was in vain. It proved futile. Surrender to your demise. Luo Ho's demonic blade descended, the destruction black lotus annihilating everything in its path, leaving Xuan Yuan feeling overwhelmed. I shall see what this thing can do against me. Roar. After prolonged combat without a breakthrough, Xuan Yuan's ire ignited, revealing his towering true form. With a colossal palm, he struck down, erasing vast expanses of space as his great sword descended upon Luo Ho, yet all were thwarted by the black lotus. Truly worthy of being the 12th grade destruction black lotus, it would take considerable effort to overcome. Realizing the formidable challenge before him, Xuan Yuan began to take the situation seriously. Chapter 37. The 3rd grade black lotus faced with Luo Ho in this moment. Xuan Yuan recognized it was time to unleash his full power. The previous battles had merely served to gauge his opponent's capabilities. After all, no supreme being was easily vanquished, despite having held the upper hand earlier. Inflicting injuries upon Luo Ho, it had merely been mutual probing. The desire of the demonic realm, the descent into depravity. Luo Ho, atop the destruction black lotus, launched his assault, the demonic path reigning supreme. Xuan Yuan instantly found himself in another realm, where unparalleled treasures, supreme techniques, and the allure of extraordinary goddesses lay in wait, all designed to exploit the weaknesses of a cultivator's heart. Should one's will falter, they would plunge into an abyss of eternal ruin. Moreover, it was Luo Ho, the demon ancestor, wielding this power, capable of ensnaring even those of equal standing. Endless demonic energy surged, luring Xuan Yuan toward the precipice of the abyss. Little tricks, demon ancestor. Do you lack originality? However, having undergone trials by the heart's demons, Xuan Yuan had refined his resolve through countless challenges, scaling the peak of the Unyielding Mountain, enduring the might of Pangu to forge an indomitable will. It could be said that his heart for the path remained eternally steadfast, his determination soaring to the heavens, impervious even to the entirety of the demonic path's heart-forging. Perhaps these temptations were once appealing to him, yet he could still discern their significance. Amid the endless demonic realm and the infinite world of black lotuses, Xuan Yuan radiated an aura of immeasurable eternity, untouched by a single wound. Humph. Then behold the might of my demonic path. Luo Ho bellowed, invoking the demonic way, life and death in silence. Boom! Xuan Yuan felt a jolt to his heart, a tremor of the soul. This is dire. The primal blue lotus protects, suppressing my essence, sensing the oppressive atmosphere in the space. Akin to life and death intertwining, threatening to extinguish his soul, Xuan Yuan recognized the terror of this technique and quickly employed the primal blue lotus to suppress it. An immense blue light burst forth from his primordial spirit. Threads of creation energy unfurling, enveloping his essence as if clad in an eternal battle garb, stabilizing his trembling spirit. In the realm of Qingyan, the world of sword mastery. Boom! Xuan Yuan retreated, revealing Luo Ho's figure as the demonic blade sliced through the void. Luo Ho closed the distance, the demonic blade piercing the heavens towards Xuan Yuan. Truly, the demon ancestor possesses extraordinary prowess. Xuan Yuan wielded his Lioli sword, countering Luo Ho's assault, yet this time he found himself suppressed. Not only was the demonic blade domineering, but the demonic path was also enigmatic, coupled with the annihilating Black Lotus, all converging to seal Xuan Yuan's escape routes. Under this triple pressure, Xuan Yuan was forced to retreat from the fray. Boom, boom, boom. Another round of confrontation left Xuan Yuan feeling the strain. Humph, do you think this path is easily bullied? Being pressed so hard, Xuan Yuan became incensed, summoning the water-controlling banner. He unleashed torrents to engulf the realms. Invoking the water array to ensnare time and space, the water-controlling banner erupted, transforming into a vast canopy that radiated boundless water energy, entrapping the Black Lotus realm. No matter the onslaught, it could not be breached. Both artifacts originated from the Chaos Blue Lotus, and unlike others that transformed into various treasures, these two could be said to be of the same source. The Destruction Black Lotus not only boasted unparalleled defense but also annihilated all. Its power truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the Northern Water Controlling Banner, a primordial array, was continuous and nearly impervious to assault, undoubtedly an excellent artifact for trapping enemies. One thought of creation, and the world emerged. One thought of annihilation, and the sword light extinguished. Yet it was not enough. The sword aura surged, cleaving through all, forcing Luo Ho back. However, being ensconced within Luo Ho's demonic realm imposed significant constraints upon Xuan Yuan. While Luo Ho thrived amidst the chaos, countless demonic shadows lunging towards Xuan Yuan. This was Luo Ho's myriad demon assault, simultaneously illusory and real. Let us see how long you can endure. Die for me. Luo Ho transformed into countless figures, charging towards Xuan Yuan. The boundless heavens, the boundless creation, arise. As Xuan Yuan formed seals with both hands, the space quaked, and an enormous world unfolded behind him, parting the demonic realm to block Luo Ho's blade. Break for me. Xuan Yuan propelled the world forth, a mighty force surging towards Luo Ho. The Black Lotus shielded, the demonic realm, collide with me. And we shall see who is superior. Luo Ho, too, unleashed his fury, gathering the infinite demonic realm to crash against Xuan Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. The worlds collided, the heavens and earth crumbled, the space dissolved. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion resounded. The starry sky stretching for millions of miles dissolved into nothingness, the entire cosmos quaking, as if on the verge of collapse, with streaks of annihilation divine thunder ripping through the void, rampaging across the starry expanse. Bang, bang. Two figures were ejected, Xuan Yuan and Luo Hou. At this moment, both Xuan Yuan and Luo Ho bore pale expressions, their garments torn. Yet they suffered no grave injuries. It was evident that the destruction divine thunder and storm generated by their clash had enveloped them, leading to excessive consumption of their powers, and the explosion had hurled them away. The two gazed at each other, refraining from further attacks. The demon ancestor is indeed formidable. I cannot help but admire your tenacity. With tattered clothing and countless wounds, Xuan Yuan remained unfazed, addressing Luo Ho across from him. You, my friend, are equally deserving of my respect. Luo Ho's expression was equally grave, shedding his previous arrogance, as he clearly regarded Xuan Yuan as a formidable adversary, no longer underestimating him as he had before. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, while the two were conversing, the battlefield erupted into chaos once more. Xuan Yuan gazed into the fray, where Hong Jun and Shen Ni were embroiled in a cataclysmic clash. The Pangu banner swirling fiercely, releasing torrents of chaotic sword energy directed at Shen Ni. In response, Shen Ni wielded the god-slaying spear, wreaking havoc and revealing his true form. collapsing the starry skies as he battled alongside Hong Jun. With devastation spreading in their wake, Han Peng and Qing Tian found themselves locked in a bitter struggle. After a prolonged battle, Han Peng was now at a disadvantage. Since their last encounter, the details of their grievances remained shrouded in mystery. And upon their reappearance, their allies had vanished, prompting speculation. Both had ascended to the pinnacle of power, especially Qing Tian, whose aura was ethereal and unpredictable, seemingly concealing boundless strength. Evidently, Qing Tian had the upper hand. As Han Peng was battered and torn, his colossal form marred with wounds. Without assistance, he faced the peril of annihilation, a testament to Qing Tian's might. Dian Dao and Kong Ming were evenly matched. Battling deep within the starry expanse, shattering countless star realms, their bodies battered and on the brink of collapse, teetering on the edge of mutual destruction. On Lu Ya's front, the fire domain surged, engulfing the entire cosmos. Yuan Huang's beastly form could not withstand it, being reduced to charred remnants under Lu Ya's relentless assault. In contrast, Yang Mei appeared to have a far easier time, wielding the invincible laws of space. As spatial storms nearly consumed the carnage, tearing reality asunder, the battlefield bore witness to unspeakable brutality. The Pangu banner cleaved through the heavens and the earth, chaos fracturing. Hong Jun bellowed mightily, charging at Shen and I. Their conflict had reached a fever pitch, dominating the cosmos with destruction. Kill for me. Shen Ni's god-slaying spear blazed with overwhelming brilliance, a terrifying malevolence pervading the air as it clashed with Hong Jun's Pangu banner. Boom, boom, boom. Both combatants were thrown apart, heavily wounded. Measure the heavens, I stand at the edge of the world. Break, break, break. Xuan Yuan thundered. Wretched child, I shall rend your corpse into 1,000 pieces, came the furious roar from afar. Revealing Luo Ho's exasperation, Xuan Yuan wielded a ruler of immeasurable golden light, striking down upon Luo Ho's destruction Black Lotus, sending it flying, determined to ensnare it and prevent Luo Ho from reclaiming it. It turned out that Xuan Yuan no longer concealed his intentions, summoning the primordial measure of heaven, striking swiftly and achieving his goal. The primordial measure of heaven, a postnatal treasure of profound merit, had indeed been well hidden. However, to ensnare me with such a treasure is no simple task. Return to me. Luo Ho exerted all his might, the trapped Black Lotus stirring restlessly, threatening to break free from its confinement. Damn it, I forgot that the Black Lotus possesses the ability to break restrictions. Xuan Yuan realized the urgency and commanded, slice the Black Lotus with the measure. Without hesitation, he directed his treasure to cleave at the Black Lotus. Crack, the 12-grade destruction Black Lotus shattered with a resounding crack, splitting into two. Gasp, Luo Ho, channeling his full mental prowess, was caught off guard by Xuan Yuan's ferocity. The impact from the treasure caused him to spit blood, sustaining significant injury. Vile wretch, I will kill you. Die, die, die. Luo Ho was consumed by fury. This treasure was of utmost importance, his path to enlightenment, irreplaceable even by a congenital supreme treasure. Now, it lay shattered, fueling his wrath. The Lotus platform split into two, one a 9-grade and the other a 3-grade. Xuan Yuan recognized that the 9-grade Lotus platform was unattainable and hastily stowed away the 3-grade Lotus, evading Luo Ho. His heart racing with exhilaration. At last, I have acquired it. My path is promising. The Great Dao awaits. Xuan Yuan exclaimed. Luo Ho, my friend, it was purely unintentional. I did not foresee your Lotus platform being so fragile. Do not blame me. In a buoyant mood, he could not resist taunting, inciting Luo Ho's rage to a fever pitch. Xuan Yuan, you vile child, destroying my treasure. I, Luo Ho, will not rest until you are dead. Ignoring his wounds, Luo Ho swiftly retrieved the 9-grade Black Lotus. His heart bleeding internally. Do not be so petty, my friend. I have returned to you the 9-grade Black Lotus, so there is still hope for recovery. Xuan Yuan jested. The 12-grade Black Lotus had been reduced to a 3-grade. Its origin lost, restoration was now impossible. Although it remained a top-tier congenital spiritual treasure, it had diminished significantly in power. To regain its former glory, one would need to reclaim that 3-grade Lotus. But now that it lay in Xuan Yuan's grasp, he would not relinquish it, especially given the careful scheming he had undertaken. Though he had not acquired the complete Lotus platform, the 3-grade Black Lotus, containing its essence, was sufficient for use. Moreover, the extraction from the 12-grade Lotus was even more formidable. One need only recall that in later times, the 12-grade Merit Golden Lotus was similarly reduced to 3-grade. Yet, even as a 3-grade Lotus platform, it remained a top-tier congenital spiritual treasure. Among the upper echelons of spiritual treasures, it was indeed preeminent, surpassing the 9-grade Lotus platform cultivated from 9-grade Lotus seeds. This was due to the essence of the 12-grade Lotus, rich with its original suppressive fortune, akin to possessing another 12-grade Lotus platform. Having obtained what he desired, Xuan Yuan was in high spirits, deftly avoiding Luoho's frenzied onslaught. As Xuan Yuan withdrew, the battlefield had entered its climax, with the outcome on the brink of revelation. Chapter 38. The Cataclysmic Anomaly. Since the onset of the 12 Epochs cataclysm, ferocious beasts rampaged, and the Hong-Wang alliance finally erupted into conflict. The long-awaited calamity and the war to eradicate the beasts commenced. As the feral beast clan, having dominated the primordial realm for eons, was about to face its first tribulation, or perhaps the resistance of Hong-Wang. From myriad races across Hong-Wang, the 100 Powers Alliance, and the mightiest contenders joined the fray. With trillions of troops surging toward the western feral beasts, there was no need to elaborate. Over countless years of bloodshed, the beast clan had become the shared enemy of the billions of races in Hong-Wang. Countless races had suffered gruesome massacres at the hands of the beast clan, creating an enmity as deep as the ocean, with both sides becoming sworn foes. The brutal conflict had only just begun. The beast clan was bolstered by innumerable feral beasts serving as cannon fodder, while the alliance had countless weaker races ready to be sacrificed. Every moment saw countless lives extinguished, a true river of blood. A field of corpses. When the formidable powers clashed, the northwestern expanse descended into utter chaos. The 12 mightiest warriors of each faction selected their opponents for a grand confrontation amidst the endless starry skies. As leaders of the alliance's various forces faced off against the strong from the beast clan. As the battle raged, the very heavens trembled. Innumerable powers fell, including nearly tens of thousands of De Luo experts. It is worth noting that the pinnacle of strength in this world consisted of De Luo golden immortals, the top-tier beings birthed since the inception of the universe, with only about 100,000 achieving this level. Nearly half perished in this cataclysm, rendering the devastation almost unimaginable. Countless treasures and artifacts were obliterated, and the subterranean spiritual veins of the northwest were ravaged. The feral beasts, undaunted and immensely powerful, relentlessly charged at the alliance's forces, inflicting grievous losses upon the denizens of Hong-Wang. Although the alliance was united, each faction harbored its own schemes. They sought to profit from the calamity while preserving their strength and weakening rival powers. Initially, each had their own calculations, but as the true calamity descended, the lines between friend and foe blurred, their minds clouded by the chaos, transforming them into relentless killing machines. The many ploys of the feral beasts only compounded the alliance's losses, forcing all factions to fight with everything they had. The ancestral dragon transformed into a colossal dragon form, its might astonishing, facing the chaos itself. With its body resisting the fracturing of space, the dragon soared through the heavens, annihilating beasts, reducing all nearby beings to ash, shaking the very earth and causing spatial ruptures. The starry Mother's stellar formation enveloped the land, entrapping the fierce beasts Tiawu, Tao Tai, and Zhan Lang as they besieged the two great beast kings. With the emergence of the Star of Annihilation, all things were obliterated. The trio executed a combined divine ability, utterly terrifying in its might. Fuxi and Nuwa emerged as one, launching a joint attack that rent the heavens asunder. Those struck had no hope of evasion, with numerous feral beasts reduced to dust, holding their ground against the two formidable beings. The Phoenix Ancestor, holding the Southern Flame flag, unleashed the true fire of the Phoenix, engulfing the world in flames, scorching nearby feral beasts to cinders as they battled against Qiongqi. The Infinite Ancestor's mirror radiated boundless light, causing the spirits of those caught in its beam to be extinguished. Seeking out the heavenly demon ancestor, with whom they shared a grudge, leading to a cataclysmic clash. The Qilin Emperor wielded the Qilin Staff, slaying countless feral beasts with unmatched ferocity. The Golden Divine Emperor swept through the battlefield with the Golden Divine Spear, rending space and claiming the lives of countless powerful foes as he engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the forces of darkness. The Qiankuan Ancestor, standing upon the Qiankuan diagram, boasted unparalleled defense, reversing the cosmos and subduing all, dominating the battlefield. The White Tiger Clan's leader exuded a fearsome bloodlust. This was the White Tiger, the master of slaughter, the White Tiger blade drinking the blood of innumerable strong opponents. An unending spree of carnage. This brutal conflict endured for thousands of years, drawing countless races into the fray, leading to the demise of innumerable unparalleled warriors and the extinction of countless races. The earth was stained crimson, a miasma of malevolence rising to the heavens. The clouds above transformed into blood-red shrouds, with flesh and bone scattered across the ground, remnants of spiritual treasures and artifacts littering the battlefield. Countless mountains were leveled, Rivers were obliterated, presenting a truly apocalyptic vista. Both armies suffered catastrophic losses, with billions of troops perishing, and each race endured immeasurable casualties. Even the most prestigious clans, such as the Dragon, Phoenix, Star, and Golden Divine tribes, as well as the Yin Yang, Qianquan, Infinite, and various royal sanctuaries, were not spared, suffering profound wounds that would not easily heal. Countless elites perished amidst the chaos of war. I in the starry sky. The battle between the supreme beings on both sides had reached a fever pitch, unleashing true flames as they exerted themselves to the utmost. Particularly, Daozu Hong Jun and Beast Emperor Shini employed their unparalleled divine abilities in a nearly mutually destructive manner. The mixed phoenix was gravely injured, teetering on the brink of demise, while Luya and Yangmei sustained less severe wounds. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuan faced the frenzied Ralo with utmost caution, giving his all. Hong Jun, let us determine the victor today and see who shall face annihilation. With a roar, Shini's true form suddenly expanded to unimaginable proportions. 100,000 zhang, 1 million zhang, 10 million zhang, an aura of terror spread forth, resembling the re-emergence of a true chaotic demon, causing Hong Jun's expression to shift dramatically. With a thunderous roar, Shini's colossal form loomed across the cosmos, his divine spear standing erect, exuding an overwhelming presence that seemed to threaten the very fabric of existence. Battle. Slaughter. The air crackled with fierce intent and murderous energy. Kill. Break. Destroy. Shini bellowed, shaking the stars as two treasures surged towards Hong Jun. The golden lotus established the heavens and the earth, while the Pangu banner shattered the firmament, obliterating chaos itself. The golden lotus beneath Hong Jun's feet transformed into a vast lotus platform. Radiating boundless golden light that illuminated the sky, the Pangu banner displayed its might, shaking the cosmos and seemingly tearing apart the primordial chaos, colliding with Shini's two treasures. In an instant, a storm spanning billions of miles engulfed everything, fracturing space and revealing countless rifts that exposed the chaotic world beyond. Their clash shattered the barriers of existence, allowing chaotic energy to surge into the primordial realm. If this continued, the entire primordial world would be assimilated into chaos. Fortunately, the barrier of the primordial realm, crafted from Pangu's skin, protected it from the encroachment of chaos. Though breached, it quickly restored itself. Both parties suffered grievous injuries and were expelled from the fray, their faces pale and drenched in blood. Mixed Phoenix, meet your end. A voice rang out, revealing that in the struggle's final moments, the ancestor of the Mixed Phoenix was overwhelmed by Qing Tian, on the verge of being slain. In the chaos of space, a powerful shout resonated. The Mixed Phoenix ancestor vanished from his position, saved by Yangmei's timely intervention. Yangmei, truly formidable, Qing Tian thought, his expression grave. Yangmei had decisively dealt with his adversary and rushed to rescue the Mixed Phoenix, showcasing his prowess. Both combatants had expended considerable energy and suffered heavy injuries. Clearly, overcoming their foes had not come without a significant cost. They refrained from further engagement, awaiting the arrival of others. Evidently, Lia held a firm advantage, poised to achieve victory, while Hong Jun and Shini were evenly matched on Xuan Yuan's side. Facing Ralo's madness, he remained composed, wielding the primordial measure, and no longer hesitating. He unleashed its power as sword chi surged forth, rendering Ralo utterly outmatched. Without the primordial measure, defeating Ralo would have required immense cost, but circumstances had changed. The primordial measure, a treasure of immense merit, rivaled innate treasures in efficacy. Its power unfathomable, especially in Xuan Yuan's hands. In a flash, Xuan Yuan wielded the measure, its brilliance striking Ralo, who spewed blood and was thrown into disarray. Ralo's eyes glinted with malice as he recognized the measure. It had unexpectedly thwarted his 12-grade destruction Black Lotus and now inflicted severe damage upon him. Ah, what a remarkable measure! What a treasure of merit! What a profound Taoist in Xuan Yuan, so deeply concealed that I have been defeated, undone by this last appearing measure. However, he thought, to slay me will not be so simple. As Ralo, the infamous demon ancestor of the primordial realm, faced Xuan Yuan, the latter summoned every ounce of focus, refusing to underestimate his opponent, with a palpable killing intent in his gaze, prepared to strike while Ralo was vulnerable. This was not solely for the present calamity, but also for his own future and that of his disciples. After all, having a rival of similar caliber lurking posed a constant threat. Resolute, Xuan Yuan prepared to act, while Hong Jun too readied himself for a final gamble. Suddenly, a colossal sound reverberated through the hearts of all, shaking their very souls. Every being in the primordial realm heard it. Accompanying this sound was an overwhelming pressure that descended upon the entirety of the primordial realm, even the mightiest among them nearly buckling beneath its weight. Yet they managed to hold firm against it. Others, however, were rendered utterly helpless, thrown into disarray. What is happening? How can this be? Gasped the onlookers in disbelief. Why does the heavenly Dao manifest now? Was it not supposed to emerge only after the calamity had ended? To eradicate the vile beasts, both Hong Jun and Qing Tian were taken aback, with the latter appearing particularly grim, as if he had lost a crucial calculation. Though others were astonished, they maintained their composure. Is this the true variable of the calamity? Hong Juan's expression darkened further as he pondered the implications that it seemed the calamity could not eradicate the vile beasts after all. Sensing the emergence of the heavenly Dao, Shini and the others recognized the urgency of retreating to their beast kin, gathering all formidable allies to consolidate their fortunes, invoking the 5 elements flag to stabilize their fates. Rollo, too, employed the 9-grade Black Lotus to secure their fortunes, gaining the approval of heaven and earth, signaling the end of the calamity. At this moment, the heavens and earth became exceptionally clear, their transformations visible to the naked eye. The shattered primordial realm began to restore and even expand, awakening the beings from the calamity. Boundless innate spiritual energy flooded into the primordial realm, further evolving the cosmos. The starry sky expanded, celestial bodies coalescing, abundant starlight illuminating all. The primordial space gradually stabilized, the earth growing ever more solid. Under such circumstances, the world would gradually perfect itself, birthing countless new talents and treasures, heralding the emergence of a new generation of beings to enjoy the blessings of heaven and earth. A variable indeed. But whether it be a blessing or a curse, who can tell? Hong Jun sighed, shaking his head as everyone dispersed. They understood that the extermination of the vile beast was no longer feasible. The calamity had come to an enigmatic close. Chapter 39. The calamity concludes with the calamity at an end and the heavenly Dao emerging. Not only had the heavens and earth been perfected, but those who survived the ordeal also reaped immense benefits. At that moment, the sky shone with brilliant light, auspicious vapors swirling, golden clouds enveloping the firmament, purple energy rising. Countless merit-laden golden clouds descended from the void, transforming into towering columns of merit radiating sanctity, benevolence, and heavenly grace, filling the air with a vast, overwhelming aura that resonated within each heart, as if they had momentarily merged with the cosmos. Everyone basked in the golden glow of merit, save for the vile beast clan. Though they remained unaware of the calamity's unforeseen turn that spared them, they could not receive the heavens' acknowledgement. During the calamity, most beings had been clouded in ignorance, their minds beset by inner demons leading to their destruction. Now, with the calamity dissipated and merit descending, the effects of the calamity were eradicated, and their minds became clear, their realms subtly elevated. When the calamity raged, the cosmic order had been thrown into disarray, with the air thick with its malevolence, severely affecting the cultivation of practitioners. However, once the calamity passed, the laws of heaven and earth and various profound truths would become extraordinarily clear. Practicing during this period would yield exponential progress, a reward from the heavenly Dao for those who survived the calamity. Thus, while the calamity posed grave dangers, it also presented unparalleled opportunities. My fellow Daoists, now that the calamity has passed, it is time to return. We can do little against the vile beast for the moment, Hong Jun stated upon returning to the primordial realm, addressing the coalition. However, the prospect of such a favorable opportunity stirred unease, should the vile beast retaliate. The danger could be significant. Zulong, hearing this, felt a sense of discontent, mirroring the concerns of others. Fear not, for with the heavenly Dao's emergence, there shall be no major conflicts in the primordial realm for the foreseeable future. This is the will of heaven. The vile beasts dare not engage in battle now, especially after their significant losses. Therefore, it would be wise to retreat and recuperate for the time being, Hong Jun reassured them. His words resonated with the others, who agreed that resting and recuperating was paramount, given the heavy toll taken on the primordial side, which had suffered even greater losses than the vile beasts. The entire alliance encompassed over 90% of the powerful beings in the primordial realm, with an army numbering no less than 5 trillion participating. However, after the conflict, only a mere billion remained. With over 80% having perished, countless races and dynasties had been obliterated, and many of the top-tier powers had been decimated. Monarchs from premier forces such as Wuji, Baiyun, and Lianyu had fallen, and entire dynasties had suffered near-total casualties. Major clans like the Shiling, Tianhuang, and Tianhua had vanished from existence, with nearly half of the top 100 forces in the primordial realm erased. Such devastation was indeed tragic. Yet, this was the nature of the calamity, inevitable. The survivors were undoubtedly the elite of the primordial realm, destined for rapid advancement in their cultivation. Is my second brother unharmed? Xuan Yuan inquired. having returned to the camp of the Holy Mother of the Starry Hua and the others. Ah, you have returned, my second brother. The calamity has concluded. Xuan Yuan was welcomed by Huang Mu, who had come forth to greet him. Thank you all for your concern. I am quite well. Yet, I worry for your safety. What of your casualties? Upon seeing everyone in good health, Xuan Yuan felt a sense of relief and inquired about their circumstances. Upon hearing these words, everyone fell silent. Alas, the casualties were over half, particularly among the lower ranks, who were almost entirely wiped out. The Phoenix matriarch spoke, her tone heavy with the weight of such tremendous loss. It could have been worse, for we had made extensive preparations. Surviving over 3 billion is indeed a considerable achievement compared to other factions, remarked the Starry Mother. In contrast to other powers, both the Star Clan and the Phoenix Clan have been relatively fortunate, not only acquiring abundant resources, but also benefiting from Fushi's assistance with formations, which preserved countless lives. Indeed, sister is correct. We have fared better. Some factions have been utterly annihilated, the Phoenix matriarch conceded, her sorrow dissipating as the past could not be altered. Fushi, my friend, has rendered invaluable assistance. Inviting you here was undoubtedly a wise decision. Haha, I merely seized the opportunity, and I must express my gratitude for your care of my younger sister, Fushi humbly acknowledged, deflecting praise. He had also gained significantly during the calamity, particularly acquiring insights into the star array from the cosmic star diagram, which proved immensely beneficial to him. Now, I must confer with Hong Jun. You all should return to your respective places to recuperate, and I shall seek you out afterward. Very well, we shall take our leave for now and converse later. Cough, cough, cough. I did not expect such a significant disparity with the azure sky. Otherwise, the situation would not have been so dire. Are you all right? It would be wise to return and focus on healing, said the duo of Humping and Yang Mei. At this moment, Humping was gravely injured, his physical form nearly shattered and his primordial spirit extinguished. Had it not been for Yang Mei's intervention, he would have surely perished. Thank you for your timely rescue. My friend. My injuries are severe, and I cannot remain for long. I must take my leave, he said, before vanishing into the void, returning to the northern sea to heal. Meanwhile, within the Zhixiao Palace atop Unyielding Mountain, Hong Jun, Yang Mei, Lu Ya, and Jian Dao sat in meditation for a long while before Hong Jun finally spoke. Alas, I did not anticipate such a culmination. However, the emergence of the heavenly Dao is indeed a fortunate development. Although it is not perfect, we have managed to survive this ordeal. I extend my gratitude to all of you for your assistance. With that, he bowed respectfully to everyone present, in no need for such formalities. This was also for our own benefit. You must not be so humble, the others replied, not daring to accept his gratitude, now that this peculiar calamity has concluded. What do you think, Hong Jun? Dian Dao inquired, aware that Hong Jun was most attuned to the heavenly Dao and thus privy to greater secrets. At first, I was uncertain, but considering the emergence of the azure sky, the unpredictable nature of the calamity, and the information from the heavenly Dao, I can make some deductions. Hong Jun began. The azure sky, an embodiment of the Dao's essence, should not have emerged, at least not at this juncture. Yet, due to unforeseen circumstances, the stability of the world was disrupted. Coupled with the schemes of the fierce beasts, it seems they aimed to target the heavenly Dao, prompting its premature emergence to end the calamity and thwart their calculations. As for why the fierce beasts were not eradicated, it is a demonstration that their fortunes are not exhausted. Their existence is essential for balance, hastening the world's perfection. Moreover, a confrontation with the fierce beast is inevitable. And when that time arrives, it shall be even more perilous, Xuan Yuan added. Yang Mei showed little interest in these matters. Her assistance to Hong Jun might stem from her mood or personal motives. Lu Ya, despite establishing the Lihua dynasty, remained unconcerned, leading a carefree existence. Only Hong Jun and Dian Dao regarded these matters with seriousness, as they were intimately connected to their paths of enlightenment, while Xuan Yuan also took them seriously. His involvement with Hong Jun was merely collaborative. At most, he would strategize for friends like the Starry Mother and others. Otherwise, he would not have bothered. Xuan Yuan speaks wisely, but it is still too early to speculate. Everyone should return to recuperate and contemplate their paths. I shall not linger here any longer, Hong Jun declared, recognizing that there was little left to discuss. The others were eager to seize this rare opportunity for growth and thus did not insist on prolonging the conversation. Then I shall take my leave, Hong Jun said. I as well, came the chorus of agreement, leaving only Xuan Yuan behind. How do you perceive Yang Mei, my friend? Hong Jun inquired, curious about Xuan Yuan's thoughts, as he himself found it difficult to gauge her intentions. Xuan Yuan did not respond directly, instead extending his hand towards Hong Jun. "What are you doing?" Hong Jun asked, bewildered. "What do you mean? What am I doing? You wouldn't be trying to renege on a deal, would you?" Xuan Yuan replied, unabashedly confronting Hong Jun, especially upon noticing the abundance of treasures Hong Jun possessed. Feeling a twinge of disdain for his previous leniency, Hong Jun was indeed surrounded by a plethora of treasures. Perhaps he should have been more assertive initially, as greater gains might have followed. "Renege? When have I?" Hong Jun began, but upon realizing the implication, his expression darkened. "So you bring up a significant matter, and yet you are fixated on my possessions?" Although he harbored some thoughts of negotiation, he understood Xuan Yuan's character and thus reluctantly produced 2 golden lotus seeds, reluctantly handing them over. While treasures were merely external, the act still stung. He. Accepting the seeds, Xuan Yuan's spirits lifted. This transaction had proven worthwhile. One seed could be used to nurture the primal lotus of creation, while the other was a top-quality innate spiritual treasure. Gazing at Hong Jun, Xuan Yuan's eye sparkled with the desire for further gains. "Ahem, you still have yet to answer my query," Hong Jun interjected, feeling uneasy under Xuan Yuan's gaze, eager to change the subject lest he be robbed of his treasures. There is no need for concern. If he harbored malevolent intentions, you have already clashed with him once, have you not, my friend? This is a grave matter. If he becomes an adversary, we will both face dire consequences," Hong Jun replied in a low voice, clearly irritated with Xuan Yuan's dismissive attitude. With a chuckle, Xuan Yuan found amusement in Hong Jun's frustration. He was eager to witness Yang Mei besting Hong Jun, certain it would be a spectacular sight. "Ahem, I speak with sincerity," Xuan Yuan continued. Given Yang Mei's nature, she would not associate with the likes of Shun and I. Moreover, as a chaos demon god, she should harbor a deep-seated hatred for Pangu, yet she seems rather fond of this world of the primordial chaos, indicating she has no desire to wreak havoc. Even if she possesses ulterior motives, she would not disrupt our plans. Rather, she might even assist us. Listening to Xuan Yuan's analysis, while Hong Jun found it somewhat implausible. What if she turned against them in the end? He noted Xuan Yuan's evident admiration for Yang Mei, which seemed far from antagonistic and rather amicable. Trusting Xuan Yuan's judgment, Hong Jun chose to dismiss his concerns, knowing full well that Xuan Yuan would not jest about such matters. His foresight was commendable. "Very well. If there is anything amiss, feel free to seek my assistance." However, observing Xuan Yuan's mischievous grin, Hong Jun grew agitated, suspecting he was being extorted. If this continued, he would lose his meager collection. "Please take your leave, my friend, that I too must enter seclusion," Hong Jun replied tersely, effectively ejecting Xuan Yuan. Alas, such stinginess. Not even a cup of tea to offer, Xuan Yuan lamented, before recalling that there was no tea to be had at present. "I might as well return to seclusion. I trust Nuwa and the others are doing well. I shall see them upon my return." With a final complaint, Xuan Yuan soared towards Penglai, anticipating that his disciples would soon take shape. Chapter 40. Returning to the Taoist temple. Flying over the vast expanse of the Eastern Sea, even at Xuan Yuan's speed, it took but a day or two to return. He intended to enter seclusion and pursue a breakthrough. For the golden cultivation time following the calamity was exceedingly precious. Upon entering Penglai Island, Xuan Yuan immediately sensed something amiss. Yuan Jin and the others led a throng of clansfolk to greet him. Filled with excitement yet trepidation, fearing his potential ire over recent events. "Greetings, master." The assembly bowed deeply, anxiety palpable in the air. "What transpired?" Xuan Yuan inquired, furrowing his brow, already suspecting the nature of the situation. "Yes, master," Yuan Jin replied respectfully. "Since you imparted the Dao, after years of development, the number of practitioners on the island has surpassed 100,000. However, several millennia ago, a stifling atmosphere enveloped Penglai, making it impossible for us to concentrate on our cultivation. And moreover, yes, many beings on the island began to harbor their own ambitions, attempting to seize control of Penglai Island in your absence. Fortunately, we 3 managed to suppress them," Yuan Jin confessed, trembling. "Master, please forgive us for our oversight." "Enough. I understand. You may go for now," Xuan Yuan said, regarding the fearful Yuan Jin and his companions with a measured calm. He bore no anger toward them, as it was not their fault. "Yes, we shall take our leave." Upon returning to the Taoist palace and dismantling the grand formation, Xuan Yuan couldn't help but reflect on the situation. He had not anticipated that the calamity would also affect this place. Though Penglai was a distant realm, the great calamity of the world was not to be taken lightly. It inevitably left its mark. As practitioners who had embarked on the path of cultivation, they were bound to face numerous tribulations. The beings on Penglai Island, despite their pure hearts and lack of ambitions for power, faced many trials on their cultivation journey, given their limited understanding of the tribulations. They were vulnerable to the influences of the calamity, which could give rise to inner demons and cloud their wisdom, naturally leading to conflicts. The inhabitants of the island had progressed in their cultivation, with over 100 reaching the Tai Golden Immortal stage, among whom Yuan Jin, He Kong, and Kailing excelled, as they were the first to follow Xuan Yuan and received ample guidance. They had cultivated various spiritual treasures and had now achieved a perfected state of Tai Golden Immortal. Their foundation solid and unaffected by the calamity. Many among their ranks had also emerged as Tai Golden Immortals. However, during the calamity, half of the Tai Golden Immortals were swayed, entangled in ambitions to seize Penglai. Yet they were swiftly quelled by Yuan Jin and the others, observing that more than half of the beings on the island had revolted under the influence of their inner demons. With those affected more severely being utterly annihilated, Yuan Jin and his companions felt a mix of guilt and trepidation, uncertain of how to account for this to Xuan Yuan. Fortunately, Xuan Yuan did not pursue the matter further. "You may all enter," he called out to Yuan Jin and the others waiting outside. "Master, please have a seat." No, it's quite all right. "Yes, Master. May I inquire what instructions you have for us?" Noticing the unease of the group, Xuan Yuan paid no heed to their apprehensions and spoke freely. Cultivating as a practitioner of the Dao is inherently an act of defiance against the heavens, yet it requires the recognition of the cosmos. However, this will invite numerous trials designed to restrain the unruly proliferation of practitioners. Otherwise, the heavens would be unable to sustain such consumption. These trials vary in severity. The minor ones include the calamity of the Yuan Hui and the torment of inner demons, while the major ones are the great calamities of heaven and earth, which can affect all practitioners. Are you suggesting that the recent events were influenced by such a great calamity? The three understood from Xuan Yuan's words. "I had not elaborated on this matter with you earlier, as I thought this great calamity would not impact Penglai, yet I have underestimated the situation. We are filled with trepidation and would never dare to place blame upon you." "Master, Sai, those who cultivate must heed the laws of heaven, comprehend the great Dao. In the future, you will instruct your kin with utmost diligence. Otherwise, an unstable foundation may easily give rise to inner demons, jeopardizing their path. We shall remember your teachings, Master, and will certainly comply. You may depart now. After the great calamity, there will be a period of golden opportunity for cultivation. Although you did not directly participate in the calamity, you have amassed considerable experience and can now break through to the Luo Breakthrough stage. Really, that is splendid news. At long last, we can achieve our breakthrough." Their excitement was palpable, having cultivated for so long. They were naturally aware of the various realms, and the pinnacle of Luo Breakthrough was particularly coveted. Remembering Xuan Yuan's teachings, they had accumulated knowledge and insights, and now knowing they could break through brought them immense joy. Luo Breakthrough was indeed a top-tier existence within the vast wilderness, especially after the great calamity had diminished the ranks of the strong, making it all the more precious. "Thank you for your guidance, Master." The three expressed their gratitude in unison. "Well, your accomplishments are also a testament to your own efforts. Otherwise, you would not have reached this stage." Xuan Yuan felt no need for self-congratulation, for it was essential that his own domain was supported by formidable practitioners, and he was pleased by their progress, considering it a fateful connection. "Now, you may go. You may also harvest the spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden to nurture your kin, thereby contributing to Penglai." "Thank you, Master," the three exclaimed with even greater gratitude, knowing that their clan's strength would be enhanced. Once the three had departed, Xuan Yuan rose, ready to check on the little ones, hoping they had not caused too much mischief. Recalling the time he had confined them to a small dark room, he feared they might have created a ruckus upon their release. As soon as he opened the barrier, two radiant orbs darted towards him and collided into his embrace. "Master, disciple missed you." "Bad Master, how could you confine your adorable disciple? I shall ignore you now." Seeing his two disciples act so affectionately in his arms, Xuan Yuan's mood brightened considerably. "Ha ha ha. All right. Master was wrong to leave my precious disciples behind. Once you both take on your forms, I shall present you with gifts as compensation." "Thank you, Master. Truly, you are the kindest." "Hee, little Shuayer, you shall not blame Master anymore. Were you not just calling Master bad?" "Not at all. Master is the best, and I am the most obedient disciple." Laughing heartily, Xuan Yuan led his two disciples to Qingzhou Valley, where Qingzhou resided. There, he beheld the towering bamboo swaying gracefully in the wind. Standing tall and proud, "Greetings, Master. You have finally returned." Upon noticing Xuan Yuan's arrival, Qingzhou trembled, her cool voice betraying a hint of joy. "Little Qingzhu, are you well?" "Yes, master. I feel I shall soon take on my form." "Ah, Qingzhu, you cannot transform before me. I wish to be the elder sister." Bang! "Ouch, master, why did you hit me?" she complained, shaking her head in dissatisfaction. "You two need to focus on your cultivation. Look at Qingzhu, she is nearly ready to transform. You should be more diligent." Xuan Yuan admonished the two little rascals, who had influenced the earth spirit. "Humph, was it not you, master, who advised us not to rush our transformations? Elevating our realms is of utmost importance. Otherwise, our lovely little Shui Ling would have transformed long ago." The earth spirit interjected, clearly invested in the matter of transformation. "Indeed. But it would be best to wait until after a Yuan Hui to transform. The Great Calamity has just passed, and the principles of heaven and earth are now manifesting, presenting an optimal time for enlightenment. By perceiving the Tao in your original forms, you will gain a deeper understanding of the laws of the cosmos, which should significantly enhance your realms. You can transform later." "Yes, master." The three understood that Xuan Yuan had their best interests at heart and would not refuse. "Master, could you share what has transpired outside? Especially regarding this recent calamity." "Humph, how could you not take us along?" Shui Ling said to Xuan Yuan. "Yes, master, I wish to hear as well," the earth spirit chimed in, while Qingzhu looked on with anticipation. Xuan Yuan indulged their curiosity, recounting various intriguing tales and circumstances from the vast wilderness, allowing them to gain some understanding of their surroundings. "So, Master Hong Jun is quite wealthy." Upon hearing Xuan Yuan mention Hong Jun, Shui Ling seemed to have inherited some of Xuan Yuan's traits, and her impression of Hong Jun deepened. "Indeed, even I cannot compare to him. You must be polite when you meet him next." Xuan Yuan's words seemed to resonate with Shui Ling. Far away on Unyielding Mountain, Hong Jun suddenly felt a chill and quickly began to calculate. "What has occurred? Is someone plotting against me? Unaware of their own insignificance, I am the ancestor of strategists. How foolish!" He scoffed and returned to his seclusion. "Master Yangmei and Master Lia are formidable, but I believe our master is even stronger," Qingzhu remarked, astonished by the number of powerful beings, yet her confidence in her master soared. There are many strong individuals beyond the heavens. One must not underestimate anyone. However, there is no need for worry. When you grow, you will surely reach or even surpass them. I am not inferior to anyone, and my disciples shall not be either. This, Xuan Yuan exuded an air of pride, confident in his abilities and in the exceptional nature of his disciples. "Indeed, I will not bring shame to you." "Master." Gazing at her powerful master, Qingzhu felt a surge of pride and resolved to meet his expectations. Just do your best. "Master, when will you take us out? We want to meet our esteemed uncles and aunts." The earth spirit expressed her eagerness to explore the outside world. "When you all meet my requirements," Xuan Yuan replied. What realm is necessary? Is it the Golden Immortal, or the Tai Golden Immortal? We will surely reach it soon." Just wait and see," Xuan Yuan chuckled. "Now, I shall enter seclusion as well. You should all focus on your insights, and by the time I emerge, you should be ready to transform." "Yes, master." Xuan Yuan naturally held his disciples close to his heart, caring not only for their cultivation but for their overall well-being, ensuring they possessed sufficient skills for survival. While he could indulge them, once they ventured outside, they would need to rely on themselves. Otherwise, they would become like flowers in a greenhouse. Xuan Yuan would not always protect them. To grow, they must depend on their own efforts. He was well aware of what was of utmost importance and believed his disciples would not disappoint him. After spending some time conversing with his disciples, Xuan Yuan decided to enter seclusion, allowing them to frolic freely outside, as there was no need for concern about unforeseen incidents on Penglai Island. Chapter 41. The three disciples transform with the emergence of the heavenly Tao and the manifestation of the laws of the cosmos. Such an exceptional opportunity for cultivation was not to be missed by Xuan Yuan. After all, such chances were rare, and following each great calamity, only a fleeting moment of Yuan Hui would present itself as the prime period for cultivation. Countless powerful beings anticipated the great calamities in relation to this. After a Yuan Hui, various heavenly Tao laws would subside and return to their usual state. Although it was merely the duration of a Yuan Hui, the ease of enlightenment during this period was significantly enhanced, yielding results that could reach tenfold or even dozens of times greater than usual. Such a remarkable opportunity was immensely beneficial even for a strong individual like Xuan Yuan, who cherished it dearly. Thus, after parting ways with his disciples, he commenced his seclusion. Xuan Yuan's path of cultivation did not adhere to the heavenly laws. Rather, it transcended the 3,000 great Tao, establishing his own method through the supreme essence of the Tao. However, he did not completely disregard the heavenly Tao. as it served as the foundation for the 3,000 great Dao laws. The natural laws of the cosmos are interconnected, and the heavenly laws could enhance Xuan Yuan's own Dao, deepening his understanding of the vast wilderness. From this, he could comprehend the Dao of Pangu, presenting a significant opportunity for Xuan Yuan. Moreover, one might glean further insights into the enigmatic chaos in the lore of Pangu, with Xuan Yuan being particularly unmissable as time flows. A millennium swiftly passes. The duration of a Yuan Hui fleetingly elapses, and the benefits bestowed by the Great Calamity have dissipated, with the laws of heaven gradually shrouded once more. Returning to their former obscurity, no longer as distinctly perceptible as before, Xuan Yuan and his companions emerged from their secluded meditations, though the duration of this Yuan Hui was brief. It has yielded substantial gains for Xuan Yuan and others, resulting in significant breakthroughs in their cultivation. Not only they, but the entirety of the Hong Wang realm has experienced similar advancements, apart from the supreme beings such as Xuan Yuan and Hong Jun. Many others were initially unaware of the remarkable advantages that arose post-calamity. However, as they commenced their practices, they soon recognized the distinctiveness of the heavenly laws. The clarity of these laws, tenfold or even dozens of times clearer than before, seemed almost within reach. The once elusive principles of the heavenly way now presented themselves with unprecedented lucidity. Any practitioner who began cultivating would be loath to forfeit such an opportunity, leading to a period during this Yuan Hui when nearly all practitioners of the Hong Wang realm were engrossed in their meditations, submerged in the ocean of heavenly laws. However, such a fortunate phenomenon could not endure indefinitely. As the Yuan Hui drew to a close, these practitioners discovered that the previously transparent heavenly laws had once again receded into obscurity, becoming as inscrutable and distant as they were before. This stark contrast jolted those who had been wholeheartedly immersed in their understanding of the heavenly laws, leaving them yearning for more. Nevertheless, this was the natural order of the cosmos, and despite their dissatisfaction, they were powerless to alter it. Fortunately, during this Yuan Hui, their cultivation had progressed by leaps and bounds, swiftly transforming their disappointment into elation and excitement. This Yuan Hui marked the most tranquil gathering since the dawn of creation, with practitioners throughout the Hong Wang realm engrossed in their training, rendering the entire realm remarkably serene and harmonious. Not only did the heavenly principles manifest, but the essence of the Hong Wang realm flourished, allowing the populace to comprehend the great truths without the arduous struggle of the past. The realm entered an era of rapid development, as newly emerged powerhouses began to rise, infusing fresh vitality into the Hong Wang beings, while the survivors of the Great Calamity became the mainstays of their respective factions, experiencing significant advancements in their cultivation. Of course, the ferocious beasts of the Hong Wang realm were no exception. Although they could not comprehend the heavenly laws, remnants of the chaotic, demonic entities, under the leadership of figures such as Xuan Yuan, naturally progressed swiftly in their cultivation. While the beasts suffered tremendous losses during the Great Calamity, surviving only a fraction of their former numbers, the remaining elite swiftly reproduced, although regaining their former peak strength would require considerable time. In the aftermath of the Great Calamity, the top-tier powerhouses withdrew into seclusion to pursue breakthroughs, ushering in a new era for the Hong Wang realm. Descendants of various races emerged to traverse the land, seeking opportunities for growth, and the realm thrived in all respects. It seems that a few little ones are on the verge of transformation. It has time to emerge from my seclusion, as breakthroughs cannot be achieved in the short term. On Penglai Island, within the secret chamber of the Mingao Palace, Xuan Yuan sensed that the heavenly laws had receded, and that his 3 disciples were about to undergo tribulations for their transformation, prompting him to step out and safeguard them. Boom, boom, boom. On that day, thunder rumbled over Penglai Island, and terrifying bolts of lightning wreaked havoc in the Qingzhou Valley. As if the world were coming to an end, the heart-stirring roars of thunder filled the skies, while waves of boundless natural pressure cascaded down from above, as though attempting to crush the very earth beneath. A colossal vortex manifested in the purple-red sky, unleashing torrents of black lightning serpents that were drawn into the vortex, which swiftly transformed into a black tribulation cloud hovering ominously above the Qingzhou Valley. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the tribulation cloud, pressing down toward the ground below. This is the destructive thunder tribulation. What is happening? Observing the fearsome pressure, Xuan Yuan furrowed his brow. Alas, these 3 little ones are indeed reckless. However, let us see how many tribulations they can endure. Yuan Jin, Sanren, and the others anxiously paced by the valley's edge, clearly troubled by the situation. Yuan Jin, the master has not yet emerged from seclusion, and the young lady and young masters are daring to undergo tribulations together. This is far too perilous. Even if we intervene, it would only attract an even greater thunderstorm. What shall we do? Kai Ling, who was particularly fond of these little ones, lost her composure in the face of such danger. Alas, must we merely watch as the young lady and young masters face peril? If the three of us were to act together, could we withstand it? The master has shown us great kindness. Even if it costs us our lives, we must ensure their safety, declared Yi Kong resolutely. If all else fails, we must disturb the master. After all, we cannot allow the young masters to take such risks. It appears that we have no other choice. Boom! Just as they spoke, a bolt of heavenly lightning descended, striking the earth spirit and sending him flying. Following this, the water spirit and Qizhu were also struck. As the tribulation raged on, with one bolt after another striking down upon them, this was merely the first layer of the thunder tribulation, with 2 more layers to follow. Cough, cough. Water spirit, it seems we have miscalculated. The thunder tribulation is far too powerful. Woo-woo, it hurts. If only the master had bestowed upon us some magical treasures for protection, our tribulation would be much easier. Our master hopes we can endure it ourselves, thus honing our abilities. However, this thunder tribulation is overwhelmingly fierce. The voice of Qizhu remained calm and composed, as if this destructive thunder tribulation were not aimed at her. It is all my fault. Had I not suggested we undergo tribulation together, perhaps this would not have occurred. The water spirit lamented, feeling guilty for proposing that whoever transformed first would be deemed the leader, never foreseeing such a calamity. Fear not, water spirit. My skin is tough. I shall withstand more, and then you may take your turn. We will surely overcome this. Boom. Before long, the second layer of the thunder tribulation coalesced and descended upon the three. Thunder tribulations vary in strength, and at this time, the Hongwang realm had yet to develop specific tribulations aimed at practitioners. The current tribulations consisted merely of transformation-related tribulations or those designed for individuals defying the heavens. Although the heavenly laws had manifested, this aspect had not been fully refined. If the three were to face the tribulations individually, they would be strong but capable of safely overcoming them. However, facing the tribulations together was seen as a provocation to the heavenly laws, rendering them undesired by the cosmos, thus prompting the descent of the destructive heavenly tribulation to obliterate them. Boom! The thunder resonated continuously as the black tribulation cloud churned violently, its pressure palpable as if it were a tangible force. A massive black bolt of lightning erupted from within the tribulation cloud, crashing down with a deafening roar. This second layer of the thunder tribulation bore far greater power than the first, striking the three with an unparalleled ferocity, sending them crashing to the ground under its relentless onslaught. After 9 strikes of heavenly thunder, the three were left at their wits' end, unable to endure any longer. Boom! Before they could recover, the third layer of the thunder tribulation swiftly descended. This is bad. Quickly intervene. They cannot withstand it any longer. Yuan Jin exclaimed in alarm, preparing to act. Just then, a soft sound sliced through the air, and a blood-red Lotus platform soared forth, shielding them from the thunder tribulation. This 12th grade Lotus radiated boundless karmic fire, its crystalline form exuding an aura of sanctity, expanding to a size of 100 feet to protect the three. Ah, the master has emerged from seclusion. How splendid! Yuan Jin and the others rejoiced, relieved of their worries. The thunder tribulation seemed enraged, unleashing waves of terrifying pressure, even more potent than before. Boom, boom, boom. Ultimately, the tribulation cloud erupted in a cataclysmic display, as purple divine lightning rained down, striking the karmic fire red Lotus. Yet, the Lotus, with its formidable defenses, remained steadfast, enduring the onslaught of the thunder tribulation without faltering. An oppressive silence fell, indicating that the thunder tribulation was preparing a more fearsome attack. Begone! At that moment, a furious shout resonated, shaking the void, causing the thunder tribulation to tremble, exhibiting signs of collapse. Break! Another resounding declaration followed, as a colossal hand appeared, grasping the tribulation cloud with a forceful grip, shattering it into oblivion. The onlookers were left stunned, with Yuan Jin reflecting that even if he attained the status of a Great Luo golden immortal, he would still suffer severe injuries against such a tribulation cloud. Yet, their master had effortlessly crushed it, revealing the vast chasm in strength between them, a depth beyond comprehension. The disciples, too, stood in awe, marveling at how easily their master had vanquished such a formidable thunder tribulation. All right, everyone, come forth. The Lotus platform retracted as Xuan Yuan called out to them. We pay our respects to the master. Yuan Jin and the others immediately stepped forward. Hee, are you not coming out? Noticing the silence in the valley, Xuan Yuan chuckled, while Yuan Jin and the others exchanged sly smiles, suspecting that the little ones were aware they had stirred up trouble. We pay our respects to the master. Soon after, 3 voices rang out. Each distinct in character. Xuan Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he beheld 3 figures approaching him. First came a girl clad in pale blue, exuding an icy, aloof aura that made her stand out remarkably. Possessing an otherworldly presence, none other than Qizhu. Following her was a boy with a simple, honest visage, unmistakably the embodiment of sincerity. Finally, a little girl with an ethereal aura and bright, affectionate eyes trailed behind, radiating an enchanting charm. All 3 appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, exquisitely refined, particularly the 2 girls, who exuded an extraordinary beauty. Chapter 42. Transmitting skills and bestowing treasures. Upon observing the 3 individuals, Xuan Yuan could not help but chuckle. Initially, the trio appeared as cherubic children, their delicate features evoking affection. However, after enduring the ravages of the Thunder Tribulation, they were now disheveled, their faces smeared with dirt, resembling playful youngsters. Hearing the laughter of their master, the 3 blushed even more, with even the typically aloof Qingzhu's cheeks taking on a rosy hue, rendering her all the more endearing. Witnessing their state, Xuan Yuan stifled his laughter, saying, "All right, you may first cleanse yourselves and then come to the Grand Hall. Yuan Jin, you 3 should join as well." "Yes, master. Yes, my lord." Xuan Yuan stepped ahead, while the 3 disciples hurriedly flew off to wash up. Come in the Grand Hall. Xuan Yuan was seated upon a cushion, with 6 others sitting below him. The water and earth spirits, along with Qingzhu, stood as my disciples. Today, they shall take on their forms and officially join my sect. I shall bestow upon you your Dao titles. Qingzhu, as per our agreement, you shall transform first and take the title of Qing Shuang, becoming the eldest disciple of my Penglai lineage, Earth Spirit. You shall be the second disciple, taking the title of Di Ling, and I will bestow the name epochs upon you. As for the Water Spirit, being the youngest, you will take the title Shui Ling and shall be named Shui Yao, Qing Shuang. Moxin, Shui Yao, pay your respects to your master. The 3 formally bowed to Xuan Yuan. My Penglai sect has few rules, and since you 3 are my only disciples, there is little to adhere to. I trust you will know your own measure, follow your hearts, and fear no one in the vast wilderness. Should anyone provoke you, you may strike them down without hesitation. Though Xuan Yuan did not seek enmity, he held no reservations against eliminating those who were foolish enough to cross him, especially regarding his beloved disciples. My sect possesses the infinite transformation heavenly art, a cultivation technique that encompasses 3 great secret arts, all directly leading to the Dao, the Qing Lian transformation realm, the Di Yin sword technique, and the creation Dao body. You may practice the infinite transformation heavenly art and select one method for focused cultivation, aiming for great achievement. Xuan Yuan allowed them to choose for themselves. Recognizing the complexity of the techniques, it was impossible for them to master them all. Naturally, these methods were prepared specifically for them. "Master, I wish to cultivate the Di Yin sword technique," Qingzhu replied directly, as it was the most suitable for her and aligned with her aspirations. "Indeed, the sword path is most fitting for you. I believe you will discover your own Dao within it, perhaps even surpassing your master. As I do not specialize in swordsmanship, perhaps you can compensate for this shortcoming." With a gentle touch of his fingertip upon Qingzhu's brow, a torrent of information flooded her mind as the teachings were imparted. "Master, what is the creation Dao body?" After this, the Earth Spirit, Moxin, inquired. "The creation Dao body is a body refinement technique I devised, leading down an unconventional path to enlightenment. Though it is not yet perfected, it is nearing completion." "Then, Master, I shall choose this," Moxin responded. Xuan Yuan understood that the Earth Spirit's physique was well suited for cultivating the creation Dao body, and Moxin had naturally arrived at this conclusion. "Master has prepared all these techniques for us and allows us to choose. It must be a trick." The Water Spirit murmured softly. "Oh, does the little Water Spirit no longer wish to learn?" Feigning seriousness, Xuan Yuan teased. No, I want to learn, Master." At this, the Water Spirit grew anxious, her large eyes brimming with moisture, on the verge of tears. "Shui Yao, do not cry. How could your master forget you?" Seeing the Water Spirit in distress, Xuan Yuan felt a headache coming on and hurried to console her. "Master, please impart the techniques to me." The Water Spirit, her face radiant with joy, made it clear that she was merely pretending to be upset, eliciting a resigned smile from Xuan Yuan, who recognized her playful nature. The others, especially the Earth Spirit and Qingzhu, were well aware of the Water Spirit's temperament and took it in stride. Once the teachings were completed, Xuan Yuan waited for them to adjust. Shortly after, the 3 opened their eyes wide in astonishment, clearly overwhelmed by the influx of information. "Now, let us set this aside for the moment. You have all transformed and can begin your cultivation. I can also bestow upon you some protective treasures. Splendid. Finally, Master is giving us treasures. If we possess magical artifacts, the tribulations will not be so arduous. Master, may I have that red lotus? It is simply exquisite. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with delight, knowing that even though Yuan and the others had attained the Great Luo Golden Immortal status, they still lacked magical artifacts, primarily due to a shortage of materials. The water spirit was especially excited, setting her sights on the fiery red lotus, enchanted by its beauty and power. Upon hearing the water spirit's request, Xuan Yuan's expression darkened. Cough, cough. The innate spiritual treasures emerging in the world today are quite scarce, and I do not possess many. Moreover, you are not yet ready to wield them. Without waiting for them to respond, Xuan Yuan swiftly continued, Qingzhu, as you primarily focus on the sword path, while you can condense your spirit into a sword, it is still essential to have a magical artifact in hand for greater power. This is the Jin Xian sword, crafted from the crystal of innate gung metal, reaching the level of a top-grade postnatal treasure. Its attacks are sharp, making it ideal for you. Xuan Yuan produced a long sword. Its blade exquisitely translucent, breathtakingly beautiful, yet exuding an aura of lethal intent, its might astonishing. Thank you, Master, for this treasure. Qingzhu respectfully accepted it, thoroughly enamored. Drawing envious glances from the others. Moxin, this is the Town Heaven Tower. Forged from innate iron ore, combined with your physical prowess, its power is even greater, also a top-grade postnatal treasure. Another item appeared, an ominous 9-tiered pagoda radiating a terrifying aura. Thank you. Master. I will ensure this treasure does not go to waste. Moxin received it with growing excitement. Master, what about mine? Seeing her senior brother and sister each endowed with a magical artifact, the water spirit grew increasingly anxious. Hee, how could I forget you? With a smile, Xuan Yuan produced yet another item. This is the Myriad Phenomena Star Plate. Crafted after the Myriad Phenomena Star Map. It is also a top-grade postnatal treasure, containing an unparalleled great formation. Once refined, it will surely enhance your power. The water spirit eagerly snatched it up, her face beaming with delight. Yuan Jin, He Kong, and Kai Ling, you three are also considered part of my Penglai lineage, though there is no formal master-disciple relationship. Your hard work has not gone unnoticed. Now that you have ascended to the Great Luo, you should also possess magical artifacts. Xuan Yuan was generous with them too. Yuan Jin, this is the soul-capturing bell. Crafted from netherstone, specifically designed to combat souls, it is a top-grade postnatal treasure, perfect for your protection. He Kong, this is the soul-departing claw, also forged from netherstone, a top-grade postnatal treasure. Kai Ling, this is the binding sky silk. Made from the light of the infinite sky, also a top-grade postnatal treasure. These should suffice for your needs. Thank you, my lord. The three were overwhelmed with excitement. A postnatal treasure. They now possessed magical artifacts. Their elation was justified, for in the vast wilderness, such treasures were indeed rare. It is known that while innate treasures are numerous, the ones emerging today are few and often claimed by powerful beings, leaving others with little hope. Even if one acquires a treasure, lacking the strength to protect it means it is as good as lost. Consequently, the remaining option is to seek postnatal treasures, which, while man-made, rival innate treasures in power and are equally formidable, yet remain scarce. The difficulty of crafting treasures lies primarily in the materials. Only good materials can yield artifacts, which are hard to come by. Often monopolized by formidable factions, for an ordinary person, obtaining even a single piece of spiritual material is a blessing. However, it is insufficient for crafting. Thus, only those great powers can acquire more resources for creation. And the consumption is immense. Secondly, there is the issue of strength. Crafting treasures necessitates sufficient power. Typically, those below the golden immortal realm cannot forge postnatal treasures, producing only decent artifacts. Inferior postnatal treasures require golden immortal level strength to create. And success is rare. While only those at the Great Luo golden immortal level can forge top-grade postnatal treasures, the odds of success are pitifully low. So possessing even one top-grade postnatal treasure greatly enhances the foundation of a powerful faction. However, due to the crafting difficulty, only those at the pinnacle of the Great Luo realm can ensure success, and the crafting of supreme-grade treasures is beyond the capabilities of even the Great Luo realm. Thus, it is evident that magical artifacts are hard to come by. Even among the mighty factions in the wilderness, there are few postnatal treasures, only the strongest possess them, which explains Yuan Jin and the others' excitement. You may take these treasures and distribute them among others. Just as everyone thought the distribution was complete, Xuan Yuan tossed out a myriad of magical artifacts, including several postnatal treasures, leaving the three in awe. Thank you, my lord. Your generosity knows no bounds. We are at a loss for how to repay your kindness. The three, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt in gratitude, feeling fortunate to have such a benevolent master. All right, you have all worked hard these years. I shall not shortchange you. You may leave for now. Yes, we take our leave. The three gathered their treasures, understanding that Xuan Yuan had matters to attend to with his disciples and did not linger. Master, you have so many treasures. Please grant your disciple a few more. The trio was astounded by Xuan Yuan's generosity, with the water spirit tugging at him for more magical artifacts. Cough, cough, treasures are but external possessions. Cultivation is the essence. You must not lose sight of what is truly important. Xuan Yuan would not be swayed. Having dispensed so many treasures left him feeling a pang of regret, particularly for the 6 top-grade postnatal treasures. Nearly exhausting his amassed materials, rendering him somewhat impoverished, though, master is so stingy. Xuan made a playful grimace before settling down. Very well. The techniques have been imparted to you, and the spiritual treasures have been granted. From this point onward, you must diligently cultivate. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire of me, for I shall assess your progress in cultivation. Xuan Yuan has already grasped the situations of the 3 individuals. Xuan and Tuliling possess profound foundations. Had it not been for Xuan Yuan's instructions, their transformation would undoubtedly have led them to the realm of golden immortals. Currently, they are merely at the celestial immortal level, but I believe their cultivation will not be unduly slow. As for Qizhu, she is even more resolute, firmly remembering Xuan Yuan's words and fiercely suppressing herself. At present, she has no cultivation level, indicating that she must start anew and comprehend each significant realm. Her unwavering determination is commendable. Truly befitting her name. Xuan Yuan, of course, harbors no excessive concerns for their cultivation. All that needed to be taught has been imparted, and progress in cultivation is merely a matter of time. Chapter 43. A glimpse of 100,000 years since Xuan Yuan's 3 disciples underwent transformation. His life has grown increasingly leisurely. He is no longer in haste to enter seclusion, spending each day imparting teachings to his disciples. Observing the gradual maturation of his 3 students fills Xuan Yuan with deep reflections. He has been here for quite some time, so long that he has nearly forgotten the passage of time. As a true recluse, he is fortunate to have 3 disciples to accompany him, allowing him to experience the warmth of genuine affection, which he cherishes dearly, treating them as his own children. Among the 3 disciples, the eldest, Qingshuang, lives up to her name, cold and stunning as frost, exhibiting an extraordinary aloofness. Aside from her interactions with those around her, she remains consistently frigid. Her talent in the sword path is unparalleled. Despite her modest innate qualities, her immense willpower and wisdom, coupled with Xuan Yuan's guidance, have led to her rapid advancement. Ma Xin, on the other hand, is honest and unassuming, never uttering a word of complaint. Initially, Xuan Yuan worried that his nature would make him susceptible to deceit, but after spending some time together, he cast aside that concern, allowing Ma Xin to recognize the true essence of cunning. He himself was nearly deceived by Ma Xin's exterior. Lastly, the youngest disciple, Shui Yao, is mischievous and charming, adored by all, which has fostered a somewhat unruly disposition, causing chaos wherever she goes. Xuan Yuan was aware of this from the outset, and even suspected that Ma Xin's character was influenced by her antics. Naturally, the 3 disciples hold Xuan Yuan in the highest regard, their admiration evident in their gazes. Thus, 100,000 years swiftly passed out on this day, atop a peak on Penglai Island. A young man and a young woman engaged in fierce combat, their violent auras mingling with sharp sword energies, causing the very space to tremble and dust to fly. The young man, robust in stature and with an ordinary visage that accentuated his sincerity, unleashed a ferocity akin to a primordial beast. A towering structure, radiating a profound and vast energy, bore down upon his opponent. Conversely, the young woman, clad in azure garments, exuded a chilling beauty, her entire being radiating a fierce aura, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, rending the heavens asunder, while her long sword cleaved through space, striking towards the giant tower. After a prolonged bout, neither could claim victory, and they both withdrew simultaneously. The young man spoke. Senior sister, your progress is truly remarkable. The great transformation sword technique is almost perfected. Soon, I shall be no match for you. Junior brother, you are not lacking either. The Dao of creation body is nearing minor success, and even the great transformation sword cannot breach your defenses. The young woman replied coolly, Alas, do not boast. I alone seem to have made no progress. When master returns, it shall be dire for me, interjected a watching girl, her tone tinged with melancholy, her lips pouting in dissatisfaction. Do not fret, junior sister, Master holds you in great esteem and would not truly punish you, the young man reassured her with a hearty smile. Who told you to run wild every day? If you focused on your cultivation, you would have completed your tasks, the coldly beautiful woman remarked, surprisingly engaging in conversation. He, with senior sister and senior brother to shield me, I need not toil so hard. The girl in white chimed, playfully shaking the arm of the coldly beautiful woman, who could only respond with exasperation. These three were none other than Xuan Yuan's treasured disciples, Qing Shuang, Ma Xin, and Shui Yao. Alas, when will Master return? He has been away for quite some time, and I find myself missing him, Shui Yao lamented, shaking her head with a sigh. Who knows? I too am quite bored. One can only hope Master returns swiftly. But given how long he has been gone, he should be back soon, Ma Xin replied. Are you not afraid of Master returning to punish you? Why then do you miss him? Qing Shuang teased. Not at all. I truly miss Master. Shui Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. Could it be that junior sister is longing for the gifts Master brings? You have been persistently pestering him for treasures these past years, Ma Xin laughed, exposing Shui Yao's hidden thoughts. Bad senior brother. It is you who harbors such desires, I suspect. When Master returns, I shall inform him of your intentions towards his treasury. He might just throw you into the Daoming Tower for several millennia. Shui Yao giggled mischievously, her face alight with scheming. No, please, junior sister, do not tell Master. I was wrong, Ma Xin exclaimed, his face paling at the mention of the Daoming Tower, hastily grasping Shui Yao's arm. Enough. You are merely playing around. Master should be returning soon, so let us head back, Qing Shuang remarked, accustomed to the bickering of the two, knowing well that Shui Yao often held the upper hand, as Master favored her while being quite stern with Ma Xin. She could only silently mourn Ma Xin's plight, fully aware of his experiences over the years. Ma Xin held a profound reverence for the Daoming Tower, which Xuan Yuan had specifically established as a place for their trials. It encompassed various challenges, targeting both cultivation and inner demons, as well as combat, truly encompassing a wide array of experiences. Qing Shuang, with her steadfast resolve, feared not these trials, often entering to cultivate diligently. Shui Yao, however, was more cunning, frequently clinging to Xuan Yuan, employing her charms to evade hard work. Though Xuan Yuan recognized her delicate appearance, he was well aware of her cleverness in social interactions, allowing her some leniency. In contrast, he was considerably harsher with Ma Xin, the sole male disciple. He subjected him rigorously to the cultivation of the Tao of creation body, not hesitating to employ radical methods to enhance his speed of advancement, often shattering and reconstructing Ma Xin's physical form repeatedly, subjecting him to relentless torment, leaving Ma Xin with a psychological shadow that made him tremble at the mere mention of the Daoming Tower. Shui Yao complained, Master is truly something else. He has not returned for so long. We have explored every inch of Penglai Island and are utterly bored. I feel I may know this place better than Master himself. Whenever I wish to venture outside, I am thwarted by the island's protective array. Unable to escape. Qing Shuang's cool voice echoed, Stop complaining. Since we cannot leave, we should focus on our cultivation. During this stage, we ought to accumulate as much as we can. The faster we cultivate now, the higher our future achievements will be. Master has emphasized the importance of accumulation and foundation. Otherwise, we would not have transformed so late. As the eldest sister, Qing Shuang naturally took it upon herself to urge them to cultivate, recalling how Master had said that upon his return, they should reach the realm of golden immortals. You only need to enter seclusion once more to break through. Master has promised rewards, she added enticingly, knowing Shui Yao's nature. If there were no benefits, she would lack interest in anything. It was a strategy Master often employed to motivate Shui Yao. Just as the three were preparing to descend for cultivation, they suddenly sensed a wave of energy, indicating someone had entered the array. The three rejoiced, for only Master could enter the great formation. Anyone else would have to breach it first. They hurried to the Dao Palace, where they found Xuan Yuan sitting cross-legged on a mat. Welcome back, Master. We greet you, the three exclaimed, bowing with great joy. The three treasures observed their excited expressions with a sense of comfort. Their disciples were exceedingly filial, and Xuan Yuan missed them dearly. He assessed their cultivation levels and noted that both Qing Shuang and Ma Xin had already reached the realm of golden immortals. Nodding in satisfaction, very good, golden immortal level. It seems you two have not been slacking in your training. To think that in just 100,000 years, you have achieved the golden immortal realm. And all while I was continuously suppressing your progress. Your foundations are remarkably solid. I have said that should you reach the golden immortal level, there would be rewards. This here is a glazed immortal garment, a top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, suitable for protection. It shall be bestowed upon Qing Shuang. And this top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure iron staff is just right for Ma Xin as a weapon. Xuan Yuan declared as he produced the immortal garment and staff. Handing them to the two. Thank you, Master. Both expressed their gratitude, thoroughly pleased with their gifts. Master, a voice filled with urgency called out. Xuan Yuan turned to see his lazy disciple, Shui Yao, who was on the verge of tears. She could overlook other gifts, but upon seeing the immortal garment in her senior sister's hands, her eyes sparkled with longing. It was simply too beautiful. What is it, little linger? Xuan Yuan inquired, having always referred to Shui Yu by that name. Feigning confusion, Qing Shuang and Ma Xin stood by, fully aware that Master was deliberately teasing her. Master, I too desire beautiful clothing. Shui Yao whined, shaking Xuan Yuan's arm, her eyes brimming with moisture. He, what did I say when I left? You are the only one who has not broken through, and I have yet to punish you. Do you still dare to ask for gifts? Xuan Yuan chuckled mischievously. Shui Yao has been working hard. She simply misses Master, which is why she has been unable to focus on her cultivation. Please do not punish me, Shui Yao pleaded, her voice filled with desperation. Upon hearing the impending punishment, Shui Yao felt a surge of panic. However, it was Moxin who could no longer contain himself, while Qing Shuang wore a smile at the corners of her mouth, finding the little junior sister truly adorable. Ha ha ha. All right. This time I shall forego your punishment. As for the celestial robe, it shall be placed with your senior sister for the time being. Once you achieve your breakthrough, you may claim it. Xuan Yuan ceased his teasing. Truly, thank you, Master. I knew you were the best and cherished Shui Yao the most. Senior sister, please let me have a glimpse of the celestial robe. The exuberant and lively Shui Yao clung to Qing Shuang. Not until you reach the golden immortal stage, Qing Shuang firmly replied. Unyielding to her. Please. Oh, dear senior sister, just one glance, please. Shui Yao implored. No. Qing Shuang maintained her stance, leaving Shui Yao sulking in silence. All right, I shall impart the teachings once more, for we must venture out soon. Ah, Master, you are going out again. Would you take us along this time? Upon hearing this, Shui Yao instantly perked up, having long desired an outing, as did Qing Shuang and Moxin, who also felt a surge of longing. It all depends on your performance. Yay, we can go out. When Xuan Yuan did not refuse, Shui Yao leaped for joy, and the other two shared in her delight. Communicating with Penglai, Xuan Yuan announced his intention to expound on the Great Dao. And soon, all the practitioners on the island gathered. Xuan Yuan began his discourse, which spanned several millennia. In the midst of this, Shui Yao successfully broke through to the golden immortal stage, finally catching up. After millennia, Xuan Yuan concluded his teachings, preparing to visit the Star Clan. His previous outing had only been to gather materials for crafting treasures for his disciples, and this time he intended to take them along. For it was time for them to undergo trials. Otherwise, their ignorance of the outside world would hinder their cultivation. Chapter 44. Departure. Having settled matters on the island, Xuan Yuan set forth with his disciples. The vast primordial land had recently weathered a great calamity, with various factions recuperating. Most powerful beings were in seclusion, and ferocious beasts had retreated to their ancestral grounds, ushering in a period of peace. The younger generation emerged, traversing the primordial realm in search of opportunities and challenges, yet all were in pursuit of legendary figures. The tale of the Great Calamity had been passed down through generations. Recounting the earth-shattering battle among the 12 Supremes, where lives were lost in droves, armies clashed, and top-tier powerhouses contended, the celestial battlefield witnessed cataclysmic upheaval, rendering these figures the subjects of admiration for the younger generation. For years, they roamed the primordial realm in pursuit of those mighty beings, witnessing the ebb and flow of history, solidifying their resolve, breaking through their limits, and perhaps even encountering legendary figures to seize unparalleled opportunities. Thus, the descendants of the primordial realm traversed the land, their journeys vibrant and diverse, with myriad clans flourishing, dynasties emerging, and prodigious talents rising, creating a prosperous era. Xuan Yuan intended for his disciples to embark on such journeys, as these experiences would be vital for their growth. Within the Grand Hall, after dismissing others, only a few disciples remained. Observing the three seated before him, Xuan Yuan nodded in satisfaction. They had all reached the golden immortal realm, making them formidable even in the primordial realm. Coupled with their spiritual treasures and secret techniques, they were nearly invincible among those of the same realm, ensuring their safety. Qing Shuang, Moxin, Shui Yao, he addressed them. Disciples present, the three replied respectfully, understanding the gravity of the situation, with Shui Yao ceasing her playful antics. You have achieved the golden immortal realm, granting you the freedom to traverse the primordial realm. I too ventured out when I was a golden immortal. Now, it is your turn. The ascent to realms beyond the golden immortal is not solely reliant on accumulation but also on opportunities. The current primordial realm is a gathering of prodigies. And as disciples of Xuan Yuan Daozun, although your cultivation is still low, you must shine amidst them to carve your path and reach higher realms. With this, Xuan Yuan's demeanor turned serious, imparting pressure to make them aware of the primordial realm's harshness. Yes, we shall not disappoint our master, the three responded solemnly. Based on my estimation, with your strength, as long as no Great Luo appears. Even if you encounter formidable foes, you can escape. If you cannot overcome this challenge, it is a testament to your lack of skill, and I shall not bear the blame for your shortcomings. Xuan Yuan's sternness was justified. Cultivators must rely on themselves. Having embarked on this path, they must navigate it independently, as even Xuan Yuan could not assist them excessively without affecting their cultivation of the supreme Dao heart. Understood. After imparting his advice, Xuan Yuan led them out of Penglai, arriving directly at the shores of the Eastern Sea. This is your starting point and your destination. How far you reach depends solely on your efforts. With that, he departed, leaving the three disciples standing on the ground, gazing around in confusion. Senior sister, I miss master. I miss Penglai Island. Shui Yao lamented to Qing Shuang, her gaze lost in the vastness of the sky. Initially bewildered, Qing Shuang quickly adjusted, understanding that this was the final test bestowed by their master. Come now, Shui Yao, you have longed to be out here, have you not? This is your chance. Moreover, our master has great expectations for us. We must not falter. Qing Shuang empathized with Shui Yao's feelings, yet as the elder sister, she could not show weakness. Indeed, junior sister, master wishes for us to forge our own paths and hone our skills. Did you not express your desire to gain fame in the primordial realm like master? Besides, I hear the primordial realm is replete with spiritual treasures. If we manage to find some and bring them back, master would surely be delighted. Moxin chimed in, wearing a silly grin. Truly, we must hurry. If we find innate spiritual treasures, we would strike gold. Shui Yao's sorrow dissipated, her eyes sparkling with excitement, eager to set off immediately. Observing the two lively spirits, Qing Shuang was left speechless. Moments ago, they were despondent, yet now, they were brimming with enthusiasm. It was no surprise, for they had long coveted Xuan Yuan's treasury, particularly Shui Yao, who had pilfered countless treasures over the years. While Moxin appeared earnest and easily swayed, he had consistently encouraged Shui Yao in her escapades, and though they often faced Xuan Yuan's wrath, they never learned their lesson. He would never be the one to suffer in the primordial realm. All right, enough with the merriment. Let us set forth, Qing Shuang said, dismissing them and starting to walk away. Indeed, we shall search for spiritual treasures and gather rare materials. Master mentioned that those from the major factions must possess numerous collections. Why not seek them out for a few? Shui Yao exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Ha! Splendid. Let us meet those extraordinary prodigies and see what remarkable treasures they possess. I am certain they will not hold back on gifts. Moxin agreed enthusiastically from behind. Then let us depart. Shui Yao waved her hand dramatically, chasing after Qing Shuang, unaware that she was already moving ahead, anticipating the lively encounters awaiting them in the primordial realm. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuan appeared on the Sun Star. Nothing has changed. It remains the same scene. Stepping inside, with Xuan Yuan's current power, unless the Sun Star erupted, it could not harm him in the slightest. He walked directly to the core of the Sun Star. Indeed, the accumulated solar essence over countless years, combined with other resources, was sufficient. Xuan Yuan began extracting vast amounts of solar essence, the vital energy preserved by each star for innumerable years. He intended to gather it. Of course, not all of it, for that would leave the Sun Star energy depleted, affecting its operations. Xuan Yuan aimed to collect the essence of countless stars accumulated over eons to refine his physique. Ascending to the 6th layer, were he to rely on the world's vital energy, he could not predict when it would suffice. Thus, he set his sights on the boundless star fields. The Tying star remained as desolate and cold as ever. Upon entering, Xuan Yuan extracted an immense quantity of Tying essence. However, just as he finished extracting, the Tying energy surged, surrounding him. Such explosive Tying energy, Xuan Yuan dared not resist, retreating rapidly. Dear friend, please hold your hand. I mean no offense, I merely extracted a suitable amount of Tying essence, which will not impact the Tying star. Moreover, I can exchange for spiritual treasures. Even as a supreme being, Xuan Yuan did not dare to act recklessly in the Tying star, which was formed from the eyes of Pangu. Realizing that this place had a master, he hastily explained. Humph, had you dared to disturb the foundations of the Tying star, I would have summoned the might of the entire Tying star to ensnare you. This is merely a lesson. You may leave. A voice resonated from within the Tying star, tinged with annoyance. Xuan Yuan recognized it as the voice of a goddess, just as he had suspected, though the voice was irate. It possessed an ethereal beauty, enchanting within the Tine Star. Dear friend, you are the Tine Yuan Jun. Might I request a meeting to express my apologies for the previous disturbance? I shall no longer be disturbed. I wish to be left in peace, so please depart at once. The ethereal voice echoed once more, melodious and enchanting, leaving Xuan Yuan inexplicably yearning to behold its source. Could it be the so-called entanglement of emotions? Nonsense. He had not even laid eyes on the person, yet he felt this way. Suppressing the tumultuous feelings within, a sudden thought struck Xuan Yuan. This Tine Star is indeed extraordinary. Since I have taken something from my fellow cultivator, it would only be right to offer something in return. Here is a seed of the 12th grade Ihua Honglian, which I present as a token of apology. It seems that my fellow cultivator has encountered difficulties in their cultivation. I, though lacking in talent, possess some understanding of the fusion of Taiyin and Taiyang. You may seek a chaotic spiritual object as a guide to construct the Yin-Yang Taiji chaos, which could facilitate your transformation. I believe there are some chaotic entities within the Tine Star. Perhaps you might give it a try. With that, I take my leave. Wait, the Tine Yuan Jun, entranced by his words, was about to retain him. Yet Xuan Yuan had already departed. Within the palace of the Tine Star, a maiden clad in white, holding a lotus seed, gazed longingly in the direction Xuan Yuan had vanished, rendered speechless for a time. Alas, I have indeed been indebted this time. The goddess, possessing an unparalleled beauty and grace, sighed, causing the heavens and earth to dim. This fellow cultivator possesses formidable strength. Were it not for the power of the Tine Star, I would be no match for him. He is undoubtedly one of the most powerful beings spoken of in the legends of the primordial chaos. I must take the opportunity to express my gratitude on a future occasion. The Taiyin and Taiyang, in harmonious unity, embody the eternal principles of the Great Dao. Yet, I find myself ensnared in a predicament, which today has found resolution. Having departed the Tine Star, Xuan Yuan journeyed towards the Star Clan. Since the cataclysm had subsided, the Star Clan had begun its recovery. Although they had suffered grievously, their foundation remained intact, especially with the presence of the premier innate spiritual root, the starfruit tree. Hastening their resurgence in the aftermath of the calamity, their kin had dwindled, forcing them to relocate to the Big Dipper star domain, leaving the other celestial realms nearly devoid of Star Clan inhabitants. Unlike before when the primordial cosmos was teeming with their presence, and nearly all star domains lay desolate, now, after several 100,000 years of development, the Star Clan had finally regained some vitality. Commencing their journeys across the star realms once more, though not as prosperous as before, it was an improvement nonetheless, observing the diligent members of the Star Clan bustling about the various stars. Xuan Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It is only this uniquely endowed clan that possesses such capabilities, while other powers in the primordial chaos have yet to recover. It seems that the Star Mother has managed her affairs quite well. Chapter 45. Reunion with the Star's 7 kills is out on patrol again. Star Mother must have emerged from her seclusion. Upon reaching the Big Dipper star domain, he happened upon 7 kills leading a grand army on their rounds. I have met the Taoist sovereign. The lady has emerged from her retreat and is currently attending to matters in the Grand Hall. You may enter directly. Seeing Xuan Yuan, 7 kills was equally delighted, for Xuan Yuan had once imparted wisdom to them and regarded the Star Mother as a sister, thereby establishing a familial bond. I have a matter to discuss with Star Mother, so I shall not impede you any longer. Farewell. Safe travels, Taoist sovereign. Only after Xuan Yuan had departed did 7 kills continue on his way. Who was this esteemed figure, so closely related to our Star Mother? A youth among the army inquired. Humph, a bunch of youngsters. Why do you concern yourselves with such matters? Forward, march. 7 kills shot him a glare and issued the command. Hey, Chief, do share some tales with us. You were directly involved in that great battle. Let us witness your splendor. Yes, indeed. Do regale us. Come on. It's not as if you have pressing matters. Entertain us. The crowd clamored, their interest piqued by the stories of the past. Observing the raucous youths, 7 kills felt exasperated. The elders still spoke of their exploits, stirring the enthusiasm of the younger generation. It appeared that if he did not share some tales, they would be rendered idle for the day. When did I, 7 kills, become a storyteller? He mused, self-deprecatingly. Yet, these descendants are the hope of the clan, and the lady values them highly, wishing for them to understand the tribulations of the past to aid their growth. Otherwise, given 7 kills' temperament, it would have been fortunate if he merely refrained from swatting them away. The younger generation is indeed pleasant, especially those who survived the calamity that I should have let greedy wolf lead. He would surely have regaled them with tales. Very well, what do you wish to know? 7 kills relented, and the crowd quickly surrounded him. Tell us of the supreme beings. We have heard they are fearsome and shrouded in mystery. Indeed, my grandfather mentioned he knows little of them. The crowd's curiosity was palpable, their longing for tales of the powerful evident. Fine, I shall share. At the onset of the calamity, Taoist Hong Jun emerged, uniting the forces of the primordial chaos to confront the disaster, thus revealing the existence of the supreme beings. The seven supreme beings preached the Tao of heaven and earth, and they had to join forces to vanquish the ferocious beasts of the primordial chaos. However, the beasts were no trifles. There were four supreme beings among them, and with the demon ancestor Luo Ho and Qing Tian siding with the beasts, a balance was struck. During the calamity, they battled deep within the starry void, a sight of terrifying magnitude. We are unaware of the specifics, but it is known that the primordial side held the advantage, yet an unforeseen event thwarted their annihilation of the beasts. As he recounted this, Seven Kills sighed, filled with regret. What was that unforeseen event? I do not know. You are even less entitled to that knowledge. He shot a glare at the questioner, feeling as though his narrative was being undermined. The speaker shrank back, clearly in awe of Seven Kills. Then, Chief, who were the seven supreme beings? The crowd's curiosity surged. At that time, only the Star Mother attended. After her discourse, everyone learned of their titles, which were bestowed in respect. You have heard of Taoist Hong Jun, I presume? Yes, indeed. Taoist Hong Jun presided over the discourse, followed by Yang Mei Laoxian, Luya Daijin, King Dianzhen, Humping Jixian, Dian Dao Shengzhu, and also Taoist Xuan Yuan. Merely hearing their titles instilled profound reverence. Wait, Taoist Xuan Yuan? Is he the one we just encountered? One exclaimed, and the others turned their attention to Seven Kills. Indeed, Taoist Xuan Yuan visited our star clan long ago. You were not yet born then. Furthermore, he shares a close bond with our star clan and is the sworn brother of the Star Mother. Perhaps some among your elders who survived owe their lives to his assistance. Truly, I had no idea we were acquainted with a supreme being. Then we ought to seek him out. It would surely incite envy among the young talents of other factions. With a clamor of excitement, one of the youths laughed heartily. Bang! Ah! Who hit me? The loud laughter was abruptly silenced with a swift slap. Upon recognizing the culprit, he immediately sobered. Humph, inept fools. Always bullied by the younger generation of other factions. And still dare to act boastfully. After receiving a reprimand from Seven Kills, the group fell silent, well aware that although the Star Clan was recovering rapidly, they lacked exceptional talents compared to other factions, which had long been a source of frustration. Humph, we shall not patrol today. Hurry back. Chief, did you not say we should persist in patrolling the cosmos as it benefits our cultivation? Do you not wish to return and see the esteemed ones you idolize? He shot a glare at the crowd. Indeed. Let us hurry back. I also wish to seek guidance from the Taoist sovereign. Humph, what a sight. Form up. Seven Kills bellowed, and the group swiftly assembled, returning to their clan under his command. Sister, how have you been? I hope I am not intruding today. Upon entering, Xuan Yuan spotted a busy figure within the hall. Unable to suppress a smile, my brother has emerged from seclusion. What a joyous occasion. Someone quickly informed the entire clan to prepare a feast. We have a distinguished guest. Notify the clan elders to also emerge from their retreats. Yes, the Star Mother beamed upon seeing Xuan Yuan. There is no need for such fuss. It has been many years since we last met, and I see you have made great strides in your cultivation. What fuss? The clan is grateful for all you have done to ensure so many survived. It is only fitting that we celebrate. It was merely that you had not shown yourself for so long that they all decided to enter seclusion. Alas, it is well. It is good to have some liveliness. It has been long since I have seen them. In the past, Xuan Yuan had lingered within the Star Clan, teaching for some time and forming bonds with many, yet he was uncertain how many remained. It is a pity that Sister Nuwa, Sister Huang, and Taoist Fushi have not emerged. Otherwise, we could have gathered. The Star Mother expressed her regret. After the calamity, others had entered prolonged seclusions. Huangmu managed the Phoenix clan, while she alone governed the Star Clan, having to address matters before she could enter seclusion to advance. I too was unprepared, which is why I emerged prematurely. I have come seeking your assistance to gather certain items. Xuan Yuan wasted no time. Oh, what items do you wish to collect? The Star Mother inquired. Well, as you likely know, the physical cultivation method I practice consumes significant resources, and I have now reached a bottleneck, necessitating a vast supply of spiritual energy to break through. However, opportunities are nearly non-existent within the primordial chaos, leaving me with no choice but to look to the cosmos. The elder brother is tasked with gathering the essence of the stars, which is certainly understandable, given that the cosmos has accumulated it over countless years. Alas, the cultivation method he practices is indeed formidable, requiring such an immense amount of spiritual energy. while some celestial bodies could be effortlessly retrieved with the capabilities of Xuan Yuan. The need for the celestial clan today underscores the vastness of the demand. However, this is not a daunting endeavor. For others, collecting such resources would be a hassle, but for our celestial clan, born amidst the stars, the task is accomplished with remarkable speed. Only she would dare to boast so boldly. For others, it is indeed a challenging feat furthermore. Just look at this star haul. Xuan Yuan is left speechless. The sheer quantity of star essence crystallized here is staggering. Not to mention the essence of the stars. It seems we must trouble the third sister. It is merely a trifling matter. They are already prepared. Elder brother, please take your seat. Very well, let us proceed. I pay my respects to the Empress. We extend our warmest welcome to the Dao Sovereign. The atmosphere is thick with anticipation as powerful beings emerge from their seclusion, accompanied by many younger generations. Greetings, everyone. It has indeed been a while, one exclaims. Ha ha ha. It is a fortuitous occasion that the Dao Sovereign has graced us with his presence. Today, we shall not return sober. The greedy wolf laughs heartily. Indeed. It has been a long time since we last gathered. The arrival of the Dao Sovereign is a cause for grand celebration, another chimes in. The older generation is filled with exuberance, while the younger crowd is equally exhilarated. Having grown up hearing tales of that great calamity and harboring long-standing admiration for this formidable figure. Now, let us take our seats. Today is a day of joy, so let us revel freely, announces the Star Mother. Oh, splendid. We can finally have some fun, the children exclaim, darting about in delight. The crowd celebrates, sharing tales of the calamity's brutality, recounting the tragic losses of loved ones and the serendipitous survival of others. What troubles you, greedy wolf? You seem rather peculiar, someone observes, noticing greedy wolf's hesitance. With an awkward grin, he remains tongue-tied, causing Xuan Yuan to chuckle helplessly. Come now, greedy wolf, speak your mind. Elder brother will not chastise you. Finally, the Star Mother, unable to contain herself, remarks with amusement, even when faced with their own kin, the three of you uphold such decorum, yet before Xuan Yuan, you transform entirely. It is merely that the younger generation of our clan lacks ambition. For years, they have been bullied by the younger generations of other factions, bringing shame upon our celestial clan. I, Old Wolf, have held my tongue for far too long. Dao Sovereign, please impart some guidance and teach them a lesson. Greedy Wolf chuckles awkwardly, acknowledging their own shortcomings. Others gather around, clearly stirred by the sentiment. Yes, Dao Sovereign, please lend us your wisdom. Let us confront those arrogant prodigies. Dao Sovereign, please teach us. We promise to devote ourselves to learning. A throng of eager younglings implores, recognizing the amiable nature of this elder. Ah, I see what you young ones are after. Very well, since I have little else to occupy my time, I shall stay here for a while. How much you learn will depend on your own efforts. Xuan Yuan concedes, choosing to remain with the celestial clan. Hooray, the Dao Sovereign is truly kind. Ha ha ha. I shall diligently cultivate under the Dao Sovereign's guidance, and one day, we shall triumph over them. Indeed, who fears whom? The young ones shout exuberantly. Shaking her head in amusement, the Star Mother leads Xuan Yuan away to reminisce. Chapter 46. The Fox Clan Grand Assembly. Since the emergence of the Dao, the primordial chaos has settled, and the various clans have enjoyed a period of respite. The Dao Yuo have withdrawn from the world, making even the Tai Golden Immortals a rare sight. The primordial chaos has become a realm for the new generation, with heirs from various clans and factions emerging as prodigies, all vying for supremacy. Among these new talents, fierce rivalries abound, each striving to prove themselves superior. The leading factions have established the celestial and terrestrial rankings. 36 on the celestial list and 72 on the terrestrial list. Representing the celestial and terrestrial powers, those who ascend these lists are extraordinarily gifted, veritable prodigies among geniuses. Notably, the celestial list holds greater prestige, with its competition being fierce, although the terrestrial list is somewhat lesser. The difference is not substantial, as those on the celestial list often ascend from the terrestrial. The 108 individuals represented here rank among the strongest of the new era, for none are willing to be left behind, resulting in fierce contention. Within the new generation, only those with the strength of Tai Golden Immortals can contend for the celestial list. They are not individuals who ascended before the Great Calamity, nor did they participate in it, but rather emerged post-calamity, cultivated by their respective factions. To achieve the Tai Golden Immortal level in such a short span attests to their exceptional talents. Of course, these are but a few. The majority are at the Golden Immortal level, yet they stand as royalty among their peers, often referred to as invincible within their ranks. Among the notable figures is the descendant of the Dragon Clan's ancestral dragon, Long Ju, who, upon appearing in the primordial chaos, had already attained the pinnacle of golden immortal. Later, after provoking a minor faction, he was pursued by a powerful leader at the Tai golden immortal level. Narrowly escaping, after the Yuan meeting, he re-emerged, having ascended to Tai golden immortal, single-handedly invading the territory of his enemies, annihilating that formidable leader, and departing unscathed. Leaving the primordial chaos in shock, there is also Tianyi, a disciple of the Golden Divine Clan, whose divine might is overwhelming, having slain countless foes and earned a formidable reputation. Additionally, there is Qili, a disciple of the Azure Sky, known for his cold demeanor and earth-shattering prowess. Seemingly embodying the essence of his master, the Azure Sky Sovereign, the Phoenix Clan's prodigy, Huang Wu, is an unparalleled beauty, fierce and invincible. Moreover, there is Zhang Xie, the successor of the mixed Ping ancestor, who pursued Qili, engaging in countless battles with no clear victor, subtly continuing his master's legendary confrontations. Countless prodigies have risen to prominence, embarking on their journeys and leaving indelible marks upon the primordial chaos. These young warriors possess extraordinary strength that surpasses even their elder counterparts of the same realm. At this moment, Xuan Yuan is a guest in the Celestial Clan, while his 3 disciples are stirring up a tempest in the primordial chaos, further igniting the already vibrant atmosphere. In a bustling city of the primordial chaos, individuals mill about. Brother, I have heard that the Fox Clan will host a grand trading event in their holy city. Do you possess any treasures worthy of trading there? Inquires a Xian immortal of the Xian bird race. Alas, do not mention it. We mere mortals possess no treasures, much less for an event attended by representatives of major factions. Our status is far too low to gain entry, sighs a black tiger accompanying him. That may not be the case. I have heard that as long as one possesses treasures that meet the standards, entry is granted, and it is assured that no disturbances will occur. It is quite fair. Furthermore, the periphery is open to us lowly cultivators. This trip will simply be an opportunity to broaden our horizons, the Xian bird explains. I share the same sentiment. While we do not expect treasures, we may find some items we require, the black tiger muses. The Fox Clan is indeed remarkable. They lack any extraordinary traits compared to the great clans, yet they can host such a grand event without fear of disruption, truly mysterious. The Xian bird reflects. Indeed, just look at the alluring women of the Fox Clan. Yet, no one dares to harbor ill intentions towards them. To navigate so adeptly among such powerful factions is no small feat for the Fox Clan. The black tiger observes while gazing at the fox maidens in the city. Shoo, I have heard that the Fox Clan has a connection to a powerful being who protects them. It is said that this being has nearly reached the level of supreme strength, instilling great fear in the major factions, who do not wish to provoke them. The Xian bird whispers mysteriously. Oh, such a secret. Might you share more, my friend? The black tiger inquires, intrigued. Hee, I have merely heard rumors. It is said that a powerful clan under the Dragon Clan coveted these maidens and attempted to capture them, only to be slain by a mysterious strongman. This incident prompted the ancestral dragon to intervene personally, ultimately warning his kin not to meddle with the Fox Clan. When that warning was issued, the primordial chaos quaked. The Xian bird recounts with pride. Subsequently, the Fox Clan has held a trading event every 10 yuan meetings in this holy city, where a powerful figure from the Golden Divine Clan also set his sights on them. However, that being intervened and engaged in a confrontation with the elder of the Golden Divine Clan. The outcome remains unknown, and thus the Fox Clan appears even more enigmatic, with no one daring to provoke them. Such tales are indeed terrifying, the black tiger exclaims. Hee, I have also heard that this mysterious strongman is a woman. Perhaps she is the one. Which one? Hiss, could it be? Before the black tiger can finish, the Xian bird quickly covers his mouth. What are you doing? You dare speak her name? Ah, I would not dare. Thank you for the revelation, my friend. Let us depart. If we delay, there will be nothing of value left. Indeed. The two hasten their pace and soon vanish from sight. Just as they disappear, a petite figure suddenly appears behind them. Her large, watery eyes fixed on the direction they left, gently biting her finger and displaying a look of inner turmoil, exuding a charming innocence. Oh, should I go and see? They say it will be lively and fun. However, I must wait for treasures to emerge in that other place. If I miss it, it would be a great loss. Yet, there should be many treasures at the trading event, if I could obtain just one. That would be splendid. Oh dear, what a dilemma. If only my senior sister and brother were here, the 3 of us could seize the opportunity. Then we would surely prosper. After much inner turmoil, the young maiden exclaimed in frustration. If anyone were to overhear this, they might very well think me mad. daring to disrupt the domain of the Fox clan. Having come to a resolution, she decided that the coveted treasure would not be emerging anytime soon and thus would first visit the trading fair. With determination, the maiden made her way into the city. This maiden was none other than Shui Yao. The reason she ventured alone was that, although the three had initially traveled together without incident, Qing Shuang sensed that such companionship was not conducive to her cultivation of the sword path. Thus, she proposed to journey alone, a suggestion that the others readily agreed to, and they set a time to reunite at Mount Buzhou. Each embarking on their own paths, Shui Yao wandered joyfully, encountering no troubles along the way. Not long ago, she had discovered a treasure within a mountain range, and it was on the verge of emerging. Patiently, she awaited this moment, and today, she sought to gather recent news of the primordial world. Unexpectedly, she overheard a conversation that stirred her heart. Torn between the imminent emergence of the treasure and the once-in-a-million-years fair, she found herself in a quandary before finally making a decision. The Fox clan, known for their lack of combat prowess yet remarkable intelligence and beauty, are celestial beings who abhor conflict. It seems paradoxical that such a unique race could survive in the brutal world of the primordial realm. Yet with the aid of noble patrons, they have managed to establish themselves within it. The royal city of the Fox clan, known as Xianhu City, is their sacred ground, situated in the eastern expanse of the primordial world. Near the eastern Sea.it is often referred to as the City of Peace by various beings, a haven with an unparalleled environment devoid of strife, where all beings may enter but cannot linger too long without recognition. As it is the Fox clan's domain, since the inception of the trading fair, Xianhu City has transformed into a paradise for the beings of the primordial realm, showcasing rare treasures and myriad enchanting legends. Consequently, the city flourished, attracting the envy of various factions, yet none dared to covet it due to the intimidating presence of a mysterious powerful figure. This magnificent holy city can accommodate billions of beings. And today it was particularly lively, teeming with life as various entities traversed its streets. The outskirts were bustling with activity, primarily frequented by low-level cultivators, while the middle tier was reserved for the trading of rare spiritual materials. Attracting those of higher cultivation, the upper tier, hosting the auction, required sufficient credentials to enter, such as possessing a VIP card or offering treasures for auction, with no restrictions on cultivation level, provided the treasures met certain standards. Within Xianhu City, flying was strictly prohibited. Those who defied this rule would find themselves ensnared by the city's defensive formations. There have been instances where a Deluo-level expert disregarded the regulations and was promptly reduced to mere fragments by the surrounding lethal arrays, thus instilling a sense of order among all. Come and see. Premium iron, or, perfect for forging treasures. 10,000-year-old spirit fungus, seeking to exchange for a spiritual treasure. Superior-grade artifacts, trading for healing elixirs. The crowd bustled, a cacophony of voices, featuring a myriad of beings, burly barbarians, green-haired entities, long-tailed creatures, and beings with 3 eyes, each more peculiar than the last, captivating Shui Yao's attention. Each being here had assumed a primordial humanoid form, minimizing their size to around 7 or 8 zhang in height to navigate the crowd without hindrance or causing discomfort to others. Having spent some time in the primordial realm, Shui Yao had witnessed lively scenes before, yet the vibrancy of today filled her with unparalleled joy as she marveled at the spectacle. This outer layer was abuzz with activity, where beings from various races exchanged goods. While Shui Yao held little interest in the wares, she relished the lively atmosphere, even trading for a few trinkets she fancied. After some time, she reluctantly departed, making her way toward the middle tier. Chapter 47. The secret treasure exchange. The ambience of the middle tier was considerably quieter. Before Shui Yao lay a broad, flat path approximately 5 meters wide, lined with simple stalls on the inner side, separated by sturdy metallic walls. Each stall displayed dozens, if not hundreds, of various items, with stall owners eagerly beckoning to potential customers. After perusing several stalls, Shui Yao found only mediocre spiritual materials, leaving her somewhat disheartened. In truth, the items here were already quite precious, suitable for those at the golden immortal level and above. After visiting about 10 stalls, she was suddenly captivated by a sign hanging at one stall. Her eyes sparkling with intrigue, the sign proclaimed mysterious exotic treasures. Exotic treasures are those whose grade cannot be discerned, relying entirely on luck. A fortunate soul might uncover something of immense value, while another might find naught but worthless trinkets. Shui Yao, intrigued, pushed her way to the front of the stall, where she beheld 7 or 8 items floating above, a few broken swords, a jade talisman, and unrefined ores, all shrouded in mystery. each ensnared by layers of restrictions that obscured their true nature. Exuding an ancient aura of timelessness, these items could potentially be celestial treasures or remnants left behind by powerful beings, their restrictions difficult to unravel without risking damage. For those lacking deep knowledge of formations and weaker in power, it truly relied on luck. However, this posed no challenge for Xuan Yuan, who had chosen a path deeply rooted in the study of formations. Even Xuan Yuan had marveled at her prodigious talent. Effortlessly discerning even moderately complex arrays, with a glimmer of violet light emanating from her eyes, Xuan Yuan noticed that several of the items bore damages, and the restrictions had begun to falter. She immediately discerned the authenticity of a few treasures. The 3 broken swords, though appearing ancient and emanating a faint pressure, were made from materials of little value. Their formidable aura likely stemmed from the traces of powerful blood or essence absorbed during a great conflict. Possibly remnants from a catastrophic battle. The most precious item was undoubtedly the unassuming jade talisman, which revealed no discernible marks yet exuded an air of ancient history, perhaps a relic of some long-lost heritage. Or a seal containing something of significance from a bygone era, while others might be oblivious to its value. Xuan Yuan surmised that to unravel its secrets would require a thorough and dedicated effort. The stall owner, however, possessed discernment. He had priced the jade talisman the highest, causing many to overlook it due to its exorbitant cost. As for the unrefined ores, they were freshly mined, still radiating the essence of the earth. Xuan Yuan assessed the situation, her face lighting up with excitement. What splendid fortune! I've stumbled upon something remarkable, she thought with glee. Oh, how I relish this. Especially after that fool Moxin pilfered my collected spiritual items before departing. Humph, when we next meet, I shall make him rue the day. With a disdainful thought toward her greedy second senior brother, Xuan Yuan approached the stall owner. The proprietor was an elderly man, his complexion somewhat sallow. Exuding an air of repressed energy, Xuan Yuan was taken aback, realizing that this place indeed harbored hidden talents. Without a certain level of skill, how could one procure such exotic items? The old man appeared unfazed as a well-dressed young man haggled with him. Yet the elder showed no interest. Buy it if you wish, or don't. The price remains unchanged, he retorted coolly, closing his eyes. In the primordial realm, a form of currency had emerged, known as celestial spirit crystals. Concentrated innate spiritual energy. Usable for cultivation, they were categorized into 4 grades: inferior, middle, superior, and premium, with the latter still holding value for golden immortals, while premium-grade crystals could even be used by Tai golden immortals. Nonetheless, bartering remained the most common practice. Each sword was priced at 100,000 superior spirit crystals, an entire fortune for an ordinary golden immortal. The jade talisman, however, was even more staggering at 100 million premium spirit crystals. A sum beyond the means of most Tai golden immortals if it were a worthless item. The 3 pieces of, or were valued at 50,000 superior spirit crystals each, making them the most valuable items left at the stall. As others had already been sold, leaving only the precious few behind, attracting onlookers eager to see who would dare to make a purchase, the young man remained calm, insisting on 3,000 spirit crystals, persistently arguing with the stall owner. Yet, the old man remained unmoved. My friend, consider this. The broken swords are damaged and sealed. My offer is already quite reasonable, especially since no one else seems interested. You must understand that I'm taking a considerable risk here. Furthermore, whether I can even break the seal on this sword remains uncertain. What if I fail? That would lead to substantial losses for me. You mean these were left behind by a powerful being from the first great catastrophe? The blood of golden immortal level beasts stains them. The young man countered, his tone steady. No wonder the price is set so high. Came a murmur from the crowd. Indeed, the pressure they emit is quite formidable. If one were to uncover the secrets contained within, they might stumble upon a great opportunity. Listening to the words of the elder, no one harbored doubts, for they all knew that this enigmatic old man held a significant position in Xuanhu City, stirring the hearts of the crowd. Upon hearing the elder's remark, the young man in splendid attire visibly felt a stir of interest. After all, fortune favored those who ventured into gambling, and striking it rich could lead to invaluable treasures. Observing the expressions of those around him, it was evident that someone would soon make a move. After a few moments of silence, the young man gritted his teeth and seized one of the broken swords with determination, declaring, I will buy it. I refuse to believe my luck is this poor. Even if I cannot uncover its secrets, the material itself can be reforged into a fine sword. With that, he handed over a spirit crystal and turned to leave, although the onlookers were intrigued. The exorbitant prices of the items at this stall deterred many from inquiring further. After witnessing the young man purchase a broken sword, Two individuals could no longer restrain themselves and soon made offers to acquire the remaining two swords. What remained were the jade talismans and ores, prompting the crowd's gaze to shift towards the ores, as the jade talismans were far too costly for most to afford. Elder, what distinguishes these ores? Could you share some insights? Finally, Shui Yao stepped forward, her large eyes blinking innocently as she addressed the elder. Upon the appearance of such a charming and lovely girl, the crowd parted, offering warm smiles. Clearly enchanted by Shui Yao's delightful demeanor. Hee, little fairy has come to try her luck, but success is not guaranteed, the elder replied, revealing a rare smile as he spoke gently. Hee, that may not be the case. This fairy possesses innate beauty and unparalleled luck. If I discover a treasure, you must not go back on your word, Shui Yao boasted, eliciting friendly laughter from the onlookers. Ha ha ha, my reputation is indeed reliable. Little fairy, choose whichever you fancy, the elder chuckled, clearly fond of Shui Yao. The purchase of these ores came with regulations. They had to be cut open on the spot to satisfy both the stall owner and the spectators. Otherwise, Shui Yao would have simply paid and taken her leave. These ores had just been unearthed from deep underground, and given their age, they were likely to nurture spiritual treasures, though the odds were slim. It was known that while these ores lay buried, some contained precious gems, albeit in rare instances. The elder casually took out a few pieces to demonstrate, admitting, I do not have much knowledge about these. So it's all up to luck. Hearing the elder's explanation, the crowd couldn't help but feel disappointed, as there was no useful information to be gleaned. Then I shall take these 3 pieces, they are bound to yield treasures. Shui Yao declared, unconcerned, as she selected her preferred 3 ores. Wait, just as Shui Yao was about to hand over the spirit crystal, a voice called out, capturing everyone's attention. A young man in black, his gaze sinister, scrutinized Shui Yao from head to toe, causing her brows to furrow in displeasure. Beside him stood an elderly man in yellow robes, and it was he who had spoken earlier, recognizing that they had powerful backing. The crowd hastily made way for them. I would like to know how much spirit crystal these 3 ores cost, he said coldly, further irritating Shui Yao, while the stall owner also wore a stern expression, unwilling to allow any disruption. I selected these first. If you want them, look elsewhere, Shui Yao retorted defiantly. Hee, although you picked them, you haven't paid yet, so they aren't yours. Be wise and step aside, or else. The young man sneered ominously. Or else what? Shui Yao had never been threatened like this before. Her temper flared, and had it not been for the rules in place, she would have drawn her weapon already. The elderly man snorted. An overwhelming aura pressing down on Shui Yao, leaving her with no choice but to comply. You're courting death. Suddenly, the stall owner unleashed a terrifying force that shattered the pressure from the yellow-robed elder. The elderly man, caught off guard by this powerful figure's intervention, spat blood and staggered back. Uncle Ming, the young man in black exclaimed in shock, rushing to support him. Daring to act here? Do you believe I won't eliminate you? Forgive us, esteemed elder. We were in the wrong. We humbly request your mercy, the young man in black quickly pleaded, clearly realizing the formidable nature of his opponent. I will let you off this time. Should there be a next, I will not show mercy, the stall owner stated, aware that the other party had not truly attacked, otherwise, they would have been annihilated. Yes, we shall take our leave, the young man hurriedly assisted the yellow-robed elder, casting a dark glare at Shui Yao before disappearing into the crowd. Chapter 48. Treasures within the stone. Just 2 fools, causing a scare for the little fairy, the stall owner chuckled at Shui Yao, as if he had not just intervened. Indeed, Grandpa is truly remarkable. I am not afraid of them, Shui Yao responded cheerfully, not wishing to reveal her own capabilities, while feeling quite fond of the elder. Ha, then let the little fairy open the stones. I am eager to witness what treasures lie within, the elder remarked, having recognized the extraordinary nature of the little girl, suspecting she might have already discerned the secrets within the stones. However, he would not retract his offer, as he was not of a nefarious disposition. In the distance, the young man and the yellow-robed elder wore grim expressions. Uncle Ming, are you certain those ores contain treasures? The young man inquired. Indeed, I was right behind that girl and could sense her using secret arts to probe. I am particularly sensitive to such abilities, so I doubt I am mistaken, the elder affirmed. It turned out they were unaware of the secrets of those ores, but upon witnessing Shui Yao's ability to use secret arts to investigate the ores, they became envious, once Shui Yao made her selection. They planned to act first and issue threats. However, they had not anticipated the stall owner's formidable strength, which nearly led to their downfall. We may be powerless within the city, but once we are outside, we shall have the final say, the young man seethed. Young master, do you intend to rob her? Indeed, if we do so, the treasures will be ours. Hee. And that girl is rather lovely as well. It would be quite delightful. He grinned wickedly. Yes, that is certainly feasible, but we must venture further from the city. The elder nodded, acknowledging the young man's malicious intent, as they had engaged in similar deeds before. However, we must first check the auction house. There are items we require, as instructed by the clan leader. Understood, Uncle Ming. Let us proceed inside, the young man replied, and the two entered the auction hall. Meanwhile, Shui Yao was preparing to open the stones, handing one to the stall owner, clearly indicating it was time for him to act. Hee, the elder shall begin. Should no treasures emerge, do not blame me. The elder smiled faintly. Hee, that will not happen. Please, Grandpa, go ahead, Shui Yao urged, her bright eyes fixed eagerly on the elder's actions. With a swift motion, the ores rapidly diminished in size until only a fist-sized piece remained. What is this? As the final layer of stone was scraped away, a dazzling light erupted, causing the onlookers to shield their eyes. Xian Shui Dao stone. It is actually this treasure, the elder exclaimed in disbelief. What? It is truly the Xian Shui Dao stone. A collective gasp arose. Such a treasure of water. What incredible fortune. A true treasure. If obtained, then, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, their eyes gleaming with desire, wishing fervently that it were theirs, but none dared to act against the stall owner's formidable presence. Hee, little fairy, your luck is truly exceptional. Having acquired such a treasure, the elder chuckled, handing the Xian Shui Dao stone to Shui Yao. Thank you, Grandpa, Shui Yao exclaimed joyfully, her smile radiant, thoroughly delighted. The Xian Shui Dao stone, encapsulating the laws of water within the universe, was a coveted treasure for those who practiced water-based cultivation, enabling one to comprehend the laws of nature and significantly accelerate their training. That it could also be used to refine water-based essence, aiding one in reaching the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. This treasure was so alluring that even Tai Golden Immortals would covet it. As Shui Yao was born of water, she would be able to maximize its potential. And it was her very first significant treasure, making her overjoyed. Having only recently arrived in the wilderness, this was the most precious find she had encountered thus far, and it was this very treasure that had drawn her to make the purchase. Continue, Grandpa. Hurry and open the next one. Shui Yao, brimming with excitement, urged the elder. Very well. The elder, though astonished, had cultivated for many years and maintained a steady mindset. He was curious to see what treasures the next two ores would yield. After a flurry of activity, the second piece revealed itself to be a fist-sized piece of black demon copper. Black demon copper, a primordial spiritual material, the supreme substance for refining weapons, the elder marveled, surprised to discover yet another treasure, chuckling as he handed it to Shui Yao. The surrounding crowd was even more electrified. Having never expected to witness two treasures in a single day, they eagerly scrutinized the remaining ores, hoping to achieve similar fortunes. What is this? As the final piece was opened, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, his face flushed with excitement. Earth Milk Spirit Mushroom, is it truly this? He shouted, losing his composure. Another treasure has emerged. How enviable. The crowd had grown accustomed to the unusual, yet the sight of the elder in such a state of agitation piqued their curiosity. It is worth noting that the three treasures were of fundamentally similar quality. The elder had not exhibited such demeanor towards the first two. Yet here he was, behaving in such a manner. Elder, is something troubling you? Shui Yao inquired, her gaze fixed on the elder, apprehensive that he might suddenly seize her precious possession. Shui Yao held her treasures in high regard. Should this old man dare to deny her, despite her fondness for him, she would not hesitate to act. Ahem. The elder, realizing he had lost his composure, spoke eagerly. Little fairy, might I inquire if this earth milk lingji could be exchanged? Feel free to name your price, or if there is something else you desire, the old Taoist will gladly oblige. The elder spoke with urgency. This elder had reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, standing just a step away from ascending to the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. However, his aspirations had remained unfulfilled for many years due to the inner demons that had arisen during his breakthrough. Though he had managed to overcome them, the resulting damage to his Dao remained. Do not underestimate this seemingly trivial injury. If it could not be healed, he would never transcend to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. For countless years, the elder had contemplated various solutions, all in vain, unless a supreme being intervened or he discovered an unparalleled sacred medicine. Thus, when he encountered such an opportunity today, how could he not feel exhilarated? This represented a chance to heal his Dao injury, to break through to Great Luo, and to advance to higher realms. He would go to any lengths to obtain it. Had it been anyone else, they might have resorted to forceful means to seize it, yet the elder remained remarkably good-natured. Do you truly require it? Elder, Shui Yao understood. If the elder were not in urgent need, he would not have acted this way. After all, he had shown no inclination to seize anything earlier. Indeed, that is the case. I hope my young friend can assist me, the elder remarked, noting Shui Yao's amiable disposition and addressing her as young friend. Well, it is not entirely out of the question. You mentioned that anything could be exchanged, correct? Then I shall claim this jade talisman, Shui Yao said with a glint in her eye, setting her sights on the most precious item. Ah, my young friend possesses discerning taste, the elder replied, his eyelids twitching at Shui Yao's straightforwardness, although the elder could not discern the true nature of the jade talisman. The fact that even his spiritual sense could not penetrate it assured him that it was indeed a supreme treasure. Hence, he had set such a lofty price for it. Even for a Luo golden immortal, few would dare to offer such a high price. However, for the sake of his future, the elder reluctantly relinquished the talisman, closing his eyes to avoid the regret that might well up within him. Thank you, elder. This Lingji is now yours. Shui Yao hastily accepted it, for now was not the time for further examination. The elder, having secured the earth milk Lingji, no longer felt regret. After all, the prospect of his own breakthrough outweighed any treasure. Shui Yao had long coveted the mysterious jade talisman, yet its exorbitant price had previously deterred her from pursuing it. Thus, she had abandoned the thought, never expecting fortune to smile upon her so easily. Her heart swelled with joy. Are you here to attend the auction? It begins in 3 hours. You may proceed, and should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek out the old Taoist. In this city, I still hold a modicum of respect, the elder said, his burdens lifted, now displaying a friendly demeanor towards Shui Yao. Really? Then I must make haste. Farewell, elder. With that, Shui Yao wasted no more time, her anticipation for the prestigious auction rising as she left the place with a buoyant spirit. Elder, time is of the essence. Please return and make the necessary arrangements. Once the crowd dispersed, the elder gazed in the direction Shui Yao had departed for a prolonged moment in silence. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful fox girl approached him, speaking with a respectful tone. Has the clan leader made the preparations? The elder inquired casually. Yes, the clan leader has instructed me to inform you to return and oversee matters, to prevent any disruptions, she replied. Humph, who would dare cause trouble? Those young prodigies? Even their elders would show utmost respect, the elder retorted with pride, for this was indeed the territory of the Fox clan, where no one would dare to act recklessly. By the way, have all the young talents arrived? The elder organized his belongings as he walked alongside the Fox girl towards the innermost area. The young elites from the Starry clan, the Phoenix clan, the Dragon clan, the Golden Divine clan, and the Xuan Yuan clan, among others, had all come. As for the rest, he paid them little heed. Upon hearing this, the elder paused, his expression growing serious. I did not anticipate so many formidable individuals attending. Indeed, the items up for auction are exceedingly rare, drawing nearly all the powerful factions of the Hong Wang. The girl sighed lightly. Do not fret. They will not create chaos. As for the Starry clan and the Phoenix clan, they must be well looked after, for these two clans maintain close ties with the matriarch, and we cannot allow them to come to harm, he instructed, recalling the clan leader's orders. Elder, is there something amiss with that young girl? You seem to regard her with significant attention, the fox girl asked, puzzled, having witnessed the earlier exchange. She is merely a charming little girl. However, perhaps it is merely my imagination. I sensed a familiar aura, yet no recollection accompanies it. Such a young age, yet she has already attained the golden immortal realm. Truly remarkable talent. Perhaps she is a disciple nurtured by some powerful faction. She is not to be underestimated. Despite appearing as a mere early golden immortal, she exudes a substantial aura of laws, indicating a solid foundation. She may very well be another talent to grace the heavenly rankings. Elder, are you jesting? Could she possess such innate talent? The fox girl was taken aback, astonished by the elder's evaluation. Enough of that. Focus on preparing for the auction, he concluded. Understood, elder. Chapter 49. The Enchanting Fox Clan Maiden as the Sacred City of the Fox Clan. Xuanhu City naturally commanded unparalleled authority, and it could be said to be the true first city within the Hong Wang that embraced all beings. In contrast to the sacred grounds of other factions, which merely served as the supreme embodiment of their respective forces. Xuanhu City welcomed all beings from the Hong Wang, providing housing and a sense of belonging that set it apart from other cities. The sacred city was almost a world unto itself, adorned with splendor and prosperity. Towering and magnificent, the entire city boasted a grandiose atmosphere, with palatial structures and classical architecture standing in harmonious succession. Meticulously planned, it featured resplendent golden palaces alongside time-honored buildings, all safeguarded by formidable formations. At the heart of the city stood the moon-viewing tower, the tallest structure, reaching for the heavens, and the designated venue for the auction, although the auction had yet to commence and the venue remained closed. The lower levels were designated for receiving guests. As the hosts, the Fox clan arranged for hospitality, with beautiful fox maidens weaving through the layers, serving food and drink while ushering esteemed guests to their seats. Upon catching sight of the moon-viewing tower, Xuan Yuan felt her heart race with excitement, for its grandeur was beyond anything she had ever witnessed. Presenting a treasured item for auction, she promptly acquired a VIP pass granting her entry. This pass served as a ticket, with ordinary passes, VIP passes, and supreme passes available. Only those of exceptional status could possess the latter, curiously surveying her surroundings. Xuan Yuan felt her journey had not been in vain as she made her way toward the VIP room. The VIP rooms encircled the central auction space, designated for guests of intermediate status, with 36 seats reserved for those of higher standing, clearly surpassing the VIP rooms. While the remaining seats were ordinary and unremarked upon. Ding ding ding, the sound of a bell echoed, signaling the arrival of the appointed time. I am the enchanting maiden of the Fox clan, welcoming all of you here. Please take your seats. We shall soon commence the proceedings. A voice, sultry and captivating, resonated through the hall as an unparalleled beauty graced the stage, performing a slight bow to the guests. With every smile and gesture, she captivated the audience, leaving nearly everyone entranced. A hush fell over the venue upon her appearance, only to be followed by a wave of excitement. This is the enchanting clan leader. Truly, her beauty is unrivaled in the Hong Wang. How stunning. I feel as if my very soul has been ensnared. The Fox clan leader is indeed as magnificent as the legends proclaim. A cacophony of voices erupted, with some still dazed, displaying foolish expressions. Esteemed guests, since you have arrived, please take your seats. The enchanting maiden flashed a smile toward the audience. Someone important has arrived. Could it be those seated in the front row? Which renowned figures from the heavenly rankings have graced us with their presence? I can hardly contain my anticipation. The crowd's eyes sparkled as they gazed at the 36 seats, clearly reserved for the young prodigies of the next generation. Giggling, a voice chimed, "Sister Enchantress, I have come to support you." A fiery red figure emerged beside the enchanting maiden. It is the Phoenix clan's Huang Wu. The first to arrive. I heard she shares a close bond with the Enchantress, the crowd remarked. Now that she is here, I wonder about the others. Their eyes gleamed with excitement. Sister, your attendance brings me joy. Please, take a seat. The two stunning figures stood side by side, a visual delight. Upon the matriarch's invitation, I naturally had to attend, yet I did not expect Huang Wu to arrive first. Another figure emerged. A dashing young man whose eyes sparkled like the vast cosmos. It was Xing Yu of the Starry clan, rumored to be evenly matched with Tian Yi of the Golden Divine clan. With a resounding boom, before anyone could voice their opinions, a dozen terrifying pressures erupted simultaneously. Those with insufficient cultivation within the venue were nearly forced to the ground, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Esteemed guests, please take your seats. The elegant lady chuckled lightly, her gentle aura dissipating the various pressures, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief and avoid embarrassment. Hiss, the Dragon clan, the Xuanwu clan, the White Tiger clan, and other prominent factions had all arrived, along with their formidable disciples. Truly a congregation of prodigies. Upon recognizing the newcomers, astonishment washed over the crowd. Among the dozen individuals stood both men and women, each exuding an unfathomable aura, incomparable even to those at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. The prodigies, witnessing the lady effortlessly neutralizing the oppressive energies they emitted, exchanged glances, furrowing their brows. They had underestimated this clan leader. Out of the 36 seats, a small portion remained empty. Noticing that everyone had taken their seats, the lady nodded slightly, signaling to her subordinates that they could commence. Since everyone is here, I shall lift the seal. She indicated to the assembly. Following this, the lady and her clan members began to chant incantations, their hands forming intricate seals. Instantly, a profound and mysterious aura spread, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars emanating from the heavens. The lady's white palace gown billowed in the wind, as if she were ascending into the skies, standing majestically in the void above. Above her head, a river of fortune flowed through the heavens and earth. Vast and imposing, ultimately coalescing into a colossal nine-tailed Xuanhu. This manifestation of the Fox clan's fortune represented the collective power of the entire spirit clan, imbued with unparalleled might, the nine-tailed Xuanhu. seemingly resurrected, moved with extraordinary grace, emanating terrifying waves of energy as it softly chanted. With each seal and incantation uttered by the lady, the Xuan Hu flickered, giving rise to numerous black spatial rifts. At that moment, the lady resembled a celestial goddess descending from the heavens, her eyes shimmering with wisdom, her aura intensifying. By the laws of heaven and earth, I call upon the fox ancestor to lift the seal and gather our fortunes, she proclaimed with a booming voice, causing the surroundings to tremble as an abundance of spiritual energy surged toward her. The lady's expression grew serious as her aura erupted forth, her eyes shining with brilliance. The nine-tailed Xuan Hu, now more solidified, nearly took form, truly worthy of being a clan leader. Her fortunes were profound, and her strength was formidable. It seemed she was on the verge of a breakthrough. The young master of the White Tiger clan, Hupa, a rare talent among the younger generation, radiated an aura of killing intent, fixated on the lady in the air with a fierce battle spirit. Having walked the vast wilderness and battled countless heroes, he had forged his reputation with the blood of innumerable prodigies, determined to contend with the greatest of them all. Terrifying, but merely a step ahead of us. We shall soon catch up, Longju declared proudly. Chili remained silent, seemingly unconcerned, while others harbored their own thoughts. Indeed, Sister Nugio possesses great fortune, having taken the lead, Huang Wu sighed. No matter, we shall soon reach this realm as well. There's no rush, Xing Yi smiled. Calm and collected. Originally, Nugio was a figure from before the Great Calamity, yet she had merely entered the golden immortal realm at that time, lacking any remarkable attributes among the myriad of mighty beings. Logically, this minor golden immortal should have been mere cannon fodder during the Great Calamity. Even if she had not participated, the Calamity's aura would have tainted her, clouding her intellect, and ultimately leading to her demise. However, with the protection of powerful allies, the Fox clan managed to evade the war, finding a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. After the calamity, a significant opportunity for cultivation arose, and Nugio seized it, advancing rapidly to the Tai golden immortal realm within just a few 100,000 years, standing shoulder to shoulder with the surviving mighty beings. Thus, the Fox clan truly established itself within the wilderness, developing swiftly under the protection of mysterious powers, commanding respect and fear. Nugio, with her extraordinary talent and rapid cultivation speed, had reached an unfathomable level by today. Some speculated that she could rival those on the celestial rankings, while many understood that she had far surpassed those prodigies, as they had only recently broken through to the Tai golden immortal realm, still needing time to accumulate their foundation. Consequently, Nugio found herself straddling the line between two generations, leaning towards the latter. This was also the reason the heavenly rankings did not acknowledge her. However, the strength Nugio displayed this time was truly astonishing, as she had reached the threshold of half a step into the Great Luo realm, poised for a breakthrough with another seclusion, clearly leaving others far behind. Naturally, as a clan leader, she had already gained an advantage. The fortunes of her clan propelled her cultivation at an accelerated pace. Fortune represented the blessings of heaven and earth upon a clan, denoting its prosperity. With the Xuan Hu city gathering the energies of heaven and earth, the speed of cultivation was remarkable, especially during each auction, which marked the pinnacle of the Fox clan's fortunes. This time, Nugio was clearly utilizing this opportunity to comprehend her realm and seek a breakthrough, which she evidently achieved. Once everything was complete, Nugio's figure appeared on the high platform, her countenance filled with joy. She was finally ready to break through. From this point forward, the Fox clan would truly become a great clan, even without reaching the status of the Dragon clan and other top powers. Having a Great Luo golden immortal to preside over them would amplify their might. Elders, the ritual has been completed. Let us open the heavenly platform. A voice of authority resonated. The elders of the Fox clan, not daring to delay, promptly infused boundless spiritual energy into the central altar. The heavenly platform has been activated. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Boom! It felt as though something had been triggered, causing the entire venue to tremble. As countless streams of spiritual energy surged forth, causing a dramatic increase in the spiritual essence within the space. Even those with low cultivation could seize this chance to break through, as it brimmed with the laws of heaven and earth, serving as a sacred ground for enlightenment. This was also one of the effects of the Wangyue Tower. Countless individuals had come seeking this opportunity, for it was an unparalleled chance, allowing even Tai golden immortals to gain insights. After a series of transformations, not only did the spiritual essence shift, but the environment also transformed, displaying a variety of items, including various heavenly spiritual fruits and exquisite delicacies. Nugio took her seat once more, instructing her attendants to prepare for the commencement. The atmosphere among the attendees grew solemn, clearly brimming with anticipation for this gathering. Eager to witness what treasures would manifest, within the room, Shui Yao, who had been drowsy, suddenly regained her spirits. The previous events had wholly failed to pique her interest. Perhaps only Huang Wu and Xing Yi held her attention, as she had heard from her master that these two clans had a close relationship with her own. However, she currently refrained from engaging in conversation, remembering that this was a trial, relying solely on her own abilities. Thus, her initial interest waned, and she nearly succumbed to sleep. Now that the main event was about to unfold, Shui Yao would certainly not miss it. Chapter 50. The auction commences as Nugio signaled the start. An elderly man clad in a gray robe, with disheveled hair and a ruddy complexion, appeared on the high platform. His eyes sparkled like stars, radiating spiritual light that flickered like a guiding lantern. Illuminating the surroundings, he was none other than the renowned appraiser of the wilderness, the heavenly God King, possessed of celestial eyes that could pierce through the 9 heavens and discern the essence of all things. Even the most intricate of seals could scarcely evade his gaze. A mere glance at any spiritual object sufficed for identification. The heavenly God King held a unique status within the wilderness. Revered by many, for reasons unknown, he had joined the Xuanhu city, where he enjoyed considerable respect, such that even Nugio, the clan leader, would not dare to offend him. He only made appearances at the grand auctions held every 10 yuan meetings. During other times, he showed little interest in appraising treasures. Upon the God King's arrival, many powerful figures regarded him with reverence. It is worth noting that an appraiser holds a remarkably high status. Wherever they go, they are met with respect, especially one of such caliber, as even top-tier experts struggle to identify the myriad treasures of heaven and earth, necessitating the expertise of specialized appraisers. Throughout the years of evolution in the wilderness, numerous unique paths of cultivation have emerged, with appraisers being among them. In addition to appraisers, there exist array masters, weapon refiners, alchemists, heavenly diviners, and vein seekers, all possessing exceptional statuses. Their paths can be considered distinct, showcasing a true blossoming of variety. Among them, appraisers, array masters, weapon refiners, and alchemists are the most common types of cultivators, generally known to many beings, while only a select few of the highest caliber command a different kind of respect. Vein seekers, who can deduce the formation of spiritual veins based on the evolution of heaven and earth, possess the potential to establish significant factions if they discover a large spiritual vein. Even novice cultivators can find spiritually rich areas for training, while in adversarial situations, they can manipulate the vein's structure to severely diminish the enemy's fortunes, potentially leading to their utter annihilation. Thus, this particular cultivation path is held in high esteem and often viewed with trepidation. As for the celestial diviner, one could say they are the most enigmatic of all. They possess the ability to deduce the interplay of heaven and earth, to reverse fate itself. It is said that they can predict the future based on celestial secrets. Yet even the mightiest cannot truly glimpse what lies ahead. They can merely offer warnings of certain fragments of the future, rendering them an exceedingly formidable presence. Stepping onto the central stage, the celestial sovereign cleared his throat, and the assembly below fell into a profound silence, a stillness so profound it was palpable. The celestial sovereign seemed satisfied, nodding slightly before addressing the crowd. "We have arrived at the auction of the holy city, and I presume all of you are eagerly anticipating it. I shall refrain from unnecessary words. At the behest of the Fox clan leader, I will preside over today's auction. All appraisals of treasures will be conducted by my hand, and I trust my reputation in this regard will alleviate any concerns of error. Now, let us unveil the first treasure." As he mentioned the appraisal, the celestial sovereign's bright eyes sparkled with ethereal light, clearly demonstrating his enthusiasm for evaluating the myriad treasures of the world. A stunning fox maiden clad in a pink gown gracefully emerged from behind the stage, cradling a treasure covered in red cloth, her consciousness seemingly unable to penetrate its depths. With a smile gracing her lips, she stood quietly behind the celestial sovereign. He lifted the red cloth, and an overwhelming radiance burst forth, causing the crowd to gasp in awe upon recognizing the item. There lay a large stone in the tray, emanating a subtle glow, but even more astonishingly, 5 small dragons coiled around it, their presence commanding respect. Those with discerning eyes would surely recognize this treasure. Indeed, it was the celestial dragonstone, born from the endless essence of the earth and nurtured within ancestral veins. taking eons to emerge. Its efficacy is beyond measure, and there is no starting price. Bid freely. As the words of the celestial sovereign resonated, the attendees fell into a brief silence. For those with sense understood that this auction was unlike any other to commence with such a divine artifact. And without a price tag, was unprecedented. The central seat. The maiden remained composed, while the others appeared contemplative. Yet Long Ju's eyes shone with fervor at a low-grade spirit crystal. A voice, youthful yet melodious, broke through the silence, drawing every gaze toward the VIP section. There, a charming little girl, munching on fruits, called out, leading to curious and incredulous expressions among the crowd, as if they were gazing at a fool. The elder of the Fox clan, the very one at the stall, twitched at the corner of his eye. What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a beautiful and adorable fairy? The old man had previously declared that any amount could be bid. Hey, since no one is bidding, does that mean this stone is mine? Irritated by the attention, the girl's clear voice rang out once more, leaving even the celestial sovereign momentarily dumbfounded. This girl was none other than the delightful fairy Xuan Yuan, who cared not for the circumstances, choosing instead to make her bid. This young lady bids 1 low-grade spirit crystal. Is there anyone willing to raise the offer? The celestial sovereign quickly regained his composure. 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals. Long Ju declared. 200,000 high-grade spirit crystals. The atmosphere, seemingly ignited by Xuan Yuan, saw everyone joining in the fray for the treasure. 500,000. 700,000. The price soared higher and higher. 1 million high-grade spirit crystals. My dragon clan claims it. With Long Ju's authoritative declaration, no further bids were made, for all understood the weight of his words. Few dared to disregard his claim. 1 million high-grade spirit crystals. Is there no higher offer? Once, twice, thrice. Very well. The celestial dragon stone belongs to young Master Long Ju. With the conclusion of the celestial sovereign's words, the momentum of bidding came to a halt. I had hoped to secure the first treasure at such a modest price during my first visit, yet I did not anticipate your poor taste. It was only when this fairy recognized its value that you all scrambled for it. Truly despicable. She murmured in dissatisfaction. Cough, cough. Starry Night, having just sipped a celestial brew, sputtered in surprise. Ha! What a delightful little girl, the maiden chuckled, and Huang Wu also smiled, though Xuan Yao's voice was soft. No one present was oblivious to her words. The celestial sovereign's expression darkened. Was this not undermining his authority? Yet, he chose not to quarrel with a child. Others exchanged peculiar glances, their gazes shifting toward Long Ju, who wore a grim expression, as though she were insinuating that he was snatching the girl as possessions. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, choosing to ignore the commotion. Now, let us present the second treasure, the Enlightenment Pill, an unparalleled spirit pill that aids in understanding the rules. It is incredibly effective for breaking through the golden immortal barrier and is a treasured asset for any faction seeking to cultivate elites. This particular batch hails from Jade Capital Mountain, and I trust you are all aware of its preciousness. There are 10 pills available, starting at 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals, with each increment no less than 10,000 high-grade spirit crystals. Let the bidding commence. The celestial sovereign spoke briskly, and another beautiful fox maiden appeared, carrying a tray filled with the spirit pills. 110,000 high-grade spirit crystals. 120,000. 150,000. While this pill held less allure for the major powers, it was an invaluable treasure for others, capable of exponentially enhancing their clan's strength, thus igniting a frenzy of bidding. Ultimately, it sold for 800,000. One item after another was auctioned off, and during this time, Xuan Yuan remained silent, merely observing with interest. Next, we have a rare heavenly fruit, a treasure of great scarcity. Starting at 50,000 high-grade spirit crystals, with increments no less than 5,000. Upon seeing the fruit, Xuan Yuan felt a pang of hunger. 60,000 high-grade spirit crystals. Once again, when her voice rang out, the crowd fell momentarily silent, relieved that no foolishness ensued. 70,000. 100,000. Xuan Yuan was more direct. 110,000. 120,000. This heavenly fruit was indeed precious, and none wished to relinquish it. 300,000 high-grade spirit crystals, Xuan Yuan proclaimed loudly. This bid exceeded the fruit's value, prompting the crowd to fall silent. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Once, twice. For 100,000. Just as the decision seemed imminent, a dark voice interjected. Young master, this is not worth it. I simply cannot abide that little girl's demeanor. It would do her well to face some trouble. This was none other than the elder in yellow robes and the sinister youth who had previously clashed with Xuan Yuan. 500,000. Xuan Yuan noted their presence, her expression shifting to one of displeasure. 600,000. The youth raised the bid once more. Young master, we must not increase the offer further, the elder warned in a low tone. I understand. She will certainly raise the bid. Let us increase it one last time before ceasing. 700,000. 800,000. A moment of silence ensued, and the youth sensed an ominous shift. Since you are so fond of this fruit, I shall not contend with you. The sound of Xuan Yuan's gleeful laughter twisted the youth's expression, filled with a desire to tear her apart. Young master, patience. Do not act rashly. The elder hastily restrained him, fearing he might lose control. Wait, I shall ensure he suffers for countless eons, a fate worse than death. With a murderous glare fixed on Xuan Yuan, he settled back down. Xuan Yuan merely cast a sidelong glance, dismissing them entirely. Though she harbored resentment for their attempt to seize her fruit, she was not foolish. She would ensnare them in their own trap and settle the score upon their next encounter. This little girl is quite intriguing, Huang Wu remarked, equally curious about Xuan Yuan. Sister, can you discern the origins of this fairy? The maiden inquired. Well, I cannot say for certain. She might either be the descendant of a hidden powerhouse or merely a young child newly emerged into the world. Huang Wu mused, uncertain. That poses no challenge. We shall soon uncover the truth, Starry Night interjected. Indeed, the two maidens exchanged knowing smiles. With this brief interlude behind them, the auction continued, and as it progressed, the most coveted treasures were soon to be unveiled, an event eagerly anticipated by all. Chapter 51. Utterly arrogant. In the primordial world, the stratification of treasures is well established. Excluding innate spiritual treasures and roots, the realm is replete with countless artifacts. Correlating with the cultivation realms, items of little use below the golden immortal level receive scant attention. Only treasures beneficial for golden immortals are deemed valuable. Thus, artifacts are classified into categories: ordinary treasures, superior treasures, exquisite celestial treasures, and wondrous earthly treasures. These encompass minerals, spiritual materials, divine fruits, and other spiritually nurtured entities. The celestial dragonstone, the first item auctioned, stands as an exquisite celestial treasure and is among the foremost in this auction. Had it not been for the dragon clan's overwhelming power, the various factions would have likely engaged in a cataclysmic conflict over it. Such treasures are not merely bid for with high-grade spirit crystals. Even millions of exquisite spirit crystals would beckon eager hands. To comprehend the classification of spiritual crystals is to understand the nuances of exchange. The upper, middle, and lower grades all adhere to a 100-fold exchange rate, while the exquisite spiritual crystals are even rarer. Even within a colossal vein, one may not extract many, and the exchange for superior spiritual crystals can reach a staggering 1,000-fold or more. Half the time has elapsed, and the auction items thus far have predominantly been of upper-tier treasure quality, failing to pique Xuan Yuan's interest as she awaits the subsequent precious items. Before her lies a pill known as the 5 Elements Enlightenment Pill, which, like the Enlightenment Pill, facilitates breakthroughs in cultivation. However, its value surpasses that of the Enlightenment Pill, as it significantly increases the probability of a breakthrough for a Tai Golden Immortal by over 7 levels. Moreover, the essence of the 5 elements aids in achieving perfection and is beneficial for breaking through to the Great Luo. Perhaps those who have been stuck at a bottleneck for years could finally make a leap forward. Its rarity is beyond measure. The starting bid is set at 10 million upper-tier spiritual crystals, with each subsequent bid not less than 1 million. As the Celestial Divine King introduces the item, the crowd becomes increasingly envious. Such a pill is exceedingly hard to come by, drawing the attention of even the most exceptional talents. Though merely as spectators. 13 million. It seems someone has come prepared. This fool is merely presenting an opportunity for me to vent my frustrations. I shall not be courteous. Observing the eagerness of the young man opposing her, Xuan Yuan's eyes glimmer mischievously. 18 million. 20 million. The prices soar, and competition intensifies. 50 million. A voice calls out from a man in yellow robes. This price is already quite substantial. A significant expenditure for their faction. 70 million. Just as the two believed victory was within their grasp, a light, airy voice interrupted, shocking them both. Oh no. How could I forget that girl? Their expressions darkened instantly. The crowd, too, perked up, anticipating a good show. Sister, what do you think will happen in the end? As long as they don't break the rules. Let them have their fun. The lady chuckled lightly, equally intrigued by the unfolding events. as she relished the excitement. Other onlookers displayed varying expressions. Long Ju grinned, recalling previous events, feeling an inkling of anger. You? Humph, 71 million. The young man spat, his indignation palpable, yet aware that he could not act recklessly here. Hee, I presume you come from a prominent family, yet with such meager resources, you dare to humiliate yourself here. 80 million, Shui Yao directly retorted, her boldness evident. Such audacity from a young lady, someone remarked, noting her courage. The tension in the air was palpable, with the two adversaries now flushed with humiliation, wishing to retaliate immediately. 85 million. The young man gritted his teeth, nearly shouting. Humph, you have some strength, then 90 million, Shui Yao scoffed, completely dismissing him. 100 million. The young man had lost all rationality. Young master, the man in yellow interjected. Fear not, this pill is essential. My father must break through, and all efforts are worth it. The young man's face twisted with determination. However, this expenditure was a considerable sacrifice from his clan, prompted by the patriarch's desire to ascend to the Great Luo. Only to be ensnared by this insufferable girl. Truly, a great family. I cannot compare, he sighed dramatically, emphasizing the weight of the words great family, which only fueled their ire further. Upon securing the pill, the young man exhaled in relief, collapsing under the weight of his enormous expenditure. 100 million. This nearly depleted the entire family's treasures, leaving him on the verge of tears. Next up is a piece of black demon copper. Starting at 5 million upper-tier spiritual crystals, with each increment not less than 200,000. Upon seeing the black demon copper, Shui Yu cast a glance at the two men and smiled slyly. 560,000.6 million. 7 million. Though small in size, this black demon copper is an excellent material for refining. Were it not for its limited quantity, it could rival the heavenly dragon stone. The exceptional talents began to show interest. Before the final treasures appeared, such a remarkable item had emerged. 10 million. Once again, it was her voice, and while the crowd was unaware of Shui Yao's capabilities, they were unwilling to concede until the price reached 50 million, at which point they fell silent, realizing they could not waste resources here. The elder of the Fox clan, who also served as the auctioneer, turned his gaze to the two men, his expression darkening with sympathy. Just as the auction seemed to reach its conclusion, 60 million. Another spectacle was about to unfold. What? Do you still possess spiritual crystals? Shui Yao glanced dismissively. Oh, you need not concern yourself, young master, do not. The elder in yellow rushed to intervene. Rest assured, judging by her determined demeanor, she will certainly contend. We shall simply wait for her to bid again. Observing the young man's resolve, he ceased his pleas. 70 million. 80 million. When the young man reached 80 million, silence fell. He sensed something amiss, urging her to bid. Yet, he knew he had been outmaneuvered once more. You wretched girl, you've deceived me. He pointed furiously at Shui Yao, nearly ready to explode. Hee, only now do you realize? Quite clever of you. With a sudden rush of blood, he coughed violently. The onlookers shook their heads, pitying the poor child. Damn, why, lady, are we to allow this person to run amok? I assure you, she is merely a troublemaker. Should I not be given an explanation? The young man bellowed at the lady on stage. Disregarding the potential consequences, even ignoring the elder's attempts to restrain him. How would you like an explanation, my friend? The lady narrowed her eyes, daring him to speak. The young man, under her scrutinizing gaze, suddenly felt cold sweat trickling down his back. This lady was far more formidable than his father. Does my dear friend wish to break the rules? I am well aware of the malice behind the inflated bids. Is this permitted by the lady? She looked coldly at the young man, who belonged to the Tianlang clan, known as Wolf Fong, a peerless talent not to be underestimated. Indeed, do you intend to make an exception? The young master of the Golden Divine clan, Tian Yi, chimed in, eager to capitalize on the Fox clan's plight. Wolf Fong disdained Shui Yao's ostentatious display and felt compelled to destroy it. The guests exchanged whispers, some watching with cold indifference. Sister, what shall we do? Despite her fondness for Shui Yao, Huang Wu felt torn, as they shared a bond as women. Yet the rules here could not be broken. Otherwise, years of reputation would be tarnished, resulting in greater losses. TSK, a bunch of paupers, utterly lacking in vision. The tension shattered with her disdainful remark. What did you say? Wolf Fong's imposing presence loomed over Shui Yao, for none dared to belittle them. That my friend must not act here. The atmosphere shifted as the lady intervened, prompting both allies and opponents to stir. Little girl, we are not to be insulted by just anyone. There are consequences. Tian threatened, directing his warning at the lady. What are you saying? How dare you threaten this fairy? Clearly, you have lost your mind. I stand by my words. Your ignorance is evident. Shui Yao's temper flared. Not only had they threatened her, but they dared to question her resources. She envisioned a day akin to her masteress, possessing great wealth, casually discarding items of superior quality, reveling in grandeur. Having wandered through the wilderness, she had accumulated countless treasures, dreaming of returning to boast before her miserly master. Perhaps even exchanging for the 12th rank infernal flame Lotus, which she had coveted since the first moment she laid eyes on it. To now have her integrity questioned was a profound insult. She jabbed her finger at Wolf Fong, who, in her eyes, resembled a mere mutt. Wolf Fong was on the verge of exploding. You dare speak to me like that, with your emotionless face, as though the world owes you something? Truly, a pauper. Observing Shui Yao's outburst, the crowd was left stunned. Did they comprehend who they were dealing with? Did they realize their strength to have someone boldly curse them to their faces, belittling their poverty? Was indeed setting the stage for a monumental clash. The lady was dumbfounded, forgetting to intervene. Huang Wu's mouth twitched, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Starry Night had just risen, nearly stumbling as she stood, trembling in indignation. Even if she had abandoned emotions, the urge to explode was overwhelming. Everyone was momentarily immobilized, lost in disbelief, while only Shui Yao continued her tirade that, life is so lonely. Only this fairy lives the most carefree existence. Finally, after exhausting her insults, Shui Yao sighed, as if she were the only one who understood the world. Ha! Forgive me. I did not mean to. I had no intention of belittling you. Upon completing her final sentence, Huang Wu burst into laughter, while the lady trembled with suppressed mirth. The crowd was left speechless, caught between amusement and restraint, as it seemed Shui Yao's accusations held some merit. You, pointing at Shui Yao. Wolf Fong let out a roar and directly took action. Bang. This young lady is indeed correct. Her capability to bid is not for you to determine. Not to mention anything else. That piece of black demon copper is her possession. And she has also obtained 2 treasures from Elder Hu Yin, which is sufficient proof. As Nu Jiao spoke, the crowd naturally believed her. Then, how shall we respond to such humiliation? Wolf Fong was clearly unwilling to let it go just like that. Hee. Innocent words from the young. Innocent words indeed. Everyone, please resume your seats and continue the auction. Nu Jiao was determined to protect her, and with that statement, if they continued to press the issue, it would be a case of the strong bullying the weak. They were not so foolish. Chapter 52. The exclusive auction. This farce thus came to an end. However, everyone had their own thoughts and would not let it rest. This arrogant girl has angered so many people. She is truly courting death. The young man sneered repeatedly, as if envisioning Shui Yao being torn apart by numerous powerful figures. The forces of those young prodigies were beyond what this young man could compare. And naturally, they believed Shui Yao was doomed. Everyone understood that this was merely a brief calm before the true storm approached. For now, with the protection of the Hu clan as Nu Jiao, no one dared to act, but what would happen afterward was uncertain. Well then, let us move on to the real highlights. This auction still has 3 items remaining. The first one is the exceptional sword, a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure refined by the revered Fuxi. Its power is comparable to that of a top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure that I believe everyone has heard of the name Fuxi, the master of primordial formations, who is nearly at the pinnacle. The artifacts he refines are truly extraordinary. The starting bid is 10,000 supreme spirit crystals. Upon hearing the heavenly divine king's words, everyone was stunned. If it were merely a spiritual treasure, it could still create a stir, but in comparison to Fuxi, it was far from enough. That individual is one of the most exceptional existences in the primordial realm. His mere presence cannot be overlooked. Furthermore, he has many friends. It is said that the legendary Xuan Yuan Dao Zun is one of his trusted companions. After the Great Cataclysm, he, like many powerful figures in the primordial realm, has gone into seclusion and vanished without a trace. To think that there is information about him here, the rumors about Xian Hu City indeed hold true. Postnatal spiritual treasures have become exceedingly rare, as many were destroyed during that cataclysm. The spiritual materials nurtured by the primordial realm have yet to mature, making them even more precious, and they possess a fatal allure for Tai golden immortals. Treasures, especially the top-tier ones, must naturally remain in the hands of those who can wield them, at the very least. They should be held by powerful allies to provide a sense of security. 12,000 supreme spirit crystals that a Tai golden immortal expert rose to bid, although he belonged to a powerful faction. He possessed few treasures, and was thus intensely envious if he could obtain this treasure. Even if he spent all his wealth now, his strength would surely increase in the future, and he would no longer have to worry about collections. 14,000 an elder in black robes spoke with an air of inevitability. This auction attracted not only the younger generation. These Tai golden immortals had also emerged from their seclusion. The first elder furrowed his brow, but soon regained his composure, saying, 15,000. 20,000 still in a calm tone. The first speaker's expression darkened. Even Tai golden immortals had limited supreme spirit crystals at their disposal. By his estimation, it seemed impossible to secure this item, especially since the heirs of those major factions had yet to make a bid. 30,000. Indeed, the young master of the Tianlang clan could no longer hold back. 300,000 supreme spirit crystals. This fairy shall take it. Before anyone could continue bidding, Shui Yao's voice rang out, as she had been keeping a close watch on her adversaries. 300,000 supreme spirit crystals, even as the heir of a powerful faction. You do not possess so many, as most would only have top-grade spirit crystals. You truly have that many spirit crystals. In the end, she could not help but utter this remark. Shui Yao held her head high, exuding unparalleled pride, as if she had been waiting for this moment. She stepped out of the VIP room and walked toward the central area. Everyone was unaware of her intentions, but upon realizing she had captured their full attention, Shui Yao felt even more triumphant. She aimed to show them what true wealth and shock looked like. Listen well. Due to your previous disrespectful remarks, which severely wounded the lovely and charming heart of fairy Shui Yao. From here on out, you have no part in this. This fairy shall monopolize the auction. If you do not understand what that means, it means all remaining items for bid shall belong to this fairy. As long as you call out a price, this fairy shall bid 10 times more than you dot. If you feel incapable, then obediently withdraw. Listening to the young girl's grandiose declarations, everyone fell silent. Immediately, everyone burst into laughter, realizing a fool had arrived. How amusing. You have. Before Wolf Fong could finish, he was left dumbfounded, as were all the others who gazed at Shui Yao in shock. Gulps could be heard as people swallowed nervously. The central area had been piled high with glimmering crystals, exuding boundless spiritual energy, causing the ambient spiritual energy to intensify several-fold. Observing the crowd's reaction, Shui Yao nodded in satisfaction, casting a disdainful glance before continuing to produce several items. It turned out that this place was already overflowing with supreme spirit crystals, forming a massive mountain that dazzled the eye. When Shui Yao revealed the subsequent items, the crowd was set ablaze with excitement. Mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasures, innate spiritual materials, and several portions at that. What's more, the essence of creation. Heavens, I think I might faint. Many could not withstand the stimulus, their eyes rolling back as they fainted. Everyone was astonished by Shui Yao's generous display. Not to mention the subsequent items, even the mountain of supreme spirit crystals was enough to instill fear and awe. Wolf Fong's face turned ashen, but his eyes sparkled with intensity. He was not alone. Nearly everyone struggled to contain themselves. Nevertheless, Nu Jiao remained composed, her terrifying aura awakening the crowd from their stupor. So, what do you think? This fairy possesses such capabilities. Does anyone dare to dispute that? With an air of pride, Shui Yao surveyed the entire room. At that moment, she felt invincible. Dayan idol. This young girl is my role model. Having utterly eclipsed everyone, Huang Wu murmured. Her gaze toward Shui Yao was filled with fervor. Which disciple is this, to possess such a wealth of treasures, yet still roam freely? Clearly, she should not be underestimated. After the initial shock, Xingyi also came to this realization. Glancing at Nu Jiao, don't ask me. I am equally perplexed, Nu Jiao replied, though she suspected it was not the case. Their temperaments were different. And if they were acquainted, there would have been prior notice. I'll find an opportunity to inquire later. After Shui Yao revealed so many items, nearly everyone began to contemplate their backing forces. Initially, Shui Yao did not wish to draw such attention, but after seeing herself being looked down upon repeatedly, she could not swallow her pride. With a resolve forming in her heart, she decided that since she was out for training, she would do so with great flair. creating some chaos in the primordial realm to make things more lively. Having roamed for years in search of treasures, Shui Yao found herself intrigued when she learned that spirit crystals could also serve as currency. As a being transformed from the chaos water spirit, she had coexisted with the earth spirit for billions of years, gaining some understanding of the earth's path. Thus, locating spirit crystal veins became significantly easier for her. Akin to being a born vein seeker, over the years, she had delved deep into the earth, collecting countless spirit crystals, particularly supreme ones. Just look at this mountain. It must contain at least 100 million. Even an ordinary Luo golden immortal would struggle to produce such a sum at once, let alone these young masters, who would possess only hundreds of thousands at best for exchanging spiritual items. Just glancing at Shui Yao's treasures dispelled such thoughts. These precious items were exceedingly rare, and even if one possessed them, they would not part with them. Thus, the crowd viewed Shui Yao as a moving treasure trove. Wishing to seize her for themselves, 300,000 supreme spirit crystals. Is there anyone willing to make a higher bid? I shall count to 3, and if there are no further bids, this treasure shall belong to this fairy. The heavenly divine king, finally regaining his composure, began to speak. However, the room fell into silence, as ordinary golden immortals and Tai golden immortals no longer had the qualifications to participate, while others seemed to have their own agendas. Seeing no one respond, the heavenly divine king declared loudly, I will count to 3, and if no one speaks up, this treasure shall belong to this fairy. 1, 2, 3. With the count complete, the heavenly divine king smiled as he announced, since there are no higher bids, it is settled. Thus, a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure was sold for the modest price of 300,000 supreme spirit crystals, clearly a bargain. The next item is the life source liquid, an exceedingly rare treasure born in the primordial realm. A life-saving elixir with unbelievable capabilities. There is no need for this old man to elaborate further. The starting price is 100,000 supreme spirit crystals. Let the bidding begin. The heavenly divine king recognized that the situation had completely spiraled out of control. Yet as the host, he still had to see the auction through. No matter how peculiar the circumstances, Fairy Shui Yao has stated that since no one has bid, this life source liquid shall belong to Fairy Shui Yao. The final treasure of immense value is the celestial sealing spirit jade. What is the celestial sealing? According to the explorations of the supreme beings, it is said to encapsulate the ultimate treasures of heaven and earth. Potentially being a congenital spiritual treasure, a primordial spiritual root, or even a legacy of the cosmos. Exceedingly precious, starting at a price of 3 million top-tier spiritual crystals. When introducing this extraordinary treasure, the eye of Heaven Divine King was palpably agitated. It was undoubtedly the most valuable artifact he had ever encountered, and now it was in his possession. How could he not be excited? However, this treasure, destined to incite fervor, was peculiarly accepted by Shui Yao. Thus, the assembly concluded, yet the true undercurrents were about to emerge as the gathering ended. Shui Yao did not linger, but departed immediately, for she understood that peril lay ahead, and she must prepare diligently. After all, she had her own plans. How could this happen? You useless lot. You can't even handle this minor affair. From the far west of the primordial wilderness, a series of furious roars echoed, My lord. Please calm your anger. Everything was proceeding smoothly until an unexpected disruptor emerged, causing all efforts to go to waste. A few individuals in black garb, all Tai golden immortals, knelt below. The loss of the heavenly dragon stone was one thing, but the life essence and the celestial sealing spirit jade they had painstakingly obtained were now lost. You are truly despicable. Furthermore, have you investigated that disruptor? We must reclaim those 2 spiritual items. The figure shrouded in black mist bellowed. Not yet. That person appeared as if out of thin air. Our my subordinates are currently investigating. The few individuals trembled, fearing that the mysterious figure might obliterate them on the spot. Humph. Go and clarify the situation. Otherwise, the enigmatic figure's demeanor calmed. Understood. Shui Yao was evidently unaware that she had disrupted someone's scheme. At that moment, she was seeking an opportunity to leave, as far too many eyes were upon her. Chapter 53. Shui Yao takes action. Shui Yao certainly understood the principle of concealing wealth, yet upon witnessing the peculiarities of this auction, she realized that someone intended to instigate conflict, not solely targeting the younger generation, but subtly entangling various factions. If mishandled, The recently pacified primordial wilderness could erupt into turmoil once again. The reason Shui Yao intervened was not out of noble intentions, but rather her own calculations. It was also a form of training. Using the prodigies of the primordial realm as stepping stones, though she appeared carefree, she held her master's expectations in high regard. Why not stir the waters, hone herself, and validate her own path? Akin to her senior sister's quest for enlightenment, upon exiting the sacred city, Shui Yao cautiously evaded the pursuit of others, enjoying a moment of tranquility. However, she knew that none of her pursuers were ordinary. It wouldn't be long before she was discovered. Yet, Shui Yao remained calm, completely untroubled, for she was confident in her ability to evade capture. Sister Nu, shall we not follow her? Perhaps we could uncover her origins. In a hall within Wangyue Tower, the three women sat facing each other. Huang Wu appeared anxious. She had developed a fondness for the young girl, and if there were any connections, she could not simply ignore it. Yet seeing Nu calmly composed, she could not help but inquire. While Xing Yi's expression was grave, it is not that I do not wish to follow. Just moments ago, as I intended to proceed, I suddenly received a transmission from Lady Nuwa, instructing us not to get involved, to let things unfold naturally. Nu replied with a wry smile, perplexed by the lady's intentions. This matter has even drawn the attention of Lady Nuwa. Has she emerged from her seclusion? Upon hearing this, Xing Yi was taken aback that it was known that nearly all the great powers of the primordial realm were in seclusion, and the time for emergence had not yet arrived. Could this auction have garnered such significant attention? Was there an impending major event? Did we uncover this girl's identity? Huang Wu was still quite curious about which lineage she belonged to. Lady Nu did not mention it, only telling us not to interfere and to await the day of heavenly absolute. Until then, we must diligently cultivate the day of heavenly absolute, the moment when the prodigies would clash for supremacy. Vying for the highest honor was an event all factions had anticipated, representing the very essence of heaven and earth. Securing such a position would bring fortune and acclaim, rendering all participants fervently eager. The two fell silent, as they had no choice but to heed the words of their predecessor. What a pity, I had hoped to become better acquainted with this unique fairy, Huang Wu sighed. Shaking her head, fear not, there will be an opportunity. Although we are unaware of this Shui Yao's capabilities, she surely possesses means to extricate herself, and we may observe the situation. As she spoke, Nu produced a mirror. This is the celestial surveying mirror. I did not expect Lady Nuwa to bring it, Xing Yi exclaimed. The celestial surveying mirror was a treasure forged by Nuwa and Fushi. Capable of perceiving the universe and discerning illusions, it had been bestowed upon Nu as a spiritual artifact, typically kept within her clan. Indeed, this is even better. We can ascertain what abilities this Shui Yao possesses. Perhaps there will be surprises, Huang Wu said with interest, urging Nu to activate the artifact. In the brief hours following the conclusion of the auction, all factions became aware of the events that transpired, particularly the formidable decision made by Shui Yao, whose name resounded throughout the primordial realm, even more fervently than those of the prodigies, for her character was striking. Some deemed her reckless, having offended numerous factions while possessing countless treasures. Nearly everyone had their eyes set upon her. Well, since they have yet to approach, we should return and retrieve that treasure, lest unforeseen complications arise. Shui Yao recalled that she still had another treasure to collect, and upon calculating the time, it was nearly time for it to emerge. She quickened her pace. It's them. What a coincidence. After walking a short distance, she spotted two figures. Fortune smiles upon me. Others could not find her. Yet she has delivered herself right to my doorstep. Ming Shu, quickly subdue her before the night grows long and dreams multiply. The young man and the elder before her were precisely those with whom Shui Yao had past grievances. It was a stroke of misfortune that they chanced upon her. The young man, envisioning the countless treasures on her person, was almost ready to claim them all, his laughter echoing with delight. Hee, young master. It seems fate has destined our clan for greatness, presenting us with a tremendous opportunity. The elder in yellow robes was equally exhilarated, closing in on Shui Yao with relentless intent. They planned to end matters swiftly, regarding her as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Indeed, Shui Yao's strength appeared to be that of a mere early-stage golden immortal, while he had attained the pinnacle of golden immortal. Nearly reaching Tai golden immortal, the disparity was vast, making failure unlikely. Initially, She had intended to let it go, but since they had crossed paths, she would resolve the matter, with a scornful curl of her lip. Shui Yao struck first, sending a palm toward the young Be careful. The elder exclaimed in alarm, sensing the overwhelming force behind her strike. Such prowess could only belong to a firmly established golden immortal. The young man, being merely a golden immortal himself, was undoubtedly no match. Boom.